Hey everyone. Hope you're all doing well. We're all about bringing high-quality web novel audiobooks to life, and most of our content is completely free to enjoy. Just a quick note, web novels and web novel audiobooks aren't the same thing. Simply reading a novel out loud doesn't always make for a great listening experience. That's why I go through multiple rounds of rewriting and careful editing for every chapter to make sure the narration flows naturally and immerses you in the story, just like reading it yourself. These audiobooks are not just direct copies of the original novels. I've adapted them for a smoother, more engaging experience. And to be fully transparent, these adaptations are made for commercial purposes, so some chapters are paid content. But don't worry, this process is fully copyright compliant. I do all of this because I truly love web novels and audiobooks. I'm a huge fan, and this story is one of my personal favorites. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: I Am a Legendary Boss audiobook, Versatile Mage starting with the White Tiger Pendant, Naruto the Wind Calamity, the Necromancer is amassing troops like crazy in the apocalypse, the mighty dragons are dead, Naruto, leader of Hidden Grass Village, Naruto Uchiha's Unserious Saga, your lord has a screw loose, Apocalypse I can see the health point bar, killing monsters drops loot, Starsea Fleet Age of the Lord, my monster fuses everything, Naruto, I traveled with a max level account, Fate in Bleach Unlimited Blade Works, killed for 100 years in Hueco Mundo, Aizen invited me to Soul Society, the world conquest giving birth to become a god, my master only breaks through on the edge of death, Bleach the Invincible Slacker from Rukongai, Naruto's Special Shop, One Piece the strongest female pirate cruise, Reborn as Danzō's grandson, must I offend the entire ninja world, Naruto starting with snatching the Mangekyo Sharingan, Naruto Card King, in Hueco Mundo with Shindu template, Naruto the Hidden Danzō, my journey as fourth Kusagakure, Naruto troublesome ninja Haruto, Naruto the Hyuga mastermind, Bleach the strongest Shinigami, Bleach the 5th division captain, Fate ultimate antagonist, Fate of DxD, Fate I heard after death, you can ascend to the throne of heroes, Fate DxD Archer Reborn, Fate beginning with Type Moon, a berserk heart, Fate Grand Order insert, One Piece take the Uchiha clan to the Grand Line, One Piece don't worry, I'm a doctor, building harem and dungeon with monster girls, DxD, Multiverse the day-to-day life of the Sephiroth hero, I'm the bad guy but heroines are obsessed with me, in Naruto, I have an affair with Mikoto and Kushina, many children bring happiness, a shameless start, Naruto Reborn with a Tenseigan, Naruto sleeping invincible, One Piece, life choice ask me to kiss marine goddess Hina, reborn as the genius son of the richest family, start by eating jacket fruit model, jacket human devil fruit, the days of being the richest man in the ninja world, the Witcher and Madara Uchiha, villain I possess the dragon Yang Dao physique, all saintesses turns into villainesses, all beautiful girls want to stick with me, interdimensional farming in another world, Naruto from Hidden Leaf Village to One Piece, and more. Most of our content there is free, and it's the best place to follow and support our work. The default audio speed is set to 3x, but if that's too fast for you, just let me know, I'm happy to adjust it. Got a favorite web novel you'd love to hear as an audiobook? Drop a suggestion. I'm always open to new ideas. And don't forget to follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X for the latest updates, new releases, and behind-the-scenes content. Thanks so much for your continued support and happy listening. Chapter 1, Crossing Over, starting as Gilgamesh. Surrounded by buildings with a distinctly Japanese style, Gilgamesh's face showed a look of confusion as he muttered to himself, where is this? This place? Of course, it's in Uzuri. A laid-back voice sounded in Gilgamesh's ear. In Uzuri? What is in Uzuri? Gilgamesh looked around, even more perplexed. What he saw made him freeze in astonishment. His eyes revealed an incredible expression. He saw none other than a living Renji Abarai and Rukia Kuachiki. No, more accurately, it was them as children. Oh, right, Rukia hadn't yet taken on the Kuachiki surname, she should be called Rukia at this point. Wait a minute, does this mean this place is? Rukia, at that moment, grabbed Renji Abarai, who was about to speak again, and said, he looks like a newcomer to the Soul Society, of course, he wouldn't know what you're talking about. With that, Rukia smiled at Gilgamesh and said, this is the 78th district of South Rukongai, called in Uzuri. You can think of it as a paradise or heaven. Renji Abarai sneered at the mention of paradise or heaven and said, this is no paradise or heaven, this place is the chaotic in Uzuri. Then, Renji's face showed a look of longing as he continued, If there's really a paradise or heaven, it would definitely be there. Renji looked toward a certain place. Gilgamesh followed his gaze. Though he couldn't see the place Renji longed for, he knew Renji was talking about the Syriite AI. Rukia looked a bit helpless. Though what Renji said was true, telling a newcomer directly like that was too harsh. Gilgamesh finally snapped out of his daze, his face showing disbelief as he exclaimed, "This is the Soul's Society? Does that mean I'm dead?" Renji, puzzled, responded, "Of course you're dead. You're a soul now. Humans can't come to the Soul Society." Gilgamesh couldn't believe he had crossed into the world of Bleach and had started off dead, arriving directly in the Soul Society. Knowing the Bleach storyline well, Gilgamesh understood the Soul Society was not a good place. Especially for souls in Rukongai, where chaotic lawlessness was only the surface danger. Deeper dangers included Aizen Sosuke, Hollows, Nobles, the Wandenrick, and even the Soul Reapers themselves. In such a place, countless souls died daily. Living safely and healthily depended on luck. Seeing Gilgamesh's distressed expression, Rukia couldn't help but comfort him. "It's okay. Death is just a new beginning. Look at us, we're living well." Rukia's comfort brought a smile to Gilgamesh's face. Renji, feeling a bit jealous, said, "Rukia, why are you being so nice to this blonde kid? Don't tell me you fancy him?" Rukia's face instantly turned red, ready to retort, but Renji didn't give her a chance and continued, "But this blonde kid is quite handsome. Even I." It was an unconscious remark from Renji. He quickly covered his mouth, realizing what he had said. Rukia looked at Renji mischievously, raising an eyebrow. "Even you what? Could it be you have feelings for him?" "Renji, we've known each other for so long, and this is the first time I realized your tastes are so unique." Renji, embarrassed and angry, shouted, "No way. My tastes are normal. I wouldn't have feelings for a guy." Gilgamesh took a slight step away from Renji. For a moment, he felt a chill. Ignoring the squabbling duo, Gilgamesh began calling out for his golden finger. As a traverser, he should have some kind of golden finger. It made no sense if he didn't. System. Little system. Old man by my side? Data panel? I need points. After trying a series of calls, a text box visible only to Gilgamesh suddenly appeared before him. "Congratulations to the host for successfully merging with the young Gilgamesh template. The royal system is now activated. Please strive to become the king of this world." Staring at the text box, Gilgamesh was stunned. Before crossing over, he had been playing a newly released game called Path of the King. The core gameplay involved a chaotic battle of dimensions. Players would draw a random young king character template at the start. Gilgamesh had drawn an S-rank growth potential young Gilgamesh template. It was quite fitting since Gilgamesh's name was Gilgamesh. S-rank wasn't the highest, above it were SS, SSS, and X ranks. Gilgamesh remembered someone drawing an X-rank growth potential young Emperor Arhat template and the Dragon Ball Zeno template. Gilgamesh was content, as S-rank growth potential templates were rare. Just as he was about to make his mark in the game, he had crossed into the Bleach world. Gilgamesh never expected the character template he drew would come with him. From now on, his name would be Gilgamesh. As for the royal system, Gilgamesh checked it out and was pleasantly surprised. The young Gilgamesh template had an S-rank growth limit, but with the royal system, his growth potential wouldn't stop at S-rank and might even surpass X-rank. The royal system's abilities were simple and crude, adding points and exchanging. The prerequisite was to have royal points. Royal points corresponded to the number of subjects under Gilgamesh. Each time Gilgamesh conquered an ordinary subject, he would gain 1 royal point. If he conquered a story character, the points gained would vary based on the character's importance. In short, the more important the story character, the more royal points gained. With royal points, Gilgamesh could enhance his attributes like strength, speed, endurance, and defense. As for exchanging, Gilgamesh glanced at the exchange store. He found an array of items, basically everything from the Bleach world. It even included Zanpakuto, Hogyoku, and fragments of the Soul King. Moreover, there were many young king character templates available for exchange, such as young Emperor Arhat, young Emperor June, young Zeno, and so on. However, at the current stage, Gilgamesh could only exchange 4 items from the Bleach world. Other items were in a gray, inactive state and could not be exchanged. Once Gilgamesh went to the corresponding world, they could be activated. Yes, Gilgamesh could traverse worlds. In the exchange store, Gilgamesh saw an item called World Travel. Chapter 2, The Name of the King. After understanding his golden finger, Gilgamesh focused his mind, and a status panel appeared before him, visible only to him. Name, Gilgamesh. Character template, young Gilgamesh. Class, Archer. Strength, rank C. Endurance, rank C. Agility, Rank C, Mana. Rank C, Luck. Rank A, Noble Phantasm. Rank X, Class Skills, Magic Resistance. Rank E, Independent Action. Rank A, Divinity. Rank B, Innate Skills, Charisma. Rank A+, Youthful Handsomeness. Rank C, Golden Rule. Rank A, Collector. Rank X, Royal Points, 0. Looking at the familiar status panel, Gilgamesh nodded slightly. The panel was actually the status of young Gilgamesh, which he had carefully reviewed when he drew it, so it didn't surprise him. However, the young Gilgamesh's status panel was from the Nasuverse, not applicable to the world of Bleach he now found himself in. To give a simple example, young Gilgamesh is a heroic spirit. Although he has a knee-rank independent action ability, his existence and use of noble phantasms both consume mana. The world of Bleach clearly lacks the mana of the Nasuverse, and there are no masters to support heroic spirits with mana. This means that once young Gilgamesh's inherent mana is exhausted, Gilgamesh might be unable to use the powers provided by the young Gilgamesh template. Thinking this, Gilgamesh opened the exchange shop and found the templates available for the world of Bleach. After a brief scan, he decided to ignore most of the templates. Gilgamesh found that most of the royal character templates from the human world lacked special powers, so they required few points and had low growth potential. Eventually, Gilgamesh found 4 templates that met his needs: Baraganlusen Bairn, young, growth potential E, 100 million points. Aizen, young, growth potential E, 500 million points. Hueco, young, growth potential S, 1 billion points. Soul King, young, growth potential S, 10 billion points. In the Bleach storyline, Baragan is the ancient Vasto Lord and former king of Hueco Mundo. Aizen defeated Baragan and became the new king of Hueco Mundo. Hueco is the son of the Soul King and king of the Wandenrick. As for the Soul King, he can be considered the king of the Bleach world. Gilgamesh was puzzled as to why the Soul King and Hueco had the same growth potential of S rank. In the Bleach storyline, the Soul King showed far greater power than Hueco, and the current 3 worlds were separated using the Soul King's power. Gilgamesh's current young Gilgamesh template is also S rank. Although he didn't know why, he understood one thing: even if the growth potential is the same, the required points for exchange can be different. Most importantly, Gilgamesh didn't have enough royal points to exchange for these templates. He also noticed that characters like Genryu's Yamamoto, the captain of the 13th Division of Imperial Guards, and members of the Royal Guard didn't have templates. Because they weren't considered royal characters in the royal system. It made sense, as they could be seen as subordinates of the Soul King. Without dwelling on it, Gilgamesh stopped browsing the Bleach character templates and started looking at other items. Soon, he found what he wanted. Spiritual Pressure, Initial, 100 points. Spiritual Pressure is the unique power system in the Bleach world. Simply put, the stronger the spiritual pressure, the stronger the power. In the original story, Aizen Sosuke once said, a Shinigami's battle is essentially a battle of spiritual pressure. Once he had initial spiritual pressure, Gilgamesh could continually enhance it through the royal system's point addition ability, without worrying about future growth. The only problem now was that Gilgamesh didn't even have 100 royal points. Thinking this, Gilgamesh's gaze couldn't help but fall on Renji Abarai and Rukia, thinking to himself, they are main storyline characters. If I subdue them, I should be able to get those 100 royal points. Sensing Gilgamesh's gaze, Renji and Rukia, who were bickering, looked over. They saw Gilgamesh's unique wine red eyes. Perhaps because his initial template was young Gilgamesh, his appearance and physique matched young Gilgamesh perfectly, a handsome blonde boy with red eyes. Youthful handsomeness was one of young Gilgamesh's innate skills, a skill that exhibited the nature of an alluringly handsome boy, with a bewitching effect regardless of gender. Of course, the bewitching effect could be avoided with the magic resistance skill. Even without magic resistance, a strong will could reduce the effect. Rukia's kindness towards Gilgamesh was also due to the effect of youthful handsomeness. Although young, Rukia had seen much evil in this chaotic Inuzuri. She knew how foolish it was to show kindness in such a place. Renji's feeling of attraction towards Gilgamesh was also due to youthful handsomeness. Because innate skills are passive by nature, even Gilgamesh couldn't control them. Before they could speak, Gilgamesh, in a youthful yet dignified voice, said, "This king have just arrived. Would you be willing to be my guides in this world? Rest assured, this king will reward you generously." Renji and Rukia exchanged glances at hearing someone refer to himself as this king. Renji frowned and asked, "This king? Is that your name?" Gilgamesh's expression remained unchanged as he responded, "This king is just a title. My true name is Gilgamesh, and this king was once the king of a human kingdom." Gilgamesh didn't know if the name Gilgamesh existed in this world, but he hoped it did and that Renji and Rukia had heard of it. This would make subduing them much easier. But Gilgamesh was quickly disappointed. The puzzled looks on Renji and Rukia's faces showed they hadn't heard of Gilgamesh. However, their faces showed surprise, shock, doubt, and confusion. It was clear they didn't entirely believe Gilgamesh. Chapter 3, Golden Rule. Renji Abarai felt like he might be sick. First, he felt an attraction towards the boy. Then, instead of immediately disbelieving the boy's absurd words, he was caught in a state of confusion and doubt. Renji knew that if anyone else had said such ridiculous things, he would absolutely not believe them. Given his personality, he would have started mocking them right away. Rukia was in the same boat as Renji. She too felt an attraction towards Gilgamesh. Instead of instantly dismissing Gilgamesh's absurd words, she found herself doubting. Gilgamesh saw through Renji and Rukia's thoughts at a glance. After merging with the young Gilgamesh template, his permanently active Noble Phantasm Omniscient and Omnipotent Star automatically activated. The Omniscient and Omnipotent Star is an X-rank anti-unit Noble Phantasm that symbolizes the sublimated wisdom of the hero King Gilgamesh, combining his clairvoyance, true name discernment, and vast knowledge. Under the brilliance of the Omniscient and Omnipotent Star, Renji and Rukia's thoughts were laid bare. Gilgamesh knew that their thoughts were influenced not only by his innate skill, youthful handsomeness, but also by his charisma, A+. To rule a kingdom, a B-rank charisma would suffice, but Gilgamesh's charisma had reached A+ rank. This level surpassed mere respect or skill, becoming akin to magic or a curse. Because of this, Gilgamesh's seemingly absurd words unconsciously commanded belief. At this moment, Renji shook his head slightly, no longer questioning the truth of Gilgamesh's words. Instead, he asked, "You said you'd pay us. But you also said you're new here. Do you even have money?" Rukia, hearing this, snapped out of her daze and opened her mouth to speak for Gilgamesh. Just then, a money pouch fell from the sky, landing right in front of Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh reached out and caught the pouch. The pouch opened, revealing coins inside. Coins were the universal currency in the Soul Society. Gilgamesh was not surprised, he merely smiled and said, "See, the payment has arrived." Gilgamesh knew this was due to his innate skill, Golden Rule, A. A knee-rank Golden Rule meant that Gilgamesh would never lack for money and would live a life of wealth. Unexpected windfalls were ordinary occurrences for Gilgamesh. But this unexpected fortune was a first for Renji and Rukia, leaving them stunned. Once they recovered, they looked around to see if someone had accidentally dropped the pouch. But they saw no one else around. Recalling Gilgamesh's words, Renji couldn't help but gulp and ask, "Did you know the money pouch would fall?" Before Gilgamesh could respond, Rukia denied it. Impossible. He just arrived in the Soul Society. How could he know a pouch would fall here? Gilgamesh tossed the pouch to Rukia and calmly stated, "Perhaps the heavens are thanking me for my deeds, entwining my life with fortune. I have never cared about money or worried about it." Though Gilgamesh's words were true, his manner, words, and tone made Renji clench his teeth and fists in frustration, feeling an urge to punch him. Had Renji been influenced by modern internet culture, he might have understood the concept of humble bragging. Before Renji could react, Rukia's voice, full of surprise, came through. 100,000 can. There are 100,000 can in here. The purchasing power of currency in the Soul Society was much higher than in the human world. So, 100,000 can was roughly equivalent to 150,000 yen. Though not a huge amount, it was a considerable sum for Renji and Rukia, who had lived in poverty. Hearing the amount, Renji set aside his frustration and grabbed the pouch from Rukia, counting the money in disbelief. After confirming it was indeed 100,000 can, Renji turned to Gilgamesh, voice trembling, "Hey, are you serious? If we guide you, this money is ours." Under Renji's expectant gaze, Gilgamesh nodded, "Of course. If you agree, the money is yours." Confirming this, Renji clutched the pouch and excitedly turned to Rukia, "Rukia, did you hear? If we guide him, this money is ours. With this money, we can get a better place to live, without constant fear and hunger." Rukia, looking serious, said, "Renji, we can't take this money. Gilgamesh just arrived in the Soul Society. He needs this money more than we do." Renji hesitated, wanting to say something. But Rukia didn't give him the chance, continuing, "You know what kind of place an usury is. Without money, Gilgamesh won't survive." Renji fell silent, wanting to ask, "Why are you being so nice to someone we just met?" But he couldn't say it. Deep down, he didn't want to see Gilgamesh suffer because of this money. Finally, Renji stood before Gilgamesh, handing back the pouch. "Take it back. Rukia is right. You need this money more than we do. As for guiding you, we'll do it for free." Gilgamesh smiled at this. As expected of main storyline characters, growing up in a place like Inuzuri, they still retained such integrity. Though his youthful handsomeness skill played a role, Their inherent character made the difference. After all, his youthful handsomeness was only C rank. Without taking the pouch, Gilgamesh asked, "Will you follow me and become my subjects? If you do, you'll be my first subjects in the Soul Society. This king will grant you a lifetime of wealth and protection, so you'll never live in fear again." Chapter 4, The King Takes Responsibility. Renji Abarai felt he must be going crazy. He had rashly agreed to Gilgamesh's outrageous proposal. He wanted to go back on his word, but his pride wouldn't let him. With no other choice, Renji stubbornly said, "Let me make it clear, while I agree to follow you and become your subject, if you can't keep your promises, I'll leave at any time." Gilgamesh smiled, "That's fine." As they walked, Gilgamesh felt something under his foot and stopped to look down. Rukia, curious, also looked and saw a perfectly preserved gemstone ring lying on the ground where Gilgamesh had stepped aside. In disbelief, Rukia instinctively picked up the gemstone ring. Renji, who was walking ahead, didn't notice anything unusual. When he realized Gilgamesh and Rukia weren't keeping up, he turned around to see Rukia holding a very expensive-looking gemstone ring. Shocked, Renji walked over and asked, "Rukia, when did you get that ring?" Rukia shook her head and said, "It's not mine. It's... Gil just happened to step on it." Originally, Rukia wanted to address Gilgamesh as king, but she couldn't bring herself to say it. Like Renji, Rukia had rashly agreed to Gilgamesh's proposal to become his initial subjects. Thus, Rukia hadn't fully accepted or recognized Gilgamesh's royal status. Renji was in the same boat, referring to Gilgamesh as Gil for now. Gilgamesh didn't mind. Renji, hearing Rukia, was stunned. He couldn't believe such outrageous good luck could happen twice in a short time to the same person, each instance more incredible than the last. Though Renji didn't know the exact value of the gemstone ring, it certainly far exceeded 100,000 kan. More importantly, in the poor, chaotic 78th district of South Rukongai, who would own such a priceless ring and carelessly leave it in a deserted area? If it weren't for the valuable water resources here, they wouldn't have come. Yet, this incredible event happened to Gilgamesh. Renji began to believe Gilgamesh's earlier claims about his fortune might be true. Maybe it was a heavenly blessing, entwining his life with fortune. But what kind of person would receive such a blessing? Could he really have been a king? With these thoughts, Renji suddenly wanted to learn about Gilgamesh's past and his deeds as a king. Gilgamesh said, "Rukia, you can have this ring." Rukia was stunned. She hadn't expected Gilgamesh to give her such a valuable ring. Recovering, Rukia quickly refused, "No, this ring is yours. I can't take it." Gilgamesh calmly said, "I promised you a lifetime of wealth, and this ring is just the beginning." Smiling, he added, "Besides, don't you think it suits you?" Rukia, who was about to refuse, couldn't bring herself to say no after hearing his words. Initially, Rukia's good impression of Gilgamesh was due to his innate skill, youthful handsomeness, and this impression grew stronger over time. With thoughts about the special meaning of the ring and Gilgamesh's words that it suited her, Rukia's heart raced, and her face flushed. Perhaps due to his naturally blunt nature or his age, Renji didn't notice Rukia's reaction. He reached out to take the ring, saying, "Rukia, if you don't want it, give it to me. I think it suits me too." Rukia quickly put the ring on and protected it, saying, "Don't even think about it. Gil said it's mine, so it's mine." Though the ring was found, neither Gilgamesh, Rukia, nor Renji considered looking for the owner. Given Rokongai's background, akin to Japan's Edo period, it was too backward. In such a chaotic and unregulated area, finding the owner was impossible. Moreover, flaunting wealth here would certainly attract trouble, even risking their lives. Renji wanted to say more. But before he could, a greedy voice called out, "Hey, kids over there, did you steal my gemstone ring?" Renji and Rukia turned to see three men in tattered clothes, looking like vagrants, greedily eyeing the ring in Rukia's hand. Living in an Uzuri, Renji and Rukia's expressions changed drastically. Without thinking, they grabbed Gilgamesh's hand to run. As children, weak from years of malnutrition, they couldn't possibly match the three men. If they didn't run, losing the ring would be the least of their worries. In chaotic Uzuri, killings happened daily. But as they turned to flee, they saw two more vagrant-like men blocking their path, their faces also greedy. Clearly, these two were with the first three. Moreover, the five seemed well coordinated, closing in on Gilgamesh, blocking all escape routes. Renji and Rukia's faces turned grim. If it were just the two of them, with their survival experience in an Uzuri, they might have escaped. But with Gilgamesh, it was impossible. To them, Gilgamesh's every move exuded nobility, like a noble from Syriite AI. Such people, pampered and privileged, couldn't possibly have their survival experience. Their only chance now was to abandon Gilgamesh. As if in sync, Renji and Rukia exchanged a determined glance. Abandoning a comrade was something they would never do. Yes, they already saw Gilgamesh as a comrade. Renji gritted his teeth. Gil, listen. In a moment, Rukia and I will distract those two men. Find a chance to run, don't look back, and don't try to help us. Rukia added, once you escape, find a safe place. Renji and I will come for you. As they prepared to act, Gilgamesh's youthful yet authoritative voice rang out, Renji, Rukia, this king understand your intentions. But as your king, how can this king let my young subjects stand in harm's way? This burden is for the king to bear. Chapter 5, System, Give Me Points. Renji Abarai and Rukia were stunned. When they snapped out of it, they urgently yelled at Gilgamesh. Now is not the time to show off, run. You just arrived, you don't understand. This place is nothing like the human world. Death is a common occurrence here, if you don't run, you might really die. Gilgamesh's expression remained unchanged as he looked at the 5 greedy men who had surrounded them. He spoke, do you know what my subjects used to call me? As he spoke, an indescribable aura burst forth from Gilgamesh. This aura was neither spiritual pressure nor mana but an indomitable will and conviction forged through countless trials. Confidence, solitude, invincibility. This was the will and conviction that Renji and Rukia could feel from his aura. Their hearts were shaken. The words they wanted to say to urge Gilgamesh to run stuck in their throats. For a moment, they saw a glorious kingdom and a king sitting on the throne, basking in the adoration of his people. The 5 men, driven by greed, were beyond reason. Their only thought now was to kill and rob. The gemstone ring on Rukia's hand was too precious in a place like an usury. They had no intention of letting Gilgamesh and his companions leave. If Gilgamesh and his friends spread the word about the ring, endless disasters would befall the 5 men. Even if they banded together, they couldn't escape their fate. So, despite sensing Gilgamesh's aura and feeling he might be extraordinary, their greed blinded them. In their eyes, no matter how extraordinary Gilgamesh was, he couldn't be a match for all 5 of them. Unless Gilgamesh was a Soul Reaper. But why would a Soul Reaper come to a remote, backward, and chaotic area like in Uzuri? Moreover, Gilgamesh was too young. They had never seen such a young Soul Reaper. Gilgamesh originally planned to use his noble phantasm, Gate of Babylon. The Gate of Babylon contained prototypes of all noble phantasms, human inventions, and treasures from ancient times. But he reconsidered. Using the Gate of Babylon to kill these men would taint it with their greedy, foul blood, something he couldn't accept. Gilgamesh stretched his body slightly, then spoke, the King of Heroes, that is what they called me. Although this body's power and skills are not at their peak, they are enough to rival the heroes of human epics. Renji, Rukia, watch closely. Before Gilgamesh finished speaking, one of the men swung a scythe at him, laughing maniacally, the King of Heroes? Kid, are you dreaming? Another man swung a long staff at Gilgamesh, perfect, you can die in your dream. Consider it our final mercy. The remaining men laughed loudly. Does that mean we're kind? Mercy? Yes, we're very merciful. Hey, Goro, when did you get so humorous? I haven't heard such a funny joke in a long time. Swish. Bang. Before anyone could react, Gilgamesh's figure appeared beside the man with the scythe, his small fist striking the man's stomach. The man flew backward. Everyone was stunned, instinctively looking over. They saw the man's face twisted in pain, his eyes wide with bloodshot, his face full of agony, and an unknown liquid mixed with blood spewing from his mouth. He was barely breathing, clearly not long for this world. How was this possible? He was only hit by a kid's punch. The remaining 4 men's pupils shook violently, and they stopped in their tracks. Goro, trembling, stammered, hey, Mage, stop joking. Get up. Goro, unable to accept reality, grew agitated, trying to hide his intense fear and anxiety. Mage, if you don't get up, I'll get mad. But Mage could no longer respond. Goro wanted to speak again, but Gilgamesh didn't give him the chance. Gilgamesh appeared in front of Goro and, without a word, dealt the same blow as he did to Mage. In the next moment, Goro lay on the ground, barely breathing, just like Mage. Goro finally realized Mage wasn't joking. Gilgamesh's punch was indeed heavy. Too heavy, and it hurt so much. So much. This was normal. After all, Gilgamesh's strength attribute was C rank, translating to a force of about 4 tons. Such force was lethal to ordinary people. Goro's consciousness began to fade. He vaguely saw more figures falling beside him. Goro understood they were his other companions. At this moment, Goro recalled Gilgamesh's words. Perhaps, it wasn't a dream. Perhaps, he really was the King of Heroes. With endless regret and unwillingness, Goro's consciousness permanently fell into darkness. In the midst of the scene, Gilgamesh's not-so-tall figure stood and stretched. At his feet, Goro and his companions were silent. It was Gilgamesh's first time killing, but perhaps due to merging with a young Gilgamesh template, he felt no discomfort, only an overwhelming calm. Renji and Rukia were dumbfounded. Their minds were blank, not knowing what to think. Only Gilgamesh knew they had accepted him as their king. Because the system prompt appeared before him. Detected important storyline character, Rukia has become the host's subject, gaining 10,000 royal points. Detected important storyline character, Renji Abarai has become the host's subject, gaining 10,000 royal points. When Renji and Rukia initially agreed to be Gilgamesh's subjects, he noticed the royal points didn't increase. The system informed him that merely agreeing verbally wasn't enough, they had to genuinely accept it from their hearts. Gilgamesh hadn't expected Renji and Rukia to give him 10,000 royal points each. Ordinary subjects only added 1 royal point each. Renji and Rukia were 10,000 times that. As expected of important storyline characters. Without hesitation, Gilgamesh purchased Spiritual Pressure, Initial. Immediately, a new attribute appeared on his status panel. Spiritual Pressure, 0. Seeing this, Gilgamesh thought, System, give me points. Chapter 6, This King Will Bear the Burden. Royal Points, 19,800, 19,700, 19,600, Spiritual Pressure, 100, 200, 300. As Gilgamesh continuously allocated points to his spiritual pressure, he noticed changes in his body. Although these changes were subtle, Gilgamesh could feel his body growing stronger. This meant that Gilgamesh didn't need to allocate points to strength or agility, he only needed to increase his spiritual pressure. As his spiritual pressure increased, so did his physical attributes. Gilgamesh understood this. He was now in a spiritual state, and spiritual pressure essentially represented the density of his soul. The higher the spiritual pressure, the denser the soul, and naturally, the stronger the soul's power. Additionally, Gilgamesh discovered that the ratio between royal points and spiritual pressure was 1:1, meaning 1 royal point could increase 1 point of spiritual pressure. After increasing his spiritual pressure to 10,000, Gilgamesh stopped and did not continue. From his previous experiences, Gilgamesh hadn't found a limit to how much he could increase his spiritual pressure, nor did he notice any changes in the ratio. Gilgamesh remembered that in the Bleach universe, spiritual pressure had levels, from around 1 to 20, with 1 being the highest. For example, in the 13 Division of Imperial Guards, regular members had spiritual pressure around level 20, seated officers ranged from 18 to 6, vice captains were between 5 and 4, and captains had at least level 3 spiritual pressure. Gilgamesh didn't know which level his current 10,000 spiritual pressure corresponded to. Opening his attribute panel again, Gilgamesh checked his stats. Name, Gilgamesh, Character Template, Gilgamesh, Young, Class, Archer, Spiritual Pressure, 10,000, Spiritual Power, 0, Royal Points, 9,900. This time, Gilgamesh noticed a new attribute on his panel, Spiritual Power. Gilgamesh remembered that in the Bleach universe, the world was composed of spirit particles, including human souls. Spiritual power is the ability to manipulate these spirit particles. Shinigami can manipulate their own spirit particles. Quincy can manipulate external spirit particles. For Shinigami, the higher the spiritual pressure, the denser the soul, and the more spirit particles it can contain. This means more spiritual power and greater strength. Since Gilgamesh's spiritual power was 0, it meant he had no spirit particles in his body. This suggested that he might have soul transferred here, so his soul wasn't composed of spirit particles like in the Bleach universe. Reflecting on this, Gilgamesh marveled at the royal system's power. It granted him spiritual pressure even without spirit particles. Having spiritual pressure meant his body could now contain spirit particles, thus possessing spiritual power. After calming his thoughts, Gilgamesh carefully sensed his surroundings. He detected the sparse spirit particles in the atmosphere. Frowning slightly, Gilgamesh realized the spirit particles were too scarce. With his new spiritual pressure attribute, these particles would enter his body through breathing and be absorbed and stored, but due to their scarcity, Gilgamesh's spiritual power remained 0. Before he could think further, Renji Abarai and Rukia Kuachiki approached him. Recognizing Gilgamesh's royal status and impressed by his strength, Renji and Rukia became more reserved in his presence. They seemed to want to say something but hesitated. Gilgamesh's expression and tone remained unchanged as he said, "Don't let my royal status create barriers between us. You have my recognition. To me, you are both my subjects and my friends." Hearing this, Renji and Rukia sighed in relief and smiled. Renji then said, "Let's go. Let me, a seasoned guide of Rukongai, show you around." He added, "Rukongai is vast, so be prepared and don't tire yourself halfway." Before Gilgamesh could respond, Rukia defended him. "Gil's strength rivals heroes of epic tales. Worry about yourself not getting exhausted." Renji glared at Rukia, feeling indignant, while Rukia returned the glare, unyielding. This was their usual interaction, which Gilgamesh found amusing, making him laugh. Renji and Rukia, though unsure why Gilgamesh laughed, were infected by his laughter and joined in. Moments later, Renji and Rukia took Gilgamesh on a tour of Rukongai. We were in a remote area of Rukongai. Beyond it lies the 79th district of South Rukongai, a place with harsh conditions and chaos. Rumor has it that many ruthless killers reside there, and corpses are common sights. It's terrifying, so avoid that area. We came here because we heard of precious water resources, but it might have been a trap set by those 5 we encountered. They wanted to lure people here to rob and kill." Listening to Renji, Gilgamesh seemed thoughtful. If he remembered correctly, Rukongai had 320 districts, divided into East, West, South, and North. Each sector had 80 districts. The first district of each sector had the best security and living conditions, while the 80th district was barren and filled with violence. As the district number increased, security and living conditions worsened. Most souls didn't need solid food, only spirit particles and water to survive. Souls without spiritual power wouldn't feel hunger, so most areas of Rukongai had no food. However, souls like Renji and Rukia, with higher spiritual power, couldn't sustain themselves on spirit particles alone and would starve, sometimes fatally. From the 78th district onwards, water was scarce and became a target for theft and sale. This was why Renji and Rukia risked coming here. In stark contrast was the Siriite AI. Some called Rukongai the proof of the Soul Society's sins, a living hell. But for Gilgamesh, this was an opportunity. He needed subjects and royal points, and the more chaotic the place, the better he could exert his influence. At that moment, Gilgamesh had an idea. If the 13th Division of Imperial Guards only protected Siriite AI and ignored Rukongai, why not govern it himself? He could establish a kingdom in Rukongai, make all its souls his subjects, and gain royal points. He would bear their sufferings as their king. Chapter 7, If the Shinigami Won't Govern, I Will. This is the poorest and most backward place in Inuzuri district. Kuromaki. As Renji Abarai spoke, his face grew heavy with a mix of emotions. Rukia Kuichiki also walked silently, not saying a word. The gemstone ring she wore was now hidden. Rukia knew well the principle of not flaunting wealth. Gilgamesh's face was equally somber. Despite his prior expectations, the scene before him still struck him deeply. The people here were all skin and bones, their faces filled with numbness and indifference, void of any hope or desire for life and the future, like walking corpses. Death might no longer be a fear for them. Fights, theft, and cries were common here. Some people even collapsed while walking, and the passers-by, numb to it all, paid no attention and continued on their way. Moreover, Gilgamesh smelled a foul odor mixed with various stinks that was hard to endure. Yet, the people living here had long grown accustomed to it. Even Renji and Rukia showed no signs of discomfort, having become used to it. Witnessing firsthand the hellish scene of Rukongai, a testament to the sins of the Soul Society, Gilgamesh's expression grew heavier. A thought crossed his mind: if they had known the Soul Society would be like this, would they have accepted the Shinigami's Kanso? Would they have willingly come here? And as for the Shinigami who knowingly deceive souls into coming here with benevolent lies. Unknowingly, under Renji and Rukia's guidance, Gilgamesh had toured most of Inuzuri. This can be considered the most prosperous place in Inuzuri because it has the only shop selling water, Renji said, stopping and pointing to a conspicuous brick house among the many dilapidated huts. A large sign over the entrance read Omega Water Shop. Many people were lined up to buy water. Gilgamesh knew how chaotic Inuzuri was, and it was remarkable that, despite the chaos, no one disrupted this precious resource, and people even voluntarily followed the rules. Seeming to realize something, Gilgamesh asked, "Does this shop have some kind of backing?" Renji and Rukia were surprised by the question but quickly answered. Rukia said, "We don't know the specifics, but it's said that the shop is backed by a noble with significant influence in South Rukongai. They monopolize the real estate business in Inuzuri." Renji added, "I also heard that they run casinos and other establishments in higher-ranking districts, and many in their family are Shinigami." Gilgamesh was taken aback. Suddenly, the name Omega felt familiar. He envisioned a fat man with a samurai hairstyle and a broad face, wearing a gold chain. His name was Omega Marikyo. In the Bleach universe, at the start of the story, Omega Marikyo was the vice captain of the 2nd Division in the 13th Division of Imperial Guards. He wasn't sure if Marikyo was already a vice captain at this time. But that wasn't important. The important thing was that Gilgamesh remembered Marikyo's family was wealthy and in business, even funding the 2nd Division's quarters. Could it be such a coincidence? If it were indeed his family, they certainly had the power to protect this shop. Omega Marikyo's father was the former vice-captain of the 2nd Division under Yoruichi Shioin, stronger than Marikyo himself. Without lingering, Gilgamesh continued exploring in Uzuri with Renji and Rukia. As night fell, the 3 of them reached a cliffside. From here, one could overlook the entire Uzuri, and there was a small grave mound. Buried here were Renji and Rukia's companions. 2 children, appearing about the same age as Rukia, were kneeling by the grave, speaking to their deceased friends. Their names were Hashi and Inari. Inari was plump, while Hashi was frail. We've hated this place and its people since we were young. In such a place, adults are either thieves or murderers, and children are like stray dogs. It's too cruel for children here. We were fortunate to find each other and stayed together like family. But Renji spoke, tears sliding down his face as he remembered their tragically deceased friends. Rukia was the same, trying hard to control herself but failing to stop her tears. Gilgamesh didn't speak but silently looked up at the sparse stars in the sky, listening to Renji's sobs. A gentle breeze blew through, like their departed friends comforting the grieving ones left behind. The chaos in Rukongai will end with me. Gilgamesh's confident and commanding voice suddenly drew the attention of Renji, Rukia, Hashi, and Inari, who looked at him in surprise. They didn't understand why Gilgamesh said such words. Before they could think further, Gilgamesh continued confidently and authoritatively, I was a king in life, and I shall be a king in death. I will create a kingdom here where everyone lives in abundance, joy, and happiness. If the Shinigami won't govern Rukongai, I will. These resolute words made them look at him in awe. To them, under the starlight, Gilgamesh seemed to shine. At this moment, his not-so-tall figure appeared grand. To them, Gilgamesh's vow seemed absurd and impossible to achieve. But for some reason, they were willing to believe him. Perhaps this was the charm of a king. Gilgamesh then turned to Renji, Rukia, Hashi, and Inari, asking, will you assist me in creating this kingdom? A warrior will die for a confidant. Living like stray dogs, Renji, Rukia, Hashi, and Inari felt valued for the first time, their hearts swelling with immense honor, their blood boiling. Without hesitation, they loudly declared, willingly. The royal palace. The spirit king, sealed within the crystal tower, seemed to reflect Gilgamesh's figure in his eyes that watched over fate. A variable of fate. A new future. Chapter 8, The Beginning of Nation Building, Plotting in the Soul Society. In Uzuri District, the 78th district of South Rukongai. Under Gilgamesh's instructions, Renji Abarai, Rukia Kuachiki, Hashi, and Inari dispersed to different locations to spread the same message. Good news, good news. There's free water in Kuromaki, limited quantities, first come, first served. Unnoticed, this message began to spread quickly throughout Uzuri. Although the people of Uzuri were numb to life and devoid of hope for the future, they still cared deeply about water, a scarce and vital resource. Soon, the news caused an uproar among the people. Is this news true or false? It's definitely false. Kuromaki is the poorest and most chaotic place in Uzuri. How could there be free water? Do you trust me or this news? It's too fake, probably another trap. Wasn't there similar news before, saying there was water in the remote wilderness, and nothing came of it? Most people didn't believe it. In Uzuri, lies and deceit were normal, often accompanied by death. In contrast, kindness was highly abnormal in Uzuri. Thus, something unusual was often met with suspicion. However, some who were in dire need of water clung to a sliver of hope and headed towards Kuromaki. Meanwhile, in Kuromaki, Gilgamesh wandered alone. Gilgamesh, with his golden hair, red eyes, and noble demeanor, stood out starkly in the impoverished, backward, and foul-smelling Kuromaki. This drew the attention of those around him. Though they were numb to their circumstances, they were curious about Gilgamesh. To them, Gilgamesh appeared to be a wealthy young man from one of the high-numbered districts, possibly even a noble. Some recognized Gilgamesh from the previous day, wondering why he had returned to this hellish place. Others began to eye him greedily, thinking he must have valuable items or that he himself was valuable. They thought capturing him could be their ticket out of this hell. However, they hesitated, unsure if he had hidden bodyguards. Unbeknownst to them, under the illumination of the star of omniscience and omnipotence, Gilgamesh saw through all their thoughts. But Gilgamesh didn't care. Although he wanted to build a kingdom, not everyone was fit to be his subjects. Those who had completely fallen into the abyss of evil, beyond redemption, were not needed. Of course, nearly everyone in Uzuri bore sins. But this was due to the larger circumstances, not their fault, but the world's. The fact that they were in the Soul Society meant they hadn't committed grave sins in the human world, otherwise, they'd have been dragged to hell for eternal torment. The chaos, poverty, and backwardness of this place bred their sins, and their sins, in turn, nourished the chaos, poverty, and backwardness. It was a vicious cycle. Though cruel, Gilgamesh needed such a vicious cycle. In troubled times, heroes emerge a timeless truth. The more chaotic, impoverished, and backward a place, the easier it is to establish a kingdom. Conversely, it's harder to establish a kingdom in stable, affluent, and happy places. Unnoticed, Gilgamesh had already recruited 12 people with the promise of water. Of course, Gilgamesh carefully selected these 12. Under the star of omniscience and omnipotence, he could discern their hearts, knowing they still had goodness in them and various talents. Satisfied with his progress, Gilgamesh moved to the end of Kuromaki, a clearing connected to the uninhabited wilderness, to begin his plan. This plan was to use water as capital to win people's hearts. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Gilgamesh needed to make a show of power. He opened the exchange store, finding the items he needed. Water, 1 cubic meter, 1 point. Water barrel, 1 cubic meter, 1 point. This water was from the Soul Society. Without hesitation, Gilgamesh chose to exchange. The next moment, a huge water barrel appeared out of thin air, shocking the onlookers. 1 cubic meter of water equals 1,000 liters, and a normal person needs about 2 liters of water a day. This meant Gilgamesh could exchange enough water for 500 people for just 1 royal point. With 9,910 royal points left, he could exchange enough water for 5 million people for 1 day. This was Gilgamesh's foundation for building his kingdom. Then, Gilgamesh opened his gate of Babylon. Before the crowd could recover from the shock of the water barrel, they saw a golden ripple appear in the air behind Gilgamesh. From it emerged an ancient, golden throne, exuding an aura of timelessness, gently landing behind Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh sat on the golden throne, his gaze calm yet imposing, commanding awe. He then signaled the 12 he had recruited to start their work. By now, more and more people had gathered, their eyes filled with greed and desire, staring at the huge water barrel. They wanted to seize it but were intimidated by Gilgamesh's mysterious power. The 12 began their tasks smoothly. Following Gilgamesh's instructions, they divided the work. Some repeatedly emphasized Gilgamesh's royal status, subtly instilling it into people's minds. Others informed them that to receive free water, they needed to register the real information for unified management. Any falsehood would result in disqualification from future water distributions. Additionally, free water was only available for the first 3 days. After that, they could still get water but had to work for it. No one questioned it. Though they didn't know Gilgamesh's purpose, it didn't matter. For them, as long as there was free water, it was enough. If not for Gilgamesh providing free water, many of them would have died from lack of it. From this perspective, they owed Gilgamesh gratitude. Under Gilgamesh's watchful eye, the previously chaotic residents of Kuromaki began to line up in an orderly fashion to receive their daily free water. Building a kingdom clearly wasn't something that could be done overnight. But Gilgamesh was not short on time. The storyline of Bleach hadn't even started yet. Gilgamesh was confident he could establish his kingdom before it did. A prosperous and enduring kingdom required not only a good king but also talent in various fields. Gilgamesh remembered that at this stage, Momo Hinamori, Toshiro Hitsugaya, and Izurukiro were still in Rukongai. They were invaluable talents. There was also the fallen noble Shiba clan, once one of the 5 great noble families, which could be part of his plans. Chapter 9, First Encounter with Omega Marikyo. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Time flew by, and Gilgamesh's plan progressed smoothly. When those who came from outside Kuromaki received free water and brought it back, it caused an uproar. Those who initially didn't believe it had to accept the truth in the face of evidence. They could no longer worry about conspiracy theories and rushed to Kuromaki, fearing they might miss the chance to get free water. Of course, there were also some who, having not witnessed Gilgamesh's methods, attempted to seize all the water. Though they guessed Gilgamesh's background wasn't simple, driven by greed and desire, they ignored the risks. As a result, these people were all slain by Gilgamesh. Witnesses, including Renji Abarai and Rukia Kuachiki, would never forget that scene. Gilgamesh no, the king, sat on his golden throne, hundreds of golden ripples appearing in the void behind him, each ripple containing a weapon exuding a terrifying aura. These weapons, like loyal guardians, sensed the king's wrath and shot out from the ripples, turning those disrespectful enough to challenge him into dust. From that day, the image of King Gilgamesh was indelibly etched into people's minds. In Kuromaki, Gilgamesh sat on his golden throne, with someone kneeling below him, reporting. The registration of personal information is progressing smoothly. The current registered population is 5,356. For a nation, population is always crucial. Thus, from the beginning, Gilgamesh planned to conduct a census in Unserious and create the first household register for easier future management. After the report, Gilgamesh nodded lightly and said, "I understand, you may go." The person respectfully got up and left. In the past 3 days, as more people arrived, Gilgamesh had selected dozens more to join his ranks, increasing the number of water barrels to 20. This was why they could register information for over 5,000 people in such a short time. Now, it was getting dark, but people still kept coming to fetch water. Today marked the 3rd day of Gilgamesh's plan. Starting tomorrow, water would no longer be free, and Gilgamesh would begin the next phase of his plan. But before that, there were some matters to address. Gilgamesh slowly stood up and walked in a certain direction. His movements were quickly noticed, but no one dared to question him. In their minds, the image of King Gilgamesh was already fully formed. Decisive, merciful yet severe, unfathomable. Renji and Rukia, exhausted from the past days, were sound asleep in a nearby temporary rest area. Gilgamesh didn't wake them, he could handle this alone. The night in Unserious was extremely dark. Due to poverty and backwardness, no one could afford oil lamps or candles. Such items were luxuries in Unserious. As a result, people generally stayed indoors at night. But recently, Unserious was different. Thanks to Gilgamesh's free water distribution, water was no longer scarce, leading to a significant drop in crime rates. Even at night, many people dared to step outside, navigating by the dim moonlight and starlight. Most were heading to get water. Those living in the lowest depths of Kuromaki felt the change most acutely. They were genuinely grateful to Gilgamesh, recognizing him. In their hearts, if Gilgamesh could truly rule and manage Unserious, it would undoubtedly improve. Through the royal system, Gilgamesh knew that over 500 people had recognized him, providing him with royal points. However, each only provided 1 point, unlike important plot characters like Renji and Rukia. Omega Water Shop. The owner, Mizunaka Ichiro, sat behind the counter, looking at the room full of unsold water with a distressed expression. In the past, water was a hot commodity in Unserious, and Ichiro never worried about sales. But since Gilgamesh started distributing free water, his sales had plummeted. With free water available, why would the already poor people spend money to buy it? This once bustling place had become eerily quiet. Ichiro was also anxious. When Gilgamesh killed those who came to attack, Ichiro had been hiding among the crowd. To him, Gilgamesh's actions cut off his livelihood. Cutting off someone's livelihood is like killing their parents. Ichiro naturally harbored resentment towards Gilgamesh. But Ichiro was cautious. Gilgamesh's background was mysterious, and the sheer amount of water he possessed made Ichiro wary. So, instead of confronting Gilgamesh directly, Ichiro secretly sent people to cause trouble. Ichiro didn't expect his men to defeat Gilgamesh, he just wanted to gauge his background and strength. Ichiro didn't anticipate witnessing a scene that shook his very soul. Even 2 days later, recalling it made him tremble. He felt as if Gilgamesh's deep, dignified crimson eyes had intentionally or unintentionally glanced at him. This single glance made Ichiro uneasy, fearing Gilgamesh had discovered his schemes and would come for him. Ichiro knew that if Gilgamesh truly got angry, he would face the same fate as those attackers, turn to dust. Ichiro wanted to flee but stayed, relying on his backing, the Omega family. He had sent word to them and believed they had sent someone to help. Ichiro hoped the Omega family would send a Shinigami. He had some knowledge, albeit limited. He thought Gilgamesh might be a Shinigami, and his mysterious methods were the abilities of his Zanpakuto. Only a Shinigami could deal with another Shinigami. Ichiro didn't know that the source of his anxiety, Gilgamesh, was already at his shop's entrance. Just as Gilgamesh was about to enter, he sensed something and stopped. Then, he heard a mocking, arrogant voice from behind, "Judging by your look, you're that so-called king?" Turning, Gilgamesh saw a familiar figure in a Shinigami uniform. Omega Marikyo. Chapter 10, The King's Soaring Throne. The appearance of Omega Marikyo confirmed Gilgamesh's suspicions. As expected, Omega Water Shop was backed by the Omega family. Glancing at Marikyo's arm, Gilgamesh noticed the armband bearing the emblem of the 2nd Division. Gilgamesh knew that at this stage, Omega Marikyo was already the vice-captain of the 2nd Division. All vice-captains of the 13th Division of Imperial Guards wore armbands with their division's emblem, signifying their rank. Gilgamesh wasn't surprised by this. What did surprise him was that Marikyo sought him out. The first impression Marikyo gave Gilgamesh was one of arrogance and defiance, as if to proclaim to everyone that he was second only to the heavens. Standing at 2.1 meters tall, Marikyo towered over the 1.4 meter tall Gilgamesh. Yet, inexplicably, when their eyes met, Marikyo felt as if Gilgamesh was the giant, looking down on him from an unreachable height, seeing through him completely. This feeling made Marikyo's arrogant demeanor waver slightly. Despite his rough appearance, Marikyo was very sensitive to danger. In the original story, Marikyo often displayed a tendency to avoid combat. As Marikyo opened his mouth to speak, the sound of the door opening interrupted him. Mizunaka Ichiro, holding a lantern, hurriedly opened the door and stepped out. Seeing Gilgamesh at the entrance, Ichiro trembled and displayed a look of fear. He knew that Gilgamesh's visit at such a late hour was not a good sign. However, his fear quickly turned to surprise and joy upon seeing Marikyo. He had never expected the young master of the Omega family to come personally. This made Ichiro feel incredibly valued, and tears of gratitude welled up in his eyes. Marikyo's presence instantly boosted Ichiro's confidence. Without hesitation, Ichiro ran up to Marikyo, tearfully complaining, "Young master, this man not only destroyed our business but also intends to harm me. You must stand up for me." Under normal circumstances, Marikyo might have already flown into a rage. But now, he felt only irritation, waving his hand dismissively, "Step back." Ichiro, oblivious to Marikyo's mood, hurriedly retreated behind him. Ichiro then shot a smug glance at Gilgamesh, thinking to himself, "My young master is the vice-captain of the 2nd Division. No matter who you are, this time, you're in big trouble." Gilgamesh had no interest in dealing with ants. He looked at Marikyo and spoke calmly, "Omega Marikyo, you came at the right time, saving me some trouble." Marikyo was taken aback. It wasn't surprising that Gilgamesh recognized him. After all, the Omega family, while not one of the 4 great noble families of the Siriite Ai, was still a well-known clan in the Soul Society. However, he hadn't expected Gilgamesh to have been looking for him. In his memory, there was no connection with Gilgamesh. He didn't know what Gilgamesh wanted from him. Frowning slightly, Marikyo asked, "Who are you? What do you want with me?" Gilgamesh didn't beat around the bush. "I plan to build a royal city here and need the necessary architectural talent." The Omega family had a significant real estate business in the Soul Society and definitely had the resources and talent for such an endeavor. Marikyo understood and asked, "You want to cooperate with us?" In matters concerning his family's business, Marikyo was very professional. Before Gilgamesh could answer, he continued with more questions. "What scale of a royal city do you want to build? What's your budget? Which family backs you? Can you make such a big decision on your own?" Though curious and confused about the royal city Gilgamesh mentioned, Marikyo was more interested in the business and the profit. As long as the money was right, anything could be discussed. Ichiro, noticing the conversation was not going as he had expected, wanted to speak but remained silent. Gilgamesh replied, "First, send some architectural talents to me. This is the prerequisite for our cooperation and the price your Omega family must pay for offending me." Marikyo, initially hopeful for a big business deal, gradually looked angrier. He glanced at Ichiro behind him, and the atmosphere grew tense. Squinting at Gilgamesh, Marikyo didn't immediately lose his temper but asked each word carefully, "Which family do you belong to?" Gilgamesh saw through Marikyo's thoughts. He knew Marikyo had a rough idea of what had happened. But making him admit his mistake and pay the price wasn't something words alone could achieve. Marikyo hadn't acted yet because he was wary of Gilgamesh's background. Gilgamesh understood that to make Marikyo admit his mistake and pay the price, he had to either use his background to pressure him or conquer him. A golden ripple suddenly appeared behind Gilgamesh. Seeing this, Ichiro recalled the scene from that day and trembled uncontrollably. Marikyo's squinted eyes widened in surprise. Marikyo had come personally partly because he was on a nearby mission and partly out of curiosity about Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh's distribution of free water and his mysterious methods intrigued Marikyo. Through Ichiro's reports, Marikyo knew the basics about Gilgamesh and was aware of the golden ripples. He had guessed that the golden ripples were likely the ability of Gilgamesh's Zanpakuto. As for Gilgamesh's age, Marikyo hadn't given it much thought. Though Gilgamesh was young, possibly not even old enough for the Shino Academy, if he was born into a prestigious or noble family, it wasn't impossible for him to possess his Zanpakuto and have achieved Shikai at a young age. But facing Gilgamesh's golden ripples now, Marikyo began to doubt his earlier assumptions. Though he could sense Gilgamesh's spiritual pressure, it was too weak to support a Shikai, or even to nurture an Asaki into a Zanpakuto. Could it be some kind of divine weapon? Before Marikyo could think further, his eyes widened, mouth agape, and face filled with disbelief. Ichiro was worse, collapsing to the ground in shock. Before them was a massive, radiant ship soaring in the sky. Its name was the King's Soaring Throne Vimana. Chapter 11, The King, now with a shape. Vimana possessed a solid body like a giant bird, composed almost entirely of gold and emerald gemstones. In the Nasu verse, Vimana is a mythical flying vehicle passed down from Babylon to India and recorded in the two great Indian epics, the Ramayana and the Mahabharata. It is also known as the king's soaring throne. Of course, it is one of the treasures stored in Gilgamesh's Gate of Babylon. Now, for the first time in the world of Bleach, Gilgamesh displayed this noble phantasm. The king's soaring throne, a radiant vessel soaring in the sky, was now shining in the world of Bleach. At the same time, people who were about to go to sleep suddenly noticed that the sky seemed to be brightening. Yet, they clearly remembered that it had just gotten dark. Could their memories be mistaken? Some people, filled with curiosity, stepped out of their homes and looked towards the light. What they saw left them stunned and speechless, their faces full of shock. In their eyes, under the pitch-black night sky, a shining giant bird floated above, like a myth brought to life. At this moment, Gilgamesh sat on the king's throne of Vimana, looking down and casting a glance at Omega Marikyo. Without a word, Vimana seemed to sense Gilgamesh's intent and flew in a certain direction. Cold sweat had already started streaming down Marikyo's face. No one knew how much pressure that one look from Gilgamesh had exerted on Marikyo. At the same time, Marikyo understood from that look that Gilgamesh wanted him to follow. Under normal circumstances, Marikyo might have considered running away. But for some reason, that single look from Gilgamesh gave Marikyo the same heart-pounding feeling he had when facing his captain. This puzzled Marikyo. After all, his captain, Su Ifeng, wasn't just the captain of the 2nd Division but also the commander of the executive militia and the head of the secret mobile corps. These titles alone were enough to showcase Su Ifeng's strength. How could a young Gilgamesh compare to Su Ifeng? Marikyo preferred to believe it was his own misjudgment. Without thinking further, Marikyo gritted his teeth, glared angrily at the collapsed Ichiro, and said irritably, "I'll deal with you when I get back." With that, Marikyo didn't hesitate and used flash steps to quickly chase after Vimana. As for Ichiro, he was left trembling with only fear in his heart. Swish. 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 Marikyo was using flash steps at full speed, darting through the air, but he couldn't catch up with Vimana, only watching it move further away. He even had the feeling that Vimana wasn't at full speed yet. This frustrated him even more, and he muttered, "Damn it, what is this thing? How can it be so fast? And who exactly is that kid?" Soon, Gilgamesh piloted Vimana to a deserted area of Imuzuri. Shortly after, Marikyo arrived using flash steps. Hovering in the air, Marikyo saw Vimana up close for the first time. Though he didn't know what it was, Marikyo couldn't help but be amazed. He swore he had never seen anything so magical, so magnificent, so enchanting, so noble in his life. It seemed like a miracle of creation, with every part of Vimana fitting together perfectly, giving a sense of perfection. Marikyo couldn't imagine what kind of person could own and pilot such a vessel. No, wait. Marikyo suddenly snapped out of his thoughts and looked up at the king's throne on Vimana. There, Gilgamesh was sitting lazily, smiling down at him. Gilgamesh and Vimana were so perfectly integrated that while admiring Vimana, Marikyo had subconsciously seen Gilgamesh as a perfect part of it. No, more accurately, Vimana possessed its unparalleled nobility because of Gilgamesh. This feeling, this sense. For some reason, a single word suddenly filled Marikyo's mind. King. Then, this word transformed into the image of Gilgamesh. It was as if the word king had taken on its own form. Under the illumination of the star of omniscience and omnipotence, Gilgamesh saw through Marikyo's thoughts directly. The conquest had already begun. Seeing the dazed Marikyo, Gilgamesh spoke slowly, with an authoritative and undeniable tone. "Omega Marikyo, come and show this king the strength of the 2nd Division's vice-captain." Marikyo snapped back to reality. He knew this was Gilgamesh's way of demonstrating his power. Veins bulged on Marikyo's forehead as he grew increasingly irritated. Despite sensing that Gilgamesh was no ordinary figure and unable to gauge his strength, Marikyo had his own pride. Who was he? He was the vice-captain of the 2nd Division of the 13th Division of Imperial Guards, Omega Marikyo. Angrily, Marikyo shouted, "Arrogant brat, I don't know who you are, but I'm not a pushover. If you want to see my full strength, then as you wish. Hope you don't regret it." With that, Marikyo pointed at Gilgamesh on Vimana and began chanting, "Mask of flesh and bone, flutter of wings, ye who bears the name of man." As Marikyo chanted, his spiritual pressure surged, and terrifying spiritual energy gathered in his palm, forming a blazing fireball. Truth and temperance, upon this sinless dream, stand. Way of destruction number 33, Sokatsui. With a shout, the fireball in his palm transformed into fierce flames, blasting towards Vimana. Boom. The sound of a massive explosion echoed with smoke filling the air. Hearing the explosion, Marikyo couldn't help but wonder, did it work? Before he could think further, the smoke cleared, revealing the intact Vimana and the fleeting light screen that had blocked Sokatsui. Marikyo's pupil shrank as he stared in disbelief. Gilgamesh said nothing, merely watching Marikyo with his calm crimson eyes. Marikyo gritted his teeth and said, "Kid, you asked for this. Hope you don't die." With that, Marikyo raised his hand again, aiming at Gilgamesh on Vimana, and chanted with more intensity, "Scattered beast bones, crystal red tower, steel wheels. Move and become the wind, stop and become calm." The sound of warring spears fills the empty castle. Hado number 63, Lightning Spear. Chapter 12, Backed by the Four Noble Houses? Blazing yellow lightning suddenly burst forth, with the sound of thunder tearing through the night as it fiercely charged towards Gilgamesh. The higher the number in the Hado series, the more powerful the spell. Earlier, Sokatsui was a Hado number 33, Sokatsui spell, while now, Lightning Spear was a Hado number 63, Lightning Spear spell, the most powerful Hado that Omega Marikyo had mastered. Omega was confident in his Hado number 63, Lightning Spear, believing that Vimana wouldn't be able to block it. Boom! With an explosion, the fierce lightning illuminated the night, rising through the smoke. In Marikyo's hopeful eyes, the smoke and lightning gradually dissipated, revealing once again the fleeting light barrier. Marikyo's face froze in disbelief, unable to accept the reality. Even a Hado number 63, Lightning Spear spell couldn't break through Vimana's barrier. What on earth was this thing? Could it really be a Zanpakuto? But how could Gilgamesh's spiritual pressure be so weak? Could it be some kind of device that suppresses spiritual pressure? At that moment, Marikyo's mind was in turmoil, flooded with questions. Through the omniscient star, Gilgamesh saw through Marikyo's thoughts, understanding his current state. Feeling it was time to push further, Gilgamesh decided to fan the flames. Still sitting lazily on his king's throne, Gilgamesh spoke slowly, "Omega Marikyo, why did you stop attacking? Hado may be useless, but don't you still have your Zanpakuto and Shikai? Are you giving up already? If so, I'm truly disappointed. I didn't expect the vice captain of the 2nd Division of the 13th Division of Imperial Guards to be this weak." Marikyo, already shaken, felt his blood boil and his spiritual pressure grow erratic as Gilgamesh's words struck a nerve. Veins bulged on his forehead as he roared, "You brat, I was going easy on you, not intending to take your life. But now, I won't hold back. I'll show you the price of angering a vice captain." With that, Marikyo drew his Zanpakuto. A terrifying spiritual pressure burst from him, making the surrounding air feel heavy and oppressive. "Crush him, Jagetsaburi." As Marikyo uttered the Shikai command, his Zanpakuto transformed from a sword into a massive flail. This was Marikyo's Zanpakuto, Jagetsaburi. Jagetsaburi was a physical attack type's Zanpakuto. After its Shikai, Marikyo swung it heavily towards Vimana. Jagetsaburi's power was immense, capable of shattering even the support pillars of tall buildings. As the flail approached, Gilgamesh's expression remained unchanged. In terms of raw destructive power, Hado number 63, Lightning Spear surpassed Shikai Jagetsaburi. However, Hado number 63, Lightning Spear was a spiritual attack, while Jagetsaburi was a physical attack, making a direct comparison difficult. For Gilgamesh, it didn't matter whether it was Hado number 63, Lightning Spear, or Jagetsaburi. He knew that Marikyo's strength was insufficient to break through Vimana's defense system. Unless he could achieve Bankai. Apart from Bankai, Marikyo's only chance was to keep attacking, depleting Vimana's energy reserves. Only by exhausting Vimana's energy could he break through its defenses and reach Gilgamesh. However, Marikyo was oblivious to this. His mind was too chaotic to notice. Boom. Watching as Vimana's light barrier rose again, blocking the Shikai Jagetsaburi, Marikyo's expression froze, his pupils trembling. At this moment, Marikyo finally recognized the truth. Regardless of Gilgamesh's personal strength, as long as Vimana existed, he was invincible, and Marikyo couldn't defeat him. Marikyo was the vice captain of the 13th Division of Imperial Guards' 2nd Division, a position second only to the captains. Yet, he couldn't defeat a child who looked around 10 years old. This fact made Marikyo question everything. Moreover, Marikyo became increasingly wary of Gilgamesh's background. In his view, only the 4 great noble houses of the Siriate AI could possess such a divine artifact as Vimana. And for Gilgamesh to pilot Vimana, he must be highly regarded by his family, likely the next clan leader. Why someone of Gilgamesh's status was in a remote, chaotic place like in Uzuri, Marikyo didn't know and didn't need to know. All he needed was to understand Gilgamesh's background. Forming ties with the 4 great noble houses would greatly benefit the Omega family. After all, the highest judicial authority in the Soul Society, Central 46, was mostly composed of members from the 4 great noble houses. Thinking quickly, Marikyo's expression softened as he smiled. "I apologize for my earlier offense. I'll have my family send over some skilled architects. Just tell them what you need." With that, Marikyo turned and left. Gilgamesh's deep crimson eyes watched Marikyo's departing figure. He had seen through Marikyo's thoughts. Everything was proceeding according to Gilgamesh's plan. Time passed. Marikyo returned to his family's residence, explained everything to his father, and then went back to the 2nd Division barracks in the Syriite AI. Upon returning, Marikyo felt a sudden chill. A cold voice came from behind. "Omida, you're late. How did the mission go?" Seeing his captain, Su Ifeng, behind him, Marikyo's demeanor became respectful as he replied, "The mission is complete." Su Ifeng nodded and started to leave. Marikyo hesitated, then asked, "Captain, do you know of any divine artifacts in the Soul Society that can carry people and fly?" Su Ifeng stopped and looked at Marikyo with a frown. "Why do you ask?" "We Shinigami can use flash steps to travel through the air." Marikyo chuckled awkwardly, "Just curious." Su Ifeng turned away, leaving a final remark, "The Shioing family's sacred tool, the Tenshiren, can carry people and fly." Tenshiren? Marikyo's mind flashed an image of a dragon bone-like structure. He remembered that Tenshiren, when infused with spiritual energy, could unfold a single bone wing, allowing flight, a unique artifact in the Soul Society. Compared to Vimana, though, Marikyo could only think, "Sorry, but Tenshiren is nothing but junk." Chapter 13, Yaruichi Shioing Omega. Marikyo acted quickly. Early the next morning, professional architects arrived at the Inuzuri district. After discussing with Gilgamesh, these professionals began working on the construction of the royal city. In a backward place like Rukongai, building a royal city requires a large labor force. This was why Gilgamesh started by winning people's hearts and registering their information. These people were the labor force Gilgamesh had prepared for the construction of the royal city. They knew that after 3 days, they would need to work to get water, so they willingly participated in the construction. Some even competed for work, fearing they wouldn't get water otherwise. Gilgamesh, having integrated young Gil's template, possessed immense talent in architecture. He had designed and built the ancient kingdom of Ruk. Materials were sourced locally, using clay, stone, and wood. This not only ensured high efficiency but also saved costs, making it the best choice for Gilgamesh. Thus, Gilgamesh planned to emulate the style of Ruk in building a royal city in the Soul Society. After Omeda left yesterday, Gilgamesh had flown Vimana to thoroughly survey the terrain and topography of Inuzuri, bypassing the preliminary investigation phase for the royal city's construction. With a detailed plan, professional architects, and ample labor, the construction of the royal city progressed smoothly. Time passed day by day. Smiles increasingly adorned the faces of Inuzuri residents. They no longer worried about water. As long as they worked, they could get enough water. Working to improve Inuzuri made them more dedicated and earnest in their labor. They knew all of this was thanks to Gilgamesh. They genuinely recognized Gilgamesh as their king, willingly letting him govern and lead them. Now, Inuzuri was essentially Gilgamesh's territory, and its residents were his subjects. Omega Kizone, who was the vice captain of the 2nd Division during Yoruichi Shioing's tenure and the current head of the Omega family, had been secretly observing Gilgamesh. He wanted to confirm if Gilgamesh, whom his son considered backed by one of the 4 noble houses, really had such a background and understand the purpose behind his actions in Inuzuri. So he had been watching Gilgamesh in the shadows for days. His attitude gradually shifted from skepticism to recognition, and now, to respect. Not far away, Gilgamesh was walking through the streets with Renji and Rukia, basking in the sunlight. Everyone they passed greeted Gilgamesh warmly from the heart. Despite being a king, Gilgamesh showed no arrogance. To Kizone, Gilgamesh appeared as a humble, courteous young man with red eyes, responding to every greeting. Those who received his responses were filled with genuine joy and hope for the future. Who could have imagined that just days ago, these people were lifeless, devoid of hope, like walking corpses waiting for death? Kizone knew it was all thanks to Gilgamesh. To him, Gilgamesh was a born king, generous, thoughtful, just, and morally upright, admired by passers-by. Gilgamesh was leading his people towards a bright and hopeful future. Although Kizone fully recognized Gilgamesh as a king, he had no desire to follow him. Inuzuri was too small, ruling it alone couldn't convince Kizone to pledge loyalty. Moreover, the Soul Society was vast, too large to accommodate the rise of another king. If Gilgamesh only ruled Inuzuri, it wouldn't matter much. Being in the 78th district of South Rukongai, Inuzuri was too remote and underdeveloped to hold much value. However, if Gilgamesh sought to expand, he would inevitably face resistance. If Gilgamesh had the backing of one of the 4 noble houses, his territory might expand several times over. But only a few times. Other nobles wouldn't sit idly by, and the 13th Division of Imperial Guards wouldn't allow an uncontrollable force to rise in the Soul Society. Without the backing of the four noble houses, Gilgamesh's expansion would be impossible. He would face resistance from individuals, groups, small families, large families, and nobles alike. The reason was simple: expanding his territory would infringe upon their interests. Kizone didn't warn Gilgamesh. He believed that as a king, Gilgamesh understood these matters better than he did. Silently leaving, Kizone returned to his family's residence in the 1st district of South Rukongai. Sitting at his desk, Kizone couldn't calm his thoughts, his mind replaying the events in Unserious. "Oh my, it's rare to see you deep in thought, Kizone." A teasing female voice suddenly rang out. Kizone looked up to see a pitch-black cat on his desk, watching him with interest. The voice came from this cat, who was none other than Uchiha, the former captain of the 2nd Division. Kizone was one of Uchiha's informants in the Soul Society, often providing her with information. Kizone wasn't surprised or scared by Uchiha's sudden appearance. He calmly said, "I've experienced some things recently and had some insights." Uchiha's ears perked up with interest. "Oh, tell me what's given you such insights." Without hesitation, Kizone recounted the events of the past few days. Uchiha's interest grew, and she jumped out of the window, leaving a message. "District 78 of South Rukongai, right? I'll go see this young king who has earned your recognition." Kizone watched her leave, muttering to himself, "Captain is still as impulsive and straightforward as ever." Then, he thought to himself, but even the captain might be conquered by him. Chapter 14, Uchiha's arrival. This feels like a dream. Looking at the completely transformed Unserious, Renji couldn't help but sigh. Not long ago, he would never have believed that the poorest, most chaotic, and backward area of the entire 78th district of South Rukongai, in Unserious, could turn into a bustling place full of hope and vitality. Rukia stood silently beside him, her admiring gaze fixed on Gilgamesh. Rukia felt a sense of awe. Initially, neither she nor Renji believed Gilgamesh was a true king. They followed him on a whim. Who could have imagined that Gilgamesh truly was a king? The aura surrounding Gilgamesh was so mysterious that legends about him had already begun to spread in Unserious. Some said Gilgamesh was a sun god who patrolled in Unserious at night on a giant bird that radiated sunlight. Others said Gilgamesh was a destined king, here to lead them out of their suffering. Still, others claim Gilgamesh came from one of the top noble families in Unserious, defying his family's opposition to save them. Looking at the nearly completed royal palace, Renji couldn't help but ask Gilgamesh, "My king, I remember you mentioned that you once ruled a human kingdom. Can you tell me about that? I want to learn about the kingdom you once led." Since wholeheartedly acknowledging Gilgamesh as his king and witnessing his abilities, Renji had always addressed him respectfully. Even though Gilgamesh had told him to call him by his name and not be overly formal, Renji couldn't bring himself to do so. Rukia was the same. Rukia, too, was curious. She wanted to know everything about Gilgamesh, especially the kingdom he once ruled. She believed it must have been magnificent and splendid. Gilgamesh's face showed a hint of nostalgia. After merging with the template of young Gilgamesh, he also inherited his memories. Thus, the ancient and glorious kingdom of Ruk existed in his memory. However, Gilgamesh wasn't sure if the kingdom of Ruk existed in the world of Bleach. With this thought, Gilgamesh began to speak. "The kingdom I once ruled was called Ruk." It was just as he started, a construction engineer ran over and interrupted. "My king, I apologize for disturbing you, but we have a situation that requires your decision." The professional sent by the Omega family had unknowingly been won over by Gilgamesh, genuinely acknowledging him as their king. Their respect for Gilgamesh stemmed from his unparalleled architectural prowess. Gilgamesh's skills in architecture were nothing short of artistic, magical, and miraculous, earning their admiration and reverence. Gilgamesh turned to Renji and Rukia. "Renji, Rukia, I'll tell you more next time. I need to handle this." With that, Gilgamesh left with the engineer. Renji and Rukia knew Gilgamesh had important matters to attend to and didn't say much, just watched him leave. To Renji, Gilgamesh's figure seemed to grow more distant. Not in a physical sense, but in terms of the gap between them. Renji knew that if this continued, there would come a day when he couldn't even see Gilgamesh's back. This future was unacceptable to Renji. He and Rukia were Gilgamesh's first followers, they should stay by his side until the end. After Gilgamesh's figure disappeared, Renji suddenly said, "Rukia, we need to work harder. Otherwise, we won't be able to keep up with Gil." Rukia understood and resolutely replied, "To always stay by Gil's side and help him create an ideal kingdom, I will give it my all." Not far away, in her black cat form, Uchiha lounged lazily on a thatched roof, watching with interest. She muttered to herself, "This kid Gilgamesh seems to be quite charismatic, winning over 2 loyal followers. A former king of a human kingdom, and the nation he once ruled. Yoruichi's face showed a thoughtful expression. Ruck. Why does that name sound familiar? Yoruichi's interest in Gilgamesh grew. She felt that Gilgamesh was a huge enigma, waiting for her to unravel it piece by piece. Without lingering any longer, Yoruichi began to wander around in Uzuri. Gradually, she was filled with shock. She couldn't believe that this place, where everyone smiled and was full of hope and vitality, was the 78th district of South Rukongai. From people's conversations, she learned that all of this was thanks to Gilgamesh. It was Gilgamesh who had transformed in Uzuri from a dead, chaotic place into what it was now. Yoruichi could sense from their conversations the genuine recognition, respect, and love people had for Gilgamesh. Suddenly, Yoruichi remembered what Rukia had said earlier. Building an ideal kingdom. Initially, Yoruichi didn't take it seriously. She knew it was impossible to establish a kingdom in the Soul Society. If nothing else, the self-serving noble families would never allow it. Even if the kingdom was in Rukongai, which they scorned. But now, Yoruichi's thoughts wavered. It wasn't that she believed Gilgamesh could succeed in building a kingdom. But she began to wonder, if Gilgamesh did succeed, could he bring new vitality to Rukongai? The thought of Gilgamesh establishing a kingdom where everyone was happy, hopeful, and vibrant stirred a feeling within her, a desire to help him achieve it. However, she quickly quelled this impulse. Her serious cat face couldn't hide her shock and astonishment. Yoruichi hadn't expected Gilgamesh's charm to be so powerful that she would unknowingly develop a sense of allegiance. Not daring to stay any longer, Yoruichi set off back to the world of the living. She needed time to calm her thoughts and plan to research human history. She wanted to see if there was a king named Gilgamesh and a kingdom called Ruk in human history. Chapter 15, The Epic of Gilgamesh. Modern World, 1956. The modern world's technology was just beginning to develop, and the internet hadn't even been born yet. So, the first thing Yoruichi Shion did when she returned to the modern world was to go to the Urahara shop and find Urahara. If Yoruichi were to search for information on Gilgamesh and Ruk herself, she would likely have to slowly comb through books in a library. This was something Yoruichi didn't even consider. Researching through books was not only time-consuming and energy-draining but also incredibly dull and tedious, something Yoruichi absolutely couldn't tolerate. Urahara shop. As soon as Yoruichi, in her black cat form, arrived, she heard Urahara's lazy voice. "Oh my, what brings you here today, Yoruichi?" Ignoring his comment, Yoruichi directly asked, "Have you ever heard of Gilgamesh and Ruk?" Paused for a moment. Usually, when Yoruichi visited the shop, it was to relay news about the Soul Society, especially regarding Aizen Sosuke. He hadn't expected her to ask about this. Seeing Gisuke's surprise, Yoruichi continued, "Gilgamesh was a human king." The sudden exclamation interrupted Yoruichi, and she turned her sharp cat eyes to Gisuke, asking, "Oh, you know?" Gisuke flicked open his fan with a swift motion, half covering his face, leaving only his eyes visible under the brim of his hat. With an enigmatic expression, he replied, "Of course I know. But I'm curious, why would you want to learn about him?" Gisuke knew Yoruichi well, understanding that her personality wouldn't typically take an interest in a human king. Without hesitation, Yoruichi recounted her experiences in the Soul Society and everything related to Gilgamesh. Gisuke's expression shifted as he listened. He hadn't expected such an intriguing person to appear in the Soul Society, someone attempting to establish an ideal kingdom in Rukongai. And the changes in Uzuri. Being from Rukongai himself, Gisuke knew all too well what the 78th district signified. For Gilgamesh to bring such prosperity to the 78th district of South Rukongai in a short time, such skills and abilities were astonishing. Yoruichi continued, "The boy's name is Gilgamesh. He claimed to have been the king of the human kingdom Ruk." Before she could finish, Gisuke interrupted, "Impossible. There's no way that boy could be Gilgamesh." Yoruichi was taken aback by Gisuke's strong reaction. She asked, "Why not? Is it because the human king Gilgamesh didn't exist?" Gisuke put away his fan and looked at Yoruichi seriously. "I don't know if Gilgamesh truly existed. But if he did, do you know how many years ago he reigned?" Yoruichi, puzzled by the question, guessed, "A few decades." Gisuke shook his head gently. "Centuries?" Gisuke shook his head again. Realizing something significant, Yoruichi's expression grew serious. "How many years, then? Could it be thousands of years?" Gisuke replied gravely, "Yes, approximately 6,000 years." The number struck Yoruichi like a thunderclap, her pupils narrowing to pinpoints, her face filled with disbelief. It became clear why Gisuke insisted it was impossible. Even Yamamoto Genryu's Ishigakuni, the captain commander of the 13th Division of Imperial Guards, known to have lived for over 3,000 years, was still half Gilgamesh's supposed age. If Gilgamesh had indeed been the king of Rock 6,000 years ago, his age would be double that of Yamamoto. But how could that be possible? If Gilgamesh had such a long history, his feats and abilities would have left legendary marks all over the Soul Society. Moreover, Gilgamesh appeared as a boy around 10 years old, not someone 6,000 years old. Despite being spirits, Shinigami do age. Yamamoto, now over 3,000 years old, looked as old as an 80-year-old human. The thought overwhelmed Yoruichi, making it difficult for her to think logically. Gisuke continued, in human history, it's uncertain if Gilgamesh was a real person. He's the protagonist of the Epic of Gilgamesh, the oldest known hero epic in the human world. It tells the story of the fifth king of Rock, the oldest king of heroes of humanity, Gilgamesh. King of heroes of humanity. This title resonated with Yoruichi, making her wonder if Gilgamesh's abilities and methods were only natural for such a figure. Studying herself, Yoruichi asked, Gisuke, how do you know so much about Gilgamesh? Instead of answering, Gisuke went to a cluttered corner and began searching through a pile of items. After a while, he retrieved a book that had clearly been read many times and handed it to Yoruichi. Remember when you came to me a while back, and I was so engrossed in a book that I didn't notice you? You asked me what I was reading. The memory surfaced in Yoruichi's mind, and it dawned on her why it sounded familiar. Using her pause, Yoruichi took the book. The cover read Epic of Gilgamesh in bold letters. Without hesitation, she placed the book on the table and began to read. The opening page stated, Gilgamesh, a hero born of gods and humans, possessing 2/3 god and 1/3 human divinity. He is called the King of Heroes as the King of all heroes, the prototype of all myths and heroes. Chapter 16, No, not there. I never expected Lady Yoruichi to be so engrossed in a book, remarked Tessai Tsukabushi, the former chief of the Kido Corps. Gisuke Urahara fanned himself lightly, a playful tone in his voice. Indeed, I doubt even she expected it. As they spoke, Urahara's deep eyes observed Yoruichi Shioin, who was intently reading at a nearby table, lost in thought. Tessai, curious, asked, may I inquire what book has so captivated Lady Yoruichi? If possible, I'd like to read it myself to understand its allure. Gisuke chuckled, you've already read it. You just weren't interested at the time. Tessai was taken aback, instinctively asking, which book? Gisuke replied without hesitation, the Epic of Gilgamesh, which I brought back recently. Recognition dawned on Tessai's face, followed by confusion. The Epic of Gilgamesh? As I recall, it's filled with mythical human stories. Why would Lady Yoruichi be interested in that? Gisuke didn't answer directly, instead echoing the sentiment, yes, why indeed would she be interested? Tessai assumed Gisuke didn't know the reason either and didn't press further. With the mystery of Yoruichi's engrossing book revealed, Tessai returned to his tasks. After Tessai left, Gisuke took a seat in the garden, gazing at the clear blue sky, his fan gently swaying as his thoughts wandered. Gisuke knew the reason, of course. His keen mind had already pieced it together. Yet, he was still curious about the individual who had made such a profound impact on Yoruichi in such a short time. Had it been possible for him to return to the Soul Society, Gisuke would have eagerly gone himself to meet the extraordinary boy named Gilgamesh. Time flowed by. For 2 whole days, Yoruichi read the Epic of Gilgamesh from start to finish, without missing a word. Upon finishing, she felt a wave of fatigue, stretching her cat body with a yawn. Gisuke approached with a tray of food, smiling as he asked, oh, you're done? Placing the food in front of her, Yoruichi began to eat heartily, replying between bites, yes, I've finished. Gisuke merely smiled, not interrupting her meal. After she had eaten her fill, Yoruichi declared, Gisuke, I'm going back to the Soul Society. I'll return in a week. Gisuke, having anticipated this, showed no surprise and asked, you're going to see that boy named Gilgamesh again? Yoruichi nodded lightly, yes, I need to observe him more. There's something extraordinary about him. I also want to understand why he's using the name Gilgamesh and why he's building a kingdom in a place like Usuri. Gisuke didn't object. Unfolding his fan, he covered the lower half of his face, his deep eyes visible. If you can, investigate any connections he might have with Aizen. But prioritize your safety. Yoruichi hadn't considered a link between Gilgamesh and Aizen Sosuke before but saw the potential. Aizen had been known for his clandestine experiments, like the holification experiments on Shinigami such as Shinji Hirako. Given Gilgamesh's mysterious origins and background, it was plausible he could be one of Aizen's experiments. Understanding the task, Yoruichi agreed, alright, I'll look into it. Before Gisuke could say more, Yoruichi had already left. Soul Society, in Usuri, Kuronomaki. When Yoruichi returned, she found even more changes. Many of the old thatched houses had been replaced by rock-style clay and stone houses. Accustomed to Japanese-style architecture, Yoruichi found the rock-style buildings exotic and disorienting, as if she had traveled back 6,000 years to the kingdom of rock. "Oh, a fully black cat, quite rare in Inuyasuri," a warm, gentle voice remarked, drawing her attention. She saw a radiant young boy with golden hair and red eyes walking toward her. For a moment, Yoruichi felt a sense of enchantment. Before she could react, the boy picked her up. Instinctively wanting to struggle, she felt a gentle but powerful hand stroking her head. Even though she wasn't truly a cat and disliked being touched, Yoruichi couldn't help but feel a soothing comfort and let out a purr. Meow. The boy, naturally, was Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh knew the black cat was Yoruichi but wasn't sure why she was in Inuyasuri. Rukia, observing Yoruichi's contentment, suggested, "I heard that stroking a cat's belly is even more pleasant." Gilgamesh, intrigued by this new information, instinctively turned Yoruichi over. Yoruichi, who had been enjoying the strokes, was stunned by Rukia's suggestion. Seeing Gilgamesh's hand approaching her belly, her fur bristled, and she exclaimed, "No, not there." With that, she struggled free and leapt from Gilgamesh's arms. Had she been in her human form, her face would have been flushed with embarrassment. However, since she was still a cat, her voice was male. A female voice, uttering a delicate protest, "No, not there," was too much even for Gilgamesh, who couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Renji and Rukia, on the other hand, were shocked. "The cat can talk?" Chapter 17, What Garbage is the Tenchiren? "Did you hear? The king has a talking cat by his side." "A talking cat? That's impossible." "It's true. Many people have seen it with their own eyes. The king's charm is truly immense, even attracting such a spiritual being. A talking cat must be a divine omen, a blessing for our king." Similar words spread throughout Inuyasuri, gradually evolving into legends. In front of the nearly completed palace in Kuronomaki, Yoruichi Shioing lay lazily on the armrest of Gilgamesh's golden throne, yawning and flicking her tail. Nearby, Renji Abai enthusiastically recounted the rumors and legends to her. At first, Yoruichi was surprised to hear legends about herself. She hadn't expected to become a divine omen or even the mascot of the new kingdom. Everyone who saw her would smile kindly, and some even respectfully called her Mr. Black Cat. This title first came from Renji's mouth. However, as the legends grew more exaggerated, Yoruichi became numb to them. Now, listening to Renji's increasingly exaggerated stories, she couldn't take it anymore, feeling a tingling sensation on her scalp. She quickly interrupted, "Stop, stop, no more." Renji, who had been speaking passionately, felt stifled by the abrupt interruption and didn't understand Yoruichi's reaction. Being praised was something to be proud of, after all. At that moment, Rukia came running, slightly out of breath. "Renji, Gilgamesh plans to visit District 79, take Oemi. Do you want to come along?" Renji, surprised for a moment, responded without hesitation, "Of course." Gilgamesh aimed to establish a kingdom encompassing the entire Rukongai, which naturally meant expanding territory. With Inuyasuri stabilized, it made sense to scout nearby districts. Renji didn't question why Gilgamesh chose District 79 instead of 77. As a king, Gilgamesh had his reasons. Renji's role was to follow, regardless of the dangers ahead. Before Renji and Rukia could speak, Yoruichi lightly jumped onto Rukia's head, finding a comfortable spot to lie down. She then said, "Let's go, don't keep him waiting." Renji and Rukia, accustomed to this, headed straight for Gilgamesh's location. They soon saw Gilgamesh, standing with his back to them, gazing at the forest separating Districts 78 and 79. The forest, home to fierce beasts and hidden dangers like the criminals fleeing from District 79, was a perilous place. During her time in Inuyasuri, Yoruichi had learned about its dangers. She saw this as an opportunity to gauge Gilgamesh's abilities, unaware that he had already subdued Omega Marikyo. Even Omega Kinpachi was unaware, as Marikyo felt too ashamed to share his defeat by failing to breach the Vimana's defenses. Confident in her presence, Yoruichi believed Gilgamesh wouldn't be in mortal danger. Her thoughts, however, were already seen through by Gilgamesh, who had orchestrated everything to conquer her step by step. As they approached, Yoruichi habitually leaped from Rukia's head into Gilgamesh's arms. Gilgamesh, skilled at holding her, began gently stroking her head, eliciting a contented purr. Renji and Rukia, though used to this interaction, still felt envious. Renji longed to pet the cat, having attempted and failed multiple times, always ending up injured. He couldn't understand how his flawless attempts always failed. Rukia, on the other hand, envied Yoruichi. If she could become a cat and enjoy Gilgamesh's touch daily, she would be overjoyed, her thoughts both expectant and bashful. Gilgamesh then said, "Let's go." Comfortably enjoying herself, Yoruichi tensed slightly, thinking, show me your abilities. After a moment, seeing no movement towards the forest, Yoruichi was puzzled. What were they waiting for? Noticing Renji and Rukia looking behind Gilgamesh, and unable to see from her position, Yoruichi curiously jumped to Gilgamesh's shoulder to look back. Her feline face displayed shock and disbelief as she saw golden ripples in the air, revealing the Vimana, the king's aerial throne, emerging gracefully. The perfect vessel of gold and emerald, Yoruichi was stunned, feeling like she was in a dream. Coming from a high-ranking noble family, Yoruichi was accustomed to luxury, her tastes refined. Yet, she couldn't describe the Vimana, feeling it belonged to myth, not reality. What is this? A Zanpakuto? But why can't I sense any spiritual pressure? Is it a divine artifact? Who could create such a flawless artifact? One question after another filled Yoruichi's mind. As the Vimana took off, she couldn't help but think of her family's unique artifact, the Tenshinhan. The comparison was disheartening. At that moment, she wanted to exclaim, what garbage is the Tenshinhan? Chapter 18, Igalima, the Cleaving Mountain Sword. On the Vimana, Gilgamesh sat on his throne, gently stroking the black cat form of Yoruichi Shioi in his arms. Normally, Yoruichi would have been lulled to sleep by the soothing strokes. But this time, her mind was restless, her cat eyes filled with awe as she looked around the Vimana. She was intensely curious about its origin. Several times she opened her mouth, but didn't know how to ask. In her heart, Yoruichi thought, it must be the power of his Zanpakuto, right? As for the spiritual pressure, maybe he has an artifact that can conceal it. Yoruichi dismissed the possibility that the Vimana was a divine artifact. Compared to the idea of it being a Zanpakuto, the notion of it being a divine artifact was even more unthinkable. The Shioi family, known as the Heavenly Arms House, possessed many divine artifacts, but none could compare to the Vimana. Yoruichi couldn't imagine who could have created such a flawless divine artifact. Although Renji and Rukia had known about the Vimana and had boarded it before, each time they were still amazed by its grandeur. The Vimana's speed was not fast, deliberately controlled by Gilgamesh to let Yoruichi experience it more thoroughly. Through the omniscient star, Gilgamesh knew Yoruichi recognized his ability to be a king, but she didn't believe he could successfully establish a kingdom. Gilgamesh understood there were many obstacles in his path to nation building, but he was confident he could overcome them all. This trip to District 79 was not primarily for territorial expansion. His main purpose was to demonstrate his power to Yoruichi, to show her his capabilities. The Vimana was just the beginning. Minutes passed, and even though Gilgamesh controlled the speed, the Vimana still flew over the forest and arrived at District 79, Takoyaki. Takoyaki was similar in size to Inuzuri, but its living conditions were much worse. Theft, brawls, and murders were common. Corpses lay on the streets, and it was nearly impossible for children to survive there. Even adults, after living there for a long time, would suffer mentally. If District 79 was so terrible, District 80 must be unimaginable, even for Gilgamesh. The Vimana stopped in the center of Takoyaki, descending slowly. Naturally, it attracted the attention of the residents. They gazed at the golden and emerald vessel, not with awe, but with naked greed. Their eyes, like those of hungry wolves, fixated on the Vimana. As the Vimana descended, Renji and Rukia finally saw the true state of Takoyaki. Although they had lived in the poverty and hardship of Inuzuri, the sight of Takoyaki left them trembling with fear. The blatant greed in the eyes of the gathered people sent chills down their spines, making their hair stand on end. Their inner alarms blared, warning them that these were not humans but demons in human guise, urging them to flee. It was Yoruichi's first visit to District 79. She had heard about the chaos and wretchedness beyond Inuzuri, but she had never wanted to set foot there. She thought her imagination of District 79 was bad enough, but seeing it with her own eyes, she realized she had underestimated its horror. This wasn't a place for people to live, it was hell. Such a place shouldn't exist in the Soul Society but rather in hell. Souls that came to the Soul Society were not those of great evil in life. Why should they suffer here? They probably imagined a beautiful afterlife, only to find themselves in this nightmare. Yoruichi's heart grew heavy, recalling the prosperity she had experienced in the Soul Society. It was truly a contrast of feasting in mansions while bones froze on the streets. It was ironic that such a dark abyss existed within the flourishing Soul Society. As Yoruichi's mind was in turmoil, Gilgamesh stood up from his throne. The Vimana hovered in midair, not landing completely. The gathered criminals below, watching this scene, began to stir, fighting among themselves due to minor friction. The scene quickly descended into chaos. Limbs flew, and blood dyed the ground red. Renji and Rukia, witnessing this hellish carnage, could hardly bear it. Renji ran to the side and began vomiting, while Rukia was barely holding on. As Rukia was about to break down, Gilgamesh stepped forward. His face unchanged, his wine-red eyes gleamed coldly. He shouted, "Stop this at once." Though Gilgamesh's voice was young, it carried an authority and dominance that shook everyone. However, the criminals, lost in their frenzy, ignored him completely. Through his omniscient star, Gilgamesh knew these people were puppets of their own greed and violence. Perfect, Gilgamesh thought. If he could conquer these people, they would be his sharpest tools for expansion. Yoruichi tried to say something, but before she could, Gilgamesh spoke again. "Fools, look to the sky. This is your last chance for mercy." Yoruichi didn't understand what he meant, but she soon saw a golden ripple appear in the sky. A massive sword tip slowly emerged from the ripple. The sword tip alone was larger than Renji, making it hard to imagine the size of the entire sword. Yoruichi's eyes widened in shock. What kind of sword is this? This sword's name is Igalima, the Cleaving Mountain Sword. Sword's name is Igalima, the Cleaving Mountain Sword. Chapter 19, Gilgamesh's Zanpakuto. Igalima. The Cleaving Mountain Sword. Yoruichi Shioin murmured, her mind racing. She recalled the famous Zanpakutos of the Soul Society, but none named Igalima or Cleaving Mountain Sword came to mind. Could the Cleaving Mountain Sword be a divine artifact similar to the Sokyoku? The Sokyoku was an execution tool used in the Soul Society, consisting of a long spear and a cross-shaped scaffold. When released, the spear transformed into a giant bird named Kiku, said to have the destructive power of 1,000,000 Zanpakuto. Meanwhile, the golden light caught the attention of the criminals. Some instinctively looked up at the sky. Their pupils dilated in fear as they saw the enormous, boneless, double-edged sword. Even those who reveled in slaughter and the pleasure of blood and death couldn't suppress their terror. After a brief silence, someone shouted, "Run!" The cry triggered a stampede. Even those with broken limbs forgot their pain and fled in terror. Finally, the Cleaving Mountain Sword struck the ground. Boom! With a deafening roar, the earth cracked, rocks shot into the air, and dust clouds obscured the view, only to be punctuated by the criminals' anguished screams. The massive commotion drew the attention of the residents of Takoyaki's central district. They turned their eyes, filled with shock, fear, and horror, toward the Vimana hovering in the sky and the enormous Cleaving Mountain Sword. The sword was so massive that its hilt stood level with the Vimana. Renji Abarai and Rukia Kuichiki stared at the hilt, their pupils trembling. They couldn't fathom how anyone could wield such a giant sword. Despite summoning the Cleaving Mountain Sword, Gilgamesh's stature was similar to Renji's, making it seem impossible for him to wield it. Then, to their astonishment, Gilgamesh slowly approached the sword's hilt. Under the shocked gaze of Yoruichi, Renji, and Rukia, he gripped the hilt with his right hand. The hilt was so large that it looked like Gilgamesh's hand was merely resting on it. It seemed like Gilgamesh intended to lift the sword, but how could that be possible? Even with both arms, he couldn't grasp the hilt, let alone lift the sword. A golden ripple appeared in front of Gilgamesh's left hand. He reached into the ripple and pulled out a golden chalice known as the Ruck Grail, the prototype of the Holy Grail in the Fate universe. Unlike the all-powerful wish-granting machine, the Ruck Grail was a pure magic crystal containing immense magical power. In Sumerian mythology, Igalima was the second son of the patron god of the city of Lagash. The Cleaving Mountain Sword was said to be a divine weapon forged from Igalima and one of the two weapons of the war goddess Zababa, the guardian deity of Kish. To wield Igalima's true power, one needed a vast amount of magical energy, which is why Gilgamesh took out the Ruck Grail. As Gilgamesh activated it, the immense magical power within the Ruck Grail flowed into him and then into the Cleaving Mountain Sword. In the world of Bleach, there is no magic, so Yoruichi couldn't sense it. She was puzzled as to why Gilgamesh took out a golden chalice, but her question was soon answered. Before their incredulous eyes, the Cleaving Mountain Sword began to shrink until it became a 3-meter-long double-edged sword that Gilgamesh held in his hand. Gilgamesh had indeed lifted the Cleaving Mountain Sword. But what did he intend to do with it? This new question appeared in everyone's mind. Gilgamesh, seemingly reading their thoughts, did not explain. Instead, he held the sword horizontally and chanted the incantation for its release. The sword that splits 1,000 mountains, the Great Boneless Sword. It doesn't just cut with its blade, it doesn't just break with its weight. The horizon it holds separates the heavens from the earth. A terrifying power emanated from the Cleaving Mountain Sword, making the very air tremble. The forceful wind pushed Renji and Rukia back. Yoruichi's pupil shrank to pinpoints, a strong sense of danger washing over her. The criminals in Takoyaki's central district felt the same alarm. They would die. If they took this strike, they would die. This was the warning echoing in their minds. Instinctively, they wanted to flee, to escape the danger, but the invisible pressure held them in place. At that moment, Gilgamesh swung the cleaving mountain sword toward the forest separating districts 78 and 79, shouting, "Green field cutting through the 1,000 mountains, Igalima." In the next instant, a green horizon stretched from the sword's path, sweeping across the forest. The world seemed to hold its breath, everyone entranced by the green horizon. From the Vimana, Yoruichi, Renji, and Rukia had a clear view. The forest separating districts 78 and 79 was sliced cleanly, everything from trees, plants, beasts, and criminals to cliffs and rocks, cut at the root. It was like watching grass being mowed, the process smooth and seamless. Just as Gilgamesh had chanted, the forest and mountains gave way to a new horizon. Renji and Rukia were speechless, their minds blank with shock. Yoruichi, though not as stunned as Renji and Rukia, was deeply shaken. To Yoruichi, that strike could rival the Bankai of the strongest captains. Yet she couldn't sense the spiritual pressure that should accompany such power. She concluded that the cleaving mountain sword must be Gilgamesh's Zanpakuto. Only a Zanpakuto could wield such power. After witnessing such a display, Yoruichi's doubt about Gilgamesh's ability to establish a kingdom began to waver. Maybe, just maybe, he really can create a nation in the Rukongai. Chapter 20, spanning two mythologies. Not long ago, a criminal from Takoyaki crossed the forest into Kusajishi. Upon arrival, the first thing they did was to burn, kill, and loot, resulting in the deaths of over a dozen people. It was after this atrocity that Gilgamesh decided to head to Takoyaki to eliminate this threat. With Kusajishi nearly reaching its limit on what it could offer, it was time to expand the territory. Takoyaki, a place where the strong preyed on the weak, was perfect for Gilgamesh's conquest. After displaying his power, the conquest proceeded smoothly. Gilgamesh personally oversaw the transformation of Takoyaki. Under his leadership, the reconstruction progressed rapidly. Meanwhile, Kusajishi's development was already on track, with the construction of the palace progressing quickly. Gilgamesh only needed to ensure a sufficient water supply. With the Vimana, he could cross the districts in mere seconds, eliminating any concerns. Renji and Rukia were already involved in the renovation work in Takoyaki. Yoruichi had temporarily left, returning to the world of the living to consult with Kusagakure. Gilgamesh knew she was headed there and didn't interfere. Through the omniscient star, he could sense her inner journey, knowing that her loyalty was near. In the world of the living, Yoruichi arrived at the Hurahara shop. Upon entering, she heard Kusagakura's casual voice, "Oh, Yoruichi-chan, long time no see." Yoruichi rolled her eyes, dropped the apostrophe "chan." "It's disgusting." Hurahara feigned hurt, the girls in the world of the living love adding apostrophe "chan" to names. "I thought you might like it too." Ignoring him, Yoruichi got straight to the point. "I've investigated and found no connection between Gilgamesh and Aizen." Hurahara nodded thoughtfully, not revealing his thoughts. Yoruichi continued, recounting her experiences with Gilgamesh in detail. Tessite Tsukabishi, who had quietly approached, listened intently. He had heard of Gilgamesh from Hurahara and was intrigued by someone aiming to establish a nation in Rukongai and transform Kusajishi. When Hurahara and Tessai heard about the Vimana, their expressions showed clear shock. Knowing Yoruichi's discerning eye and taste, they could only imagine the perfection of the Vimana, which even she found indescribable. As Yoruichi continued, she spoke about the cleaving mountain sword. Hurahara's expression changed at the mention of Igalima. He quickly grabbed a thick book, flipping through it as he returned to them. "Found it!" Hurahara exclaimed, looking at the information with a serious expression. He explained, "I've been researching Gilgamesh and Sumerian mythology. Igalima is the second son of the patron deity of the city-state of Lagash and has a brother named Shellshigana. Both are weapons of the war goddess Zababa, the guardian deity of Kish. These weapons are also known as the green field cutting through the 1,000 mountains and the horizon of dawn that purifies the seas." Yoruichi and Tessai were stunned by this massive revelation. Hurahara continued, "From Yoruichi's description, Gilgamesh's sword aligns with the mythical weapon, the green field cutting through the 1,000 mountains, Igalima. If it truly matches the legend, then few Zanpakuto in Soul Society's history could rival its power. Currently, only the oldest and strongest flame-type Zanpakuto, Ryujinjaka, might surpass it." Like Yoruichi, Hurahara assumed Igalima was Gilgamesh's Zanpakuto. He knew human myths were exaggerated tales. If gods existed, the Soul King would be the only true deity. Hence, mythological artifacts couldn't be real. Only Zanpakuto, forged from a Shinigami's soul, could possess such power. If Gilgamesh had connections with Zababa and Igalima in his past life, then it was possible his awakened Zanpakuto was Igalima. Hurahara speculated that if Zababa were real, she was likely a human glorified into a deity for her achievements. Yoruichi returned to Soul Society with a head full of revelations, while Hurahara searched for more information on the Vimana. Perhaps it too was from myth. Days later, Urahara found what he sought, his face filled with shock and disbelief. This can't be. In that moment, Urahara's understanding wavered. He envisioned a figure exuding kingly presence, sitting on a throne at the end of history, silently watching him. This image was Urahara's Mendel representation of Gilgamesh. Staring at this figure, Urahara muttered, "Who are you, and why do you possess the Vimana? That belongs not to Sumerian mythology but to Indian mythology. Spanning 2 mythologies. Could you have appeared under another name in Indian mythology too?" A wild thought emerged in Urahara's mind. If he is truly Gilgamesh, spanning 2 mythologies, living for over 6,000 years, then perhaps he might have a solution for the Hueco. Chapter 21, Conquest, Yaruichi Shioin Submission Central District, Takoyaki. After receiving guidance from Gilgamesh, Renji Ibara immediately resumed his work on the reconstruction. Before Renji could get far, Rukia Kuachiki approached with her own set of problems. Each time Rukia received guidance, someone new would come forward with more issues. Reconstructing a place like Takoyaki, especially one as chaotic as this, inevitably presented many challenges. Gilgamesh understood this well. As time passed, and with no one else seeking guidance for the moment, Gilgamesh finally took a breather. Seated on a stone throne, he rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. The most pressing issue for Gilgamesh wasn't the points for his royal path but the lack of talented people. Kusajishi and Takoyaki combined had a population of around 100,000. While he could manage this for now, he couldn't handle everything personally forever. As the territory expanded and the population grew, even someone with his A+ level leadership skills couldn't manage alone. To develop a stable kingdom, he needed competent aides, loyal subjects. A kingdom needed a balance of a king, ministers, and citizens to flourish. Yet, finding the right people in such desolate places was incredibly challenging. Currently, Gilgamesh could only choose the best from a mediocre pool, appointing those with some skills to help with governance. But this was not a long-term solution. For a kingdom to thrive, it needed exceptional talent. Though Renji and Rukia had potential, they were not yet ready to take on significant responsibilities. They still needed time to grow. Gilgamesh had considered seeking out Hitsugaya Tashiro, Hinamori Momo, and Kira Izuru, who were still in Rukongai. However, he had no idea where exactly they were or which district they were in, making it difficult to recruit them. Solving the talent problem was essential for expanding the kingdom's territory smoothly. Yoruichi Shioin had returned at some point. Seeing Gilgamesh rubbing his forehead, she couldn't help but ask, "This is the first time I've seen you look so troubled. What kind of problem could make our king so vexed?" Gilgamesh sighed and explained the issue to Yoruichi. Then, he looked at her and asked, "Do you know where to find talented individuals, Black Cat?" Yoruichi understood the importance of talent. Even within the 13th Division of Imperial Guards, each squad had vice-captains and seated officers to manage internal affairs. Seeing how Gilgamesh managed Kusajishi so efficiently, transforming it from a chaotic, impoverished place into one brimming with hope and vitality, she was deeply impressed by his capabilities. Gilgamesh's governance skills surpassed anyone she knew, even the captains of the 13th Division of Imperial Guards and the 4 great noble houses. But for this particular question, Yoruichi did not answer immediately. Instead, she asked, "I've always been curious. Why do you want to establish a kingdom? With your abilities, you could live far more comfortably on your own." Gilgamesh smiled, reminiscing, "When I first arrived in the Soul Society, I met Rukia and Renji." He recounted his experiences since coming to the Soul Society. After finishing his story, he asked, "What did Renji and Rukia do wrong? What did those children who died tragically do wrong? What did the souls who came to the Soul Society do wrong? Why must they endure such hell?" Facing Gilgamesh's questions, Yoruichi opened her mouth but couldn't find an answer. Gilgamesh didn't expect an answer and provided one himself. The ones at fault aren't them. It's this Soul Society, which is corrupt at its core, hidden beneath a polished surface. It's the Shinigami and nobles who stand high above. As he spoke, a regal aura radiated from his young body, causing Yoruichi to feel a deep sense of awe. "I swore an oath before Rukia and Renji," he declared. "I will end the chaos in Rukongai. I will rewrite the wrongs of the Soul Society. I was a king in life, and I shall be a king in death. I will create a kingdom where everyone is well fed and happy every day. I will govern what the Shinigami neglect." Gilgamesh's resolute words pierced Yoruichi's heart. Although she was born into the noble Shioin family, she had long disliked and resented the nobles' ways, especially those who viewed the commoners of Rukongai as expendable. The Shinigami were no better. Under the guise of maintaining stability, they had slaughtered countless Rukongai civilians, turning their souls back into spirit particles for their own use. To those Shinigami, this was the only value of those civilians. Gilgamesh understood Yoruichi's thoughts. He recalled how in the original story, Sosuke Aizen sacrificed tens of thousands of souls in Rukongai to create a Hogyoku. Mayuri Kurotsuchi also slaughtered over 28,000 Rukongai civilians without permission to correct the balance of souls in the Soul Society. Examples like these were abundant in the Soul Society's history. These were the true crimes of the Soul Society. As Gilgamesh said, the fault lay not with the victims but with the corrupted Soul Society. Yoruichi's mind raced, contemplating a bold, unprecedented idea, to help Gilgamesh establish his kingdom, not just any kingdom but one where he would rule the entire Soul Society. Under his leadership, could the Soul Society become a paradise where everyone was well fed and happy? A slight smile appeared on Gilgamesh's lips as he sensed her resolve. In his mind, the system notification sounded. Detected important character Yoruichi Shioin has become a loyal subject. Earn 10,000 royal points. Chapter 22, Shino Academy. After conquering Yoruichi Shioin, Gilgamesh checked his attribute panel. Name, Gilgamesh. Character template, Gilgamesh. Young, class, Archer. Spiritual pressure, 50,000. Spiritual power, 500. Royal points, 55,900. Originally, Gilgamesh had 45,827 royal points. Now, it had increased to 55,900. This included the 10,000 points brought by Yoruichi Shioin as well as the points from the new citizens of Kusagakure and Takoyaki. However, the combined population of Kusagakure and Takoyaki was only about 100,000. This meant that the points Gilgamesh could acquire from these areas were nearing their limit. After Yoruichi's submission, she wholeheartedly began offering her advice to Gilgamesh. Addressing the issue of talent acquisition that troubled him, Yoruichi pondered for a moment before speaking. Most talents in Rukongai have already been absorbed by the noble families. At this stage, it's almost impossible to poach these talents from the major families. Gilgamesh nodded in agreement. Even with his charm of the beautiful boy, C, and leadership, A+, attributes, which easily garnered goodwill and trust, it was currently impractical to recruit these talents from the noble families. His kingdom's foundation was in the most remote and backward regions of Rukongai. People who lived there were acutely aware of its poverty, backwardness, and chaos. Why would they abandon their comfortable lives to suffer here? Was it just for the future promises Gilgamesh painted? Perhaps some might be swayed by his charisma, but finding such people among the vast populace of Rukongai was like searching for a needle in a haystack. Gilgamesh wasn't willing to waste time on this now. The right moment would be after he had built his kingdom and established his reputation. Yoruichi continued, though there might be some hidden gems in Rukongai, it's unrealistic to find them accurately. She then looked at Gilgamesh seriously and said, so, we shouldn't focus on Rukongai. I know a place where many talents from Rukongai gather, and they haven't joined any factions yet. Hearing Yoruichi's words, Gilgamesh's heart stirred. Through his omniscient star, he already knew where Yoruichi was referring to. That place is Shino Academy, Yoruichi declared. She began explaining the academy to Gilgamesh, fearing he might not be familiar with it. Shino Academy can be considered the Soul Society's institution for training Shinigami. It was established 1,000 years ago by the current Captain Commander of the 13th Division of Imperial Guards, Genri Uzaishigakuni Yamamoto. The academy's doors are open to anyone. Even those from Rukongai can enroll as long as they pass the entrance exam. Many Rukongai citizens view getting into Shino Academy as their only chance to change their fate. Therefore, many aspiring untalented individuals from Rukongai aim to get into the academy. Many of the current 13th Division of Imperial Guards Shinigami, including seated officers, lieutenants, and even captains, originated from Rukongai. Gilgamesh was naturally aware of Shino Academy. In his plans, entering the academy was a crucial step. Knowing oneself and the enemy was the key to victory. To establish a kingdom in Rukongai meant eventually opposing the Shinigami and nobles of the Soul Society. However, his knowledge of Shinigami, nobles, and the Soul Society was based on the Bleach anime. Reality undoubtedly differed from the anime, which only depicted the main storyline and key events. Reality had countless details the anime couldn't cover. Thus, Gilgamesh needed first-hand understanding. Additionally, Gilgamesh aimed to acquire the Shinigami's 4 fundamental skills, sword art, hand-to-hand combats, flash steps, and Kido, to promote these within his kingdom, thereby enhancing his people's strength and even training his own Shinigami. Future conflicts were inevitable, and strengthening his forces was essential. Although he could exchange for these skills through the system's shop, doing so required royal points. Since Shino Academy offered free training in these skills, why waste points? Moreover, the academy periodically conducted soul burial practice in the human world. Gilgamesh also wanted to visit the human world. As for the Zanpakuto, Although enrolling in Shino Academy would grant him an Isaki, allowing him to develop his own Zanpakuto, Gilgamesh didn't crave it as much. First, there were many treasures in the Gate of Babylon that could substitute for a Zanpakuto. Second, Gilgamesh had his own exclusive treasure, Ea. Third, there was the presence of Etsunimaya. Etsunimaya was a special life form born millions of years ago in a chaotic world, alongside the Soul King and the founders of the 5 noble houses. He currently led the royal guard and was bestowed the name God of the Sword by the Soul King, known for calling out the true names of all things. He named Zanpakuto, Shikei, and Bankai. When an Isaki was handed to a Shinigami, Etsu already knew its name. His own Zanpakuto had the power to strip other Zanpakuto of their names, rendering them powerless. These factors combined made Gilgamesh less eager for a Zanpakuto. Nevertheless, he was curious about what kind of abilities his Zanpakuto would have. So, although he wasn't desperate for it, he didn't reject it either. Seeing Gilgamesh deep in thought, Yaruichi continued, however, winning them over won't be easy. The prestige and image of the Soul Society's central area, Siritai, are deeply ingrained. Compared to Siritai, we currently have no advantages. She paused before smiling confidently. But, I believe this won't be a problem for you. Gilgamesh smiled brightly, his charm shining through, causing Yaruichi to momentarily lose herself. Exhibiting the polite and humble demeanor of young Gilgamesh, he responded, "Thank you for your trust, Black Cat. In that case, this king will visit Shino Academy." Chapter 23, Enchanting scenery. Time flew by, and a month passed quickly. In Kuronomaki, atop the newly built palace, Gilgamesh stood and addressed the assembled citizens outside the palace. He declared loudly, "In the name of Gilgamesh, I hereby declare the founding of this nation, Ruk, today." The citizens outside the palace erupted in cheers upon hearing Gilgamesh's proclamation. Amidst the jubilation, they shouted in unison, "King Ruk." This night was destined to be sleepless for Ruk. Throughout the territories of Kusagakure and Takoyaki, cheers, shouts, and joyous cries echoed continuously. People began to sing and dance, celebrating the successful founding of Ruk and praising the greatness of Gilgamesh. At this moment, everyone was smiling. Some people, however, suddenly found themselves crying while they laughed. Before Gilgamesh appeared, they were like walking corpses, living lives worse than death in a place intertwined with poverty, backwardness, chaos, and death. They were like leaves drifting in the wind, with no direction, no hope, no support, and no home to return to. Their hearts had grown numb, covered by the icy despair of reality. In such a situation, Gilgamesh appeared like the sun in the sky, breaking the despair and melting the ice covering their hearts. Their hearts began to beat again, filled with warmth. Hope, vitality, and smiles, which they had never dared to imagine, appeared one by one in their lives. The founding of the kingdom of Ruk gave them a sense of belonging, a home they could finally call their own. This feeling of finding a home deeply moved them. They knew they were no longer homeless souls from now on. Of course, they knew that all of this was thanks to Gilgamesh. They genuinely appreciated, respected, worshipped, and loved their king, Gilgamesh. On this night, Renji and Rukia let loose completely, singing, dancing, and laughing with the people. Even the temporary construction talents from the Omida family couldn't help but join in the singing and dancing. They had witnessed how Kusagakure and Takoyaki developed from nothing to their current state. They had also seen the changes in the people of Kusagakure and Takoyaki. This made them respect and admire Gilgamesh not only for his architectural talents. It could be said that Gilgamesh's charisma had completely conquered them, making them want to stay more than once. However, they had their own ties, be it family, lovers, or friends. Therefore, they could only suppress their desire to stay. But now, they had put everything aside and were simply expressing their joy. On the palace's terrace, Gilgamesh watched his singing and dancing citizens with great satisfaction. Beside him, Yaruichi Shioin, in her black cat form, lay silently on the railing, watching the lively scene below with a look of pride and satisfaction. Having submitted to Gilgamesh, Yaruichi was now genuinely pleased with his growing glory. Gilgamesh then moved to a stone table nearby and invited Yaruichi, saying, "Today is a day worth celebrating. Black Cat, will you join me for a drink?" Yaruichi moved to sit opposite Gilgamesh, tilting her cat face upwards. "Sure, but I don't think we have any alcohol here. I don't remember any place in Kusagakure selling wine." Gilgamesh smiled slightly, and a golden ripple appeared beside him. Yaruichi was familiar with the golden ripples summoned by Gilgamesh, thinking it was his Zanpakuto ability. However, she didn't understand what summoning the ripples had to do with drinking. In her confusion, a wooden wine barrel exuding an ancient aura emerged from the golden ripple and slowly landed on the ground. Following the barrel, two exquisite golden wine cups also emerged and landed atop the barrel. Yoruichi was stunned. Although the wine barrel was not yet opened, she could faintly smell a rich wine aroma. She knew that the barrel contained fine wine, the rarest in the world. Just a hint of its aroma made her mouth water, even though she had tasted countless fine wines. While she didn't understand why a wine barrel would appear from the golden ripple, it no longer mattered. As Gilgamesh opened the sealed wine barrel, a rich, thick wine aroma filled the air. Just smelling it made Yoruichi feel slightly intoxicated, imagining how delicious the wine must be. Looking at the wine cup Gilgamesh handed her, Yoruichi instinctively extended her paw, wanting to take a sip. However, she quickly realized that her paw couldn't hold the cup. Driven by her craving, Yoruichi didn't care anymore and dispelled her transformation. As a puff of smoke rose, Gilgamesh saw a tall, graceful figure faintly visible within. Gulp. Ah, what a great wine! Accompanied by a loud, carefree female voice, the smoke dissipated. Standing before Gilgamesh was a tall, graceful, slightly dark-skinned beauty with a ponytail, completely unclothed. This stunning woman was Yoruichi Shioin. She held a wine cup in one hand, the other on her hip, legs apart, with a look of pure enjoyment on her face. Due to her stance, Gilgamesh could see everything clearly. Yet, his expression didn't change, his deep crimson eyes showing appreciation as if admiring a fine piece of art. If not for his young age, Gilgamesh wouldn't have minded indulging in some pleasant activities. There were only Gilgamesh and Yoruichi on the palace terrace, and the people outside the palace couldn't see what was happening. Seeing Yoruichi wanting another drink, Gilgamesh sipped his wine and said, "I think you should put on some clothes before having another drink." His appreciative crimson eyes gazed at Yoruichi as he continued, "Of course, if you don't want to, I don't mind continuing to enjoy this enchanting scenery." Yoruichi glanced down, following Gilgamesh's gaze. Instantly, her face flushed with embarrassment, her heart pounding. She used flash steps to flee the scene, hearing Gilgamesh's joyful laughter behind her, making her heart race even more. Yoruichi couldn't understand why she felt so flustered now when she had never cared about such things before. After Yoruichi left, Gilgamesh stood up, holding his wine cup, and moved to the railing of the terrace. Watching the jubilant scene outside the palace, Gilgamesh raised his cup and took a sip, saying softly, "Now that Rock is initially stabilized, it's about time to head to Shino Academy." Chapter 24, Siriite AI. Flying high towards Shino Academy aboard Vimana, Gilgamesh sat on his throne, petting Yoruichi in her black cat form as usual. Before him, Renji and Rukia listening intently to Yoruichi's words. "The Shino Academy we're heading to is located within Siriite AI," Yoruichi explained. Siriite AI lies at the center of the Soul Society, surrounded by tall walls known as the Sekkaisugi walls. The Sekkaisugi stones that build these walls release waves that decompose spiritual energy, creating a spherical shield called Shakunmaku, protecting Siriite AI from spiritual intrusions from all directions, both above and underground. To penetrate the Shakunmaku, one must possess enough spiritual pressure and energy. Therefore, under normal circumstances, people from Rukongai cannot enter Siriite AI. To enter Siriite AI, people from Rukongai must pass through one of the four great gates located in the east, south, west, and north. These gates are called the Blue Stream, Red Hollow, White Way, and Black Ridge gates, respectively. Each gate is guarded by a gatekeeper selected from among Rukongai's elite. If I remember correctly, the guardian of the South Gate, the Red Hollow Gate, is named Jidenbo Kanzaka. Yoruichi's information was well known to Gilgamesh, so he didn't pay much attention. Instead, he continued to pet Yoruichi while his focus remained on the attribute panel that only he could see. With his spiritual pressure reaching 50,000, Gilgamesh noticed that the closer they got to Siriite AI, the higher the concentration of spiritual particles in the air. This made his previously stalled spiritual energy attribute rise again, causing him to ponder. Gilgamesh had always been curious why the further one goes into Rukongai, the lower the concentration of spiritual particles. Logically, the concentration of spiritual particles in a world should be balanced, with only slight differences. However, the spiritual particle concentration in places like Kusagakure and Takoyaki was alarmingly low. Looking towards Siriite AI, he wondered whether the place was initially chosen for its high spiritual particle concentration or if it became the most spiritually rich area because of something done by its builders. If it were the latter, it would mean that the people who built Siriite AI used some method to draw spiritual particles from the Soul Society. Gilgamesh hoped it was the latter because then he could replicate that method to enrich the spiritual particles in the Kingdom of Ruk. The more spiritually rich an area, the more it can nurture talented Shinigami. Unfortunately, the Kingdom of Ruk was too poor in spiritual particles, so much so that no new child with potential to become a Shinigami could be born there. Renji and Rukia, having been born outside of Kusagakure, possessed the potential to become Shinigami. Before heading to Shino Academy, Gilgamesh had sifted through his territory but found no one with the potential to become a Shinigami among Rook's current population of over 100,000. This stark reality would greatly hinder Rook's development. Therefore, whether it was the former or the latter scenario, Gilgamesh would find a way to make Rook spiritually rich. Before they knew it, Vimana had reached the skies above the southern district of Rukongai. Finding a deserted spot, Gilgamesh landed Vimana and then stored it back in the gate of Babylon. He knew when to hide his sharpness to avoid unnecessary trouble and potential confrontations with Siriai's Shinigami and nobles. Although confident in his abilities, Gilgamesh was not arrogant enough to believe he could single-handedly take on all of Siriai. After landing, Yoruichi spoke up, "From here, I'll lead you to the Red Hollow Gate. When we arrive, tell the gatekeeper Jidenbu Kanzaka that you wish to take the entrance exam for Shino Academy." She continued walking, adding, "Follow me closely and don't fall behind. I won't speak again until we arrive." Gilgamesh, Renji, and Rukia followed her without hesitation. The southern district of Rukongai was large and bustling, with a constant flow of people. Renji and Rukia, like country bumpkins in a grand city, couldn't hide their amazement. "Wow, there's such a big river over there. What's that smell? It's so delicious. That must be a restaurant, the place where you can eat all sorts of delicious food." Their wide-eyed wonder drew curious glances from passers-by. Suddenly, Renji pointed at something, his face turning red, and stuttered, "Th there." Following his gaze, the group saw scantily clad women beckoning passers-by. Yoruichi and Gilgamesh knew what this place was and remained unfazed, but Rukia, seeing such a scene for the first time, blushed furiously. Rukia quickly moved in front of Gilgamesh, saying, "King, don't look. Those things will dirty your eyes." She then muttered quietly, "If you want to look, you can look at mine." Her last words were so soft that even Gilgamesh couldn't hear them, though he discerned her thoughts through the star of Omniscient. His crimson eyes glanced at Rukia's figure before recalling Yoruichi's tall, graceful form and shaking his head slightly. Although Rukia was still young, Gilgamesh remembered that even as an adult, her figure wasn't that impressive. Maybe I can help her improve. Chapter 25, The Entrance Exam. At the Red Hollow Gate in the 1st District of Southern Rukongai, Renji and Rukia gazed up at the towering Sekaiski walls and the equally tall Red Hollow Gate, their faces showing awe. Gilgamesh, however, remained unfazed. Although the Sekaiski walls were impressive, he had witnessed countless divine phenomena in the Age of Gods from the Fate series, so this sight barely stirred his heart. Gilgamesh stepped forward and addressed the gatekeeper, Jidenbu Kanzaka. "Hello, we'd like to take the entrance exam for Shino Academy. Could you please open the gate?" In the world of Bleach, Jidenbu was the tallest person Gilgamesh had encountered so far. Even the 7-foot-tall Omega Marikyo seemed like a child next to Jidenbu, who stood nearly 10 meters tall, roughly the height of a 3-story building. Gilgamesh couldn't fathom what Jidenbu had consumed to grow so tall in a place like Rukongai. Jidenbu sized up Gilgamesh, Renji, and Rukia. Renji and Rukia's background could be inferred from their attire and demeanor, but Gilgamesh was an enigma. He wore exquisite garments that contrasted sharply with the typical Soul Society style, and his noble bearing was unmatched. Jidenbu even felt that Gilgamesh's noble aura surpassed that of the upper-class nobles in Siriaitai, perhaps rivaling the prestigious 4 great noble houses. Thinking along these lines, Jidenbu's stern expression softened into a welcoming smile. "Of course, but according to protocol, I need to register your information first. What's your name and where are you from?" As he spoke, Jidenbu pulled out a notebook and a pen, ready to record their details. Renji eagerly responded, "My name is Renji Abarai, from the Kingdom of Rook." Jidenbu began writing, repeating, "Renji Abarai, from the Kingdom of Ur." He suddenly paused, incredulous, and asked, "What kingdom?" Before Renji could elaborate, Rukia covered his mouth. Renji tried to struggle, but Rukia whispered urgently in his ear, "Renji, have you forgotten? We can't mention the Kingdom of Rook yet. Do you want to cause trouble for the king?" Realizing his mistake, Renji stopped struggling. Rukia then smiled at Jidenbu and said, "We're from Kusagakure, the 78th district of southern Rukongai." Although puzzled, Jidenbu knew of Kusagakure and resumed writing. However, when he recorded Kusagakure, he looked shocked. He could believe Renji and Rukia came from Kusagakure, but Gilgamesh too? It seemed unlikely. Jidenbu refrained from asking further questions but couldn't help but imagine a dramatic backstory involving a noble's illegitimate child returning triumphantly. Silently, he anticipated that this young man might soon stir things up in Siriaitai. What Jidenbu didn't realize was that Gilgamesh had perceived his thoughts through the star of Omniscient, leaving him slightly amused. After successfully passing through the Red Hollow Gate, Gilgamesh's group, led by Yoruichi, finally arrived at Shino Academy. They had timed their journey perfectly, as it was now the registration period for the entrance exams. A long line had formed at the registration site, with youths of varying attire standing quietly, no one daring to cause trouble. As soon as Gilgamesh arrived, holding Yoruichi in her cat form, he became the center of attention. Oh my, that blonde, red-eyed boy is so cute and handsome. He's my type. I feel like I've fallen for him at first sight. I'm doomed. Hey, Yoshi, snap out of it. You're a guy. What are you, a deviant? Don't misjudge me. I'm definitely not. No need to explain. I feel the same way. That boy is out of our league. Let's just stay together. Ugh. Stay away from me. He must be a noble. Well, there goes one spot for admission. Strange, do you know any noble families with blonde hair and red eyes? No, I don't. Renji and Rukia were accustomed to the commotion Gilgamesh caused but still felt proud. Their king's charm was truly extraordinary. Gilgamesh, unaffected by the reactions, led Renji and Rukia to the end of the line. Meanwhile, Yoruichi, in his arms, discreetly observed a few spots. Through the star of Omniscient, Gilgamesh discerned Yoruichi's thoughts and noted that several Shinigami were monitoring the area. These Shinigami from various squads were there to maintain order and secretly evaluate potential candidates. Naturally, these Shinigami also noticed Gilgamesh and marked him as a primary subject of interest. Gilgamesh's presence was too striking to ignore, even among other noble candidates. After more than an hour of waiting, it was finally Gilgamesh's turn to register. The examiner, taken aback by Gilgamesh's appearance, quickly composed himself and recorded Gilgamesh's information after confirming his age and background. Renji and Rukia also smoothly completed their registrations. The next day, the entrance exams commenced. Chapter 26, Terrifying Spiritual Pressure. At Shino Academy, the entrance exam site. The entrance exam for Shino Academy consisted of 3 rounds: Spiritual Pressure Test, Kido Aptitude Test, and Swordsmanship Aptitude Test. Candidates were scored comprehensively after the 3 rounds, with the Spiritual Pressure Test accounting for 60% of the overall score, and the Kido and Swordsmanship Aptitude Tests each accounting for 20%. The Academy had a cap on the number of new students it admitted each year, choosing the best from those who passed. Currently, Gilgamesh was undergoing the first round of the Spiritual Pressure Test. Pay attention, the passing line for the Spiritual Pressure Test is 25 rank Spiritual Pressure, the proctor announced. If you can't meet this minimum requirement, you will be eliminated immediately. All the candidates became nervous upon hearing this, including Renji Abarai and Rukia Kuichiki. They were anxious about whether they could pass the test, not wanting to disappoint Gilgamesh who had brought them here. Sensing their worries, Gilgamesh, while gently petting Yoruichi in her cat form, reassured them, 25 rank Spiritual Pressure is the minimum detectable level. Regular members of the 13 Division of Imperial Guards have Spiritual Pressure around the 20 rank level. As long as you stay calm, you should pass the test easily. With Gilgamesh's reassurance, Renji and Rukia felt a surge of confidence, their anxiety dissipating. During the entrance exam at Shino Academy, no one dared cause trouble, not even the noble children. Thus, the Spiritual Pressure Test proceeded orderly. Koiide Nakaji, Spiritual Pressure 24 rank, pass. Najakakika, Spiritual Pressure 23 rank, pass. Fukushima Yujuk, Spiritual Pressure below 25 rank, fail. The proctor's calm voice suddenly turned excited. Kogawa Reiko, Spiritual Pressure 10 rank, pass. The announcement caused an uproar. Spiritual Pressure 10 rank? Isn't that already at the level of a seated officer? Seated officers' spiritual pressure ranges from 18 to 6 rank. She's not just passing, she's 8 ranks above. I'm so jealous. The 13 Division of Imperial Guards will surely notice her soon. I know her. She's the second daughter of the Kogawa family from 1st District West Rukongai. She was always overlooked at home, but who knew she had such strong spiritual pressure? The exam continued amidst the buzz, but no one else achieved results as astonishing as Kogawa Reiko. Eventually, it was Gilgamesh's turn for the Spiritual Pressure Test. As he stepped onto the testing device, all eyes naturally focused on him, including the proctors and the hidden Shinigami observers. People couldn't help but discuss. That's the beautiful red-eyed boy from yesterday. Finally, it's his turn. What will his spiritual pressure rank be? He seems extraordinary and noble. He must be from a noble family, possibly even a high-ranking one. Conservatively, his spiritual pressure should be between 10 and 5 ranks. That sounds reasonable. 5 rank is the level of a vice-captain. Even he might not reach that. This is the background of a noble. We can't compete. He might top the exam. Renji and Rukia, hearing the surrounding whispers, looked expectantly at Gilgamesh, eager to see him amaze everyone. They had learned from Yoruichi that Gilgamesh's power rivaled that of a 13th Division of Imperial Guards captain. Though they didn't know what rank captain-level spiritual pressure was, they knew captains were the strongest in Soul Society. The spiritual pressure testing device started automatically. Gilgamesh stood still, allowing the device to measure his spiritual pressure. The results came quickly. The proctor's face showed shock as he announced, "Gilgamesh, spiritual pressure 25 rank, pass." The entire examination area fell silent instantly. Faces showed disbelief. No one had expected Gilgamesh's spiritual pressure to just meet the passing line, contrary to their expectations. Renji and Rukia were equally stunned, their faces mirroring the disbelief around them. Only Yoruichi remained composed. She had always found Gilgamesh's spiritual pressure puzzling, weak in her perception but matched by undeniable strength. She assumed he had some tool to conceal his spiritual pressure, deliberately masking his power to avoid attention from Shinigami and nobles, given Rook's fledgling state. Only Gilgamesh knew his spiritual pressure truly was 25 rank. On his attribute panel, his spiritual pressure was listed as 50,000. This implied that 50,000 spiritual pressure corresponded to 25 rank. By this scale, captain-level spiritual pressure could potentially exceed millions. However, this didn't matter. Gilgamesh's confidence didn't stem from his spiritual pressure alone. If he wished, he was sure he could increase his spiritual pressure to millions, even billions. After a brief silence, the exam site buzzed with even more excitement than before. No way, just 25 rank spiritual pressure? Is he just for show? I knew it. Look at his two companions, they're so rustic, definitely from the countryside. Maybe he's from a lesser branch of a noble family, exiled due to poor talent. I thought so. I don't know any Gil family. What a pity. He's so handsome but has such poor talent. My family would never agree to him. We're not meant to be. Maybe I have a chance? I could take care of him. He wouldn't need to do anything, just stay by my side. Hearing these comments, Renji and Rukia fumed with anger, ready to explode. But before they could act, an overwhelming spiritual pressure flashed and disappeared. Except for Gilgamesh, everyone present fell to their knees, including the proctors and hidden Shinigami. Faces showed fear, hearts pounding with panic, cold sweat soaking their bodies. They felt as if the sky itself had fallen. They didn't know what had happened, but they knew the terrifying pressure had something to do with the only person still standing, Gilgamesh. Chapter 27, Captain-Level Spiritual Pressure. Humphrey Yoruichi watched those who had mocked Gilgamesh fall to their knees in embarrassment. With a satisfied hum, she jumped back into Gilgamesh's arms. Yes, the spiritual pressure that had just been released wasn't from Gilgamesh but from Yoruichi. Even though it was just a brief moment, it was captain-level spiritual pressure. Thanks to Hirakizuke's tool, the released spiritual pressure was masked, preventing anyone from identifying her. The highest spiritual pressure among those present belonged to the head examiner, whose spiritual pressure was at the seated officer level, unable to withstand captain-level spiritual pressure. Gilgamesh heard Yoruichi's voice in his ear, "Sorry, I messed up your plan." Yoruichi's release of spiritual pressure wasn't something Gilgamesh had ordered, she just couldn't stand people mocking him, so she acted impulsively. In her heart, Gilgamesh had unknowingly taken an important place, and she subconsciously believed that no one should mock him. Even Yoruichi herself hadn't realized this yet. But through the clairvoyance of the omnipotent star, Gilgamesh understood her thoughts. Yoruichi thought Gilgamesh had his reasons for not wanting to shine during the spiritual pressure test. She believed her release of spiritual pressure had disrupted his plan, making him the center of attention, hence her apology. In response, Gilgamesh smiled and gently petted Yoruichi's head, softly saying, "It's okay, this is also part of my plan." Yoruichi assumed Gilgamesh was just comforting her. His gentleness and understanding made her feel a warm current in her heart. Gilgamesh knew what was going on in Yoruichi's mind but didn't explain further. In fact, even if Yoruichi hadn't released her spiritual pressure, he would have asked her to do so at an appropriate time. Gilgamesh's original intent in coming to Shino Academy was to find talent. To attract people, one needs not only charisma but also undeniable strength. Therefore, Gilgamesh had no intention of staying low-key during his time at Shino Academy. Initially, he had planned for Yoruichi to release Vice Captain-level spiritual pressure. Vice Captain-level spiritual pressure would have been enough to impress and fit everyone's impression of him. However, Captain-level spiritual pressure at the entrance exam was a bit excessive. Gilgamesh wasn't sure if there had been any precedents since the Academy's establishment. He remembered that Hitsugaya Toshiro was still in Rukongai and hadn't enrolled yet. Even if he had, Gilgamesh didn't know if Hitsugaya had captain-level spiritual pressure during his entrance exam. In the original Bleach storyline, it was only mentioned that Hitsugaya had high spiritual pressure before becoming a Shinigami. Gilgamesh's crimson eyes showed a thoughtful expression. He wasn't sure if the brief flash of captain-level spiritual pressure had caught the attention of the 13th Division of Imperial Guards captains. Glancing at the hidden Shinigami who had been forced to reveal themselves and kneel, Gilgamesh thought, even if they haven't noticed, this information will likely reach them soon. An entrance exam candidate with captain-level spiritual pressure will surely attract some captains. As he pondered and continued to pet Yoruichi, Gilgamesh walked out of the spiritual pressure testing area. Just then, a trembling voice called out, "Excuse me, could you retake the test?" There might have been an issue with the spiritual pressure tester. Gilgamesh paused and looked back at the examiner. The examiner was thinking, that was definitely captain-level spiritual pressure. This boy must have an extraordinary background and a promising future. We must maintain good relations and avoid conflict. Understanding the examiner's thoughts, Gilgamesh could sense his reverence. The examiner's request for a retest was a gesture of goodwill, hoping to give Gilgamesh a better score. This was unprecedented in the Academy's history. However, neither the other examiners nor the candidates had any objections. The other examiners knew the level of the released spiritual pressure, while the candidates were still recovering from the overwhelming pressure, feeling weak and fearful. They knew Gilgamesh's true spiritual pressure must be terrifyingly high. This made them speculate even more about his background. Amidst everyone's gaze, Gilgamesh smiled humbly and said, "There's no need. The tester is working fine. We shouldn't delay the exam because of me." Although unsure why, the examiner understood this was the result Gilgamesh wanted and didn't press further. Some candidates couldn't help but whisper, "He's so humble. I love it." That phrase, "we shouldn't delay the exam because of me," was so cool. The coolness isn't in the words but the person saying them. He's so warm. "Ladies, I'm starting a Gilgamesh support club, who's in? This is the privilege of the strong." If Yoruichi hadn't released her spiritual pressure, this scene wouldn't have occurred. This was part of Gilgamesh's plan to gradually win hearts during the entrance exam. The spiritual pressure test continued, and next was Rukia's turn. Taking a deep breath, she stepped onto the tester. The results appeared, and the examiner announced loudly, "Rukia, spiritual pressure 7 rank, pass." The crowd buzzed with excitement. A 7 rank spiritual pressure, just 1 rank short of a seated officer, was incredibly impressive. They finally understood why someone as dazzling as Gilgamesh chose Rukia as a companion. Next was Renji's turn. With Rukia's performance, all eyes were on Renji, curious if he would be as impressive. If he was, it would prove Gilgamesh's exceptional eye for talent. The examiner's face showed anticipation. As the results appeared, the examiner's expression turned excited, announcing, "Renji Ibarai, spiritual pressure 6 rank, pass." A boom of excitement erupted from the crowd. Chapter 28, Kido Talent Test. 6th rank? Oh my god, this red-haired kid is that strong? Do you still dare to call him a red-haired kid? Aren't you afraid he'll retaliate? With his talent, as long as nothing goes wrong, he could easily become a vice-captain, maybe even a captain. I remember the current vice-captain of the 13th Division, Shibakayan, had a 6th rank spiritual pressure when he enrolled. He was recognized as a genius. Such talent, really enviable. But isn't the truly amazing one Gilgamesh? No matter how talented they are still his followers. Yeah, the truly amazing one is Gilgamesh, who was able to discover their talents. There must be some kind of spiritual pressure detection tool among the nobles. It's no surprise he could find them. He was just born into a good family and has a strong foundation, winning at the starting line. Renji couldn't believe his spiritual pressure had reached the 6th rank. Ignoring the surrounding exclamations and discussions, he eagerly and excitedly approached Gilgamesh. He looked like a child who scored full marks on a test, hoping for a reward from his parents. Seeing this, Gilgamesh smiled slightly, not withholding his praise. "Renji, your talent is excellent." Then, looking at the equally expectant Rukia, he continued, "Rukia too, you two are indeed my left and right hands." Receiving Gilgamesh's praise, Renji and Rukia felt as if their hearts were filled with sweetness, both showing satisfied smiles. They were also proud to be recognized by Gilgamesh as his left and right hands. The spiritual pressure test continued. Meanwhile, in the 10th Division barracks in the Siriite AI, the current 10th Division captain, Shiba Ishin, sat at his desk, reluctantly dealing with a mountain of paperwork, sighing from time to time. The current 10th Division vice captain, Matsumoto Rinjaku, stood nearby, arms crossed, staring intently at Shiba Ishin. Whenever Shiba Ishin sighed, Matsumoto Rinjaku would urge, "Captain, don't stop. You still have 5 stacks of paperwork to handle." She knew her captain well, he'd slack off whenever he got the chance and throw the work at her. This time, she finally caught him, determined to make him finish all the pending paperwork. Looking at the two towering stacks of paperwork, Shiba Ishin felt like dying, wanting to howl at the sky. Suddenly, a terrifying spiritual pressure flashed and disappeared. Matsumoto Rinjaku felt the spiritual pressure and her pupils contracted sharply, murmuring, "Captain-level spiritual pressure? Which captain released that?" She looked at Shiba Ishin, only to find him gone, and his voice playfully echoed, "Rinjaku-chan, I'm going to check it out. As a vice captain, you shouldn't go. It's too dangerous. Stay and help with the paperwork." Captain Shiba is the worst. Matsumoto Rinjaku was really frustrated, her voluptuous body trembling with anger. Meanwhile, in the 13th Division barracks, the current 13th Division captain, Yukitake Joshiro, sipped tea and apologized. "Keian, I'm sorry to trouble you with the division's affairs again." The current 13th Division vice captain, Shiba Keian, also sipped his tea and waved it off. "Captain Yukitake, if you called me here just to say this, it's unnecessary. This is my duty." He then stood up. "If there's nothing else, I'll be going." As Yukitake Joshiro was about to speak, he felt the terrifying flash of spiritual pressure from Yoruichi Shiyun. Both Shiba Keian and Yukitake Joshiro's expressions changed, looking towards the source of the spiritual pressure. Yukitake Joshiro couldn't help but say, "Is that Shino Academy?" Frowning, he continued, "I recall today is the entrance exam at Shino Academy. Could that spiritual pressure belong to a candidate? That's impossible." Though it was brief, that was clearly captain-level spiritual pressure. Yukitake Joshiro thought aloud, could it be a scion of one of the four great noble families? They are born with extraordinary spiritual pressure. If it's one of their descendants, it's possible. But I haven't heard of any scion from the four great noble families taking this year's entrance exam. Shiba Keian spoke up, "Guessing here won't help. Shino Academy isn't far. I'll go check it out." Saying that, Shiba Keian used flash steps to head towards Shino Academy. Yukitake Joshiro wanted to follow, but his illness had worsened recently, keeping him bedridden. Even though he felt slightly better today, it was still challenging. So, he could only watch Shiba Keian leave, coughing occasionally. Meanwhile, the brief flash of captain-level spiritual pressure caused a stir in the Siriite AI. Although some squads far from Shino Academy didn't sense it, they quickly received information from on-site squad members. The message stated, "There appears to be a candidate with captain-level spiritual pressure." In the Siriite AI, anything related to captain-level matters is significant, prompting squads to take action quickly. Back at Shino Academy, the Keto Talent Test site. The spiritual pressure test had ended, and now the second round, the Keto Talent Test, was underway. Sword art, hand-to-hand combats, flash steps, and Keto are the four essential skills for Shinigami, so naturally, their talent is tested. Hand-to-hand combat's talent is included in the sword art talent test, and there is no test for flash steps talent. The reason being, flash steps' requirements for the body and technique are too difficult for the candidates. Even many graduated Shinigami have only a basic grasp of flash steps. The current Keto talent test essentially measures the candidate's control over their spiritual pressure. Specifically, it involves projecting spiritual pressure and condensing it into certain shapes. There are different difficulty levels for shapes, and candidates can choose based on their capabilities. Unlike the spiritual pressure test, which only allows one chance, the Keto talent test offers 3 attempts, with the best result being recorded. After explaining the Keto talent test, the head examiner was about to announce the start of the exam when someone suddenly exclaimed, "Oh my god, that's a vice captain's armband. A vice captain is here, a vice captain from the 13th Division of Imperial Guards. I know him. He's the recognized genius of the Siriite AI, the vice captain of the 13th Division, Shiba Keian." Chapter 29, I Can See the Future. Upon arriving, Shiba Keian immediately sought out his 13th Division members to understand the situation. After learning what had happened, Shiba Keian couldn't help but cast a trembling gaze towards Gilgamesh. In truth, the moment he arrived, Shiba Keian had noticed Gilgamesh. It was impossible not to, given how striking Gilgamesh was, even amidst a crowd. But he had never expected that Gilgamesh would possess captain-level spiritual pressure. While his squad members were uncertain, he could tell. Without hesitation, Shiba Keian put on a bright smile and walked straight towards Gilgamesh. He knew other squad members would arrive soon, perhaps even captains from various divisions. Therefore, he wanted to leave a good impression on Gilgamesh before they arrived, ideally recruiting him into his squad upon graduation. Talent is paramount, no matter where you are. Seeing Shiba Keian approaching, Gilgamesh immediately saw through his intentions. Gilgamesh had always had plans for the Shiba family, once one of the 5 great noble families, now fallen from grace. Despite their decline, the Shiba family retained their noble lineage and the extraordinary spiritual pressure that came with it. This potential was evident in Shiba Keion, Shiba Ishin, and even Ichigo Kurosaki, the protagonist of the Bleach world. All possessed extraordinary spiritual pressure and captain-level strength. Originally, Gilgamesh had been contemplating how to approach the Shiba family. Now, Shiba Keion had came to him. With a glint in his crimson eyes, Gilgamesh thought, "You want to recruit me, but you don't realize I'm also interested in your family." For now, Gilgamesh had no plans for Shiba Keion himself. Though exceptionally talented, Shiba Keion was loyal and valued his comrades above all else, making it nearly impossible to recruit him away from the 13th Division unless something catastrophic happened. However, his brother, sister, and the branch family head Shiba Ishin were potential targets. Shiba Ishin, currently the captain of the 10th Division, would later abandon his position and move to the human world, adopting the name Ishin Kurosaki. Shiba Keion, now under the gaze of the entire crowd, approached Gilgamesh. Just as he was about to greet him, he found himself looking into Gilgamesh's crimson eyes. For the first time, Shiba Keion saw such beautiful, gem-like eyes. But what struck him more was the pity he saw in them. "He's pitying me?" Shiba Keion was stunned. He couldn't understand why Gilgamesh would pity him, nor why he cared about this pity. "Come closer," Gilgamesh's voice suddenly said. If it were anyone else speaking to him this way upon their first meeting, Shiba Keion wouldn't have listened. But now, he found himself inexplicably leaning in. Gilgamesh whispered, "I can see the future." These 6 words made Shiba Keion's pupils contract sharply, his face filled with disbelief. Before Shiba Keion could respond, the crowd erupted in commotion again. "Oh my god, that's a captain's hurry. It's Captain Shiba from the 10th Division. Is he also here for Gilgamesh?" Hearing the commotion, Shiba Keion tried to calm his mind, though the cheerful smile he had earlier was now gone. He spoke seriously, "I hope you'll join the 13th Division after graduation. I promise, if you join, you can directly become the 3rd seat." Shiba Keion's offer sent the crowd into another frenzy. Before Gilgamesh could respond, Shiba Ishin's voice rang out, "So, you must be the one with that powerful spiritual pressure." Appearing in front of Gilgamesh with flash steps, Shiba Ishin, with a teasing tone, said, "How about joining my 10th Division? I'm a captain, and my invitation shows great sincerity." He continued seriously, "I promise, if you join the 10th Division, I'll recommend you to the head captain, ensuring you become the vice captain upon entry. Vice captain appointments require the head captain's approval. Captain appointments are even more stringent, requiring Central 46's approval. However, once the head captain agrees, Central 46 usually follows suit." Shiba Ishin's words were like a bomb, causing the whole place to erupt. A vice captain position, a lifetime goal for many, was being offered to Gilgamesh even before he enrolled. This was infuriatingly enviable. Shiba Ishin glanced at his nephew, Shiba Keion, knowing he wouldn't give up easily. However, what he saw surprised him. Shiba Keion, deep in thought, wore a grave expression, not reacting to Shiba Ishin's words. "What's going on?" Before Shiba Ishin could inquire further, a powerful, aged voice commanded, "This is still an exam. All unrelated personnel must leave and not interfere." The voice alone sent chills through the candidates. Shiba Ishin and Shiba Keion recognized the voice immediately, their expressions tightening. Without hesitation, they exited the exam area. Yoru Uchiha, in her cat form, also recognized the voice of Genryu's Ishigakuni Yamamoto. She had no choice but to act. Without hesitation, she leaped onto Gilgamesh's shoulder and whispered in his ear, "I need to leave for a bit." Before Gilgamesh could react, she jumped down and disappeared into the crowd. Gilgamesh remained calm, his expression unchanged. Order was soon restored, and the second round of the Keto talent test began. Chapter 30, Aizen's Interest. The Keto aptitude test had 5 testing points running simultaneously. Gilgamesh was assigned to the 3rd group, while Rukia and Renjiabarai were placed in the 4th group. Due to her impressive result in the spiritual pressure test, many candidates gathered around to watch Rukia's Keto aptitude test, curious to see if her Keto talent was equally outstanding. In the invigilation room, besides Soifun of the 2nd Division, Kenpachi Zaraki of the 11th Division, and Mayuri Kirotsuchi of the 12th Division, almost all other division captains were present, led by head captain Genryu's Ishigakuni Yamamoto. Shiba Ishin and Shiba Keion had also joined after leaving the examination site. They were closely monitoring the Keto aptitude test through the surveillance screens in the invigilation room. Noticing the situation in the 4th group, they directed their attention to the corresponding monitor. The 6th Division Captain Byakuya Kuichiki froze for a moment upon seeing Rukia's face, a look of disbelief crossing his features. Not only Byakuya, But other captains familiar with him also seemed stunned upon seeing Rukia. The 8th Division Captain Kusagakure exclaimed, "Isn't that Lady Hisuna of the Kuachiki family?" Everyone's eyes instinctively turned to Byakuya Kuachiki. Byakuya, recalling something, had a flash of doubt and surprise in his cold eyes. He was about to act when Yamamoto's authoritative voice rang out, "I said no one is to interfere with the exam, regardless of who they are. Any matters can be addressed after the entrance exam." Byakuya knew these words were directed at him, so he suppressed his inner turmoil. The other captains, sensing the tension, didn't comment further, but someone retrieved Rukia's information. Quickly, her details were passed around among the captains. Now they knew Rukia had a spiritual pressure aptitude of 7th class. 7th class spiritual pressure was considered talented by ordinary standards but wasn't extraordinary among true prodigies. What intrigued them most was that Rukia, along with a 6th class spiritual pressure candidate named Renji Abarai, were following a candidate named Gilgamesh. They realized Gilgamesh was likely the candidate with suspected captain-level spiritual pressure. Byakuya's brow furrowed as he studied Rukia's file. Follower. More like a servant. If this Rukia is indeed Hisuna's long-lost sister, this status is too lowly. Bringing someone of such lowly status into the Kuachiki family. Recalling how difficult it had been for Hisuna to enter the Kuachiki family, Byakuya felt a headache brewing. But thinking about his beloved wife's increasingly frail health due to her search for her sister, Byakuya gritted his teeth. Hisuna's health was paramount. Resolving himself, Byakuya focused his gaze on Rukia in the surveillance footage. The Kido aptitude test had 10 levels of difficulty, with level 1 being the easiest and level 10 the hardest. Since the founding of Shino Academy, only a few candidates had ever passed the 10th level, most notably former and current Grand Kido chiefs of the Kido Corps. Rukia first chose a level 3 shape and successfully formed it with her spiritual energy. Next, she attempted a level 7 shape, managing to succeed with great effort. Knowing her limits, Rukia didn't push further and concluded her test. Although she only completed up to level 7, her talent exceeded 99% of the candidates. After Rukia, it was Renji Abarai's turn, drawing a crowd of onlookers. Knowing Rukia had stopped at level 7, Renji initially chose level 7 but failed, finding it beyond his ability. To be cautious, Renji then tried a level 5 shape but failed again after much effort. Finally, Renji succeeded with a level 3 shape, clearly showing he wasn't as talented in Kido as Rukia. Seeing Renji's dejected look, Rukia comforted him, "It's okay, Renji. You've done well." Despite Rukia's comfort, Renji couldn't lift his spirits. Suddenly, the examination hall buzzed with excitement. Incredible. He succeeded on the first try with a level 8 shape. Wow, his Kido aptitude is amazing. Comparing myself to him is just frustrating. I barely managed a level 3 shape, and he aced level 8 on his first try. Is he even human? Wait, is he still going? Is he aiming for level 9? Renji and Rukia looked over to see Gilgamesh starting his Kido aptitude test. The examiner for Group 3, still in shock, asked, "Are you going to attempt the level 9 shape?" Gilgamesh shook his head, "No, I will attempt the level 10 shape." His words caused an uproar. In the surveillance room, the captains were equally astonished. None of them had passed a level 10 shape during their Kido aptitude tests. Even Yamamoto's prized disciples, Shun Sekiraku and Joshiro Yukitake, had only managed to pass level 9. Among the captains, the only one who might pass level 10 was Sosuke Aizen, who had opted for a more balanced approach back then. Now, Aizen's eyes behind his glasses were fixed on Gilgamesh on the screen, pondering. Gilgamesh. I feel like I've heard that name before. But I've never seen him. Where did this prodigy come from, and why was there no information on him before? I was just thinking about using Shinigami souls to create hollows. I wonder how effective he would be for my experiments? Chapter 31, the first of all time. The Kido Aptitude Test Site. For Gilgamesh, the Kido Aptitude Test posed no challenge whatsoever. Beyond his natural talent, his noble phantasm, Shanagba Imaru, allowed him to effortlessly complete the Kido Aptitude Test. The omniscient and omnipotent star granted him numerous abilities, including the power to perceive all things. This enabled Gilgamesh to understand the essence of the Kido Aptitude Test, which was the manipulation of spirit particles, Rishi. Under everyone's gaze, Gilgamesh extended his right hand, gathering spiritual power in his palm and shaping it into the most difficult 10th level figure. The process was seamless, without a hint of hesitation, leaving everyone in awe. Even the examiners were stunned. They had presided over many entrance exams and had seen very few candidates manage the 9th level figure, let alone the most difficult 10th level. Privately, they had tried it themselves and could complete it, but not as smoothly as Gilgamesh. Despite their decades or even centuries of teaching, mastering spiritual power manipulation, They couldn't match Gilgamesh's effortless display. This was a clear indication of his extraordinary talent. In the surveillance room, the captains were equally astonished by Gilgamesh's performance. They realized that the 10th level figure might not even be his limit, but it was the highest difficulty, and they couldn't imagine anything more challenging. Gilgamesh's display of talent in Kido made him the most outstanding candidate since the founding of the Shino Academy, surpassing even the former and current Grand Kido chiefs. After a moment of silence, Ano Hanaretsu, the 4th Division captain, gently spoke, "It seems we have an extraordinary new talent. Even I am tempted to recruit him," she continued, turning to Yamamoto Genryu's Ishigakuni, head captain. "I've never asked for anyone before, but can I have him this time?" The other captains were taken aback by Anohana's request. They had never seen her actively seek someone. Normally, they would oblige her, but the situation was unique. Such a talent was rare and not easily overlooked. Shunsukuraku lifted the brim of his hat slightly and said, "I think this talent would be better suited to my 8th division. If he joins, I will teach him everything I know and groom him to be the next captain." Sosuke-san adjusted his glasses and said, "No, he should join my 5th division. If he does, I will immediately recommend him as vice captain." Shiba Ishin and Shiba Keian, along with other captains, also wanted to speak, but Yamamoto Genryu's Ishigakuni struck his cane on the ground, commanding, "The exam is not over, and he hasn't enrolled yet. It's too early to discuss which division he should join." Due to Yamamoto's authority, the scramble for Gilgamesh was momentarily halted. However, each captain had their own thoughts on how to recruit Gilgamesh after the exam. Byakuya Kuichiki was particularly anxious. He wasn't focused on Gilgamesh but on Rukia. Yamamoto then asked, "Does anyone know whose child Gilgamesh is?" The captains exchanged glances. This question had been on their minds, but no one could determine the answer. None of the known noble families had a young member resembling Gilgamesh. Despite this, they were certain Gilgamesh came from a noble lineage. His demeanor and appearance screamed noble, as if the word was crafted just for him. The captains turned their attention to Byakuya Kuichiki and Shunsukuraku, expecting them to have the answer since they were from the 4 great noble families and upper nobility, respectively. Shunsukuraku was the first to speak. "I don't recognize him." Byakuya Kuichiki, frowning, added, "I don't recognize him either. As far as I know, there's no one like him among the younger generation of the 4 great noble families." He paused and continued, "However, he could be a hidden genius from a noble family or an unacknowledged offspring for some reason. Nobles highly valued family reputation, but their circles were often chaotic, with each household typically having unacknowledged illegitimate children. This was common knowledge among the captains but not among ordinary souls or Shinigami. The captains speculated whether Gilgamesh was a hidden genius or an unacknowledged illegitimate child. They leaned towards the latter, given Gilgamesh's unique gold hair and red eyes, which were exceedingly rare. The rise of an illegitimate child seeking revenge on their family. Some captains even imagined the storyline that might follow. Yamamoto struck his cane again, interrupting their thoughts. "Since no one knows, let's leave it at that." Meanwhile, in the Kido aptitude test site, Renji and Rukia had returned to Gilgamesh's side, reporting their results. Renji looked particularly dejected, his head hanging low. His poor result indicated a lack of talent in Kido, which worried him more about disappointing Gilgamesh than his personal performance. Gilgamesh, understanding Renji's thoughts, smiled gently. "Renji, Kido talent does not define your potential. I believe in you. One day, the name Renji Abarai will resonate throughout the Soul Society." Gilgamesh's words struck Renji like thunder, making him softly repeat, "The name Renji Abarai will resonate throughout the Soul Society." In his eyes, a spark of determination began to shine. Chapter 32, Sword Art Aptitude Test. The second round of the Kido aptitude test ended unnoticed. Gilgamesh achieved the best results, with Rukia coming in second. Now, the candidates who passed the first 2 tests were heading to the third round, the Sword Art Aptitude Test. The Sword Art Aptitude Test was held in the outdoor dojo of Shino Academy. The Sword Art Aptitude Test was a highly subjective test. The method involved candidates fighting against an examiner. During the battle, the examiner would evaluate the candidate's sword art aptitude based on their mentality, willpower, physical flexibility, reaction time, strength, and speed. It seemed that having a foundation in sword art would be advantageous. However, in practice, the examiner would adjust the difficulty based on the candidate's foundation. If the candidate had a sword art foundation, the examiner would be stricter, and the test would be harder. Only by making the test harder could the examiner accurately measure the candidate's sword art aptitude. In the surveillance room, the captains also moved their attention to the outdoor dojo. They didn't show themselves to avoid distracting the candidates. Instead, they hid in a nearby loft, observing the sword art aptitude test. More precisely, they were watching Gilgamesh. They wanted to see if Gilgamesh's sword art aptitude would be as astonishing as his spiritual power and Kido aptitude. There were 3 testing points for the sword art aptitude test. Gilgamesh, Renji Abarai, and Rukia were assigned to the same testing point, the third one. The examiner at the third testing point was the only female examiner among the 3 points, named Mayo Kano. Most candidates assigned to the third testing point couldn't help but feel lucky. They believed that a female examiner's strength wouldn't match that of a male examiner. Given the subjectivity of the test, they thought they might have an easier time achieving good results. Renji also felt this way but for a different reason. When he saw the examiner was a woman, he was a bit disappointed, saying, "Why is it a female examiner? I wanted to fight against those male examiners." Rukia, hearing this, looked displeased and asked angrily, "Renji, what do you mean by that? Are you looking down on us girls?" Seeing Rukia angry, Renji was a bit scared but didn't change his mind, explaining, "I don't mean to look down on girls, but in terms of sword art, girls just can't naturally match boys." Renji's explanation only angered Rukia more and drew the ire of the surrounding girls. A subtle but palpable killing intent surrounded Renji, making him gulp and look to Gilgamesh for help, asking hopefully, "King, don't you think so too?" Gilgamesh glanced to the side, a playful smile on his lips. "No, I don't think so." Gilgamesh could sense that the killing intent surrounding Renji came from Mayo Kano. Clearly, she had heard Renji's words and was displeased. In the loft, the captains had varied expressions upon seeing Mayo Kano as Gilgamesh's examiner. They knew Mayo Kano. She appeared as a scholarly, gentle middle-aged woman with long black hair and glasses. But this was just an appearance. Mayo Kano was one of the few instructors at Shino Academy with vice-captain level strength and was one of the academy's vice-principals. She was most proud of her sword art. Mayo Kano usually kept a low profile and was only interested in her sword art, being a true sword fanatic. Given her personality and position, she typically wouldn't serve as an examiner for the entrance exams. Realizing this, the captains couldn't help but glance at Yamamoto Genryu's Ishigakuni. Only he could command Mayo Kano, not just because he was the head of the academy but also because he had once guided her in her sword art training. Though he eventually found her unsuitable for his style and stopped teaching her, Mayo Kano still revered him as her master. Knowing Mayo Kano was Gilgamesh's examiner only heightened the captain's interest. They eagerly awaited the match between Gilgamesh and Mayo Kano. As they anticipated, the third round of the sword art aptitude test began. At the third testing point, Mayo Kano, with a gentle expression and a blunt bamboo sword at her waist, addressed the candidates, "The test here is voluntary. If you feel ready, step forward for the test." She paused briefly and added, "If no one steps forward within 5 minutes, all of you will be considered to have forfeited. This rule will always apply." Her words caused quite a stir. The constant 5-minute rule added an invisible psychological burden on the candidates, creating a sense of urgency. This urgency would transform into intense pressure over time, especially as they realized Mayo Kano's strength. Those with weak mentality and willpower might break down on the spot. After speaking, Mayo Kano remained silent, waiting. The candidates exchanged glances, none wanting to be the first to step forward. They preferred to let someone else go first to gauge Mayo Kano's strength and better prepare themselves. Eventually, they all turned their gaze to Gilgamesh. They expected the most dazzling candidate to be the first to take the test. As if confirming their thoughts, Gilgamesh took a step forward. Chapter 33, Foreseeing Strikes. Gilgamesh's steps seemed to resonate with everyone, making their hearts race. However, just as he was about to step forward, Renji shouted, "I'll go first," and eagerly moved to take the test. But before Renji could take more than 2 steps, Gilgamesh stopped him. Seeing Renji's puzzled expression, Gilgamesh spoke in an authoritative tone, "Renji, if you go first, you'll have a hard time. Let me go first, and you just watch." Unable to defy Gilgamesh, Renji reluctantly stopped, still puzzled as to why Gilgamesh said he would have a hard time. Mayo Kano also directed her gaze at them. Seeing the radiant Gilgamesh, she narrowed her eyes slightly behind her black-rimmed glasses, thinking to herself, "He must be the candidate my teacher specifically mentioned. With captain-level spiritual pressure and 10th-level Kido aptitude, he is undoubtedly a genius. I hope his swordsmanship aptitude doesn't disappoint me." Taking only a few steps, Gilgamesh reached the nearby weapon rack. The candidates used specially made, unsharpened asaki, which were about the same weight as Mayo Kano's bamboo sword but easier to handle. Gilgamesh picked up an asaki, tested its weight, and then approached Mayo Kano. With a slight smile, he said, "The test can begin." Mayo Kano unsheathed the bamboo sword at her waist and, holding it in one hand, smiled gently, "You can attack first. Since you're the first to volunteer for the test, I'll give you a tip, don't hold back, give it your all from the start. In the loft, the captains watched with great interest. Some couldn't help but start discussing. Shun Sekiraku, intrigued, asked, how many moves do you think Gilgamesh can withstand against Mayo? Ishin Shiba, stroking his chin, thought aloud, Mayo Kano's swordsmanship is extremely aggressive. I guess no more than 10 moves. Aizen Sosuke, with a gentle smile, said, I have high hopes for Gilgamesh. I think he'll surprise us. I'll guess he can withstand 100 moves against Mayo. Normally, Kei and Shiba would join in such discussions, but he seemed preoccupied and stayed silent. In the field, Gilgamesh nodded lightly at Mayo Kano's words, understood. He then swung his sword towards Mayo. The strike was ordinary, nothing special. Mayo Kano raised her bamboo sword to block it without much thought. But as their swords clashed, her face suddenly showed a look of astonishment. To everyone's surprise, Mayo Kano was forced to take a step back. The candidates were confused, but the captains observing the test noticed something unusual. They saw Mayo Kano's right hand holding the sword start to tremble slightly. Jinikamaru, who usually kept his eyes narrowed, couldn't help but speak. There was no spiritual pressure in that strike, and it was a simple swing. Pure strength. The other captains agreed with Jin's analysis. However, they knew that sheer strength alone couldn't deal with Mayo Kano. They were curious about how strong Gilgamesh was to force Mayo Kano back. Gilgamesh and Mayo Kano knew the answer best. Gilgamesh's physical strength was rated at C, translating to about 4 tons of force. Mayo Kano, despite being a soul reaper with greater strength than an ordinary human, still had physical limitations as a woman. She estimated Gilgamesh's strength to be about 3 times her own. Physical strength was only a base attribute. In real combat, a soul reaper could unleash far more power with their spiritual pressure and energy. But since this was just a test, Mayo Kano didn't use her full power. Within moments, Mayo Kano adjusted her stance. Seeing Gilgamesh not continuing his attack after the first strike, she narrowed her eyes and asked, why didn't you continue your attack? Modesty or arrogance? Raising her bamboo sword, she attacked Gilgamesh, her gentle voice tinged with a hint of coldness, let me teach you a lesson. In battle, gaining the advantage and not pressing it is foolish. The correct approach is to keep attacking, continuously suppressing your opponent, leaving them no chance to breathe. Mayo Kano's strikes were so fast that some candidates couldn't react in time. Gilgamesh raised his sword to block her attack. Gilgamesh didn't continue his attack after the first strike, not out of modesty or arrogance but a strategy. He wanted the best result in the swordsmanship test. Although he was skilled in swordsmanship, as his noble phantasm was the sword of rupture, he didn't excel in close combat, which he disliked. This was why Gilgamesh's class was archer, not saber, in the Nasu-verse. The swordsmanship aptitude test was subjective. Even with confidence in his skills, he couldn't guarantee the best result without defeating Mayo Kano. His confidence came from his permanently active noble phantasm, Sha-Nagba Imaru, which allowed him to read minds. For example, now he knew, her next strike will aim at my right arm. With this insight, Gilgamesh raised his sword to block the strike before Mayo Kano made her move. Clang! The heavy clash of swords shook Mayo Kano's heart, leaving her puzzled. Was that a coincidence? Or can he foresee my strikes? Chapter 34, her name is Ano Hanaretsu. In the balcony overlooking the swordsmanship aptitude test, Sosuke adjusted his glasses, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes, though he kept it hidden. He wasn't alone in noticing something unusual, the other captains sensed it too. Ishin Shiba couldn't help but voice his thoughts, did I see that right? Gilgamesh was already prepared to defend before Kano-sensei's attack? No one responded to Ishin's question because Mayo Kano had launched another attack. This time, her offensive increased in intensity, delivering 2 strikes in a split second from different directions at Gilgamesh. She did this to confirm her suspicions. The strength Mayo Kano displayed in these 2 strikes exceeded the scope of the swordsmanship aptitude test, making it impossible for the examinees to track the trajectory of her attacks. But Gilgamesh remained unfazed. He had already anticipated Mayo Kano's thoughts. This strike, aimed at his right leg. This strike, aimed at his left hand. Calm and composed, Gilgamesh effortlessly raised his sword to block both of Mayo Kano's strikes. Clang! Clang! The 2 collision sounds almost merged into one, shocking the onlookers. They couldn't see the trajectory of Mayo Kano's strikes, but they knew she had struck twice. The fact that Gilgamesh blocked both strikes, with the sounds almost simultaneous, indicated the brief interval between them. The examinees were witnessing a glimpse of Mayo Kano's true strength, and it left them anxious. They wondered if their swordsmanship aptitude tests would be this challenging. Renji Abarai's face turned slightly pale. He finally understood why Gilgamesh had stopped him from going first. He knew he couldn't have blocked even Mayokano's first strike, let alone her double strike. For Rukia, it was a mix of trepidation and anticipation. She saw hope and a future in Mayokano's strength, aspiring to become just as powerful. Mayokano's offensive continued to intensify, yet Gilgamesh parried every strike. Although Mayokano's swordsmanship was profound, Gilgamesh's physical strength, reaction speed, agility, mindset, and will were evidently superior. Most importantly, Mayokano confirmed that Gilgamesh could foresee her strikes. After another failed attack, Mayokano withdrew. This time, her face was no longer gentle, her eyes were fixed on Gilgamesh with an intense gaze. An invisible pressure descended upon the examinees, causing their hearts to race and feel a weight on their shoulders. The observing captains couldn't help but react. Even the always cold and composed Byakuya Kuichiki showed a change in expression. Shun Sekiraku, usually nonchalant, spoke with rare seriousness. I didn't expect Gilgamesh to surprise us this much. Though his swordsmanship isn't on par with Kano-sensei's, without using spiritual pressure and energy, even she can't defeat him if he can foresee her strikes. This match might end in a draw. Kaname-tosen couldn't help but ask, how is he doing this? Why can he foresee Kano-sensei's strikes? Aizen So's replied, it's not clear yet, but it might be related to his innate talent. I suspect it's an extraordinarily strong combat intuition, similar to Captain Kinpachi. Inwardly, Aizen thought, Gilgamesh, you're becoming more intriguing. Jinikamaru, now fully opening his eyes like a fox, fixed his gaze on Gilgamesh, remarking, it seems the Soul Society is about to witness an unimaginable genius. Isshin Shiba couldn't contain himself, I'm calling it now. Gilgamesh is ours in the 10th division. I'll groom him as a captain candidate. Sajin Kamemura, the masked captain of the 7th division, interjected, such talent is too precious to let go. I wish to vie for him as well. The captains, except for Yamamoto Genryuzai and Keion Shiba, joined the fray to claim Gilgamesh. Even Byakuya Kuichiki wasn't an exception. Initially, his interest in Gilgamesh was due to Rukia, but now, Gilgamesh's talent had truly astonished him. If Gilgamesh joined the Kuichiki clan, it would certainly elevate their status. In the midst of this competitive spirit, Isshin noticed Keion. He was stunned to see Keion's trembling eyes fixed on Gilgamesh, his expression filled with shock and disbelief. Isshin knew Keion must be aware of something significant. This intense battle for talent among the captains would have caused quite a stir if seen by others. Finally, Yamamoto Genryuzai intervened to end the contest. Back in the testing area, Mayokano took a deep breath, suppressing her urge to continue the fight. She tried to regain her composure and said, your test is over. Gilgamesh was momentarily surprised. He was confident of victory, knowing he hadn't fully utilized the abilities of Sha Nagba Imaru. Through its power, he saw that Mayokano was eager for an all-out physical fight. During her years at the Shino Academy, Mayokano hadn't encountered an opponent who could challenge her, let alone push her to her limits. She still had a trump card, a memory of a person who had influenced her swordsmanship deeply. In his mind, Gilgamesh saw a figure with braided hair, exuding overwhelming killing intent, resembling a murderer's aura. Her name was Anohana Retsu. Chapter 35, Future and Tragedy. 2 days have passed since the entrance exams. Gilgamesh, Renji, and Rukia all successfully passed the entrance exams and were assigned dormitories. Most dormitories at the Shino Academy are double rooms. Naturally, Gilgamesh shares a room with Renji. Although Rukia wanted to share a room with Gilgamesh, the male and female dormitories are separated, so it wasn't possible. In these 2 days, apart from the previous appearances of Isshin Shiba and Keion Shiba, no other captains approached him. Given his outstanding performance, Gilgamesh expected more captains to show interest in him. At the very least, Isshin Shiba should have continued to reach out, considering he had already expressed his intentions. But there was nothing. Gilgamesh realized that someone must have given the order to keep the captains from contacting him. And who has the authority to command all the captains? The answer was clear, the head captain of the 13th Division of Imperial Guards, Yamamoto Genryuzai Shigakuni. As for why Yamamoto would do this, Gilgamesh had a good idea. Late at night, in the student dormitory of the Shino Academy, Renji was sound asleep. Gilgamesh, however, was not sleeping. He stood by the window, holding the black cat form of Yoruichi, silently gazing out at the starry night. Yoruichi yawned lazily and asked, not sleeping yet? Tomorrow is the entrance ceremony. Gilgamesh didn't answer the question but instead said something seemingly out of context, it's about time. Yoruichi was puzzled and was about to ask for clarification when a serious voice came from the window, Gilgamesh, may we talk? Following the voice, Yoruichi squinted her cat eyes and thought, Keion? What is he doing here? Yoruichi knew Keion through her friendship with his sister, Kakaku. However, she couldn't fathom why Keion would seek out Gilgamesh in the middle of the night. Suddenly, Yoruichi recalled Gilgamesh's earlier cryptic words and his behavior of staring out the window, which left her momentarily stunned. Could he have known Keion would come? But how? Yoruichi had been with Gilgamesh the entire time over the past 2 days and knew they had no contact with Keion. The only interaction was during the Keto aptitude test 2 days ago when Gilgamesh whispered something to Keion. Although she didn't hear what was said, she knew it wasn't an arranged meeting. Otherwise, Keion wouldn't have spoken as he did upon arrival. As Yoruichi's thoughts were in disarray, Gilgamesh walked out of the dormitory, still holding her, to a secluded spot under a large tree. Keion appeared before Gilgamesh using flash steps. Looking at Keion's serious expression, Gilgamesh said, "It seems you believe my words now." Keion replied, "Not completely. I can see the future." These 6 words had echoed in Keion's mind for days. Had anyone else said this, Keion would have dismissed it as a joke. But Gilgamesh seemed to possess an inexplicable allure that made Keion inclined to believe him. What truly swayed Keion was Gilgamesh's fight with Myokano, where he had seemingly foreseen her strikes. This had been the cause of Keion's reaction then. Over the past 2 days, Gilgamesh's look of pity kept surfacing in Keion's mind, leaving him unsettled and unable to focus on work. Finally, he couldn't resist coming to Gilgamesh. Were it not for Yamamoto's orders, Keion would have sought out Gilgamesh right after the entrance exam. Yamamoto's intention was to protect Gilgamesh from external distractions, allowing him to grow without interference from the nobles and other captains. The different squads could vie for Gilgamesh upon his graduation, including Yamamoto himself, who had high hopes for Gilgamesh's future, possibly reaching the level of the original 13 Division of Imperial Guards captains or even the Royal Guard. Keion couldn't help but ask, "Did you know I'd come to see you tonight?" Keion suspected this when he saw Gilgamesh awake and unsurprised by his arrival. Yoruichi also found this question intriguing and looked at Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh gently stroked Yoruichi and, with a smile, replied, "Yes, I knew you would come, so I was waiting for you." Yoruichi was even more puzzled, but Keion was shaken to his core. Taking a deep breath, Keion asked, "Have you seen my future?" Yoruichi was stunned and momentarily couldn't process it. Gilgamesh nodded slightly, "Yes, I have seen your future." Keion couldn't help but ask, "What did you see? Why did you look at me that way?" Instead of answering immediately, Gilgamesh countered, "Are you sure you want to know?" Keion felt extremely anxious and uneasy. He had a hunch that the future Gilgamesh saw involved something terrible happening to him, something he might not be able to bear. He was afraid to face such a future, yet he had to know. Only by knowing could he hope to change it. Unconsciously, Keion had come to fully believe in Gilgamesh. Taking another deep breath, Keion nodded firmly, "I need to know." Gilgamesh nodded and slowly said, "In the future I see, your wife is devoured by a hollow, and you, in an attempt to avenge her, are taken over by the hollow and meet a tragic end." Boom. Gilgamesh's words hit Keion, Yoruichi, and the hidden Ishin like a thunderbolt. Chapter 36, Clairvoyance of Seeing Past and Future in the Type Moon Universe. The living Gilgamesh possesses the clairvoyance, which allows him to see the future. With it, he can view countless parallel worlds of his own future and deduce the past through his intellect and wisdom. Therefore, Gilgamesh's clairvoyance is also known as the eye that sees through past and future. After becoming a heroic spirit, Gilgamesh lost his physical body and, naturally, his clairvoyance. However, his clairvoyance, combined with his intellect and wisdom, sublimated into an always active noble phantasm omniscient omnipotent star. This means that the omniscient omnipotent star has the ability to see the future. However, this was in the Type Moon universe. In the world of Bleach, the ability of the omniscient omnipotent star to see the future is limited, causing Gilgamesh to be unable to actively see the future, only passively. Passive means Gilgamesh will randomly see a future at irregular intervals. But Gilgamesh noticed that the omniscient omnipotent star seemed to be adapting to this world. Initially, he couldn't even passively see the future. If this continues, perhaps one day, Gilgamesh will be able to actively see the future. Keion Shiba's visit tonight was a future that Gilgamesh passively saw. Along with it, he saw that Ishin had secretly followed Keion. Thus, Gilgamesh knew Ishin was present and even knew where he was hiding. As for the future Gilgamesh spoke of regarding Keion, though it wasn't seen through the omniscient omnipotent star, it was an event in the Bleach storyline and truly happened. Saying it was a future he saw had no issue. However, Keion, Yoruichi, and Ishin didn't know this. At this moment, they were all deeply shaken by the fact that Gilgamesh could see the future and the tragic future of Keion. Especially Keion, who thought he was mentally prepared, but upon learning his future, his mind was in turmoil, not knowing what to think. Yoruichi finally reacted, feeling anxious and wanting to speak. But someone else was more anxious. Isshin couldn't hold back, appearing before Gilgamesh with flash steps and asked turgidly, "Hey, kid, are you talking nonsense? How could Keion die tragically at the hands of a hollow? Even though he's just a vice captain, his strength has long been at the captain level. How could a mere hollow possess his body?" Isshin's urgency was understandable. Not only because Keion was his nephew but also because Keion was the head of the Shiba family, which had fallen from grace, but represented their future and hope. Although Isshin was the head of a branch family, the noble families highly value bloodlines, and the head of the main family has the purest bloodline. So, Isshin naturally didn't want Keion to die, especially not tragically at the hands of a hollow. He couldn't accept this and could only believe Gilgamesh was lying. That talk of seeing the future and dying at the hands of a hollow all lies. He couldn't think about Gilgamesh's motives anymore. Gilgamesh didn't immediately respond but looked at Isshin with his beautiful, deep, all-seeing ruby eyes. Gilgamesh remained silent, just looking at Isshin. Through the illumination of the omnipotent star, Gilgamesh saw through Isshin's chaotic thoughts. He knew that Isshin, unbeknownst to himself, already believed Gilgamesh could see the future, which is why he was so anxious and flustered. Otherwise, with Isshin's character, he would have either been angry and questioned or laughed it off. Under Gilgamesh's gaze, Isshin felt inexplicably uneasy and fearful. At that moment, the captain of the 10th Division, Isshin, began to tremble slightly. He was afraid of Gilgamesh and the unknown future. The atmosphere became oppressive and heavy. Yoruichi, who wanted to speak, couldn't help but feel tense, thinking, could Isshin's future also be tragic? Although Yoruichi wasn't familiar with Isshin, she knew of him due to her acquaintance with Kusagakure, Isshin's niece. As if to confirm Yoruichi's thoughts, Gilgamesh slowly said, "I saw you, in the future, crying, feeling helpless and sorrowful over your wife's death at the hands of a hollow. What one fears most often comes to pass." Hearing Gilgamesh's words, Isshin's pupils contracted sharply, his body trembling uncontrollably, a look of disbelief on his face. Keion, who had just recovered, didn't have time to process why his uncle was there before hearing Gilgamesh's words, his expression shifting as he murmured, "Wife? Uncle Isshin doesn't have a wife." Without waiting for Gilgamesh's response, Keion realized Gilgamesh was speaking of the future, freezing in place. Yoruichi couldn't hold back any longer, sensing something amiss, and asked, "Another hollow? Why do their wives die at the hands of hollows? Could it be the same hollow? What kind of hollow is powerful enough to kill their wives under the noses of 2 captain-level Shinigami? Making even captain-level Shinigami feel helpless? If it were any other time, Isshin and Keion might be shocked by a talking cat, but now their eyes were all on Gilgamesh. Yoruichi's doubts were their doubts too. Under their gaze, Gilgamesh slowly said, "The future I saw was just a fragment, not the full picture, so I'm not sure." But their wives didn't die at the hands of the same hollow. Because Isshin's wife was a human, and her death occurred in the world of the living. Before they could react, Gilgamesh looked at Isshin and Keion and asked, "Your wives dying at the hands of hollows might not be a coincidence but rather someone targeting the Shiba family." Isshin and Keion were stunned, unable to react immediately. They hadn't considered this possibility. After all, who would target the fallen Shiba family? Yoruichi, however, seemed to realize something, her expression darkening as she exclaimed, "Aizen Sosuke." Chapter 37, The Oldest Hero King of Humanity. Aizen Sosuke. The name was immediately familiar to Keion and Isshin. As soon as they heard it, Aizen's image popped into their minds. In their memories, Aizen, despite being the captain of the 5th Division, had no airs about him. He was humble, gentle, and kinda well-known nice guy among the 13th Division of Imperial Guards. They couldn't understand why the black cat in Gilgamesh's arms would mention Aizen. Could Aizen be the mastermind targeting the Shiba family? This idea was quickly dismissed by them. It was ridiculous. Aizen was born in Rukongai and wasn't of noble birth. He couldn't possibly have a grudge against the Shiba family. Moreover, Aizen's strength, compared to other captains, was not outstanding. How could he make someone as strong as Isshin feel powerless? Most importantly, their wives were killed by hollows. How could Aizen control hollows? Aizen's cultivated image was so perfect that Keion and Isshin were willing to believe in him. After blurting out the name, Yoruichi regretted it immediately. It wasn't the time to confront Aizen. This wasn't just because of Aizen's strength but also because he was too deeply hidden. Even if Yoruichi exposed the truth, no one would believe her. Otherwise, she and Urahara wouldn't have had to flee from the Soul Society decades ago. Now, under the skeptical and probing gazes of Keion and Isshin, Yoruichi knew she had to find a way to gain their trust. Otherwise, they might alert Aizen, ruining decades of planning by her and Urahara. But would Keian and Isshin trust her? As Yoruichi's thoughts raced, Gilgamesh gently patted her head, speaking softly, "This isn't the place to talk. You should have a secret underground base nearby. Take us there." Yoruichi was stunned. She had no idea how Gilgamesh knew about it. This underground base was a secret between her and Urahara, and no one else should know about it. But then, Yoruichi thought of something and murmured, "The future." Gilgamesh didn't explain. He hadn't seen a related future but knew from the original Bleach storyline that Yoruichi had taken Ichigo Kurosaki to this underground base to train for Bankai. Yoruichi trusted Gilgamesh completely. She told Keian, "The underground base is a bit far from here. Take us there using flash steps." Keian was full of questions. To resolve his doubts and learn more about his future from Gilgamesh, he followed Yoruichi's instructions. Following Yoruichi's directions, Keian and Isshin used flash steps to travel quickly. Soon, they arrived at the underground base. Seeing the vast space of the underground base, Keian and Isshin were stunned, filled with shock. They never imagined such a large space underground, with no visible boundaries even from afar. They were also curious about who created this vast underground space. Was it the Black Cat? But how could a Black Cat create this? And why could the Black Cat talk? As they pondered, Yoruichi jumped from Gilgamesh's arms. A cloud of smoke rose from her Black Cat form. Under Keian and Isshin's watchful eyes, the smoke dissipated, revealing the fully dressed Yoruichi. Seeing Yoruichi, Keian and Isshin were stunned, eyes filled with disbelief. They recognized Yoruichi, the former captain of the 2nd Division and now a wanted fugitive. Keian had a close relationship with Yoruichi. But they never imagined that the Black Cat in Gilgamesh's arms was Yoruichi. Under normal circumstances, even with past connections, Keian and Isshin would be on guard, ready to fight. But now, they were more concerned with their futures. Isshin, regaining his composure, furrowed his brow and asked seriously, "Yoruichi, what's going on? Please explain." Keian didn't speak, but his gaze was fixed on Yoruichi. Yoruichi hesitated. She was still concerned about whether to reveal the events of the past. Gilgamesh then said, "Go ahead, it's all right. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Whether they like it or not, they will become your allies." Gilgamesh's words were like a tonic to Yoruichi. Taking a deep breath, her eyes turned cold as she looked at Keian and Isshin, saying, "All right, I'll tell you everything." Back then, it was Aizen who triggered Shinji Hueco and the others' holofication. He has been researching how to break the barrier between Shinigami and Hollows for a long time. Shinji Hueco and the others were just his experiments. Because Shinigami and Hollows are always opposing forces, holofication was never allowed. The Central 46 believed Aizen's words and sentenced Kisuke, Tessai, and Shinji and the others to death. You should know the rest. I broke into the trial and rescued Kisuke and Tessai, helping Shinji and the others escape to the world of the living. Yoruichi's words sounded too far-fetched, making Keian and Isshin exchange skeptical glances. There was no proof. One side was a fugitive from the Soul Society, and the other was the current captain of the 5th Division, a well-known nice guy. Any rational person would believe the latter. Yoruichi knew this would happen, looking helpless. She didn't know how to convince Keian and Isshin. At that moment, Gilgamesh spoke, "If you don't want to believe her, can you believe me?" Gilgamesh's words drew their attention. Only then did Keian and Isshin realize something they had overlooked. Why did the Black Cat Yoruichi behave so docilely in Gilgamesh's arms, enjoying his petting? It seemed like she had been conquered by Gilgamesh. Initially, they thought Gilgamesh had a noble background, but now they didn't think so. After all, what noble could conquer Yoruichi? Yoruichi was from one of the 4 great noble houses, the Shiyuin family. So, who exactly was Gilgamesh? Keian couldn't help but ask, "Who exactly are you?" Before Gilgamesh could answer, Yoruichi, with pride and reverence, said, "He is the oldest hero king of humanity and the original of all human myths." Chapter 38, The Gate of Babylon. Keian and Isshin exchanged confused glances, clearly puzzled by the identity of Gilgamesh. They had never heard of him, but the titles "the oldest hero king of humanity" and "the origin of all human myths" were so powerful that their hearts couldn't help but tremble. Yoruichi Shiyuin wasn't surprised by their reactions. She, too, had known nothing about Gilgamesh at first until Urahara had told her about his deeds. Without hesitation, Yoruichi continued, "Gilgamesh was the king of Rook and the protagonist of humanity's oldest epic, the Epic of Gilgamesh." As Yoruichi briefly recounted Gilgamesh's story, Keian and Isshin grew increasingly shocked and found it harder to accept. Isshin, in particular, interrupted Yoruichi, dismissing her explanation. "Yoruichi, even if you're trying to convince us, at least come up with a more believable story. An ancient hero king? The origin of all human myths?" Do you think we'd believe that? And you're saying Gilgamesh lived around 6,000 years ago? Do you really believe this youthful boy is 6,000 years old? Even if the character Gilgamesh existed, it definitely can't be him. With that, Ishin turned his gaze to Gilgamesh, sternly asking, I don't have time for games. This is the last time I'll ask, who are you really? Can you truly see the future? If your answer doesn't satisfy me, I won't hold back. As soon as he finished speaking, Ishin drew his Zanpakuto. Clang. With the sound of the blade leaving its sheath, a chilling aura surged towards Gilgamesh. Yoruichi's expression turned cold, and her clothes fluttered despite the lack of wind. She could tolerate Ishin questioning her, but she wouldn't stand for him questioning Gilgamesh, especially with a drawn sword. She was ready to fight Ishin. Just then, a figure stepped between Yoruichi and Ishin. Keion had drawn his Zanpakuto and pointed it at Yoruichi, saying, Sorry, Yoruichi, but we need to know his true identity today. If he's deceiving us, then... Keion didn't finish his sentence, but his intent was clear. Yoruichi was genuinely angered now, laughing in disbelief. Fine. Let me test the strength of the Shiba head myself. Without further words, Yoruichi used flash steps to appear behind Keion, grabbing his collar and dragging him away. Immediately, the sounds of a fierce battle echoed through the area. Ishin frowned, not understanding Yoruichi's actions. Although Yoruichi had taken Keion away, he, the captain of the 10th Division, was still there. Did Yoruichi think he wouldn't attack Gilgamesh? Or did she believe Gilgamesh could handle him? Ridiculous. Even if Gilgamesh was a prodigy, he hadn't yet fully grown or obtained his Zanpakuto. How could he be a match for him? As a captain, Ishin was proud. Even recognizing Gilgamesh's talent, he didn't believe his strength was inferior. He wouldn't fear a fight with Gilgamesh, even if he grew stronger. At that moment, a calm but authoritative voice broke the silence. I may not have a Zanpakuto, but defeating you is within my ability. Ishin's eyes widened in disbelief. You can read my thoughts? Not only that, but the regal tone in Gilgamesh's voice caused Ishin's heart to tremble slightly. Gilgamesh didn't answer directly. Behind him, a golden ripple appeared out of nowhere. A luxurious golden throne encrusted with various jewels emerged, landing behind Gilgamesh. He seated himself on the throne, looking at Ishin with a detached expression. At this moment, Gilgamesh's imperial presence was undeniable. Under this regal aura, his youth was easily overlooked. Watching this, Ishin's mind flashed back to the image of Yamamoto Genryu's Ishigakuni. His heart shook. He couldn't believe Gilgamesh could make him feel as if he were facing Yamamoto Genryu's eye. Countless questions filled Ishin's mind like wild grass. What was that golden ripple? Why did a golden throne emerge from it? What was Gilgamesh's true identity? Though he didn't want to admit it, seeing Gilgamesh now, the word that came to Ishin's mind was king. In the distance, Keion and Yoruichi's battle raged on. Despite facing Yoruichi, Keion, a true prodigy, wasn't immediately at a disadvantage. The shockwaves of their captain-level battle compressed the air, sending gusts toward Ishin and Gilgamesh. Ishin's captain's hair flapped in the wind. However, Gilgamesh's clothing remained untouched, his hair unmoving, as if the wind respected the king and made way for him. Lost in his thoughts, Ishin missed this detail. At that moment, Gilgamesh answered Ishin's initial question, speaking with youthful yet commanding words. My name is Gilgamesh, the oldest hero king of humanity. Gilgamesh's words snapped Ishin out of his reverie. Though Ishin wanted to question further, he found himself at a loss for words. Seeing this, Gilgamesh asked, Do you know why humanity calls me the origin of all myths? Ishin was stunned. Before he could respond, another golden ripple appeared in front of Gilgamesh. A golden key-shaped short sword emerged from it. Gilgamesh took the golden short sword, saying, This treasure is called the Key of the King's Law. It opens the gate to my treasury. In my treasury, I hold the originals of all human myths. Open your eyes wide and behold, the gate of Babylon. As he spoke, Gilgamesh inserted the Key of the King's Law into the void. Chapter 39, Getsuga Tensho. What was the Key of the King's Law? What treasury? What divine gate? Ishin could understand every word Gilgamesh said, but he couldn't grasp their combined meaning. It wasn't just Gilgamesh's words. There were too many things about him that Ishin couldn't comprehend. The golden ripples, the golden throne, the key of the king's law. Each incomprehensible element piled up, making Ishin want to question him. But just as Ishin was about to speak, his pupils shrank in shock, and his mouth fell open at the sight before him. In the age of gods in the Type Moon world, a time when gods and humans coexisted, Gilgamesh had collected all the treasures on Earth and built a treasury to store them, named the Gate of Babylon. The treasures Gilgamesh collected were the prototypes of various treasures that would later appear in the Type Moon world, embodying human wisdom and knowledge. The key of the king's law was the key to the gate of Babylon. Since the catalogue of treasures constantly expanded, the shape of the key continuously changed. Without the wisdom to instantly understand the key's changes, one couldn't open the gate of Babylon even if they possessed the key. Hence, humanity praised the gate opened by the key of the king's law as the divine gate. It symbolized that only divine wisdom could open it and that it housed the origins of all human myths. At this moment, the divine gate was opening. Behind Gilgamesh, hundreds of golden ripples appeared, spreading out endlessly. The golden light illuminated Ishin, bathing him in a golden glow. Before Ishin could react, countless treasures began to emerge from the golden ripples. The sight was so overwhelming that even Ishin's spirit wavered. Far away, Kaizen, engaged in a fierce battle with Yoruichi, caught a glimpse of the golden glow and turned to look. Seeing this, Kaizen's face filled with astonishment. To Kaizen, it seemed as if a massive golden gate had opened behind Gilgamesh. Before Kaizen could scrutinize it further, a heavy punch landed on his abdomen, and he heard Yoruichi's cold voice, "Distracted while fighting me? Are you too confident or too arrogant?" Without giving Kaizen a chance to respond, Yoruichi's attacks came at him like a raging storm, suffocating him and forcing him to focus entirely on the battle. Meanwhile, although Ishin was usually carefree, he was still a captain-level figure and quickly regained his composure. Ishin had to admit that Gilgamesh's current display was indeed beyond his understanding, filled with mysteries. He considered the possibility of a Zanpakuto, but he hadn't sensed any spiritual pressure from the key of the king's law or the golden ripples. Gilgamesh had also said he didn't have a Zanpakuto. Ishin didn't know if Gilgamesh was lying, but he leaned towards believing him. However, this didn't mean he could accept that Gilgamesh was the Gilgamesh. If Gilgamesh were truly Gilgamesh, he'd be at least 6,000 years old, twice the age of Yamamoto Genryu's Ishigakuni. That was impossible. If such a figure existed, he would have known long ago. Gilgamesh wouldn't be an unknown. To uncover the truth shrouded in mystery, Ishin knew he had to defeat Gilgamesh. After organizing his thoughts, Ishin seriously warned Gilgamesh, "Be careful. If we fight, I might not be able to control my strength." Gilgamesh responded with a calm smile, saying nothing. Seeing this, Ishin stopped hesitating, immediately stepping into flash steps and vanishing from sight. Just as Ishin disappeared, Gilgamesh raised his right hand and pressed down in a specific direction. In the next moment, hundreds of treasures emerged from the golden ripples, shooting toward that direction like a deluge. This was Gilgamesh's usual attack method, using treasures as projectiles. Although this didn't unleash the full power of the treasures, it required little magical energy. Ishin reappeared just in time to see the barrage of treasures flying toward him, as if Gilgamesh had anticipated his movements. With no time to dodge, Ishin swung his Zanpakuto to deflect the incoming treasures. Ishin quickly realized that while the treasures were powerful, they were manageable for a captain-level Shinigami. He channeled his spiritual power, summoning a barrier to protect himself as he closed the distance to Gilgamesh using flash steps. Ishin noted that the treasures had been shot out of the golden ripples, leaving them empty. It was an opportunity to capture Gilgamesh. But as Gilgamesh watched Ishin approach, he seemed amused. Through the omniscience and omnipotence of his noble phantasm, Gilgamesh had already perceived Ishin's thoughts. He knew Ishin's next move and recognized the barrier as a secret technique of the Shiba family, combining Kido and their own methods. The technique was interesting. However, Gilgamesh also knew that his usual attacks wouldn't harm Ishin or break through his barrier. Which treasure should he use? Gilgamesh pondered. He had so many treasures that even he couldn't count them all. As Ishin reached Gilgamesh and reached out to grab him, a jewel embedded in the golden throne suddenly lit up. Massive magical energy surged from it, forming a barrier that blocked Ishin's hand. Simultaneously, ancient automatic defense spells stored in the jewel were triggered. Ishin, shocked, watched as golden magic circles materialized in the air, rapidly forming powerful magical spheres. Without hesitation, Ishin retreated. But it was too late. The spheres turned into beams of magical energy, homing in on Ishin. Although Ishin didn't sense spiritual pressure from the beams, he felt a power surpassing that of a Jillian's Sero. He knew his barrier couldn't withstand the beams. Without delay, Ishin raised his Zanpakuto, chanting the release incantation for Shikai. Burn, Injutsu. As flames erupted, Ishin slashed his Zanpakuto, shouting, Getsuga Tensho. Chapter 40, Inkadu. Getsuga Tensho is the signature move of Ichigo Kurosaki, the protagonist of the Bleach universe. However, Ishin, who is Ichigo's future father, performs a different version of Getsuga Tensho. Ishin's Getsuga Tensho is a close-range slash that mixes spiritual pressure with flames. During the battle in Karakura Town, Ishin even used his Getsuga Tensho to injure Aizen after he fused with the Hogyoku. This demonstrates the power of the technique. However, Ishin is currently facing ancient magic from the Age of Gods in the Type Moon universe. In the Type Moon universe, any ancient magic is equivalent to modern magic, as it contains an energy called true ether. In the Type Moon universe, true ether, also known as the fifth true theoretical factor, is the power that nourishes planets and forms celestial bodies. Thus, even though Ishin's Getsuga Tensho is powerful, it still cannot counteract all the magical beams in one strike. Boom. The explosions, flames and smoke obscured Ishin's vision but couldn't block his danger sense. Without hesitation, Ishin used flash steps to leave his current position. Just as Ishin used flash steps to leave, the golden magical beams pierced through the flames and smoke, continuing to pursue him. Ishin couldn't understand what these beams were. Despite not sensing any spiritual pressure, their power was terrifying. Most importantly, why were these beams tracking him? Could it be like Bakudo number 58, Kakushitsujaku, able to sense his spiritual pressure and track him? Ishin didn't have time to ponder this as the beams closed in on him. He couldn't afford to be careless and unleashed another Getsuga Tensho. Boom. 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 With each deafening explosion, flames and smoke barriers rose throughout the underground base. Getsuga Tensho. Shouting, Ishin slashed his Zanpakuto again, cutting through the last magical beam. Even Ishin started to pant. The continuous use of flash steps and repeated Getsuga Tensho were draining his stamina. Finally, Ishin managed to look towards Gilgamesh. What he saw made the veins on his forehead throb. In Ishin's eyes, Gilgamesh, exuding regal majesty, was still seated on the golden throne, seemingly pondering something, completely ignoring him. It was as if Ishin's battle had not even caught Gilgamesh's attention. Perhaps, in Gilgamesh's eyes, it wasn't even a battle. Taking a deep breath, Ishin resisted the urge to use Bankai, trying to calm his anger. Ishin's Bankai put immense strain on his body and required stable spiritual pressure to use. Stable spiritual pressure meant Ishin couldn't use Bankai after a major battle. So, Ishin had to use Bankai either at the start or when the battle wasn't intense. Using Bankai required a quick victory due to its immense strain. Thus, Ishin rarely used Bankai. But without using Bankai, how could he defeat Gilgamesh? Ishin believed he could break the magical barrier of the Golden Throne but wasn't sure if there would be more magical beams afterward or even stronger attacks. Taking a deep breath, Ishin knew he had no choice. He raised his right hand, aiming his palm at Gilgamesh, and began chanting. Mask of flesh and bone, fluttering wings, crowned with the name of man. Carve a twin lotus on a wall of blue flames and await the blazing fires to reach the distant heavens. Terrifying spiritual energy gathered in Ishin's palm, turning into a raging blue flame. Hado number 73, Sorenso Katsui. With Ishin's shout, the raging blue flame split and blasted towards Gilgamesh from all directions, resembling blooming twin lotuses. Boom. With a massive explosion, a barrier of blue flames and smoke rose. Seeing this, Ishin's expression turned serious as he gripped his Zanpakuto, wary of more magical beams. After waiting for a while without any beams, Ishin sighed in relief. The barrier of blue flames and smoke gradually dissipated, revealing the cracked magical barrier and the unharmed golden throne with Gilgamesh sitting atop it. Gilgamesh no longer appeared troubled. Ishin thought his attack had worked, catching Gilgamesh's attention. This shook Ishin's resolve. He planned to break through the magical barrier in one go. Without hesitation, Ishin began chanting Sorenso Katsui again, his right palm still aimed at Gilgamesh. Ishin didn't notice that the treasures shot out earlier had all returned to the gate of Babylon, reappearing from the golden ripples. Listening to Ishin's chant and watching the blue flames gather in his palm, Gilgamesh waved his hand. The treasures returned to the gate of Babylon, but the golden ripples remained, indicating the gate hadn't closed. Ishin noticed this and was shaken, adding another layer of confusion. Ishin couldn't understand why Gilgamesh recalled his treasures. Had he given up or was preparing another attack? Ishin's chanting continued despite his thoughts. Hado number 73, Sorenso Katsui. With Ishin's shout, more blue flames surged toward Gilgamesh. But this time, the flames were scattered by chains before reaching him. Ishin saw golden chains with bladed tips emerging from the golden ripples. He heard Gilgamesh's regal, commanding voice filled with interest. Shinigami, if you call yourselves gods, let me see if these chains that can bind even gods can capture you. Chapter 41, Humanity, Chain the Gods with Wings. Type Moon Universe, Gilgamesh's friend Enkidu is the very essence of the chains of heaven. The chains of heaven are designed to restrain the gods. The higher the divinity of the one being bound, the stronger and harder the chains become, making it nearly impossible to break free. Conversely, for those without divinity, the chains of heaven are merely sturdy chains. Of course, Ishin doesn't know this. Gilgamesh's words seem nonsensical to him. Indeed, Shinigami are akin to gods to humans and ordinary souls. But in the world of Bleach, there are plenty of things that can restrain Shinigami. Various Bakudo spells alone can capture Shinigami, not to mention other divine weapons. Isshin doesn't understand what Gilgamesh means, but he knows he must avoid being bound by these chains. It's like avoiding being caught by Bakudo spells. Once captured, his movements would be restricted, affecting the battle's outcome. Thinking this, Isshin looks at the overwhelming golden ripples behind Gilgamesh and the chains of heaven emerging from them. His lips twitch in frustration. He knows he must not be captured, but this seems highly unfair. Without giving Isshin much time to think, Gilgamesh, seated on his golden throne, raises his hand slightly. In the next moment, hundreds of chains of heaven shoot out from the golden ripples, swirling in the air like writhing silver snakes, swiftly wrapping around Isshin. Seeing the overwhelming chains of heaven filling his vision, Isshin feels a chill and doesn't dare to be careless. He immediately uses flash steps to evade. Boom. 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 The ground cracks under the impact of the chains of heaven, sending debris and dust flying. In the chaos, Isshin's figure moves erratically, constantly using flash steps to dodge the chains of heaven. Initially, Isshin planned to evade the chains while looking for an opportunity to attack Gilgamesh. But he soon realized his plan was naive. First, the number of chains of heaven was overwhelming, like a torrent of chains, making him focus solely on evasion without finding a chance to strike Gilgamesh. Second, he overlooked one of Gilgamesh's abilities, foresight. During the Shino Academy entrance exam, Gilgamesh could predict Kanemayo's attacks. Now, Gilgamesh could predict his movements. This meant every time Isshin's flash steps landed, he found the chains of heaven already waiting at his landing spot. A few times, Isshin barely escaped. But as the attempts continued, Isshin made more mistakes. Swish. With the sound of chains, Isshin was finally captured by the chains of heaven, even dropping his Zanpakuto. He smiled bitterly. He didn't expect to be bound by the chains of heaven. Feeling the chains, Isshin realized they were just sturdy chains, restricting his movements but not affecting his spiritual pressure or energy. This fact puzzled and slightly relieved Isshin. As long as his spiritual pressure and energy were unaffected, mere chains couldn't hold him. Isshin spread his right palm towards the chains and chanted, Hado number 33, Sokatsui. In the next moment, blue flames erupted, followed by a violent explosion. The chains of heaven shattered. Seeing this, Isshin cast several more Sokatsui spells, breaking free from the chains of heaven. Watching this, Gilgamesh's face showed disappointment. It seemed Shinigami, though called gods, had no divinity. Isshin picked up his Zanpakuto and charged at Gilgamesh without fleeing this time. Gilgamesh's methods were endless, and Isshin knew that the longer he dragged on, the worse it would be for him. Previously, he feared the chains of heaven had special abilities, like sealing spiritual pressure and energy. But knowing they were just regular chains, Isshin had no more concerns. Facing the torrent of chains, Isshin used his signature move, Getsuga Tensho. The chains of heaven, mere sturdy chains, shattered under the impact of Isshin's Getsuga Tensho. Quickly, Isshin broke through the chains and reached Gilgamesh. Seeing Gilgamesh still seated on his golden throne, with no change in expression, Isshin raised his Zanpakuto high and shouted, It's time to end this battle. Kid, the outcome is decided. With his full captain-level spiritual pressure surging, Isshin slashed his Zanpakuto, shouting, Getsuga Tensho. Crack. Clang. Boom. With a series of sounds, the magical barrier shattered. But Isshin's Getsuga Tensho didn't harm Gilgamesh. A golden ripple appeared in front of Gilgamesh, revealing a golden shield shaped like a butterfly's wings. This golden shield blocked Isshin's Getsuga Tensho without a scratch. Isshin's pupils contracted in shock. He knew he had used his full strength, yet the golden shield remained unscathed. This shield is called the Aegis, also known as Zeus's shield. It is the shield of the king of the gods, Zeus, in Greek mythology, and one of the mythological artifacts in my treasury. Gilgamesh's voice echoed. Before Isshin could react, a powerful force pushed him back a few steps. Looking up, he saw the magical barrier he had broken had regenerated. Gilgamesh had already recalled the Aegis and chains of heaven into his treasury. His deep, beautiful red eyes looked at Isshin, saying, You are right, this battle should end. Though his voice was young and calm, it exuded regal authority. Shinigami have no divinity. The chains of heaven are merely sturdy chains to you. However, the power of the chains of heaven is not just about binding. To uphold its name, I will let you experience the true power of the chains of heaven. With that, Gilgamesh stood up, bathed in the golden light of the Gate of Babylon, resembling a supreme king from mythology. He began to chant the incantation for the chains of heaven. It embodies the concept of cyclical life, the fire kindled to overcome primordial terror. The past returns to the future to the eternal. The earth and sea shall bind the sky, known as the fruit of life, marked by fear. Thus, humanity created paradise, even consuming the primordial. Even journeying to hell with humanity, delighting in the joy of a friend, still singing the praises of paradise. Humanity, chain the gods with wings. Chapter 42, The Ultimate Noble Phantasm. As Gilgamesh chanted, golden ripples suddenly appeared on the ground beneath Ishin's feet. His body's instinctive warning of danger made Ishin immediately use flash steps to escape. At that moment, giant chains glowing with a golden light shot up from the golden ripples on the ground, connecting the sky and earth. Seeing the scene before him, Ishin's pupils trembled continuously. Reflected in his eyes, the sky and earth seemed to be connected by these enormous golden chains. In front of these gigantic chains, Ishin felt as small as an ant. His mind began to quiver, and Gilgamesh's words echoed in his thoughts. Divinity. The true power of the chains of heaven. That chant resembling his Zanpakuto release incantation. Unconsciously, Ishin murmured in a trembling voice. What is going on? These chains connecting the sky and earth. Could this be his Bankai? But he said he didn't have his Zanpakuto. And if it's a Banchi, why can't I sense any spiritual pressure? It wasn't just Ishin who was shocked. Keion and Yoruichi, who were fighting intensely in the distance, were also drawn to the commotion caused by the release of the chains of heaven. Upon seeing the gigantic golden chains connecting the sky and earth, both Keion and Yoruichi were equally stunned. They were far enough away to see the full spectacle, which made it even more shocking. So shocked that they forgot they were still in battle. After a brief silence, both Keion and Yoruichi simultaneously rushed toward the chains of heaven. Keion was worried about Ishin. As Ishin's nephew, Keion knew him well and knew that these gigantic chains were not Ishin's Zanpakuto ability. Yoruichi was worried about Gilgamesh. She didn't know Ishin well and had never seen Gilgamesh use the chains of heaven. But she had just sensed Ishin's unrestrained spiritual pressure. Seeing the chains of heaven, Yoruichi assumed it was Ishin's Bankai. Thus, Yoruichi feared that Gilgamesh might be in danger. As Yoruichi and Keion rushed over, the chains of heaven suddenly converged, forming a single chain that spanned the sky, like a mythical golden dragon soaring through the heavens. At this moment, Ishin's body's instinctive warning of danger reached an unprecedented peak. Escape. 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 The thought of escaping filled his mind until it occupied all his thoughts. Ishin's body followed the survival instinct, using flash steps to flee rapidly. This action seemed to anger the golden dragon-like chains of heaven, which shot toward Ishin like a meteor. As it passed, the atmosphere was torn apart, space roared, and a boundless wave of air surged, causing a violent wind. The scene was like a natural disaster, as if the golden dragon was venting its fury. Keion and Yoruichi, seeing this from afar, felt a deep sense of dread even before getting closer. Facing the golden dragon-like chains of heaven, Ishin, despite being a captain-level combatant, did not crumble. He gritted his teeth, forcing himself to stay calm, while pouring all his spiritual pressure into his Zanpakuto, Injutsu. In his current state, he couldn't sustain his Bankai. Ishin knew his only chance was to put everything on the line, to deliver the strongest Getsuga Tensho of his life. With eyes wide open, Ishin raised Injutsu high and roared, Getsuga Tensho. As Ishin slashed down, a massive blade of fiery spiritual pressure erupted, like a scorching inferno, striking toward the heavenly dragon. The world seemed to hold its breath. From Keion and Yoruichi's perspective, the clash generated an extreme pressure wave, forming a vortex of wind mixed with scattered flames, spreading outward. The collision's center raised a storm of sand and stones, obscuring the view, with only the chains of heaven visible beyond the debris. Then, the delayed sound arrived. Boom. The terrifying shockwave forced Keion and Yoruichi to halt in midair, their hearts in their throats. As the dust settled, the chains of heaven gradually disappeared, along with Gilgamesh's golden throne, returning to the gate of Babylon. Then, the gate of Babylon closed. Keion and Yoruichi arrived. Yoruichi immediately checked Gilgamesh and, seeing he was unharmed, sighed in relief. She then turned her attention to the surroundings. Yoruichi noticed the battlefield's transformed terrain, with cracked ground, fallen trees, and numerous varying-sized craters. Keion and Ishin were in the largest crater. Ishin sat on the ground, his face full of relief and panting heavily. Ishin knew he survived not because his strongest Getsuga Tensho stopped the chains of heaven, but because Gilgamesh didn't intend to kill him. The chains of heaven, though appearing to attack him, veered off, shattering his Getsuga Tensho and crashing heavily into the ground beside him. Keion, seeing the deep, lake-sized crater beside Ishin, was already sweating coldly. Though not facing it directly, the sight of the ground rupture caused by the chains of heaven filled Keion with suffocation, heaviness, and fear. Yes, despite being captain level, Keion felt fear toward the beautiful, youthful-looking boy. Isshin finally recovered, leaning on his released Zanpakuto to stand, saying, "He's terrifying. I now believe he's Gilgamesh. If not, I can't explain those divine artifacts without spiritual pressure or those incomprehensible methods." He then looked at Keian, who was frowning, yet to accept the reality, and said seriously, "Keian, be careful, do not antagonize him, at least not now. He has the power to take us both down." Keian was surprised, not expecting Isshin to say this. Before Keian could ask, Isshin continued, "Did you know? Those golden ripples connect to his treasury. He said it holds the originals of all human myths. Those chains of heaven are just one of those myth originals. And I can tell, the chains of heaven aren't his strongest myth original." Before Isshin finished, Gilgamesh's appreciative voice interrupted, as expected of a captain of the 13th Division of Imperial Guards, "Your intuition is sharp. Indeed, the chains of heaven aren't my strongest treasure. No harm in telling you, my strongest treasure is called Da, the Sword of Rupture." Chapter 43, Chaos in the Living World. Da, the Sword of Rupture. For some reason, hearing this name made Keian and Isshin feel an ancient, timeless aura. Their hearts trembled slightly. Following the voice, they saw Gilgamesh and Yoruichi walking side by side, stopping in front of the pit where they stood. Gilgamesh's deep, beautiful ruby-like eyes were fixed on them. Perhaps it was due to the strength Gilgamesh had displayed, or maybe it was his innate regal presence. At that moment, in the eyes of Keian and Isshin, even though Gilgamesh appeared to be a beautiful young boy, he exuded an aura of authority that demanded respect. It even gave them the illusion of facing Yamamoto, causing their nerves to tighten. Taking a deep breath to calm his taut nerves, Isshin looked at Gilgamesh and asked seriously, "I need to confirm something. O ancient hero king, can you truly see the future?" Isshin used an honorific in his speech. He now believed that Gilgamesh was indeed the oldest hero king of humanity. Gilgamesh. In the presence of a figure over 6,000 years old, it was only fitting for Isshin to use an honorific, as he was clearly the junior here. Even if Gilgamesh's identity were false, his strength had already earned Isshin's respect. Gilgamesh nodded slightly and replied, "I can indeed see the future, but for now, I can only see fragments of certain futures passively. So, I know about the tragic futures awaiting you, but I do not know the exact times and places." Gilgamesh wasn't lying. The original Bleach story never detailed the specific times and locations of these two events. Keian and Isshin exchanged a heavy glance. Matters concerning their families, especially their wives, were things they couldn't ignore. Although Isshin wasn't married yet and hadn't met his future wife, Gilgamesh's description was enough for him to understand the depth of his future feelings for her. He hadn't expected his future wife to be human. As the captain of the 10th Division, Isshin knew well that marriage between Shinigami and humans was forbidden. If discovered, the consequences would be severe, including capture and potentially harsh punishment from the Soul Society. He didn't know what would lead him to overcome such obstacles to marry a human, but it also confirmed the future bond he would share with his wife. After a brief silence, Keian suddenly asked, "Can I know why you are telling me about the future?" Through the omnipotent star's illumination, Gilgamesh understood Keian's thoughts. He knew Keian's deeper meaning was, "Aren't you afraid I'll spread this information?" In Keian's view, someone as powerful as Gilgamesh joining the Shino Academy must have an ulterior motive. Before achieving his goals, it would be best to hide his true strength and methods, not reveal them as he did now. This puzzled Keian. Gilgamesh smiled slightly and said, "My main purpose in coming to the Shino Academy is to seek talent. Although the Shiba clan has declined, its bloodline remains, and its inherent talent surpasses that of ordinary souls. It is one of my targets. Telling you about the future is a gesture of sincerity." Keian and Isshin looked at each other in disbelief, unsure of what to say. Even though the Shiba clan had declined, it had once been one of the 5 great noble clans in the Soul Society. There's a saying, "A lean camel is bigger than a horse." No other force had ever sought the allegiance of the Shiba clan. Even if they had, the Shiba clan would not have agreed. The Shiba clan had its pride and principles. Moreover, both Keian and Isshin, as heads of the main and branch families, were currently serving in the 13th Division of Imperial Guards and could not join another force. At least, not now. Gilgamesh knew that winning over the Shiba clan wouldn't happen overnight. Before they could speak, Gilgamesh continued, "My sincerity is just an opening, showing my attitude, not to make the Shiba clan serve me immediately. I am confident that one day, the Shiba clan will willingly serve me. Today, let's leave it at that. If I see more of your future, I will tell you." With that, Gilgamesh turned to Yoruichi and said, "Let's go." Yoruichi nodded slightly, picked up Gilgamesh, and used flash steps to leave. Keian and Isshin watched them leave in silence. Although many of their doubts had been resolved, even more questions arose. What force is behind Gilgamesh? Why does he want the Shiba clan to serve him? Why have they never heard of his existence before? What about his methods and abilities? With these questions swirling in his mind, the usually carefree Isshin couldn't help but rub his aching head and said to Keion, "Let's go back." Keion nodded slightly. They left using flash steps. They tacitly agreed not to bring up tonight's events again. Although they were willing to believe Gilgamesh, they couldn't imagine the kind-hearted Aizen Sosuke being the mastermind. Therefore, until they had thoroughly investigated the matter, they wouldn't mention tonight's events to avoid alerting the enemy. This was within Gilgamesh's expectations. At the 10th Division barracks, Isshin quietly returned to his quarters and was about to enter when a mature, alluring voice, full of fatigue and resentment, called out, "Captain Shiba, you're finally back." Isshin jumped in surprise and turned to see Renjaku emerging from the shadows. He could feel her boiling resentment toward him. Due to Keion's situation, Isshin had left the division's affairs to Renjaku for the past 2 days, making himself scarce. Meanwhile, Renjaku had been handling division affairs almost without rest. This affected her skin and hair, and she even developed dark circles under her eyes. As someone who took pride in her appearance, Renjaku couldn't stand this and had built up a lot of resentment. Now, finally catching Isshin, Renjaku was ready to vent her frustration. But before she could, she noticed Isshin's disheveled state and was startled. His shakusho and captain's hori were dirty and torn, and his exposed skin was covered in wounds. He looked like he'd been through a fierce battle. But how could that be? If such a battle had occurred, the entire Siriite AI would have been in an uproar, not this quiet. Renjaku was stunned, and her anger dissipated without her realizing it. Isshin knew what Renjaku was thinking but didn't want to explain. His eyes darted slightly, and before she could speak, he preemptively asked, "Renjaku, why are you here so late? Is there something important?" Renjaku instinctively replied, "I received news that our division stationed Shinigami in Naruki City, Yuki Kinamiya, was killed by an unknown assailant. I wanted to ask for your instructions on how to handle it." Isshin didn't think much of it. The death of a stationed Shinigami was not unusual, and the culprit was typically a hollow. He was about to assign someone to investigate when he changed his mind, saying, "I'll handle it myself." Renjaku, snapping back to reality, asked, "Captain, are you going to the living world? Will the head captain approve?" A captain going to the living world had significant implications and required Yamamoto's approval. Renjaku didn't believe the head captain would approve Isshin going to investigate this matter. While the death of a Shinigami was serious, sending a captain to investigate seemed excessive. Isshin merely smiled mysteriously, "I have my ways." He was determined to go to the living world. Not because of the Shinigami's death but to find information about Gilgamesh. If Gilgamesh's identity was true, there would be records in human history. He wanted to see the illustrious deeds of the one titled the oldest hero king. Most importantly, he hoped to uncover clues about Gilgamesh's mysterious methods and divine artifacts from his past. Chapter 44, Kyoka Suigetsu Siriite AI, 5th Division Barracks. In the dim light of an oil lamp, Aizen Sosuke gently closed the book in his hands and placed it on the desk before him. His voice was calm and soothing as he spoke, "Jin, what brings you here so late?" Jin Ikamaru suddenly appeared before Aizen Sosuke, his fox-like eyes narrowing as he glanced at the book on the desk. A strange look flickered across his face. The cover of the book bore the title The Epic of Gilgamesh in large characters. Jin knew this book. A day earlier, Jin Ikamaru and Aizen Sosuke had secretly traveled to the living world's Naruki City to conduct holification experiments on Shinigami and to see if they could find Hirako Shinji and his group, who were hiding in the living world. They were Aizen's experimental subjects and were later rescued by Kusagakure Hara. Aizen knew that Kusagakure Hara could likely solve their holification problem. This meant that capturing them would yield significant rewards and possibly advance Aizen's research on the Hogyoku. So, Aizen had never given up searching for them. This time, Aizen chose Naruki City for the experiments because he had gathered information indicating that they had been active there. Conducting holification experiments on Shinigami in their territory was a provocation, reopening their wounds. If they reacted in anger, they might fall into Aizen's trap. Jin had thought Aizen would oversee everything from the shadows as usual. But upon arriving in Naruki City, Aizen had sent him to capture the stationed Shinigami while he went to the largest bookstore in the area. When they met again, Aizen was already engrossed in the Epic of Gilgamesh. Aizen was so absorbed in the book that he barely paid attention to the holification experiments, leaving them entirely to Jin. This piqued Jin's curiosity about what kind of book could captivate Aizen so much. Aizen did not keep it a secret and told Jin the book's title and content. When Jin heard the title The Epic of Gilgamesh, he was stunned, his usually narrow eyes widening in disbelief. Of course, he knew who Gilgamesh was, the top student of this year's Shino Academy, hailed as the most talented student in the academy's history. But what was this book about Gilgamesh? What was Aizen's interest in it? Did Aizen really think that the Gilgamesh currently at Shino Academy was the same as the ancient hero king from 6,000 years ago recorded in the Epic of Gilgamesh? The questions that had flashed through his mind then still remained unanswered now. Jin had tried to probe subtly, but Aizen had given vague responses. After pondering for a moment, Jin refocused his thoughts and looked at Aizen. I just saw something interesting. Aizen's gentle demeanor remained unchanged as he asked with interest, oh, what is it? Jin did not hide anything and said, Captain Shiba returned to the barracks not long ago, looking like he had just been in a fierce battle. Not only that, but he also decided to personally investigate the death of the station Shinigami in Naruki City. Aizen raised an eyebrow slightly and asked a critical question, will the head captain allow him to go? Jin's narrow eyes opened a crack, revealing a dangerous gleam, and he chuckled, no, from the look of it, he plans to go secretly. Aizen Keiicho, don't you think we can take advantage of this situation? Aizen knew Jin was not suggesting reporting Ishin. While reporting him might get Ishin punished, the result would be inconsequential. Jin's intention was to use Ishin as a subject for holofication experiments. Not long ago, Aizen would have agreed with Jin's proposal. Having been unable to find Hueco Shinji and his group, using Ishin as a replacement would be ideal. But now, Aizen had reservations. Aizen's mind was not only meticulous but also alarmingly perceptive. He noticed that many things had started to slip out of his control since Gilgamesh's appearance. This displeased Aizen and gave him a sense of unease. He knew he was not yet ready to be exposed. Moreover, Aizen had grown increasingly curious about Gilgamesh. He recalled hearing the name Gilgamesh in the living world, which was why he had sought related books there. Now, Ishin planning to secretly go to the living world over a low-ranking Shinigami's death seemed out of character and illogical for someone as lazy as him. Clearly, Ishin's behavior was also beyond Aizen's control. Taking action against someone who was out of his control would increase the risk of exposure. More importantly, Aizen wondered if Ishin's behavior was connected to Gilgamesh. Deep in thought, Aizen did not respond to Jin. Jin was surprised by Aizen's silence. From what he knew of Aizen, he would not pass up such a good opportunity. But Jin did not interrupt Aizen's contemplation and waited quietly. In the meantime, Jin picked up the Epic of Gilgamesh from the desk and started reading. This was Jin's first time reading the book. He wanted to see what magic it held to captivate Aizen so much. As he read, Jin found himself becoming engrossed, even subconsciously associating the current Gilgamesh with the ancient hero. Aizen, who had finished his contemplation, looked at the engrossed Jin without disturbing him, smiled slightly, and quietly left. There were some things he had to verify for himself. The next day, Aizen coincidentally encountered Ishin. Watching Ishin's back, Aizen smiled as usual and said warmly, Captain Shiba, what a coincidence to meet you here. Ishin's heart tightened upon hearing Aizen's voice. Outwardly, he remained calm, smiling as he turned to Aizen and greeted, oh, Captain Aizen, where are you headed? Aizen responded, I have some matters to handle at the 12th Division. Ishin didn't care where Aizen was going. After a few polite exchanges, he quickly left. After Ishin left, Aizen's smile faded, and his brow furrowed slightly. Although Ishin had hidden it well, Aizen's keen perception still noticed his wariness. Interesting. Initially, he only wanted to test if Ishin's behavior was related to Gilgamesh. But now, it seemed Ishin's behavior was linked to him. Who could have caused this change in Ishin? Thinking this, Aizen's face softened into a gentle smile as he mused, Gilgamesh, it looks like I need to meet you. And show you my Kyokusugetsu. Chapter 45, Aizen arrives. Shino Academy. This year's incoming students were divided into 5 classes, with Class 1 being the best and Class 5 the worst. Based on their comprehensive entrance exam scores, Gilgamesh, Renji, and Rukia were all placed in Class 1. In the original storyline of Bleach, Rukia was not placed in Class 1 due to her poor kendo talent. Therefore, during the founding period of the Kingdom of Rock, Gilgamesh asked Yoruichi to mentor Renji and Rukia in their kendo training. The results were effective. After all, the kendo talent test is highly subjective. As long as Rukia performed adequately and combined it with her scores in the first 2 rounds, she could easily enter Class 1. I am your instructor, Onaburo Genro. Class 1 of the first year has gathered all the top scores of the exam, making it a prestigious class. I hope that all of you will not only join the 13th Division of Imperial Guards but also continually strive towards the center of power through rigorous training. Therefore, every day, you will. On the podium, a tall, burly, bald man Onaburo Genro, the instructor of Class 1 was giving an impassioned speech. The students in the class were all fired up. Most of them were from noble families. For them, Joining the 13th Division of Imperial Guards was not difficult, but becoming seated officers was not as easy. Not to mention achieving the positions of vice captain or captain. As for those born in Rukongai, their goal was naturally to join the 13th Division of Imperial Guards. In the class, only Gilgamesh, Renji, and Rukia seemed uninterested, even feeling bored by Onigirigenro's long-winded speech. Soon, the first class of the day ended. During the break, many students left the classroom. Gilgamesh, holding Yoruichi in his arms, stayed in his seat, gently petting her head with no intention of leaving the classroom. Yoruichi purred contentedly under Gilgamesh's touch. Next to them, Renji and Rukia started playfully teasing each other again. "Excuse me, are you Gilgamesh?" At that moment, a gentle voice sounded. Gilgamesh, Renji, and Rukia turned to see a black-haired boy with a zanpakuto at his waist, smiling warmly at them. Noticing their attention, the boy introduced himself. "My name is Naoki Tsunayashiro. I am here on behalf of the Tsunayashiro family to invite Gilgamesh." Without waiting for Gilgamesh to respond, Tsunayashiro Naoki continued, "If you agree, the Tsunayashiro family will grant you the surname Tsunayashiro, making you a member of the Tsunayashiro family, with a status equal to direct descendants." The classroom erupted in astonishment. "Oh my god, is this real? Gilgamesh is about to soar to new heights. That's one of the 4 great noble families. If I could, I would abandon my current surname just to join the Tsunayashiro family. Unless they're from the other 3 great noble families or some top noble families, no one can resist this temptation, right?" "Not necessarily. Gilgamesh is so talented that he is almost guaranteed to become a captain in the future. He might not need the Tsunayashiro family. Can talent put food on the table? The center of power in Siriite AI is not the captains but the central 46 chambers. If he joins the Tsunayashiro family, he could aspire to enter the central 46 chambers in the future." "Exactly. The central 46 chambers can even judge captains." Amid the heated discussions, many gazes filled with longing, jealousy, and envy were directed towards Gilgamesh. These people wished they could take his place and join the Tsunayashiro family themselves. Tsunayashiro Naoki smiled lightly as he listened to the discussions. Without waiting for Gilgamesh to respond, he continued, "All right then, I'll come to see you after school today and take you to the Tsunayashiro residence." Clearly, Tsunayashiro Naoki was confident that Gilgamesh would agree. As the discussions indicated, unless one belonged to the other 3 great noble families or a few top noble families, no one could resist the allure of the Tsunayashiro surname. And the Tsunayashiro family had already used their resources to confirm that Gilgamesh was not a descendant of these families. Tsunayashiro Naoki was about to leave but stopped in his tracks when he heard Gilgamesh's calm voice, "You don't need to come back. I will not join the Tsunayashiro family." Tsunayashiro Naoki was stunned, turning back in disbelief as if doubting his ears. Not just him, but the other students in the classroom were also taken aback. Clearly, this was not the outcome they had anticipated. After a long pause, Tsunayashiro Naoki regained his composure. His expression turned cold, his tone losing its friendliness. "Are you sure? This opportunity will not come again." Before Gilgamesh could respond, Renji stood up. Annoyed by Tsunayashiro Naoki's threatening tone, Renji waved dismissively, "You're annoying." He said no. "Now leave." Tsunayashiro Naoki's face darkened, but he did not retaliate. He merely cast a cold glance at Renji before turning and leaving. Through the illumination of the omniscient and omnipotent star, Gilgamesh perceived Tsunayashiro Naoki's sinister, dirty thoughts, including his greed and desire towards him, which disgusted and displeased Gilgamesh. If it weren't for the inappropriate setting, Gilgamesh would have sent Tsunayashiro Naoki to hell. As for the Tsunayashiro family, Gilgamesh hoped they would be wise enough not to provoke him again. Otherwise, he wouldn't mind reducing the 4 great noble families to 3. Unbeknownst to them, the second class had started. The second class was the fundamentals of Asaki. It's worth noting that most of the freshmen had received their Asaki 2 days before the official start of classes. Gilgamesh was no exception. At that moment, the classroom door was pushed open. All the students' attention turned towards the door, knowing their Asaki instructor had arrived. Gilgamesh, Renji, and Rukia were no exceptions. In their gaze, a man with black-framed glasses and a gentle smile walked in. At the same moment, Yoruichi, nestled in Gilgamesh's arms, bristled, her pupils contracting sharply. The newcomer was none other than Aizen Sosuke. Chapter 46, Shatter, Hyoka Suigetsu. Sensing the agitation of Yoruichi in his arms, Gilgamesh gently petted her head, gradually calming her down. Naturally, Gilgamesh recognized Sosuke Aizen. Not only Gilgamesh, but almost every student in the classroom, except those from Rukongai, would know Aizen. As a result, The moment they saw Aizen, the classroom erupted. Am I dreaming? It's really Captain Aizen of the 5th Division. Captain Aizen is a special lecturer at Shino Academy, and he comes to teach occasionally. I can't believe I'm lucky enough to be here. This is amazing. Our first Asaki class, and we get Captain Aizen. I heard Captain Aizen always demonstrates the Shikai of his Zanpakuto during his Asaki classes to help students understand their Asaki and Zanpakuto better. I wonder if it's true. I hope it's true. I really want to see Captain Aizen's Zanpakuto Shikai with my own eyes. Renji and Rukia originally didn't recognize Aizen. At first, they thought he was just an ordinary teacher. But after hearing the enthusiastic discussions of the noble students around them, they finally realized that this gentle and elegant man was indeed the captain of the 5th Division of the 13th Division of Imperial Guards. Especially after hearing about Aizen's various accomplishments, they too became excited and eagerly anticipated the upcoming class. Aizen was not surprised by the students' reactions. He had experienced similar scenes many times before. His eyes, hidden behind black-framed glasses, calmly scanned the room before settling on Gilgamesh. Seeing Gilgamesh, Aizen was slightly taken aback. It wasn't because of Gilgamesh's striking appearance. On the contrary, Gilgamesh's beauty had no effect on Aizen. Aizen was surprised because Gilgamesh's reaction was unexpected. At that moment, Gilgamesh had an amused smile, looking directly at Aizen. In Aizen's eyes, Gilgamesh did not hide his ambition. His beautiful, gem-like crimson eyes conveyed a clear desire for conquest. He wants to conquer me? This absurd thought that popped into Aizen's mind was what caused his momentary surprise. However, Aizen's composure was strong, and he quickly adjusted his mindset. Interesting, very interesting. Let's see how you plan to conquer me, Gilgamesh. With this thought, Aizen began to speak gently to the students. Although many of you already know me, I'll introduce myself again. My name is Sosuke Aizen, and I am the current captain of the 5th Division of the 13th Division of Imperial Guards. I will be teaching your Asaki class today. He paused briefly before continuing. To transform your Asaki into your own Zanpakuto, you must share every moment with it. Through continuous training, you embed the essence of your soul into the Asaki, thereby awakening your Zanpakuto. Aizen taught seriously, explaining in a way that was easy for the students to understand. It must be said that Aizen was an excellent teacher. At least now, aside from Gilgamesh, all the other students were convinced by Aizen and even admired him. Renji and Rukia were also impressed by Aizen's knowledge and listened intently. The only one who couldn't focus was Yoruichi in her cat form. She couldn't understand why Aizen was here. But her intuition told her that Aizen's presence had something to do with Gilgamesh. The thought of Aizen extending his sinister hand towards Gilgamesh made Yoruichi feel a chill and panic. Aizen was too deeply hidden. Even though Yoruichi had confidence in Gilgamesh, she was still uneasy. Every time Aizen's gaze seemed to sweep over them, she felt a shiver run down her spine, afraid of being discovered. This made Yoruichi restless in Gilgamesh's arms, frequently looking up at him. Coincidentally, the night before, Yoruichi had told Keion and Ishin about Aizen's schemes. Gilgamesh had been present then. This meant that Gilgamesh was aware of Aizen's deeds. So Yoruichi wanted to see Gilgamesh's reaction. But Gilgamesh remained calm and unbothered, making it impossible for her to read him. She wanted to communicate with Gilgamesh but feared Aizen would notice. This situation was driving Yoruichi to the brink. On the podium, while teaching, Aizen unfastened the Zanpakuto at his waist. Seeing this, the students in the classroom seemed to realize something and became excited again. Amid the anticipation of the students, Aizen lifted his Zanpakuto with his right hand and said, "Now, let me show you my Shikai. My Zanpakuto is named Kyoka Suigetsu, a water-type Zanpakuto. It can create illusions by manipulating the reflections in mist and water to confuse and make enemies attack each other." Without giving the students time to react, Aizen softly intoned, "Shatter, Kyoka Suigetsu." The next moment, Aizen sheathed his Zanpakuto and, ignoring the students, walked towards Gilgamesh. Strangely, no one noticed anything unusual. The students continued to watch the podium, occasionally exclaiming in awe, as if Aizen were still there demonstrating his Shikai. Gilgamesh also appeared to be watching the podium, ignoring the approaching Aizen. Soon, Aizen stood before Gilgamesh. Reaching out, he tapped the air in front of him, opening a black cavity. Then, Aizen attempted to take Gilgamesh into the black cavity leading to Hueco Mundo. In Soul Society, he was too restricted, but in Hueco Mundo, it would be different. Even though he had yet to conquer Hueco Mundo, Aizen could act freely there. At that point, whether Gilgamesh was hiding his true strength or not, Aizen was confident he could subdue him. Moreover, he wasn't alone. Looking at the open cavity, Aizen did not hesitate and reached out to grab Gilgamesh. At that moment, Gilgamesh turned his head to look at Aizen, a playful smile on his face. Their eyes met, and Aizen's calm expression, which suggested he had everything under control, suddenly changed drastically. Chapter 47, Aizen's killing intent. He can see me? But how can he see me? I released Kyoka Suigetsu's Shikai right in front of him. He should be completely hypnotized. One question after another raced through Sosuke Aizen's mind, filling him with disbelief and astonishment. This situation was beyond Aizen's expectations. For some reason, he felt as if Gilgamesh's crimson eyes could see right through him. His heart began to pound, and the hand he extended toward Gilgamesh froze in place. Gilgamesh spoke slowly. Kyoka Suigetsu's true ability is complete hypnosis. It controls the 5 senses, making the target believe in the appearance, shape, mass, touch, and even smell that you want them to. As long as they see the moment Kyoka Suigetsu is released, they fall into complete hypnosis, and every time Kyoka Suigetsu is released thereafter, they will remain in a state of complete hypnosis. Hearing Gilgamesh reveal Kyoka Suigetsu's true ability, Aizen's pupils, hidden behind his glasses, shrank dramatically, feeling a chilling sensation sweep over him. Kyoka Suigetsu's true ability was a secret Aizen had never shared with anyone, not even his closest confidants, Jinakamaru and Kaname-tosen. He was extremely cautious, ensuring that no one knew his trump card until he was ready. So, how did Gilgamesh know Kyoka Suigetsu's true ability? Who are you? Aizen started to question, but before he could finish, Gilgamesh continued, there are 2 ways to break it: avoid seeing the moment of release, or touch the blade before the hypnosis takes effect. He knows everything. Aizen screamed internally. At this moment, Aizen's killing intent towards Gilgamesh reached its peak. Curiosity, experimental material, research, ancient hero king, none of that mattered anymore. The only thing Aizen wanted now was to kill Gilgamesh, no matter what. The only problem was how to kill him. They were at Shino Academy. Though Aizen had hypnotized the first-year students, it was limited to only them. He couldn't see through Gilgamesh and couldn't guarantee an instant kill. If he failed to kill him instantly, the resulting battle would surely attract attention. Aizen couldn't afford to jeopardize his centuries-long plans in Soul Society. What to do? Aizen's mind raced, searching for a solution. His once calm face now showed an unusual grimness, and his eyes, hidden behind his glasses, were fixed on Gilgamesh, emitting a suffocating aura. At that moment, Gilgamesh stood up and walked towards the Garganta. As he stepped into the Garganta, he turned to the astonished Aizen and said, "Come, I will show you how I will conquer you." Aizen was taken aback for a moment, then his pupils shrank again. He knows what I'm thinking? Originally, Aizen couldn't see through Gilgamesh. But after interacting with him, the mystery surrounding him only deepened. Still, Aizen said nothing more. He didn't know why Gilgamesh dared to enter the Garganta, but it played right into his hands. As soon as Gilgamesh entered Hueco Mundo or even within the Garganta, Aizen would act, leaving no chance for him to escape. Without hesitation, Aizen followed Gilgamesh into the Garganta. As soon as Aizen entered, the Garganta began to close. Meanwhile, the students in the classroom continued looking towards the podium, their expressions becoming vacant and lifeless, no longer speaking or interacting, like empty shells. Renji and Rukia were no exception. Gilgamesh, of course, was aware of this, but he was not worried. Aizen had only hypnotized them, he hadn't harmed them. Inside the Garganta, Aizen watched Gilgamesh from a short distance, ready to strike when he saw a dazzling golden light suddenly illuminate the space. In Aizen's shocked gaze, a massive golden ripple appeared behind Gilgamesh. From the ripple, the flying throne of kings, Vimana, emerged. What is that? Is it the ability of his Zanpakuto? This thought was immediately dismissed by Aizen. He couldn't sense any spiritual pressure from the golden ripple or Vimana. He also had to admit the sheer magnificence of Vimana. Suppressing his astonishment, Aizen feared hesitation might lead to disaster. He raised his hand towards Vimana, spiritual pressure surging. The immense spiritual pressure made the Garganta tremble, and he chanted, Hado 90, Kurohitsugi. The next moment, a dark coffin of extreme spiritual pressure enveloped Vimana, countless shadow blades piercing towards Vimana and Gilgamesh inside. Quickly, Kurohitsugi began to dissipate. As it vanished, the brilliance of Vimana shone once more, illuminating the Garganta. This light caused Aizen's heart to sink. Seeing the unscathed Vimana and Gilgamesh seated on its throne, Aizen's heart sank to the bottom. Though the chantless Kurohitsugi was only a third of its full power, it should have been enough to defeat a weaker captain in one blow. But this only strengthened Aizen's resolve to kill Gilgamesh. Before Aizen could attack again, a missile launched from Vimana towards him. Instinctively raising his Zanpakuto to block, he heard Gilgamesh's amused voice, Aizen, feel the power of this ancient nuclear warhead. Aizen's hand faltered, disbelief on his face, as if doubting his ears. Did I hear that right? A nuke? That missile is a nuke? Chapter 48, Shoot to Kill, Shinso. In the Indian epic Mahabharata, there is a description: the deity rode his Vimana, flying swiftly, and launched a projectile filled with immense power at the three cities of the Vrishni and Andaka clans. A plume of white smoke rose from the ground, shining as brightly as 10,000 suns. This secret weapon, known as the Iron Thunderbolt, turned all enemies to ashes. Bodies were burned beyond recognition, hair and nails fell out, and warriors jumped into streams to wash themselves and their equipment clean. The Iron Thunderbolt mentioned here is an ancient nuclear warhead mounted on the Vimana. At this moment, the ancient nuclear warhead exploded within the Garganta. In an instant, the Garganta was completely illuminated, leaving no dark spots. In the midst of this endless light, a massive mushroom cloud rose, and the terrifying explosion caused the already unstable space of the Garganta to start collapsing. Gilgamesh had already left the Garganta on the Vimana. The Vimana, capable of high-speed flight ignoring physical laws, had exited the Garganta the moment the ancient nuclear warhead exploded, arriving in Hueco Mundo. Through the still-open Garganta, Gilgamesh admired the light and mushroom cloud blooming inside, feeling a wave of satisfaction. He murmured, "Quite a splendid firework." Yoruichi had already awakened from her hypnosis. Seeing the Garganta filled with endless light and feeling the suffocating, terrifying power of the ancient nuclear warhead's explosion, Yoruichi couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Hearing Gilgamesh's comment, Yoruichi really wanted to revert to her human form, grab Gilgamesh by the collar, and shake him, asking, "Do you hear yourself? Firework. Really?" Gilgamesh, understanding Yoruichi's thoughts, couldn't help but laugh. The Vimana carried only 2 ancient nuclear warheads, and one had already been used, leaving only one, which Gilgamesh didn't intend to use now. After a quick assessment, Gilgamesh found that the Vimana still had about 2/3 of its energy. The 1/3 loss was due to withstanding Aizen Sosuke's Kurahitsugi. He had to admit, Aizen's Kurahitsugi was incredibly powerful, even when used without incantation. If it had been the magic barrier generated by the Golden Throne during the battle with Ishin, it probably wouldn't have been able to withstand Aizen's Kurahitsugi. However, Gilgamesh wasn't concerned about the Vimana's energy consumption. The Vimana's energy source was solar power. And it wasn't ordinary solar power but solar energy generated by solar crystals using mercury as fuel, a mythological energy source. The king's treasury never lacked minerals like mercury. Gilgamesh was now curious to see if Aizen could survive the nuclear explosion. Meanwhile, Jinikamaru and Kaname Tosen, who had been waiting in Hueco Mundo, saw the Vimana emerging from the Garganta. Though Tosen couldn't see, he had trained his senses over the years, forming a black and white mental image of his surroundings. Thus, Tosen could see the Vimana's outline, but he couldn't appreciate its magnificence. Jin, however, was different. Seeing the radiant Vimana floating in the sky, Jin's usually narrowed eyes widened in awe. To be honest, it was the first time he had seen something so magnificent. Sensing Jin's unusual emotions, Tosen asked, "Jin, what do you see?" Jin didn't respond, not because he didn't want to, but because he couldn't find the words to describe the Vimana. Seeing Jin silent, Tosen frowned and asked again, "Do you see Captain Aizen?" Jin suddenly snapped back to reality. "That's right, why hasn't Aizen appeared yet? And what was that radiant vessel? Was it Aizen's latest creation?" Filled with questions, Jin's expression grew serious. "I don't see Captain Aizen." Frowning, Jin added, "Something feels off. Let's carefully approach and check." Tosen agreed, and they both used flash steps to quickly approach the Vimana. Soon, they reached a point in the void near the Vimana, gazing at it from a distance. Seeing Gilgamesh sitting on the Vimana, petting Yoruichi, Jin and Tosen's expressions changed drastically. They never expected Gilgamesh to be on the Vimana. So, where was Aizen? Shouldn't it be Aizen bringing Gilgamesh to Hueco Mundo? As they thought this, they noticed Gilgamesh looking at the still-open Garganta. Following his gaze, they saw the light-filled Garganta, their hearts shaking. The Garganta's interior was as bright as the sun, beyond their understanding. They didn't know what had happened, but they suspected the light and Aizen's absence were related to Gilgamesh. However, they didn't believe Aizen could be defeated by Gilgamesh. Jin and Tosen didn't fully know the extent of Aizen's power. But they knew the tip of Aizen's strength iceberg was already terrifying. So, they thought Gilgamesh must have used some method to delay Aizen in the Garganta. The sun-like light must have been Gilgamesh's doing. Thinking this, Jin and Tosen exchanged glances, nodding slightly. Without words, their long-term cooperation had built an understanding. They would capture Gilgamesh and wait for Aizen to emerge from the Garganta before making any decisions. Without hesitation, Tosen used flash steps to quickly approach the Vimana. Jin, meanwhile, drew his Zanpakuto, aiming it at Gilgamesh. His usually narrowed eyes opened slightly as he chanted, "Shoot to kill, Shinso." In the next moment, Shinso, originally a short blade, extended rapidly, surpassing Tosen with terrifying speed, aiming straight for Gilgamesh. Crack. Suddenly, a barrier appeared, blocking Shinso but not Tosen. Before Jin and Tosen could react, Tosen was already on the Vimana, beside Gilgamesh. Seeing Gilgamesh so close, Tosen raised his Zanpakuto to strike. At that moment, Gilgamesh's youthful yet authoritative voice rang out, "Kaname Tosen, do you want to avenge Keikyo?" Boom. With those simple words, Tosen was struck as if by lightning, his pupils shaking violently, and his raised Zanpakuto frozen in place. Keikyo, my friend, how does he know? Chapter 49, True Name Release. Once, Kaname Tosen was merely a commoner in Rukongai, having few friends due to his blindness. In such circumstances, Keikyo became his only close friend and a goddess-like figure in his heart. Tosen believed that their peaceful life would continue forever, but Keikyo chose to become a Shinigami and married the youngest member of the Koga clan, Tokunagetsu Nayashiro. Later, Keikyo was killed by the psychopathic Tokunagetsu Nayashiro over a minor marital quarrel. Despite his heinous act, Tokunagetsu Nayashiro was exempted from any criminal punishment due to his noble status and was released after a superficial interrogation. Upon his release, Tokunagetsu Nayashiro saw Tosen standing guard outside, his perverse nature took over, and he humiliated and brutally beat Tosen, ordering the guards to kill the gravely injured Tosen. In his moment of despair, awaiting death, Aizen appeared. Aizen killed all the guards on the scene and helped Tosen to his feet, saying, "I have a proposal. Would you like to entrust your overflowing hatred to me for now?" From that moment on, Aizen became Tosen's salvation. This past, apart from the involved parties, had been buried deep in Tosen's heart, never revealed to anyone, not even Jin. Naturally, Keikyo remained buried deep within Tosen's heart. Yet, Tosen never forgot Keikyo nor his own hatred. He once swore before Keikyo's body, "If justice is not enough, then let me become justice and eliminate all evil in this world like clouds." After his vow, Tosen took up Keikyo's Zanpakuto, Suzumoshi, which had reverted to an Asaki upon her death. He infused it with his own spiritual pressure, transforming it into his own Zanpakuto. However, Tosen did not change its name, it remained Suzumoshi. This was to constantly remind himself of his hatred. Now, hearing Gilgamesh mention his deeply buried memory of Keikyo, Tosen couldn't help but be moved. It had been nearly a century since Keikyo's death, and Tosen couldn't fathom how the 12-year-old Gilgamesh could know about it. Moreover, Gilgamesh didn't just know about Keikyo, he knew about the hatred from back then. As if compelled by some supernatural force, Tosen couldn't help but ask, "I want revenge, but how?" Tosen, now the captain of the 9th Division in the 13th Division of Imperial Guards, was already part of the power center of the Siriite AI. But the closer he got to the center of power, the more he realized how ugly the true face of the Siriite AI was, and how much evil it hid. In such a Siriite AI, it was impossible to seek fair and just retribution against Tokunagetsu Nayashiro. In the face of one of the 4 great noble clans, he, a mere captain from Rukongai, was insignificant. Thus, Tosen placed his hope for revenge on Aizen. He believed that once Aizen's plan succeeded, an ideal world would come. Originally, Tosen thought this way. But now, for some reason, hope surged within him again. Gilgamesh spoke, "Conquer the Soul Society, change the Soul Society, create a new nation without nobles, where everyone is equal, judge all evil, and expose all darkness." Gilgamesh's voice, though youthful, carried an unyielding resolve, like a child's unrealistic ambition. But to Tosen, it sounded like a resounding bell, shaking his heart. This was not just because Gilgamesh's words carried inherent authority, making them convincing. It was also because Gilgamesh's vision aligned with Aizen's goals. Aizen detested the constraints of fate and the rules of the Soul Society, refusing to be bound, wanting to completely overhaul the flawed structure and governance of the Soul Society. However, while Gilgamesh envisioned creating a new nation, Aizen aspired to transcend the Spirit King and become the one true God. Crack. The sound of shattering glass abruptly snapped Tosen back to reality. Before he could react, a golden ripple appeared, followed by a golden shield shaped like a butterfly's wings emerging from it. Clang! A metallic clash resounded. In Tosen's mind's eye, he saw Jin Shinso colliding with the shield of the gods. The shield was incredibly sturdy, and even Shinso couldn't penetrate it, forcing Jin to retract it quickly. "Shall I deal with him?" A calm male voice suddenly spoke, drawing Tosen's attention. Looking towards the source, Tosen saw the black cat in Gilgamesh's arms, leaning out and coldly gazing at Jin standing in the void. A talking cat? Tosen was stunned, his face filled with disbelief. Not only that, but Tosen also sensed danger emanating from the black cat. This fact left Tosen's mind in turmoil. A cat made him feel threatened. Had the world gone mad, Or was he losing his mind? Yoruichi paid no mind to Tosen. She knew that Gilgamesh had deliberately allowed Tosen to breach the Vimana's barrier. Through the subsequent conversation, Yoruichi understood that Gilgamesh intended to recruit Tosen. Though Yoruichi disliked and disdained Tosen, she trusted Gilgamesh's judgment and silently supported him. As for Jin, Yoruichi had noticed him the moment he launched his first attack. Initially, she ignored him, but seeing that his Shinso could penetrate the Vimana's barrier on a second attempt, she intervened to prevent any disruption to Gilgamesh's plan. Gilgamesh gently shook his head. "No need, I will handle it myself." As he spoke, the Vimana turned, positioning Gilgamesh to face Jin directly. Jin's eyes narrowed slightly. At that moment, a golden ripple appeared beside Gilgamesh's right hand. Under the watchful eyes of Yoruichi, Jin, and Tosen, a uniquely shaped spiral sword emerged from the ripple. Yoruichi's heart trembled slightly. Another weapon she had never seen before. She didn't doubt its power, given the examples of Igalime and Enkidu. Jin, seeing this, hesitated slightly before raising his Shinso again, preparing to strike. Gilgamesh had already raised the spiral sword, aiming it at Jin. He began to speak. "This sword is called the Spiral Sword, a magical sword from Celtic mythology. Legend has it that this sword was forged by the elves of the divine realm, imbued with the mighty power of the thunder god. Later generations believed it to be one of the prototype swords of King Arthur's Excalibur. Kaname Tosen, feel this the tip of my strength." True name release. Kalidbog. Chapter 50, The Radiance of the Omniscient Star. Tosen had no knowledge of Celtic mythology or King Arthur's Excalibur. But he knew that Gilgamesh was about to demonstrate his power, showing the strength to achieve his grand ambitions. Is the spiral sword the name of his Zanpakuto? Does true name release mean Shikai or Bankai? With these thoughts, Tosen began to sense Gilgamesh's spiritual pressure seriously. Gilgamesh had never hidden his spiritual pressure, so it was clear and visible to Tosen. However, Gilgamesh's spiritual pressure was so weak that Tosen thought it wasn't his true strength. In an instant, a rainbow-colored sword light burst from the spiral sword, rapidly extending towards Jin. Almost simultaneously, Jin released his Shikai, and his Zanpakuto, Shinso, extended quickly towards Gilgamesh. The next second, the rainbow sword light collided with Shinso. Under the watchful eyes of Yoruichi and Tosen, there was no grand explosion or stalemate. Almost without any delay, Shinso shattered inch by inch under the rainbow sword light. The rainbow sword light continued at its original speed towards Jin. Witnessing this, Yoruichi and Tosen couldn't help but be shocked. They both knew how sharp and sturdy Jin's Shinso was. But now, Jin's Shinso was so fragile under the rainbow sword light. This was truly astounding. Moreover, the spiral sword's attack seemed similar to Jin's Shinso. Naturally, the most shocked was Jin. At this moment, his usually narrowed eyes were wide open, filled with disbelief. Seeing the approaching rainbow sword light, Jin felt an immense sense of danger, with every cell in his body warning him to escape quickly. Without hesitation, Jin used flash steps to move rapidly to the side. But it was too late. Slash. A deep wound appeared on Jin's right arm, with blood flowing down his arm, dripping from the air. Covering his wound with his hand, cold sweat ran down Jin's face. This wasn't just due to the intense pain but the relief of surviving. If he hadn't dodged, the sword would have pierced his heart. At the same time, Jin was in awe of the spiral sword's power. The spiral sword's ability was similar to his Shinso Shikai but far more powerful. Furthermore, Shinso's maximum extension was 100 times its original length, but the rainbow sword light of the spiral sword clearly extended beyond that. So, what exactly was the spiral sword? Was it Gilgamesh's Zanpakuto? One doubt after another surfaced in his mind. Despite his growing confusion about Gilgamesh, Jin didn't connect him to the ancient hero king from the Epic of Gilgamesh. It was simply too absurd to believe that the Gilgamesh before him was the legendary hero king. Before Jin could ponder further, Gilgamesh, seated on his throne, raised the spiral sword and slashed towards him. Immediately, the rainbow sword light extended towards Jin again. Having witnessed the power of the rainbow sword light, Jin dared not hesitate and quickly used flash steps to evade it. Slash. In Jin's shocked gaze, the desolate white desert-like ground of Hueco Mundo was cleaved, forming a bottomless chasm. As the chasm appeared, the white sands on either side began to pour into it, forming a quicksand pit. Without giving Jin a moment to breathe, the rainbow sword light slashed at him again. Jin, with no hesitation, used flash steps to dodge the rainbow sword light once more. And as soon as he reappeared, the rainbow sword light was already slashing at him again. Once, twice, thrice. Jin lost count of how many times he had dodged, but the rainbow sword light always followed him relentlessly. This realization made Jin's heart tremble violently. He suddenly remembered that Gilgamesh had foreseen Mahane Kano's attack in their battle. Undoubtedly, the reason the rainbow sword light followed him so closely was that Gilgamesh had foreseen his actions, allowing him to strike precisely as flash steps ended. Realizing this, Jin knew there were only two ways to break free. The first was to escape to a place where the rainbow sword light couldn't reach. The second was to capture the mastermind, Gilgamesh, thereby ending everything. As for which option to choose, Jin's opened eyes gleamed dangerously. He had never been a saint. Since Gilgamesh sought his life, he naturally wanted Gilgamesh's life in return. Thus, Jin decided to do both. After dodging the rainbow sword light again, Jin shouted, "Kaname, what are you doing? Why haven't you acted? Have you betrayed Captain Aizen? Act now, don't give him a chance, use your Bankai." As he shouted, Jin used flash steps to swiftly move beneath the Vimana. Gilgamesh was seated on the throne of the Vimana, wielding the spiral sword, so below the Vimana was out of the rainbow sword light's reach. Unless the rainbow sword light could bend. But Jin quickly dismissed that possibility. On the Vimana, Tosen was startled by Jin's words. Yoruichi also quickly turned her wary gaze towards Tosen. She didn't know what Tosen's Bankai was. Though she disdained Tosen, he was still a captain, and his power was undeniable. If he used his Bankai at such close range, regardless of its nature, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, before Yoruichi could act, Gilgamesh gently pressed her back with his left hand. Tosen raised his Zanpakuto and said to Gilgamesh, "I recognize your ideals, but I'm sorry. That night, I gave myself to Captain Aizen. But don't worry, I won't harm you. I'll capture you, and then I'll plead with Captain Aizen to let you join us." Without giving Gilgamesh a chance to respond, Tosen began chanting, "Benkei, Suzumo Shitsuishiki," in Makoragi. Seeing this, Gilgamesh's lips curved into a smile, and his ruby eyes shone with the radiance of the omniscient star. Chapter 51, The Hell of Ignorance. Benkei, Suzumo Shitsuishiki, in Makoragi. As Tosen chanted the words of his Benkei, the circular ring behind his Zanpakuto, Suzumoshi, suddenly expanded and divided into 9 identical rings, surrounding Vimana from all directions. In the next moment, a torrent of spiritual pressure transformed into a pitch-black curtain, rapidly spreading from those rings and soon enveloping Vimana entirely. From a distance, it appeared as a gigantic, dark ellipsoidal barrier. Jin, below Vimana, recognized this as Tosen's Bankai. He had personally experienced Tosen's Bankai before and knew how despairing it was to be trapped inside in Makoragi. Thinking about it, Jin grinned and said, "Gilgamesh, enjoy this despair." Then, as if remembering something, Jin looked towards the still open Garganta, his brows furrowing. This Garganta had been open for quite a long time, and Aizen hadn't appeared yet. What could have happened to him inside? Jin wasn't worried about Aizen's safety. In truth, more than anyone, Jin wished for Aizen's death because his true purpose in following Aizen was to one day kill him with his own hands. So now, Jin wondered if Aizen was in trouble and if he could seize the opportunity to kill him. With this in mind, Jin's narrowed eyes took on a serpentine gleam, hiding his true thoughts. Eventually, Jin decided to check the Garganta. If he found an opportunity to kill Aizen, that would be ideal. If not, at least Aizen wouldn't suspect him. After organizing his thoughts, Jin didn't hesitate and used flash steps to rush towards the Garganta. By now, the sun-like light within the Garganta had gradually dissipated, revealing the original darkness. So Jin didn't doubt anything and prepared to enter. But just as he reached the entrance, he was met with a surge of scorching heat. Even as a captain-level Shinigami, Jin felt discomfort under this heat, with sweat dripping from his face. This forced Jin to retreat a bit, only stopping when he was no longer affected by the heat, looking at the Garganta in astonishment and muttering, "What's going on?" Meanwhile, inside in Makoragi, Tosen slowly said, "This is my Benkei, a world of darkness and silence." In Makoragi, one spiritual pressure, vision, hearing, and smell are all stripped away, creating the hell of ignorance. Only those who wield Suzumoshi can escape this hell. As he spoke, Tosen walked step by step towards Gilgamesh. Usually, Tosen wouldn't bother talking so much to his enemies, he would just cut them down. But Tosen recognized Gilgamesh's ideals and saw him as someone like himself, so he felt a sense of pity and didn't immediately strike. However, he also wouldn't let Gilgamesh go easily. Though their contact was brief, Tosen knew that Gilgamesh wasn't someone who would willingly submit to others. To subdue him, some measures were necessary. He wanted Gilgamesh to experience enough despair in this hell of ignorance, to recognize the difference in power, making it easier to persuade him afterward. At the moment Tosen finished speaking, he reached Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh's right hand still held the spiral sword, but the rainbow light had vanished. His left hand continued to pet Yoruichi, trying to calm her restless state. Tosen was curious about this talking black cat. However, this wasn't the time for curiosity. Tosen reached out to grab Gilgamesh, intending to subdue him. Just then, Gilgamesh released the spiral sword from his right hand and accurately grabbed Tosen's reaching hand. This sudden move left Tosen incredulous, exclaiming, "How is this possible?" It was only then that Tosen realized Gilgamesh had been watching him all along. But Gilgamesh's vision and hearing should have been stripped away. How could he see? Tosen felt his mind unravel and instinctively retreated to distance himself from Gilgamesh. At the same time, several golden ripples appeared behind Gilgamesh. From these ripples, the chains of heaven shot out, ensnaring the unprepared and confused Tosen, rendering him immobile. Not only that, but Suzumoshi was also taken by the chains of heaven and delivered to Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh took Suzumoshi and placed it on his lap, letting Yoruichi touch its hilt. In that instant, Yoruichi felt her stripped spiritual pressure, vision, smell, and hearing return. Without considering her situation, Yoruichi first checked Gilgamesh. Although they were within Mikuragi's hell, the radiance from Vimana illuminated the darkness. Previously, without her vision, she couldn't see this light. Now, with her vision restored, Yoruichi saw the light and Gilgamesh unscathed, breathing a sigh of relief. She then examined Suzumoshi and said, "Was that its Bankai?" Gilgamesh nodded, "Yes, that was Suzumoshi's Bankai." Within its barrier, everyone except the one who touches the hilt loses their spiritual pressure, vision, smell, and hearing. Yoruichi's face changed upon hearing this. She hadn't expected Suzumoshi's Bankai to be so domineering, stripping one's spiritual pressure and senses. Shinigami battles relied mainly on spiritual pressure. Once stripped, even a captain-level Shinigami would be powerless. This meant that falling into Suzumoshi's Bankai would likely result in death for any captain-level Shinigami. Yoruichi hadn't expected the despised Tosen to possess such a terrifying Bankai. Was this why Gilgamesh wanted to recruit Tosen? Under the light of the omniscient star, Gilgamesh had seen through Suzumoshi's true name and even glimpsed its essence. In the Nasu verse, noble phantasms can be released by revealing their true name, unleashing their full power. The Shikai and Bankai of Zanpakuto are essentially true name releases. So, having seen through and grasped Suzumoshi's true name, could he also wield its power? With this thought, Gilgamesh's ruby eyes once again gazed at Suzumoshi. No, more accurately, at Suzumoshi's essence. Suzumoshi's essence seemed to sense this and looked back at him. Their gazes met, and Suzumoshi's essence trembled violently, murmuring, "He can see me?" Chapter 52, Kino. Every Zanpakuto possesses its own soul, thoughts, and personality, as well as its own physical manifestation. Ichigo Kurosaki once used the Rishi vessel to materialize the essence of Zangetsu, thereby mastering his Bankai. In normal circumstances, a Shinigami must enter the spiritual world where their Zanpakuto's essence resides through meditation, to communicate with its essence. Even captain-level Shinigami are no exception. Of course, there's an exception when the Zanpakuto's essence willingly communicates with the Shinigami. Currently, what shocked Suzumoshi's essence was that Gilgamesh, who wasn't the owner of the Zanpakuto, had directly seen it without using any mediation. In the spiritual world where Suzumoshi's essence resided, it clearly saw a pair of ruby red eyes open in the sky, staring directly at it. It felt as if the eyes of heaven were looking down upon it, creating an immense sense of pressure, almost as if it was being seen through completely. How is this possible? Why can he directly see my essence? Suzumoshi's essence was utterly baffled. At that moment, Gilgamesh's voice reached Suzumoshi's essence, "Undo the Bankai." The voice was young and calm, but to Suzumoshi's essence, it carried an undeniable authority. Instinctively, it wanted to obey, but it forcibly restrained itself. Suzumoshi's essence had its pride and limits. It wouldn't allow anyone other than Tosen to wield its power. However, thinking of something, Suzumoshi's essence glanced at the bound Tosen, who was ensnared by the chains of heaven, its gaze flickering with uncertainty. A Zanpakuto's Shikai and Bankai are sustained by its user's spiritual pressure. But Suzumoshi's Bankai was different, it drew upon Tosen's spiritual pressure to form the spiritual barrier of Mikuragi. As long as Tosen didn't willingly undo it, the barrier would persist until the spiritual pressure was depleted. On the throne, Yoruichi heard Gilgamesh's words. Yoruichi had many questions. How did Gilgamesh, trapped in Suzumoshi's Bankai, manage to not only bind Tosen but also seize his Zanpakuto? How did Gilgamesh know the abilities of Suzumoshi's Bankai? But she suppressed her questions for now and said, "No one other than the Zanpakuto's master can control it. Zanpakuto are not mere weapons, they have their own consciousness." Before Yoruichi could finish, the barrier around Vimana began to dissipate, revealing Hueco Mundo's desolate sky. Yoruichi was left speechless, her black feline face filled with disbelief. The Bankai was undone? What is happening? Yoruichi murmured in astonishment. Tosen, who had been suffering in the hell of ignorance, suddenly found his spiritual pressure and senses returning, momentarily stunned. Through his spiritual sense, Tosen realized his Bankai had been undone. But how? There should have been enough spiritual pressure to maintain in Mikuragi, so why was it undone? Thinking this, Tosen looked at Gilgamesh holding Suzumoshi, his face filled with shock, murmuring, could he have undone my Bankai? In the distant void, Jin, who had been watching the Garganta, noticed the situation. Seeing Tosen bound by the chains of heaven and Gilgamesh holding his Zanpakuto, Jin frowned. He didn't know what had happened inside the Mikuragi barrier. Without hesitation, Jin used flash steps to approach Vimana, intending to help Tosen. But Vimana's protective barrier stopped him from getting close. Jin had anticipated this and began attacking the barrier calmly. Jin had experience breaking through this barrier. Earlier, he had pierced it with his Shike, Shinso. This indicated the barrier had a damage threshold. Unfortunately, Shinso was damaged and couldn't be used in Shike, otherwise, it would have been faster. While attacking the barrier, Jin kept an eye on Gilgamesh, trying to deduce his origins. Gilgamesh had too many tricks up his sleeve. The heat from the Garganta, Vimana, the spiral sword, and now the chains of heaven. What are these? I didn't sense any spiritual pressure, so they're not Zanpakuto abilities. Are they divine weapons? Why haven't I heard of these weapons comparable to Zanpakuto? As Jin pondered, Gilgamesh raised Suzumoshi, chanting, Benkei, Suzumoshi Tsuishiki, in Mikuragi. Hearing Gilgamesh's chant, both Yoruichi, Tosen, and Jin's eyes widened, their hearts trembling. They doubted their ears. Gilgamesh had said Benkai. Was he about to unleash Benkai? Or Tosen's Benkai? Their gazes all focused on Suzumoshi and Gilgamesh's hand. Jin even forgot to attack the barrier. 1 second, 2 seconds. Several seconds passed, and Suzumoshi showed no reaction, making them sigh in relief. If Gilgamesh could truly unleash Tosen's Bankai, their worldview would collapse. Gilgamesh, however, wasn't surprised. Under the omniscient star, he could not only see Suzumoshi's essence but also understand its thoughts. He knew Suzumoshi's essence was resisting his command. It was normal, as he wasn't Suzumoshi's master. At that moment, Gilgamesh seemed to remember something. He set Suzumoshi before him, and a golden ripple appeared. A Zanpakuto emerged from the ripple. This Zanpakuto was the Asaki Gilgamesh had received from the Shino Academy. It was unique, a blank slate without its own consciousness or abilities. This was due to Gilgamesh's confusion about what kind of Zanpakuto he wanted. With his king's treasury, it seemed he lacked nothing. But now, Gilgamesh knew what kind of Zanpakuto he desired. Under the gazes of Yoruichi, Tosen, and Jin, Gilgamesh took the Zanpakuto, exuding an imposing royal authority, solemnly declaring, under heaven, there is no land that is not the king's land, within the seas, there is no land that is not the king's subject. I am the king who rules over all people. My Zanpakuto shall be the king that rules over all Zanpakuto, its name is Kino. With that, Gilgamesh pointed Kino at Suzumoshi and commanded, Benkei, Suzumoshi Tsuishiki, in Mikuragi. As the words fell, Suzumoshi unleashed Benkai. Chapter 53, The Appearance of Aizen. The barrier of Mikuragi rose once more, enveloping Vimana. Jin, overwhelmed by shock, found himself trapped within Mikuragi's barrier as it expanded. Inside the barrier of Mikuragi, spiritual pressure, vision, smell, and hearing were all stripped away. In this situation, Jin could no longer use flash steps and naturally could not walk in the air, causing his body to descend uncontrollably. Eventually, he came to a halt upon touching the barrier's edge. But Jin ignored the pain of the impact and even the fact that he was in a state of sensory deprivation. It wasn't just Jin. Tosen and Yoruichi were in the same condition. They completely disregarded the fact that they were trapped in a hell of ignorance, their faces full of disbelief as the worldviews they had built up over their lives began to collapse. Gilgamesh had actually unleashed Tosen's Bankai. But how could this be possible? After all, a Zanpakuto has its own consciousness. How could it follow the orders of anyone other than its owner? Their minds began to replay Gilgamesh's earlier words. Kino, the king of Zanpakuto. Could such an incomprehensible Zanpakuto truly exist? Just as Gilgamesh was unleashing Tosen's Bankai, a new Garganta opened in the void not far away. A disheveled, bespectacled Aizen emerged from the Garganta. This Garganta was not the same one from which Gilgamesh had originally emerged but a new one. Recalling the recent events, Aizen's face was dark with anger. The power of the ancient nuclear warhead was terrifying. Its explosion within the Garganta had created a spatial storm in the already unstable space. However, being in an unstable space allowed Aizen to find a crucial opportunity to enter an alternate space and avoid the impact of the nuclear explosion. The alternate space was a hiding place for ordinary hollows, closely connected to the real world. Due to the spatial storm, Aizen had to use considerable effort to return to Hueco Mundo from the alternate space. Exhaling heavily, Aizen scanned the surroundings and soon noticed the barrier of Inmakuragi in the sky. Aizen immediately recognized it as Tosen's Bankai. In his current understanding, Tosen must have unleashed his Bankai himself. Jin and Tosen must have discovered Gilgamesh and engaged him in battle. Gilgamesh should now be within the barrier of Inmakuragi. Without hesitation, Aizen used flash steps to approach the barrier of Inmakuragi. Without any delay, he charged straight into the barrier. Inside the barrier of Inmakuragi, spiritual pressure and senses were deprived, creating a hell of ignorance. But Aizen moved through this hell as if unaffected, as if walking on solid ground. Even the barrier of Vamana, which had stopped Jin, was easily shattered by Aizen with a single slash. Aizen's goal was clear: Gilgamesh. Initially, Aizen had been interested in Gilgamesh due to his talent. Coupled with his instincts, Aizen felt that Gilgamesh might be connected to the legendary hero king from the Epic of Gilgamesh. In Aizen's view, if Gilgamesh was indeed the oldest human hero king, he must possess a fragment of the Soul King, otherwise, his uniqueness couldn't be explained. This increased Aizen's interest in Gilgamesh, making him eager to capture and study him. It should be noted that Aizen had managed to create the incomplete Hogyoku by seizing the Soul King's fingertip from Matsumoto Ranjaku. If he could obtain the fragment of the Soul King within Gilgamesh, it might be possible to create a complete Hogyoku. Even if he couldn't seize it, transforming the possessor of the Soul King's fragment into a hollow would yield unexpected surprises. But Aizen hadn't expected that plans couldn't keep up with changes. Gilgamesh had completely eluded his control, and even Kyoka Suigetsu had no effect on him. The various abilities and means Gilgamesh displayed had already made Aizen wary. Especially since Aizen felt that Gilgamesh seemed to know about his hidden actions in the dark. This was a significant reason for Aizen's decision to kill Gilgamesh. Currently, Aizen's power had not reached its peak as in the original story. He hadn't obtained the complete Hogyoku and was still in a period of hibernation. Gilgamesh's existence had become a stumbling block on his path. In the past, Aizen had encountered many obstacles, such as Shinji Hirako and Gisukura Hera. But Gilgamesh was different. Aizen's intuition told him that he could not continue moving forward without removing Gilgamesh. So, Aizen decided to eliminate Gilgamesh and take the Soul King fragment from him. In the hell of ignorance, Aizen wielded Kyoka Suigetsu, moving step by step towards Gilgamesh. Despite Aizen's powerful spiritual pressure, which allowed him to resist most of the hell's effects, he was still somewhat affected. For example, Aizen's vision was limited to seeing only within 3 meters around him, with everything beyond that shrouded in darkness. If Aizen had reached his peak strength, he could have easily broken through Inmakuragi's barrier with his spiritual pressure alone. After a few steps, Aizen suddenly stopped. He realized that the situation was different from what he had expected. Tosen, who should have been in control, was bound by unknown chains, and even his Zanpakuto had been taken, lying casually on the ground. Meanwhile, Gilgamesh, who should have been trapped in the hell of ignorance, sat unscathed on his throne. In the next instant, Aizen appeared in front of Gilgamesh, raising Kyoka Suigetsu to strike. At that moment, Gilgamesh's voice rang out, "Stop!" Aizen was confused. But quickly, his expression changed. He felt resistance to his slashing motion. And the source of the resistance was Kyoka Suigetsu itself. What was happening? Kyoka Suigetsu was actually obeying Gilgamesh's command to stop. Chapter 54, The Might of Aizen. Kyoka Suigetsu, his Zanpakuto, actually obeyed an outsider's command, defying Aizen's will. Aizen Sosuke didn't understand what was happening, but his eyes glinted coldly as he looked at Kyoka Suigetsu. Kyoka Suigetsu's spirit felt a chill run through it, noticing the cold gleam in Aizen's eyes. The spirit of Kyoka Suigetsu was filled with fear, knowing that if it became an obstacle in Aizen's path, it would be mercilessly discarded, even though it was Aizen's own Zanpakuto. Thus, Kyoka Suigetsu's spirit hurriedly communicated with Aizen. "It wasn't my will," his voice seemed to have some sort of power, making me uncontrollably obey. Hearing this in his mind, Aizen's eyes lost their cold glint, and his brows furrowed slightly. Clearly, another layer of mystery had been added to Gilgamesh, which Aizen couldn't comprehend. However, in a Shinigami's battle, the strength of one spiritual pressure ultimately prevails. No matter how mysterious the method, as long as the spiritual pressure is strong enough, it can be completely ignored. With this thought, Aizen's spiritual pressure surged like a tidal wave toward Gilgamesh, and the resistance from Kyoka Suigetsu vanished instantly. Moreover, the barrier of Inmakuragi was shattered under this overwhelming spiritual pressure. Yoruichi, Jin, and Tosen felt the weight of the spiritual pressure, their faces changing dramatically as their bodies grew heavy, and their hearts pounded wildly. In the face of this terrifying spiritual pressure, Yoruichi even ignored the issue of Kino, her mind occupied with a single thought: this spiritual pressure is too strong, unbelievably strong. Jin and Tosen were slightly better off since they recognized it as Aizen's spiritual pressure. Ignoring everyone else, Aizen advanced with Kyoka Suigetsu in hand, slashing down toward Gilgamesh. Having decided to kill Gilgamesh, Aizen had no hesitation or doubt. Clang! In a resounding metallic clash, Aizen's strike was blocked by the Shield of the Gods. This shield had withstood Ishin's Getsuga Tensho and Jin's Shinso without a scratch. Yet now, under a seemingly ordinary slash from Aizen, a crack appeared in the Shield of the Gods. Aizen's brow raised slightly in surprise as he looked at the shield. His strike, though seemingly ordinary, had the power to shatter the ground. He hadn't expected Gilgamesh to possess a shield capable of blocking his attack and sustaining only a crack. Nevertheless, this shield could not deter Aizen from wanting to kill Gilgamesh. His thoughts flickered and vanished in an instant. Aizen didn't pause, raising Kyoka Suigetsu again and slashing down. Aizen's speed was so fast that even Yoruichi, under the pressure of his spiritual energy, could barely keep up. But Gilgamesh was faster than Aizen. Under the omnipotent star, Gilgamesh saw through Aizen's intentions. Thus, while blocking Aizen's strike with the Shield of the Gods, Gilgamesh also controlled the chains of heaven to bind Aizen. It was unclear whether Aizen didn't care or didn't notice, but he was directly bound by the chains of heaven. Before Aizen could react, the chains of heaven dragged him out of Vimana, pulling Tosen along with him. In midair, Aizen merely twitched his body slightly, breaking free from the chains as if they were ordinary links. Aizen then charged back toward Vimana. Aizen's flash step's speed was incredibly fast, among the best of the captains, though not as fast as Yoruichi. However, Vimana's speed, which defied physical laws, was faster than Yoruichi's, making it impossible for Aizen to catch up or even touch its shadow. Although maintaining such high speed consumed a lot of energy, Gilgamesh, with his king's treasury, had no shortage of energy. To Tosen and Jin, it looked like Aizen was constantly chasing Vimana's shadow but never catching it. On Vimana, Gilgamesh sat on his throne, gently petting the shocked Yoruichi. Yoruichi knew Vimana was fast but hadn't expected it to be this fast. In comparison, her title of Flash Goddess seemed insignificant. Ignoring Yoruichi, Gilgamesh retracted his Zanpakuto, Kino, along with the Chains of Heaven, the Shield of the Gods, and the Spiral Sword, back into the king's treasury. Like Ichigo Kurosaki's Zangetsu, Kino remained in its released state after its first release. Kino's initial ability was Absolute Command. Decrees spoken by the king's mouth, a command from on high, could not be defied by any Zanpakuto. However, each use of the command consumed spiritual pressure, and the stronger the target, the more spiritual pressure was required. With Gilgamesh's current spiritual pressure, he could command a captain-level Zanpakuto twice. As for Kino's Banchi, Gilgamesh couldn't use it yet. It wasn't that he didn't know the Zanpakuto's true name or that it didn't submit to him, but his spiritual pressure was too weak to support a Bankai. The previous use of Tosen's Bankai had drawn on Tosen's own reserved spiritual pressure. Seeing Aizen, who had recognized the gap in their speeds, Gilgamesh stopped Vimana. Aizen looked at the halted Vimana, his expression calm. If you just keep running, you won't be able to conquer me. Gilgamesh noticed that while Aizen spoke, Tosen and Jin were silently closing in on Vimana from different directions. Smiling slightly, Gilgamesh said, I am not running, I am deciding which noble phantasm to use to conquer you. Aizen silently noted the term noble phantasm, intending to research it later. He responded without changing his expression, oh, have you decided? Smiling, Gilgamesh caused a golden ripple to appear in front of him, saying, yes, I have. A magnificent, platinum and gold spear, radiating a holy and majestic aura, emerged from the golden ripple. Grasping the spear, Gilgamesh continued, this spear is Gungnir, the possession of the chief god Odin in Norse mythology. Aizen Sosuke, watch closely as I conquer you with this. And feel the power of mythology. Noble Phantasm Release. Gungnir. Chapter 55, The Power of Myth. Gungnir? Aizen stared at the magnificent, platinum gold spear in Gilgamesh's hand, momentarily taken aback. Due to his knowledge of the Spirit King, Aizen had developed an interest in human myths for a while, reading many books on the subject. It was during this period that he came across the name Gilgamesh in various myths, which is why he felt a sense of familiarity when he heard the name at the Shino Academy. Coincidentally, Aizen had also read about Norse mythology. The tale of Ragnarok had intrigued him greatly, even making him contemplate orchestrating a Shinigami version of Ragnarok in Soul Society. Naturally, Aizen was familiar with Gungnir as well. In his memory, Gungnir was forged by dwarves from the branches of the World Tree and presented to the chief Norse god, Odin. Gungnir, also known as the Spear of Destiny, was said to emit a radiant light when thrown, referred to as a shooting star by those on the ground. According to Norse mythology, anyone who swore an oath on this spear would see their oath fulfilled, which is one of the origins of wishing upon a shooting star. Aizen didn't have time to ponder this further as Gilgamesh, still seated on Vimana's throne, raised Gungnir and hurled it with great force toward him. With its true name released, Gungnir blazed brilliantly as it soared through the air like a shooting star. Watching this scene, Aizen's heart trembled slightly, feeling as if myth had come to life. Despite sensing no spiritual pressure from Gungnir, Aizen felt an inexplicable sense of danger. Trusting his intuition, Aizen immediately used flash steps to evade. Even if Gungnir was indeed the Spear of Destiny from Norse mythology, so what? Spears, when used in close combat, were formidable, but as thrown weapons, no matter how powerful, had a fatal flaw: accuracy. Enemies were not stationary targets, they could dodge. Seeing the spear thrown at him, Aizen could simply dodge. Furthermore, a thrown spear had only one chance to hit its target. Aizen couldn't understand why Gilgamesh would choose to throw Gungnir. If Gungnir was real, wouldn't it be better to use it in close combat? With these thoughts, Aizen continued to use flash steps, moving out of Gungnir's range, ready to see what Gilgamesh would do next. But just as Aizen halted his flash steps and turned to look at Gilgamesh, he caught sight of a shooting star out of the corner of his eye. Looking closely, he realized it was Gungnir, somehow aimed at him again. His expression changed, and without hesitation, he used flash steps again to evade. Jin and Tosen, who were near Vimana attempting to break through its barrier, also noticed the shooting star in the sky and Aizen's constant flash steps. To them, no matter how Aizen used flash steps to escape, he couldn't shake off Gungnir. Moreover, the distance between Aizen and Gungnir was decreasing. This unusual scene left Jin and Tosen bewildered. They couldn't understand what was happening. They had heard Gilgamesh's earlier words. However, they were not interested in human myths from the world of the living. To them, such myths were fabrications, not real. If human myths were real, they, as Shinigami, would surely know. Thus, Jin and Tosen didn't know about Odin or Gungnir. The phrase "feel the power of mythology" spoken by Gilgamesh echoed in their minds. The power of mythology? What kind of power is that? While their thoughts raced, Gungnir closed in on Aizen. Realizing he couldn't escape and that the distance was closing, Aizen stopped evading. He stood in the air, raised his hand towards Gungnir, and began to chant, "Destruction of a bound world, child of heaven, wall of iron, dragon's flight, lion's roar, tiger's howl, wolf's run. Sever the heavens and the earth before they crumble." Bakudo number 81, Danzō. As he finished, a massive transparent barrier appeared in front of him. This barrier could completely defend against Hado number 89, Tsukikano. And below. When chanted by Aizen, it could even defend against Hado number 95, Destruction Dragon's Cannon. And below. The next second, Gungnir arrived, striking the barrier. Aizen expected a massive explosion, but it didn't happen. Crack. The sound of shattering glass echoed, making Aizen's pupils contract. During the chase, Aizen had felt a sense of impending doom from Gungnir. His intuition told him not to be struck by Gungnir. Without hesitation, Aizen raised his hand and cast more Bakudo spells. This time, he didn't chant, as there was no time. Bakudo number 81, Danzō. Bakudo number 63, Ethereal Binding Chain. Bakudo number 79, 9 Sunbind. Aizen quickly cast 3 Bakudo spells. The first was another Danzō barrier, the latter 2 were binding spells to restrain Gungnir. Crack. The first Danzō barrier shattered, and Gungnir crashed into the second. With the help of Sajosabaku and Kaiyo Shibari, the second Danzō barrier held, but it was still pierced. Not only did the second barrier shatter, but the spear had also pierced Aizen's abdomen. Before Aizen could catch his breath, Gungnir began to disintegrate into particles of light and vanished. Frowning, Aizen instinctively looked at Gilgamesh. Jin, Tosen, and Yoruichi also turned their gazes to Gilgamesh. In their eyes, a golden ripple appeared before Gilgamesh, and Gungnir slowly emerged again. Silence. Chapter 56, The True Power. On the throne of Vimana, there are 10 exquisite gems storing magical energy. Previously, the true name release of the Audiobook consumed 2 of these magic gems, while Gungnir's true name release just now consumed 4. Of course, this doesn't mean that Gungnir's true name release only requires 4 magic gems. Instead, Gilgamesh chose to stop after consuming 4 gems, causing Gungnir to be undercharged and not display its full power. To be precise, what just happened can only be considered a pseudo-true name release of Gungnir. After all, Gilgamesh's goal is to conquer Aizen, not to kill him outright. Gungnir, when thrown, possesses the characteristics of piercing and certain hit, which is why Aizen couldn't escape it no matter how he used flash steps. However, this also indirectly highlights Aizen's immense strength. If it were Jin or Tosen, they wouldn't have been able to withstand Gungnir. They would have been pierced through directly. Of course, Aizen, Jin, and Tosen aren't aware of these details, but through Gungnir's display, they can glimpse its terrifying power. An incantation complete Bakudo number 81, Danku, a chantless Bakudo number 81, Danku, plus chantless Bakudo number 63, Ethereal Binding Chain. And Bakudo number 79, 9 Sunbind. All executed by Aizen. Sosuke still couldn't fully block Gungnir, which ended up piercing Aizen's abdomen. Tosen muttered in disbelief, Gungnir, the power of this spear is terrifying. At this moment, Aizen's calm demeanor faltered. Only by facing Gungnir personally could one comprehend the horror of the spear. Now, Aizen started to believe that Gungnir might indeed be the spear of destiny wielded by Odin in Norse mythology. When facing Gungnir, the sense of being locked in, unable to escape, felt like confronting an inevitable fate that couldn't be altered. Decades ago, the former captain of the 12th Division, Garyohikai Fune, was promoted to the Royal Guard. It was then that Aizen learned about the existence of the Royal Guard and the Spirit King, fundamentally altering his worldview and understanding. He despised the predetermined fate, developed an intense aversion to following the Spirit King, and saw the Spirit King's existence as a sin. He desired to become the new ruler, surpassing the limitations of a Shinigami. To obtain such power, Aizen conducted experiments, collecting the souls of hundreds of Shinigami and individuals in Rukongai with Shinigami potential. Using the Spirit King's fragment acquired from Ranger Matsumoto, he created a prototype Hogyoku. Initially, Aizen thought everything would proceed according to his plan. He would perfect the Hogyoku, gain power surpassing the Shinigami, and replace the Spirit King as the new deity. But Gilgamesh's appearance disrupted his plans. Gilgamesh's existence defied logic and was too strange. Despite having weak spiritual pressure, he could ignore Aizen's Kyokusuagetsu, and his weapons, though devoid of spiritual pressure, were terrifyingly powerful. Aizen couldn't understand it, and it brought a rare feeling of anxiety. Watching Gilgamesh hold Gungnir again, Aizen took a deep breath. To Aizen, artifacts as powerful as Gungnir should have usage limits and couldn't be used indefinitely. However, Aizen wouldn't gamble on this limit, nor would he sit idly by. He wanted to seize control. A mere fate, daring to dictate his life. If he couldn't avoid it, he'd break through it forcefully. Aizen's inner roar coincided with his spiritual pressure exploding outward. At that moment, in the eyes of Jin, Tosen, and Yoruichi, it seemed as though the entire Hueco Mundo trembled and lamented under Aizen's spiritual pressure. The intensity of this spiritual pressure was overwhelming. Meanwhile, in Hueco Mundo's Las Noches, sitting on the bone throne, wearing a golden crown, the ruler of Hueco Mundo, Baragan Lusenbairn, felt the spiritual pressure and his skeletal face turned grim. Currently, Baragan was still in his ancient hollow form, not yet evolved into the human-like Rancor seen in the original storyline. To Baragan, this spiritual pressure was a provocation, and he growled angrily, "A mere Shinigami dares to cause trouble in my territory." Seeking death. With that, Baragan vanished from his throne, intending to crush the source of the spiritual pressure and demonstrate his authority as the ruler of Hueco Mundo. Simultaneously, Baragan's spiritual pressure erupted, competing with Aizen's and even suppressing it slightly. Under the clash of these two spiritual pressures, Jin and Tosen, both captain-level Shinigami, found their breathing labored under the unprecedented pressure. Jin and Tosen, familiar with Hueco Mundo, recognized the owner of the spiritual pressure and grew wary. If that individual joined the fray, the situation would become even more complicated. Yoruichi's gaze fixed on the direction of Baragan's spiritual pressure, her pupils dilating in shock. She hadn't expected a hollow in Hueco Mundo to possess such terrifying spiritual pressure. Quickly, she seemed to recall something and said, "This spiritual pressure surpasses captain-level Shinigami. It's definitely a Vasta O Lord, and not just any Vasta O Lord." Aizen's expression remained unchanged. He was aware of Baragan's existence. In fact, he had deliberately provoked Baragan to involve him in the battle. To break the known fate, not only was powerful strength needed but also as many variables as possible. In his perception, not only was Baragan moving towards the battlefield, but other hollows in Hueco Mundo were also converging. Under the omniscient gaze of the omniscient star, Gilgamesh saw through Aizen's thoughts. Ignoring the clash of spiritual pressures, Gilgamesh's gaze shifted towards Baragan's spiritual pressure and said, "Aizen Sosuke, do you want to witness the true power of Gungnir?" Aizen froze at his words, then his face changed drastically. Chapter 57, The Spear of Heavens, Gungnir. What does he mean? What does he mean by the true power of Gungnir? Aizen questioned himself inwardly. In truth, he already knew the answer, he just didn't want to accept it. The sense of powerlessness he felt when facing Gungnir, as if fate had gripped him by the throat, was still vivid. But now, being told that Gungnir hadn't even displayed its true power, was something Aizen found hard to accept. It wasn't just Aizen, Jin and Tosen also found it difficult to accept. Unable to accept this reality, they started to find excuses, convincing themselves that Gilgamesh was bluffing because he had run out of tricks. Despite the obvious flaws in their reasoning, they preferred to believe this over the idea that Gungnir hadn't shown its full power. At this moment, Aizen had already calmed his fluctuating emotions. The most important task now was to kill Gilgamesh. To achieve that, he needed to remain composed. Gilgamesh was too tricky. Even if he couldn't use Gungnir again, the speed of Vimana alone was beyond Aizen's reach. Thus, the opportunities to kill Gilgamesh were few and fleeting, and Aizen had to seize them firmly. Aizen awaited the arrival of Baragan Luzenbairn. As the ruler of Hueco Mundo and an ancient hollow, Baragan's strength was unparalleled, even beyond Aizen's current abilities. Especially troublesome was Baragan's ability to decay everything, making him a formidable adversary. Of course, being unable to rival Baragan's power didn't mean Aizen couldn't defeat him. After all, Aizen still had the trump card, Kyoka Suigetsu. As for the other hollows coming, though some could rival captain-level Shinigami, Aizen didn't consider them significant threats. He could easily kill them if he wished, but he kept them alive, planning to fully conquer Hueco Mundo and use these hollows as pawns in his future assault on Soul Society. Even Baragan Luzenbairn was a piece in Aizen's grand design. Plans, however, couldn't keep up with changes. Due to Gilgamesh's presence, Aizen had to utilize these future pawns prematurely. He didn't care if some were lost, he believed that once he perfected the Hogyoku, he could create as many pawns as he needed. On Vimana, Gilgamesh sat on his golden throne, gently stroking Yoruichi with one hand while pulling Gungnir from a golden ripple with the other. He then stood up slowly, with Yoruichi leaping onto his shoulder, as if understanding his intention. This was the first time Gilgamesh stood up. He had been sitting because he needed the top-quality magic gems embedded in the throne to support the use of his treasures. Now, with only 4 gems left, they couldn't sustain Gungnir's full power. Gilgamesh had grown tired of sitting and stood up to stretch, intending to end the battle. Aizen, who had been watching Gilgamesh and looking for an opportunity, frowned as he saw him stand. He didn't know what Gilgamesh was planning, but every move Gilgamesh made had so far been beyond Aizen's control and had caused him trouble: the ancient nuclear bomb in the Garganta, the untouchable speed of Vimana, and the destiny-locking Gungnir. Recalling these events, Aizen couldn't help but be wary. Not only Aizen but also Jin and Tosen became vigilant when they saw Gilgamesh stand. Jin, watching Gilgamesh approach with Gungnir in hand, felt his heartbeat quicken and instinctively stepped back. His fear wasn't unfounded. Gilgamesh had previously tried to kill him with Kuladbog. Step by step, Gilgamesh walked to the edge of Vimana. Jin, seeing this, realized Gilgamesh wasn't looking at him but at the rapidly approaching Baragan. This realization brought both shame and relief to Jin, who then fixated on Gilgamesh. Aizen, Jin, and Tosen all stared at Gilgamesh, realizing what he intended. Under their watchful eyes, Gilgamesh began chanting the full release of Gungnir's true power. His voice, though youthful, was imbued with commanding authority, resonating clearly in their ears. The era of the gods is ending. The lost spear of the heavens, Gungnir. As Gilgamesh chanted, Gungnir emitted a blazing lightning and a blood-red light symbolizing the end. Despite lacking spiritual pressure, everyone felt an intense aura of death. It seemed as if they were witnessing the end of an era, the fall of countless gods. Their hearts pounded wildly. In the name of Odin, I command you, go forth, shatter the gods' future, and bring forth Ragnarok. Gungnir. Chapter 58. Truly a wonderful firework. Dear Harable, of Asta Lord Class Hollow, is one of the top 3 strongest in Hueco Mundo. Not long ago, Baragan tried to subjugate Harable, but she refused. This led to an epic battle between the two, resulting in Harable escaping with injuries. Currently, Harable was hiding in a secluded place to recuperate. She had recently sensed Aizen's spiritual pressure. Recognizing it as that of a Shinigami, she was astonished at its strength, which rivaled that of Baragan. Before Harable could ponder more, she sensed Baragan's spiritual pressure. This suggested a potential clash between the two. Determined, she hurried towards the source of the spiritual pressures. Harable and Baragan could never coexist peacefully unless she submitted to him, something her pride and principles wouldn't allow. She believed that pursuing power through sacrifice required paying the price of sacrifice, hence she refrained from killing and consuming other hollows for strength. This made her ideologically incompatible with Baragan and most of Hueco Mundo. Realizing they were destined to be enemies, Harable saw this confrontation as an opportunity to act as the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind. Suddenly, she sensed something and looked up, freezing in place. A meteor entwined with blood-red lightning streaked through the sky towards Baragon's spiritual pressure. A shiver ran through Harable just by watching the blood-red meteor. Was the battle already starting? Without hesitation, she sped up using Sonito. Simultaneously, Baragon noticed the approaching blood-red meteor. Despite a moment of unease, his confidence in his power and status made him ignore it. Seeing the nearing meteor, he felt provoked, a cold glint flashing in his eyes as he said, "Very well, intruder, you have thoroughly angered me." Without hesitation, Baragon swung his skeletal hand, summoning a massive black axe wrapped in chains, known as the Axe of Ruin. As the ancient, decaying voice echoed, the giant black axe cleaved towards the blood-red meteor, resembling a massive guillotine in the sky. In the next second, the meteor collided with the black axe. The black axe shattered instantly, disintegrating into countless fragments that dispersed into the void, while the meteor, unaffected, continued towards Baragon. Stunned, Baragon never imagined his axe, capable of the grievously injuring Harable, would shatter instantly. Harable, having arrived, saw the ornate spear exuding a mythical aura and witnessed it shattering the axe. Before she could react, Baragon roared angrily, "Whatever you are, rot away." A black mist like a deathly swamp surged from Baragon towards the spear, his core ability, the power to decay all things. Baragon smirked coldly, expecting the spear to rot and break under his black mist, his mouth already forming words to mock its failure. In the next moment, Baragon's expression froze. Harable, hiding and observing, was equally stunned, her green eyes wide with shock. The spear pierced through the decaying black mist, dissipating it entirely, its momentum undiminished. For the first time, Baragon felt true fear, realizing the spear was not something he could withstand. Abandoning all pretense of dignity, Baragon used Sonito to evade. He mocked the spear's wielder for using such a powerful weapon as a one-time throw, planning to retrieve and claim it later. As he distanced himself sufficiently, Baragon turned to see where the spear had landed, intending to seize it afterward. But to his shock, the meteor was right upon him. How was this possible? He had fled far enough. Why? Before he could ponder further, the spear pierced his body. As it did, the blood-red lightning exploded, transforming the area into a thunderous inferno, reminiscent of the end of an era. Harable was left dumbfounded. Aizen, Jin, and Tosen were equally stunned. Yoruichi, perched on Gilgamesh's shoulder, was so shocked she tumbled onto Vimana. Yoruichi ignored her fall, her cat eyes wide with awe at the thunderous inferno. Gilgamesh, however, watched with a pleased smile, praising, "Truly a wonderful firework." Looking towards Harable's direction, Gilgamesh's eyes showed contemplation. Meanwhile, Yoruichi internally raged, "Firework? You call this a firework?" Chapter 59, Bringing the Future Forward. Baragon's spiritual pressure had completely vanished. Both Harable and Aizen understood what this meant. Harable's mind went blank, her bone-like mask, yet to become a full rancor, revealed an expression of sheer horror. No one in Hueco Mundo knew Baragon's power better than her. She had intended to be the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind. Never did she expect Baragon to be annihilated in one strike, without even seeing the figure who killed him. What kind of strength was this? A Shinigami capable of such power? Because she didn't see Gilgamesh in action, she assumed Baragon was killed by Aizen. Aizen, Jin, and Tosen finally understood the true power of Gungnir. They fell silent. Jin and Tosen instinctively looked at Aizen, waiting for his instructions. Aizen's gaze was fixed on Gilgamesh, his hand holding Kusagakure trembling slightly. After witnessing Gungnir's true power, a fear arose within Aizen that he had never felt before. Gungnir's power was terrifying. Aizen knew that if he had been in Baragon's place, he would have died as well. What could he use to fight against such power? Kusagakure? Why could Gilgamesh ignore Kusagakure's complete hypnosis? Aizen didn't know. The only thing he knew was that everything about Gilgamesh defied his understanding of the world. Aizen sensed the gazes from Jin and Tosen and understood their meaning. But he didn't know what to do next. Continuing to fight Gilgamesh was impossible, at least for now. As for escaping, that was a joke. Not to mention Gungnir's fate-like targeting, Vimana alone made escape impossible. The situation seemed hopeless. On Vimana, Gilgamesh retrieved all his treasures and sat back on his throne, gently petting the stunned Yoruichi. He spoke, "Aizen Sosuke, Jinikamaru, Kaname Tosen, Tear Harable, come forward and meet your king." Pausing briefly, Gilgamesh continued, "I grant you permission to board this divine chariot of kings, Vimana." His voice was calm and youthful, yet it carried an undeniable authority. They instinctively resisted but found their bodies moving uncontrollably. Aizen, Jin, and Tosen wondered who Harable was, as only the three of them were present. Harable, on the other hand, wondered how Gilgamesh knew of her and why he wanted to see her. And why did he call himself a king? What was this divine chariot of kings? Despite her reluctance, Harable thought of Gungnir and its inexplicable accuracy. She gritted her teeth and headed towards Vimana. Going might offer a chance of survival. Refusing would likely mean facing Gungnir's deadly spear. Knowing her choice, Harable moved towards Vimana. Due to the distance, Aizen, Jin, and Tosen boarded Vimana first, standing silently before Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh sat lazily on his throne, saying nothing, as if waiting for something. They realized he was waiting for Tear Harable. But who is she? As they pondered, Harable boarded Vimana. Seeing her, they were surprised. Jin couldn't help but remark, "So it's a hollow?" Aizen's face showed confusion. Even he didn't know Harable's name, so how did Gilgamesh? Had Gilgamesh been to Hueco Mundo before him? Upon boarding Vimana, Harable's gaze was immediately drawn to the beautiful, regal youth on the throne. Despite being a hollow, she couldn't deny Gilgamesh's stunning appearance, stirring emotions within her. Instinctively, she wanted to be close to him. But as she approached, her desire to be near him subsided, and she became more reserved. This feeling reminded her of facing Baragon, but stronger. King. The word floated in her mind. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, Harable asked, "Who are you? How do you know me? Why do you want to see me?" These questions intrigued Aizen, Jin, and Tosen as well. Gilgamesh smiled slightly and replied, "Remember this well. My name is Gilgamesh, the oldest hero king of humanity." Aizen and Jin trembled at his acknowledgement, though they tried to remain outwardly calm. Tosen and Harable, unfamiliar with the epic of Gilgamesh, didn't grasp the significance of the oldest hero king of humanity. Gilgamesh continued, "The current ruler of Hueco Mundo has been slain by me. I need a new ruler to manage Hueco Mundo for me. And you are my chosen new ruler." Gilgamesh's brief words carried immense weight, difficult for those present to process. Harable instinctively wanted to refuse, but Gilgamesh spoke again before she could. "There have been 3 rulers of Hueco Mundo. The first was Baragon Luzenbairn. The second is Aizen Sosuke. The third will be you, Tear Harable. I am merely bringing the future forward." Chapter 60, Predetermined Destiny. The information contained in Gilgamesh's words was overwhelming. Especially the phrase, "I am merely bringing the future forward," which left everyone momentarily unable to process. Tosen couldn't help but ask aloud, "What are you talking about? How could Captain Aizen be the second ruler of Hueco Mundo? He clearly isn't." At this point, Tosen froze, as if realizing something, cold sweat forming on his face as he murmured, "Yes, he isn't now, but in the future?" Being familiar with Aizen's plans, Tosen knew very well that Aizen intended to conquer Hueco Mundo in the future. By then, wouldn't he be the ruler of Hueco Mundo? Aizen glanced at Tosen before asking, "So, you can really see the future?" The reason Aizen used the word really was because Gilgamesh had previously demonstrated a foreknowledge ability in his battle against Academy Instructor. However, Aizen had not considered it as foreseeing the future, but rather attributed it to a beast-like battle instinct similar to Kinpachi's Araki. Harable was already out of her depth. The information being revealed was beyond her comprehension, leaving her at a loss for words. She could only look towards Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh, petting Yoruichi, responded slowly, "I do not foresee the future, I see it." The difference between foresee and see might be subtle, but the meanings were vastly different. Foreseeing the future is more about predicting possible outcomes, not absolute certainties. Seeing the future means witnessing predetermined events that will definitely occur. Aizen understood the significant difference between the two. He wanted to say something, but couldn't find the words, only feeling his heart tremble slightly. As for Jin, Tosen, and Harable, Gilgamesh's words struck them like a thunderclap, leaving their minds blank. Under the illumination of the omniscient star, Gilgamesh perceived their thoughts. Aizen's conflicted thoughts intrigued Gilgamesh, prompting him to ask, "How about it, Aizen Sosuke? Do you wish to know your future?" Gilgamesh's ability to perceive his thoughts did not surprise Aizen. He had known this for some time, so he showed no emotional reaction. Aizen was torn. On one hand, he wanted to know if he would succeed, surpassing the limits of a Shinigami and replacing the Soul King. On the other hand, the fact that Gilgamesh could see his future meant his destiny was already predetermined. This was the greatest mockery for someone who had always sought to break free from the shackles of fate. Gilgamesh's interested expression only intensified Aizen's sense of fate's maliciousness. To Gilgamesh, the fate that others desperately wanted to escape seemed like a toy he could manipulate at will. Clenching his fists, Aizen's heart roared with defiance. "Damn it, Damn it, why is it like this? Gilgamesh watched Aizen's inner turmoil. Before Aizen could decide, Gilgamesh made the decision for him, saying, "Your fate was indeed arranged from the start." Discovering the existence of the royal guard, seeking to break free from fate, striving for power beyond a Shinigami, creating the Hueco, conducting experiments to hollow the Shinigami. All of it follows a predetermined path. And all of it is to pave the way for the birth and growth of the child of destiny. Aizen lowered his head, his body motionless, as if lifeless, falling into a deep silence. Jin and Tosen, overwhelmed by the implications of Gilgamesh's words, had no time to think about Aizen. Gilgamesh turned his gaze to them. Meeting Gilgamesh's eyes, Jin and Tosen swallowed hard, sensing what was coming. Sure enough, they heard Gilgamesh say, "Your fates, too, were arranged from the start." Gilgamesh looked at Jin first, meeting Rengeku Matsumoto, witnessing Aizen Sosuke take her soul fragment, vowing to avenge her by staying close to Aizen. Then he looked at Tosen, born blind, meeting Keikyo, witnessing Keikyo's tragic death, Aizen's redemption, and deciding to carry out your own justice. All of it is meant to serve Aizen, not to fulfill your own goals. Afterward, you will retire. At the last words, Gilgamesh's expression grew ambiguous. He then turned back to Jin. "Honestly, I initially wanted to kill you. Between you and Aizen, I chose Aizen. But now, I give you a chance. It's up to you." Though Gilgamesh didn't spell it out, Jin understood his meaning. Even knowing everything was fate's design, could he let go of his hatred for Aizen? At this moment, Aizen suddenly asked, "Can fate truly be rewritten?" Gilgamesh paused before answering with certainty, "Yes, but only I can rewrite fate. So far, I have rewritten many fates. You have seen Baragon's and Harabal's fates rewritten. In the future, I will rewrite even more fates." Aizen, silent for a moment, looked up at Gilgamesh and asked, "Was our fate arranged by the Soul King?" Gilgamesh anticipated this question, answering, "The Soul King can indeed see the future and influence its path. But even that is part of fate, including its own creation." Chapter 61, Return and the Other World. Aizen didn't know whether to laugh or cry upon hearing that the Soul King, whom he always sought to surpass and kill, was also a part of fate's design. However, Aizen didn't fully believe Gilgamesh. After all, what Gilgamesh claimed was truly shocking. From what Aizen understood, the Soul King was the sole true god of the world, the true ruler of the three realms. Could such an existence really be just a pawn of fate? Even if Gilgamesh's words were true, if the Soul King couldn't rewrite fate, what made Gilgamesh think he could? Was it because he was the oldest hero king of humanity? But could the oldest hero king be older than the Soul King? Furthermore, everything Gilgamesh said was merely his own account, with no tangible evidence to support it. However, Gilgamesh did know about the pasts of himself, Jin, and Tosen. He even knew many secrets that outsiders could never know, which was why Aizen was shaken. Because they followed Aizen, Jin and Tosen were also aware of the Soul King's existence. As for Yoruichi, being the former head of the Shioin clan, she naturally knew about the Soul King's existence too. Therefore, after hearing Gilgamesh's claims, they all fell silent, not knowing what to say. In contrast, Harabal didn't understand any of it. Because she didn't know about the Soul King's existence, nor the secrets of the three realms. In this silent atmosphere, Harabal instinctively asked, "Who is the Soul King?" Under the illumination of the omniscient star, Gilgamesh understood everyone's thoughts, especially Aizen's. He knew that Aizen had been shaken. This was the beginning of conquest and needed to be maintained. Under everyone's gaze, Gilgamesh's eyes flickered as if he had seen through the river of time, revealing an aura of age. His tone was distant as he spoke. The original world consisted of a chaotic world of nothingness and hell. In the chaotic world, there was no life or death, no three realms as we know them now, and no progress or regression. At that time, even becoming a hollow was just a part of the spiritual cycle. As Gilgamesh narrated, everyone seemed to return to that chaotic era, witnessing that primordial world without death or life. Gilgamesh continued. After an unknown period, hollows began to devour humans, halting the cycle completely. And if things continued like that, all souls would eventually become one giant hollow, and the world would fall into complete stillness. To prevent this, the world gave birth to the Soul King. The Soul King was the first tangible force in the world, the source of all powers such as Quincy, Shinigami, and Fullbring. After his birth, the Soul King used Quincy powers to extinguish hollows, turning them back into spiritual particles to restart the cycle. However, even though the Soul King approached omniscience and omnipotence, he couldn't fully change the world's stagnant state, only maintaining the cycle slowly. At this point, Gilgamesh stopped. Everyone present was still immersed in that primordial chaotic world, unable to snap out of it. Even Aizen and Yoruichi, who knew about the Soul King's existence, were unaware of his history. Because such information was only known by the Soul King's custodian, Ikaibai Osub, and recorded in the Great Spirit Book Gallery managed by the Tsunayashiro clan, inaccessible to others. Harable, learning about the Soul King for the first time, felt even more emotionally turbulent. She never imagined that there was such a great being in the world. The source of Quinsan Shinigami, an omniscient and omnipotent being. This realization stirred a desire in Harable to know more about the Soul King, prompting her to ask, what happened next? How were the three realms established? Is such an omniscient and omnipotent being still alive? Gilgamesh didn't answer these questions. It wasn't because he didn't know, but because he had already spent a long time in Hueco Mundo. Judging by the time, Aizen's Zanpakuto class should be ending soon. Although Aizen had hypnotized the entire class, if he didn't return to lift the hypnosis after class, it would undoubtedly cause unnecessary trouble. Under the expectant gazes, Gilgamesh said, the rest of the story is long, and our time is short. We should return. Aizen was slightly stunned but quickly nodded, yes, we should return. As he spoke, Aizen opened a garganta and stepped inside. Jin and Tosen didn't follow Aizen. Instead, they opened another garganta and entered it. Because the garganta Aizen opened led directly to the first-year class at the Shino Academy, specifically Gilgamesh's class. It wasn't suitable for them to appear in the first-year class right now. No, to be precise, it wasn't suitable for them to appear at the Shino Academy. After all, unlike Aizen, they weren't officially appointed instructors at the academy. Gilgamesh also guided Vimana into the garganta that Aizen opened. Before the garganta closed, Gilgamesh said to Harable, you are now the new ruler of Hueco Mundo. You can reshape it to your vision. I have only one request, make all the hollows under your command my subjects. As he spoke, a specially made cell phone was thrown to Harable from the garganta. Simultaneously, Gilgamesh's voice echoed again, if you encounter problems you can't solve, use this phone to contact me. Gilgamesh's tone was non-negotiable, leaving Harable no choice. Holding the phone, Harable stared blankly at the now-closed garganta. She knew she had no choice but to comply unless she was confident she could defeat Gilgamesh. But with the scene of Baragon's death still fresh in her mind, she couldn't muster any will to fight Gilgamesh. Recalling Gilgamesh's words, Harable murmured, reshape Hueco Mundo to my vision. Perhaps, becoming his subject is a blessing. With that, Harable knelt in the air as if worshipping her king. On the other side, at the exit of the garganta leading to the first-year class at the Shino Academy, just as Gilgamesh retracted Vimana, a system prompt echoed in his mind. Important character detected, dear Harable has become. Before Gilgamesh could hear the rest, Aizen's voice suddenly cut in, I have one last question. Why do you say only you can rewrite destiny? Petting Yoruichi, Gilgamesh calmly replied, because I am not within this world's destiny, only I can rewrite this world's destiny. Aizen and Yoruichi were stunned, unable to grasp the meaning of Gilgamesh's words. At that moment, Gilgamesh's beautiful crimson eyes locked onto Aizen, asking a startling question, Aizen Sosuke, do you know there are other worlds beyond this one? Boom. Chapter 62, The Future and Meeting the Soul King. Shino Academy, Class 1-1. Alright, that's all for today's class. You are dismissed. On the podium, Aizen spoke with a gentle smile. Though Aizen's clothes were a bit disheveled, and his glasses were missing, no one noticed anything unusual. After Aizen left, the students in the classroom immediately started a lively discussion about the recent Zanpakuto class. As expected of Captain Aizen, his lectures are the best. So there are so many nuances to turning an Asaki into a Zanpakuto. I've decided, I will be the first freshman to have a Zanpakuto. Get real, do you think you can be faster than Gilgamesh? Then I'll be the second freshman to have a Zanpakuto. Did you forget about Renji and Rukia? Renji and Rukia were also discussing the recent class, trying to awaken their own Zanpakutos using their spiritual pressure. As for Gilgamesh, he did not participate. He had already evolved his Asaki into his Zanpakuto. So now, Gilgamesh was just sitting quietly, petting Yoruichi Shioin, and silently looking at his status panel. Name, Gilgamesh, Character Template, Gilgamesh, Youth, Class, Archer, Spiritual Pressure, 50,000, Spiritual Power, 700, King's Points, 72,900. The King's Points were steadily increasing, with 10,000 coming from Tier Harable and the rest from the stable growth of the Kingdom of Ruk. However, due to the limitations of territory and population, the growth of King's Points was slow. Gilgamesh was aware of this and did not rush to allocate points or exchange anything. After closing his status panel, Gilgamesh scanned the classroom. He hadn't forgotten his purpose for coming to the Shino Academy. However, since most of the students in Class 1-1 were from noble families, pampered since childhood, although talented, they were not the kind of individuals he was looking for. After taking a final look, Gilgamesh planned to check out other classes. But just as he was about to get up, the omniscient star suddenly shone. The future was revealed. Gilgamesh was accustomed to the omniscient star passively showing him the future. Since he was in a safe place, Gilgamesh curiously wanted to see whose future was revealed this time. Viewing the future from an omniscient perspective, Gilgamesh was stunned. This time, the future revealed was his own. In the future, he was alone, riding Vimana, arriving at the Soul King Palace. Akibe had been waiting for a long time, and under his guidance, Gilgamesh reached the inner sanctum of the Soul King Palace. The inner sanctum was the main hall of the Soul King Palace, floating deep within the approach to the palace, where the Soul King was sealed. Seeing this, Gilgamesh knew that his future self was going to meet the Soul King. Moreover, judging from Akibe's reaction, he, or more precisely, the Soul King was aware of this event. Otherwise, to meet the Soul King, Gilgamesh would have to fight the Zero Division, and Akibe would not be so polite. While Gilgamesh was immersed in the revealed future, a surprised voice suddenly echoed in the classroom, "Is that Captain Kuachiki from Squad 6? This statement was like igniting a barrel of gunpowder, instantly exploding the entire classroom into a frenzy. Why is Captain Kuachiki here? Obviously, he is here for Gilgamesh. Oh my, even the Kuachiki clan, one of the 4 great noble houses, is here to invite Gilgamesh? What's the big deal? Didn't Naosuke Tsunayashiro come before? That's different. Naosuke Tsunayashiro is just a descendant of a branch family of the Tsunayashiro clan, but Captain Kuachiki is the head of the Kuachiki clan. Do you think Gilgamesh will accept this time? He probably will. The Kuachiki clan's offer is too good to refuse. Amidst the heated discussions and gazes, Byakuya approached Gilgamesh's location with an unchanged expression. Seeing this, everyone understood what was happening. Renji and Rukia naturally assumed Byakuya was here for Gilgamesh and didn't think much of it, just silently watching Byakuya approach. Perhaps because they had been influenced by Gilgamesh, even though Byakuya exuded a strong noble aura and the presence of a superior, it did not affect Renji and Rukia. Soon, Byakuya stood in front of them. Under everyone's gaze, he looked at Rukia. Rukia was stunned the moment she met Byakuya's gaze. For the first time, Byakuya carefully observed Rukia up close, thinking to himself, she resembles Hisuna so much, except for her demeanor, everything else is just like her. At the same time, Byakuya only saw astonishment in Rukia's eyes, not the restraint or fear his presence usually caused. This made Byakuya look at Rukia with a bit more respect. Byakuya was almost certain Rukia was the sister Hisuna had been searching for, and he spoke coldly, "I remember your name is Rukia, right? I have something to discuss with you. Can you come with me?" This statement caused an uproar in the classroom. No one expected that Byakuya was not here for Gilgamesh but for Rukia. Even Rukia herself hadn't expected it. But she didn't agree immediately, instinctively looking at Gilgamesh. However, at this moment, Gilgamesh had his eyes closed as if he were resting, showing no reaction. Not wanting to disturb Gilgamesh, Rukia said to Byakuya, "All right." Hearing this, Byakuya turned and left without hesitation, and Rukia followed him. Seeing this, Renji looked at the resting Gilgamesh, bit his lip, and quietly followed them. He wanted to know why Byakuya was looking for Rukia. Others in the class also wanted to know and began discussing it. Just then, Gilgamesh's thoughts returned from the revealed future to reality. Before he could digest the massive information contained in the future, he heard the surrounding students' discussions. Frowning slightly, Gilgamesh knew why Byakuya was looking for Rukia. However, due to his influence, Rukia might not agree to join the Kuachiki clan this time. As for whether she would forgive and acknowledge Hisuna, that decision was up to Rukia. If Byakuya or his people tried to pressure her. Thinking of this, a domineering gleam flashed in Gilgamesh's eyes, and he thought to himself, "No one bullies my people." Chapter 63, Offending the King's Authority, Punishment. Shino Academy. Byakuya led Rukia to an empty hand-to-hand combats classroom. All the way, Rukia wondered why Byakuya specifically sought her out. While she indeed had talent, she didn't believe her talent warranted Byakuya's personal attention. As for her looks, that was even more unlikely. Rukia was self-aware enough to know that, as the head of the Kuachiki clan, Byakuya could have any beautiful woman by his side. There was no way he would take an interest in her. Years of malnutrition had left Rukia's body thin and frail. She looks like 12 years old human, she had not yet developed fully, and thus wasn't at an age to be judged for her looks. So, when Byakuya stopped and turned to look at her, Rukia couldn't help but ask, "Why are you looking for me, Captain Kuachiki?" Byakuya's expression was cold and aloof as he replied, "I am here to have you meet Hisuna." Rukia furrowed her brow in confusion and asked, "Who is Hisuna? Why should I meet her?" Byakuya explained, "Hisuna is my wife and your sister. She has been searching for you all these years." Rukia's brow remained furrowed. She didn't believe Byakuya's words. Byakuya was the head of the Kuachiki clan, one of the 4 great noble houses. His wife had to be a noblewoman of equal standing. If this Hisuna truly was her sister, that would make her a noble as well. How then did she end up living in the 78th district of South Rukongai, in Uzuri? One of Byakuya's retainers looked surprised at Rukia's reaction. If it were anyone else, hearing Byakuya's words, they would be ecstatic. Regardless of the truth, the opportunity to connect with the Kuachiki clan would be seen as a chance to elevate from a commoner to nobility. But Rukia remained calm and even displayed skepticism, which was unexpected. Byakuya's expression remained cold, revealing nothing of his inner thoughts. He knew the story from Hisuna. Years ago, Hisuna and her younger sister Rukia were sent to the harsh 78th district of South Rukongai, in Uzuri. Unable to care for an infant Rukia in such a harsh environment, Hisuna eventually abandoned her to survive. Byakuya didn't judge this action because it happened so long ago. In his view, an infant could not survive in a place like in Uzuri, so there was no point in judging right or wrong. Hisuna had been filled with regret for abandoning Rukia and never stopped searching for her. Her guilt and remorse, combined with her frail health, had worsened her condition. Seeing Hisuna's declining health, Byakuya had tried many methods and even advised her to give up the search, but failed. He didn't expect things to take a turn. The sister he thought had died had survived and even entered Shino Academy. This made Byakuya determined to bring Rukia back to the Kuachiki clan for Hisuna's sake. However, before doing so, he needed Rukia to forgive Hisuna. If she didn't, bringing her back would only distress Hisuna. Byakuya took out a delicate photo locket from his robe, opened it, and handed it to Rukia, saying, "This is a picture of Hisuna." Rukia, still skeptical, took the locket and looked at it. Seeing the photo, Rukia was stunned. In the photo was a woman who resembled her greatly, looking gentle, introverted, and elegant. Seeing Hisuna's serene smile in the photo, Rukia's heart wavered. She couldn't help but murmur, "Could it be true? Do I really have a sister?" After calming her emotions, Rukia looked at Byakuya and asked, "If she is my sister, why did I grow up in Uzuri?" Byakuya fell silent. He faced 2 choices. The first was to tell Rukia the truth about what happened. But doing so might make it difficult for Rukia to accept and forgive Hisuna. The second was to fabricate a lie. If he could deceive Rukia, it would be easier for her to accept and forgive Hisuna. Byakuya leaned towards the second option internally. But as the head of the Kuachiki clan, he was ashamed to lie. Rukia was puzzled by Byakuya's hesitation, not understanding why it was so difficult to answer. "If it's so hard for you to answer, then let me tell you what happened back then." Just then, Gilgamesh's voice came through. Rukia looked over joyfully to see Gilgamesh, holding Yoruichi, approaching with Renji following. Without hesitation, Rukia ran towards Gilgamesh. Byakuya frowned slightly seeing Gilgamesh arrive. He hadn't expected Gilgamesh to come, and what did he mean by knowing what happened back then? How could that be possible? Byakuya dismissed the idea. To him, Gilgamesh was just trying to keep Rukia from leaving by causing trouble. This was understandable, given Rukia's exceptional talent. In truth, Byakuya had intended to form a good relationship with Gilgamesh. Given Gilgamesh's talent, he had planned to privately communicate with Rukia, compensating Gilgamesh after taking her. But things were not going as planned. Given Rukia's attitude towards Gilgamesh, any interference from him would complicate things between Rukia and Hisuna. Between Hisuna and Gilgamesh, Byakuya would undoubtedly choose Hisuna. Thus, Byakuya would not allow Gilgamesh to interfere, even if it meant making an enemy. Without a word, Byakuya signaled with his eyes. One of the retainers immediately understood. One stepped in front of Rukia, blocking her. The other 2 used flash steps to rush towards Gilgamesh and Renji, intending to take them away. Seeing this, Gilgamesh chuckled, "So this is how nobles act? Truly domineering. But attacking me has serious consequences." As he spoke, a golden ripple appeared before Gilgamesh. Then, Kano emerged. Gilgamesh drew the sword, exuding a commanding aura, and declared, "Offend the king's authority, and the punishment is self-inflicted." In an instant, the 2 retainers rushing towards them screamed in agony. Byakuya could no longer remain calm, his pupils involuntarily trembling. He saw that at Gilgamesh's command, the retainers' Zanpakutos had turned on their owners. But that wasn't the most important part. The key was the Zanpakuto in Gilgamesh's hand. Byakuya was certain it was a Zanpakuto, yet it had only been 2 days since the new students received their Asaki. In just 2 days, Gilgamesh had nurtured and evolved his Asaki into a Zanpakuto. Chapter 64, Scatter, Senbon Zakura. Shino Academy. The retainers brought by Byakuya were not even at the seated officer level, merely ordinary Shinigami. When they were suddenly attacked by their own Zanpakuto, they were completely unprepared. With a scream, they lost their combat ability and collapsed, lying in a pool of their own blood. The event happened so abruptly that, except for Byakuya and Yoruichi in her cat form, no one else had any time to react. Byakuya slowly walked toward Gilgamesh, speaking as he walked. "Gilgamesh, you are the most talented individual I have ever seen, heard of, or known, without exception. In just 2 days, you have nurtured and evolved your own Zanpakuto from an Asaki. This is unprecedented in history. You have set a new precedent once again." The reason he said again was that Gilgamesh had already set a precedent during the Kido talent test. Byakuya's cold voice echoed clearly in the hand-to-hand combat's classroom, reaching the ears of everyone present. The remaining retainer of the Kuachiki household, Renji, and Rukia now noticed that Gilgamesh was holding a Zanpakuto instead of an Asaki. Asaki were uniform and simple in design, without a guard. Zanpakuto, however, had unique appearances based on their owners. Renji and Rukia clearly remembered that Gilgamesh received his Asaki at the same time as they did. Originally, they thought Gilgamesh had always possessed a Zanpakuto, given his evident strength. But on the day they received their Asaki, they realized Gilgamesh didn't have a Zanpakuto. This meant that Gilgamesh started nurturing his Asaki on the same day they did. According to Aizen's lecture on Asaki, it usually took about a year to evolve an Asaki into a Zanpakuto, even for a genius. So what kind of speed was Gilgamesh demonstrating? Before they could process this, they heard Byakuya speak again. "Although I do not know the exact abilities of your Zanpakuto's Shikei, I can deduce some things from the current situation. If I'm not mistaken, your Zanpakuto should be a Kido-type special Zanpakuto, with abilities similar to manipulating other Zanpakuto. However, for Kido-type special Zanpakuto, activating their Shikai abilities usually requires certain conditions. The more powerful the special effect, the more stringent the conditions." Byakuya's words stirred even more waves in the already unsettled hearts of Renji, Rukia, and his retainer. They couldn't help but think, a Shikai ability that can manipulate other Zanpakuto? Does such an illogical Zanpakuto really exist? Only Yoruichi, in her black cat form, remained calm in Gilgamesh's arms, her green eyes watching Byakuya approach. She thought to herself, Byakuya has indeed grown sharper over the years. Unfortunately, he still underestimates the true power of the Kino. The true ability of Kino is not just manipulation, but... In her mind, Yoruichi recalled the scene in Hueco Mundo. By now, Byakuya had reached Gilgamesh, stopping 5 steps away, and said, "I can give you a chance to leave now. This is a matter between me and Rukia. You don't need to get involved. If you leave now, I can allow you and the red-haired boy behind you to join the Kuachiki clan, granting you the name Kuachiki. This way, even if Rukia goes to the Kuachiki clan in the future, you won't be separated." Byakuya's offer was an irresistible temptation for most people. Being granted the name Kuachiki meant becoming part of one of the 4 great noble houses, attaining an exalted status. Byakuya made such a generous offer because he valued Gilgamesh's talent. In Byakuya's view, if Gilgamesh were willing to join the Kuachiki clan, it would be worth bringing Renji along. The elders of the clan would certainly agree. Moreover, it would make it much easier for Rukia to join the Kuachiki clan. He was confident that Gilgamesh wouldn't refuse. But he didn't expect Gilgamesh to lightly shake his head and say, "I have no interest in joining your Kuachiki clan." Then, looking at Rukia, Gilgamesh continued, "And I am not an outsider. Rukia is one of my own. Whether she chooses to forgive Hisona Kuachiki, who abandoned her as an infant and escaped from Inuzuri alone, is her decision, not yours or mine." Gilgamesh's words made Byakuya's pupil shrink sharply. Forgetting his noble demeanor, his usually cold tone rose as he questioned, "How do you know about this?" Rukia was also stunned, her pupils trembling violently. She finally understood why Byakuya had found it difficult to answer her question earlier. Though she didn't want to admit it, seeing Hisona's photo had touched her heart, making the long-desired familial bond seem within reach. But she hadn't expected the truth to be so cruel. If Byakuya had told her the truth from the start, she wouldn't have harbored hopes for a bond that shouldn't exist. Byakuya had only considered Hisona's feelings from the start, not hers. Now, with her hope shattered, a deep sadness overwhelmed Rukia. No one knew how she had survived as an infant in Inuzuri or what she had endured all these years. Thinking about the hardships, loneliness, pain, and suffering she had endured, tears streamed down her face. Feeling heartbroken, Rukia lowered her head, like a wounded animal licking its wounds alone. Without needing Gilgamesh's signal, Yoruichi jumped from his arms and quickly ran to Rukia to comfort her. Gilgamesh watched this scene silently and sighed softly. Then he looked at Byakuya and said, It's natural to care for your wife, but you shouldn't completely disregard Rukia's young and fragile heart. After a brief pause, Gilgamesh continued, you are curious about the Shikai ability of Kino, right? Let me show you, and at the same time, vent Rukia's anger. Gilgamesh's tone was calm, but it felt like the calm before the storm, suffocating and oppressive. Before Byakuya could respond, Gilgamesh pointed his Zanpakuto at him and declared, scatter, Senbon Sakura. Chapter 65, Defying the King's Decree, Punishment. Senbon Sakura's blade transformed into countless tiny razor-sharp petals, scattering in the light like a romantic shower of cherry blossoms, dancing in the air. Renji, who had not yet achieved Shikai with his Zanpakuto, watched this scene in awe, murmuring, how beautiful. Unlike him, the two retainers lying in their own blood, and the retainer blocking Rukia, watched this scene with their eyes wide, full of disbelief. As retainers of the Kuachiki family, they knew that these flying pink petals were from their master's Zanpakuto Senbon Sakura's Shikai. The key problem was that it wasn't Byakuya performing Senbon Sakura's Shikai, it was Gilgamesh. This was something impossible, an occurrence they could not even have imagined, happening right before their eyes. At this moment, their understanding of reality seemed to be collapsing. Not just them, Byakuya was also stunned, his pupils trembling violently, his face full of disbelief. The Shikai of a Zanpakuto could only be performed by its master. This was an unchanging rule. Yet now, this rule had been broken. Byakuya couldn't help but tremble. Among everyone present, only Yoruichi showed no change in expression, knowing that Keno's abilities were far beyond just this. She looked at Rukia and said, lift your head, the king has prepared a gift for you. Although immersed in sadness, Rukia couldn't help but lift her head upon hearing this. Looking up, she saw the countless pink petals flying in the air. These petals danced around her, creating a scene so beautiful that Rukia momentarily forgot her sorrow, her tears, looking at the petals in awe, instinctively reaching out to touch them. However, the petals seemed to avoid her hand deliberately. Byakuya, watching this scene, took a deep breath, trying to steady his emotions, gripping his remaining sword hilt tightly, and asked, Senbon Sakura, what is happening? Soon, Senbon Sakura's cold voice echoed in Byakuya's ear, Byakuya, I'm sorry, I don't know what's happening either. Right now, I can't control myself. There's a voice telling me the king's decree cannot be disobeyed. Be careful. After a pause, Senbon Sakura's voice trembled, and I don't know if it's my illusion, but I feel like that boy Gilgamesh can see me. As Senbon Sakura spoke, an image flashed in its mind. Not long ago, Senbon Sakura was meditating in its own world when it suddenly felt something and looked towards the sky. What it saw made it shudder. In the sky, it saw a pair of gem-like beautiful crimson eyes, looking down like the eyes of a god. Under those eyes, Senbon Sakura felt completely exposed, with no secrets. Byakuya didn't know about Senbon Sakura's experience, but he could sense its emotions through its words. Byakuya found it puzzling. Wasn't it normal for Gilgamesh to see Senbon Sakura since it was always in his hand? Before he could think further, the countless razor-sharp petals left Rukia's side and surged towards him like a tide. Knowing Senbon Sakura's power, Byakuya used flash steps to evade the petals, while charging towards Gilgamesh. Keno's abilities were too mysterious for Byakuya to understand immediately. But the age-old tactic of capturing the leader to disrupt the army was always valid. No matter how powerful or mysterious Keno were, capturing Gilgamesh would naturally break everything. Through the omniscient star's illumination, Gilgamesh not only saw Byakuya's thoughts but also knew his next moves. Naturally, Gilgamesh wouldn't let Byakuya get close, directly using his hand to control Senbon Sakura. Senbon Sakura's speed post-Shikai was fast but couldn't match Byakuya's flash steps speed. After all, Byakuya's flash steps was learned from Yoruichi, the flash goddess. This was why Byakuya thought he could capture Gilgamesh quickly. Seeing Gilgamesh using his hand to control Senbon Sakura, Byakuya's pupils shrank again. Byakuya had been puzzled from the start. How did Gilgamesh know Senbon Sakura's Shikai command? He rarely used Senbon Sakura's Shikai in front of others. However, this could still be explained. After all, Byakuya might have used it at some point, and information could be gathered by those interested. But seeing Gilgamesh controlling Senbon Sakura with his hand, Byakuya was shaken and utterly confused. Because this was a secret Byakuya had never revealed. Using his hand to control Senbon Sakura doubled its attack speed. Gilgamesh naturally knew Byakuya's confusion but didn't intend to explain. Under Gilgamesh's control, Senbon Sakura's attack speed doubled, catching up with Byakuya almost instantly. Caught off guard, Byakuya was hit by Senbon Sakura, resulting in numerous small, bleeding wounds, and his captains Haori and Shiakusho were cut in various places. However, such wounds were of no concern to Byakuya. As Senbon Sakura's master, Byakuya knew its strengths and weaknesses. Its strength was self-evident. Its weakness was that while it could inflict significant damage, it wouldn't cause massive bleeding, nor was it likely to hit vital points, making its attack power somewhat lacking. Byakuya could break through Senbonzakura's attacks if he chose to endure the injuries. But he wouldn't opt for a mutual damage method. Knowing Senbonzakura well, he had various methods to bypass its attacks without harm. He could even capture Gilgamesh without breaking through Senbonzakura. However, these methods required him to take things seriously. Byakuya felt humiliated at the thought that, as a 13th Division of Imperial Guards captain, he had to get serious to deal with a newly enrolled student. Fortunately, Gilgamesh's talent justified it. Otherwise. No, there was no otherwise. After another evasion from Senbonzakura, Byakuya's expression turned serious, his demeanor becoming sharp and cold. Seeing this, Yaruichi knew the real battle was about to begin. This also meant Byakuya would experience the true terror of Kino. Chapter 66, Fear and Unease. The countless razor-sharp petals, resembling a flurry of cherry blossoms, once again surged towards Byakuya Kuachiki. Caught midair, Byakuya could not evade and was struck again. Seeing this, the retainers of the Kuachiki family felt a chill in their hearts. To them, Senbonzakura was an invincible Zanpakuto, and not even their master could counter it. Renji also realized how dangerous these seemingly beautiful petals were. Rukia, knowing that Gilgamesh was fighting for her, felt warmth in her heart, easing her deep sadness. Only Yoruichi, in her feline form in Rukia's arms, narrowed her eyes at Byakuya being struck again and softly murmured, "That's." Before anyone could react, Byakuya, who had lost his captain's hori, suddenly appeared beside Gilgamesh, raising his hand and casting a binding spell without an incantation. Bakudo number 61, 6 rods prison of light. 6 rods of light appeared, shooting towards Gilgamesh from all directions, binding his body. But it wasn't over. With Gilgamesh's hands still free, Byakuya couldn't afford to give him any chance. He raised his hand again, casting another binding spell, Bakudo number 4, Kainawa. A yellow energy rope flew towards Gilgamesh, binding his hands. After completing these actions, Byakuya walked leisurely towards Gilgamesh. The others were bewildered. They couldn't understand how Byakuya, clearly struck by Senbonzakura, suddenly appeared elsewhere without any new wounds. How did he evade the attack? They were confused, but Yoruichi understood. Byakuya had used the advanced flash steps technique, Utsuzumi, making an afterimage appear struck while he moved away. Seeing Byakuya using Utsuzumi and his most adept Bakudo number 61, 6 rods prison of light, Yoruichi knew he was completely serious now. But she couldn't understand why Gilgamesh didn't dodge the Bakudo. She didn't believe that Gilgamesh, who could make even Aizen bow, would be unable to dodge these spells. Knowing Gilgamesh had a plan, Yoruichi didn't interfere. Others, unaware of this, reacted differently. Renji, behind Gilgamesh, immediately stood in front of him, full of vigilance towards Byakuya. Believing in Gilgamesh's strength, Renji still unhesitatingly protected him. Rukia also tried to rush over but was blocked by the retainers. Relieved, the retainers thought, "I was foolish to doubt Master. This kid, no matter how talented, can't be a match for Master. Master must have shown mercy before." Byakuya glanced at Renji, blocking his path, his brow furrowing slightly. Finding him an obstacle, he released his spiritual pressure, weighing down on Renji. Renji's pupils dilated and trembled violently. At that moment, Renji felt the world darken, his body heavy with invisible shackles, barely able to move a finger, his breathing labored. "Renji, stand down." Gilgamesh's voice cut through the oppressive atmosphere, pulling Renji back to his senses. Byakuya retracted his spiritual pressure. Given a chance to breathe, Renji obeyed Gilgamesh's command and stepped back, but his fists clenched in frustration. He hated his own powerlessness. If he were stronger, he wouldn't feel so helpless, unable to protect his king, forcing his king to bear everything. In that moment, Renji's desire for power reached an unprecedented height. Byakuya didn't care about Renji, seeing him as insignificant. To Byakuya, Renji was a mere insect, not worth noticing even if stepped on. He looked straight at Gilgamesh, coldly saying, "Others' power isn't yours." This battle's outcome was decided from the start. As Senbonzakura's master, I know its weaknesses. Looking at the petals flying around, not attacking him, Byakuya continued, "You haven't made Senbonzakura attack me because you know it won't work. But you seem unwilling to give up. What's your reliance? Let me guess, is it Senbonzakura's no-harm zone?" Indeed, after Shikei, Senbonzakura has an 85-centimeter radius no-harm zone centered on its wielder, where the blades won't pass. But if you think this no-harm zone will leave me helpless, you're gravely mistaken. Before Byakuya finished, Gilgamesh's voice, penetrating the soul, interrupted, "Byakuya Kuachiki, Haven't you noticed you're talking more? Byakuya paused, unable to continue. Gilgamesh smiled, asking, why are you talking more? Is it the leisure of a victor? Without waiting for Byakuya's answer, Gilgamesh provided it. His crimson eyes, shining with the omniscient star's brilliance, saw through Byakuya's thoughts. No, it's your fear and unease, making you seek reasons and excuses to comfort yourself, trying to find peace. Byakuya frowned, anger flashing on his cold face. Fear and unease? You think I, a captain, would fear a newly enrolled student? Don't be ridiculous. Seeing Byakuya's crumbling composure, Gilgamesh's smile widened. Have you thought, if he can control Shike, can he control Bankai? Byakuya Kuachiki, this thought crossed your mind, didn't it? This is the source of your fear and unease, but you don't want to admit it. Since that's the case, let me help you face this fear and unease. Gilgamesh's youthful voice carried an undeniable authority, and under Byakuya's trembling gaze, he commanded, Bankai. Senbon Sakura Kage Yoshi. Chapter 67, Scatter, Senbon Sakura Kage Yoshi. Byakuya's pupils contracted sharply, his face full of disbelief. In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Bankai? He said Bankai? How could he know my Bankai? But how does he know the incantation for my Bankai? Before Byakuya could think further, Senbon Sakura's Shikai was undone, the myriad floating blades reconstituting into a complete blade. Then, Byakuya felt Senbon Sakura, which he had been holding tightly, suddenly slip from his grasp and slowly descend, blade first, towards the ground. Magically, as Senbon Sakura touched the ground, it did not pierce the surface but instead disappeared into the rippling ground. Byakuya, knowing full well what this signified, felt his pupils twitch violently, and even his body trembled instinctively. There was only one thought in Byakuya's mind, he can actually release my Bankai. Everyone except Yoruichi was still processing Gilgamesh's seemingly absurd words when they witnessed this incredible scene. Their hearts couldn't help but tremble. They had all heard Gilgamesh's words. Naturally, the retainers of the Kuachiki family understood what it meant for Zanpakuto to reach Bankai. Renji Abarai and Rukia Kuachiki had read about it in the curriculum at the Shino Academy, Fundamentals of the Zanpakuto. Among the thousands of Shinigami in every era, only a few can achieve Bankai. Once Bankai is attained, the Shinigami's name will forever be inscribed in the history of the Soul Society. Achieving Bankai is generally a prerequisite for becoming a captain. Although brief, these statements carried immense weight, making their hearts yearn for it. Renji and Rukia would not doubt Gilgamesh. If he said Bankai, then it would be Bankai. How it was done, they didn't care. Their eyes fixed unblinkingly on Senbon Sakura, which was now rippling into the ground, eager to witness the Bankai of the 6th Division Captain of the 13th Division of Imperial Guards, Byakuya Kuachiki. Byakuya's Bankai was known to very few, possibly only Yamamoto, as Byakuya had never displayed it publicly since mastering it. Even the retainers of the Kuachiki family had never seen Byakuya's Bankai. Under everyone's gaze, as Senbon Sakura completely sank into the ripples, rows of ripples emerged on the ground beside Byakuya. Simultaneously, giant blades of Senbon Sakura began to rise from the ripples, numbering in the dozens or hundreds. To Renji and Rukia, these towering blades seemed like a legion of giant guardians, emanating a cold and solemn aura, a mere sight inducing a palpable pressure. Now they understood why Byakuya's Bankai was called Senbon Sakura Kage Yoshi. But they had little time to ponder. Under Byakuya's trembling and shocked gaze, Gilgamesh smiled with pleasure and commanded, Scatter, Senbon Sakura Kage Yoshi. In an instant, the giant blades disintegrated into billions of razor-sharp petals, forming a pink ocean of blades that engulfed Byakuya. At the same time, an immense spiritual pressure erupted. The entire Shino Academy, from teachers and vice principals to students, felt this overwhelming spiritual pressure and couldn't help but tremble. Students, unaware of what this immense spiritual pressure signified, felt an instinctive fear, some even feeling the urge to kneel. However, the teachers knew well that this was the spiritual pressure of a captain-class Shinigami, and not just any captain-class Shinigami. The two vice principals immediately recognized it as Byakuya Kuachiki's spiritual pressure. But why would Byakuya unleash such terrifying spiritual pressure at the Shino Academy? Could it be that some student had foolishly provoked him? The thought made even the sword-obsessed Mayo Kano feel a headache coming on. Dealing with one of the 4 great noble families, the Kuachiki family, could have dire consequences if mishandled. The other vice principal gritted his teeth and contacted Yamamoto. As the head of the Shino Academy, Yamamoto needed to be informed and take charge of the situation. Before the vice principal could speak, Yamamoto's aged and weighty voice came through, I am aware and am on my way. Maintain order and find out what is happening. Relieved, the vice principal hurried towards the source of Byakuya's spiritual pressure. Meanwhile, The captains of the 13th Division of Imperial Guard sensed Byakuya's spiritual pressure and turned their attention to the Shino Academy. They didn't know what had happened, but anything that made Byakuya unleash such power was surely significant. Without hesitation, they made their way to the academy. In the 5th Division's quarters, freshly washed and dressed, Aizen stood at the entrance of his office, gazing towards the Shino Academy, his eyes behind his glasses glinting with an unknown light. Behind him, Jin and Tosen also looked towards the academy. They, too, sensed Byakuya's spiritual pressure and could guess why he had erupted. Yet, they didn't move. Jin, seeing Aizen remain still, couldn't help but ask, "Captain Aizen, isn't this related to him? Shouldn't we go and take a look?" Aizen replied, "There's nothing to see when the outcome is already known. Byakuya won't uncover his true strength." Turning to face Jin and Tosen, Aizen continued, "However, this is an opportunity. Jin, Tosen, go there and, if asked, make up the reason why I couldn't come. I have somewhere to be." Exchanging glances, Jin and Tosen were puzzled. Tosen asked, "Captain Aizen, where are you going?" Aizen's eyes behind his glasses narrowed slightly. "The Great Spirit Book Gallery. There, I'll find records of the Spirit King. And I need to investigate Kusagakure Hera's data." Chapter 68, The Cursed Blade, Muramasa Rukia, Renji, "Let's go," Gilgamesh said, turning to leave the classroom. Renji and Rukia, carrying Yoruichi in her cat form, didn't hesitate and followed him. Byakuya Kuachiki watched them silently, tightly gripping the now unreleased Senbon in his hand. He didn't try to stop them and had no mind to think about Rukia's situation for the moment. The scenes of the recent battle played back in his mind. After Senbon's Bankai was released, if Gilgamesh hadn't held back at the last moment, Byakuya would be gravely injured and lying on the ground now. Byakuya knew this well, and his emotions were extremely complicated. He never imagined he would lose so thoroughly to a newly enrolled student. Of course, if it were merely a defeat, Byakuya, having witnessed Gilgamesh's mystery and power, would have felt just dissatisfaction and would have sought to improve himself to win next time. However, Gilgamesh showed mercy at the crucial moment, which Byakuya viewed as pity and charity, making him feel humiliated. As the head of the noble Kuachiki family, he could allow himself to be defeated miserably, but he could not accept his enemy's pity and charity. This was his ingrained dignity and pride. Byakuya wanted to wash away the shame but felt powerless. He knew that even if he still had the strength to fight, seeking out Gilgamesh now would only result in further humiliation. This realization made him feel even worse. Byakuya retracted his spiritual pressure, signaling the end of the battle. However, those rushing over didn't stop, eager to find out what had happened. Soon, Mayo was the first to arrive at the hand-to-hand combats classroom. Upon entering, she saw the disheveled Byakuya, with even the symbolic kayakna of the great noble shattered, and the two retainers lying in pools of blood. Her face showed utter shock. She couldn't imagine what could have made Byakuya Kuachiki, the captain of the 6th Division of the 13th Division of Imperial Guards and head of one of the 4 great noble families, so disheveled. Byakuya, noticing Mayo, let his expression turn icy once more. After sheathing his Zanpakuto, he ordered the remaining retainer, "Take those 2 and follow me back to the family estate." The retainer didn't hesitate, hoisting the 2 injured retainers onto his shoulders and following Byakuya out. Only then did Mayo react, immediately stepping in front of Byakuya to ask, "What happened? How did you get injured?" Byakuya didn't spare her a glance, maintaining his noble and aloof demeanor as he walked past her. Clearly, Byakuya had no intention of explaining to Mayo. Knowing her place, Mayo didn't dare stop him. Though a sword fanatic, she knew who could be provoked and who couldn't. Byakuya anticipated many would come seeking him, so he chose a detour to avoid those arriving. This led to other captains, teachers, and even Yamamoto missing Byakuya. In the hand-to-hand combats classroom, Yamamoto silently observed the scene. Behind him were the 2 vice principals of the Shino Academy and several captains who had arrived. They too observed the classroom. Based on the battle traces left behind, they knew a fight had occurred. Oddly, they found only marks from Senbon's attacks, none from another combatant. Through their deductions, a wild thought emerged in the minds of the captains, including Yamamoto. It seemed there had been a battle here, but it involved only Byakuya. As for the injured retainers, they were disregarded. No one would suggest Byakuya had fought his retainers, using Bankai and even getting injured in the process. Such an absurd idea was beyond consideration. Jin and Tosen knew what had transpired but remained silent. At that moment, a flustered teacher ran to Mayo, whispering in her ear. Mayo's expression changed slightly, a figure surfacing in her mind. After a brief hesitation, she said, "From the available information, Captain Kuachiki came to the Shino Academy for a student named Rukia." Hearing the name, The captains who were at the entrance examination recalled a certain figure. Could this be related to him? But that seemed impossible. Regardless of his talent, he couldn't force Byakuya to use Bankai and get injured. The most puzzling part was if he fought Byakuya, why were there only Senbon Sakura's battle traces? What seemed to provide clarity only made things more perplexing. As for questioning the parties involved, everyone looked to Yamamoto. Sensing their gazes, Yamamoto spoke. I have already stated that while he is studying at the Shino Academy, no one is allowed to disturb him. Disperse. I will demand an explanation from Captain Kuichiki. The gathered captains didn't argue further. Their curiosity about Gilgamesh only deepened. They began considering ways to approach Gilgamesh. Elsewhere, in the Kuichiki family head study, Byakuya, his wounds treated and in fresh clothing, recounted his battle with Gilgamesh to his grandfather, the former head of the Kuichiki family, Jinrai Kuichiki. Jinrai listened intently. Despite his seasoned composure, when he heard that Gilgamesh's Zanpakuto, Kino, could control Senbon Sakura's Shikai and even Benkei, he couldn't help but feel a stir. This wasn't due to Kino's power and mystery but because Jinrai recalled someone from his buried memories. This person was Koga Kuichiki, his son-in-law, whose Zanpakuto was named Muramasa. Muramasa's abilities were strikingly similar to Kino, capable of controlling opponents' Zanpakuto. But Muramasa was a cursed blade, too dangerous. When Koga Kuichiki was sealed by Jinrai and Yamamoto in Karakura town, Muramasa vanished. Could there be a connection between them? Pondering this, Jinrai's expression grew serious. Chapter 69, Keno under surveillance. Byakuya knew his grandfather well and, seeing his expression, immediately asked, Grandfather, do you know something? Jinrai's face was extremely complicated, showing hesitation, reminiscence, and pain. It was the first time Byakuya had seen his always composed and unflappable grandfather show such a complex expression. With a heavy sigh, Jinrai spoke in a melancholic voice, This matter is a thorn in my heart and a stain and disgrace on the Kuichiki family. I thought that with the passage of time, this matter would be forever buried and forgotten by the world, so I never told you. Byakuya frowned slightly but remained silent, listening intently. Jinrai continued, Hundreds of years ago, I had a son-in-law named Koga Kuichiki. Koga's talent was exceptional, a genius among Shinigami of his time. His brilliance was evident during the entrance exams at the Shino Academy. Whether it was spiritual pressure, Kido, or sword art, his talents were unparalleled. Moreover, during his time as a student at the Shino Academy, not only did he awaken his Zanpakuto, but he also achieved Shikai and Benkai. Later, his strength surpassed even mine. Hearing this, Byakuya's pupils contracted sharply. Even with his usually calm demeanor, Byakuya's heart was stirred upon hearing this revelation. He never imagined that the Kuichiki family once had such a genius, even more talented than himself. In his mind, the image of Gilgamesh appeared, and he couldn't help but wonder, whose talent is greater, Gilgamesh's or Koga's? Simultaneously, Byakuya was puzzled. With Koga's talent, he should have been valued by the family. How could he become a stain and disgrace? Jinrai, lost in his memories, continued, Hundreds of years ago, the Siriite AI experienced a period of rebellion. Due to factional disputes, many Shinigami were dissatisfied with the rule of the 13th Division of Imperial Guards and started a rebellion. During that turbulent time, Koga's outstanding performance led to his smooth appointment as the third seat of the 6th Division. Everything seemed to be going well. At this point, Jinrai sighed heavily again. Under Byakuya's gaze, he continued, Actually, with Koga's talent, he could have been appointed the third seat immediately upon graduating from the Shino Academy. Once he became proficient in his duties, he could have been promoted to vice captain. Without any accidents, he would have succeeded me as the captain of the 6th Division. But talent was both his making and his undoing. When one's strength becomes too great without a matching state of mind, do you know what happens? Jinrai's eyes suddenly fixed on Byakuya. Byakuya didn't answer immediately, instead recalling how his grandfather had always focused on cultivating his state of mind from childhood. This training had shaped Byakuya into a composed, noble successor who remained unperturbed in any situation. To outsiders, Byakuya was the epitome of a noble. Returning to the present, Byakuya answered under Jinrai's gaze, without a matching state of mind, one will gradually lose themselves and become a slave to their power. Jinrai nodded lightly, exactly. Koga lacked the state of mind to match his power. He was extremely confident in his strength, which was indeed formidable. But through repeated, effortless victories and constant praise, he gradually lost himself, becoming increasingly eager for quick success and impatient. I reminded him many times, but he never listened. Jinrai paused, sighing again before continuing. Captain Commander Yamamoto also noticed Koga's situation and arranged for him to join the special forces of the 1st Division, hoping to temper his state of mind. However, Time was not on our side. Other factions, fearing Koga's rising influence, conspired to frame him as a traitor. Koga, being young and impetuous, fell into their trap. Later, Koga escaped from prison with the help of his Zanpakuto and killed the 3 Shinigami who framed him, solidifying his guilt beyond redemption. Hearing this, Byakuya frowned slightly. If Koga had only done these things, it shouldn't have been enough to become a stain and disgrace on the Kuachiki family. Jinrai, seeing his grandson's confusion, explained, after that, Koga started his revenge. He not only slaughtered Shinigami indiscriminately but also innocent citizens of Rukongai, completely falling into darkness. In the end, Captain Commander Yamamoto and I had to seal him with a blood burial, ending the disaster. Byakuya understood the events. Indeed, for the son-in-law of the Kuachiki family to be so easily framed and imprisoned, then neither reflecting nor repenting but instead going on a killing spree, this was indeed a stain and disgrace. However, Byakuya didn't understand the connection between Koga and Kino. Why did his grandfather tell him this story? Wait, realizing something, Byakuya couldn't help but ask, "Grandfather, what was Koga's Zanpakuto's ability?" Jinrai's expression grew serious, despite the passage of time. Just thinking about that Zanpakuto unsettled him. Jinrai said, "Koga's Zanpakuto was named Muramasa, a cursed blade that brought calamity." A cursed blade? Byakuya frowned, not understanding. Jinrai explained, Muramasa was a highly unique illusion-type Zanpakuto. Its ability was similar to what you described about Kino. It could control the opponent's Zanpakuto, even making them turn against their master. Hearing this, Byakuya's mind shook. Indeed, from the description, Muramasa's ability was very similar to Kino. He couldn't help but ponder if there was a connection between the two. Otherwise, how could a newly enrolled student control his Shikai and even his Bankai? Byakuya and Jinrai didn't notice a white figure ghosting away outside the door, leaving behind a murmured whisper. Kino, interesting. If I could recruit him as an ally, it would make my plan much easier to implement. Chapter 70, Questioning Reality. Shino Academy. The spiritual pressure incident caused by Byakuya had gradually subsided. It calmed quickly, not only due to the teacher's reassurance but also because the students didn't realize that the terrifying spiritual pressure belonged to Byakuya. By afternoon, the first-year students were brought to the open training ground by the Flash Steps instructor for the basic Flash Steps course. Renji, with his carefree personality, had already recovered from the influence of Byakuya. He had been looking forward to the Flash Steps class for a long time. Not just him, most of the students were eager for the Flash Steps class. After all, who wouldn't dream of soaring through the air using their own power? Only Rukia kept her head down, showing little interest in the upcoming Flash Steps class. She still hadn't came to terms with the fact that she had a sister who abandoned her when she was just an infant. Although it's said that belated familial love is worth less than grass, the bond undeniably exists. For Rukia, who had longed for family from a young age and was still immature, it was difficult to sever this connection decisively. At that moment, a small hand gently ruffled her hair. Then, Gilgamesh's tender, soothing voice reached her ears, "Don't be torn in your heart. You can decide everything after meeting Koga Kuachiki. Don't worry, I'll be with you. If you decide not to forgive and acknowledge her, no one can force you. Not even the Kuachiki family." Rukia felt warmth surge through her heart, a sense of unparalleled security enveloping her. She didn't respond, just nuzzled her head against Gilgamesh's hand like a kitten. Gilgamesh's words were overheard by the nearby students. The sheer amount of information in his words made them look at Gilgamesh and Rukia in astonishment. But when Gilgamesh's crimson eyes glanced their way, they instinctively looked away. They didn't know why, but those star-like red eyes made them afraid to meet his gaze. However, their minds were tumultuous, trying to digest the information in Gilgamesh's words. The Flash Steps class began. The instructor explained the basics of Flash Steps, including the conditions for performing it and the basic movements. Everyone listened attentively. Only Gilgamesh wasn't paying attention. Under the illumination of his omniscient star, he had long understood the essence of Flash Steps through observing numerous captain-level Shinigami. In fact, Gilgamesh's understanding of Flash Steps surpassed that of the instructor. Moreover, due to his heroic spirit data, despite his young age, his physical condition was already sufficient to perform Flash Steps. For Gilgamesh, the only thing lacking was practice. While his brain had grasped Flash Steps, his body hadn't memorized it. Practice would engrave Flash Steps into his body. After the instructor finished explaining the basics of Flash Steps and demonstrated it a few times, he let the students practice on their own, offering help if needed. The instructor knew that Flash Steps also depended on talent. For those lacking in talent, only more effort and practice could help them master Flash Steps quickly. Soon, the students began practicing Flash Steps' basic movements, either alone or in small groups. Gilgamesh, Renji, and Rukia naturally practiced together. Yoruichi, in her black cat form, lazily lay on a large rock nearby, basking in the sun and yawning, seemingly ready to fall asleep at any moment. But her eyes were observing Gilgamesh. She was curious about how long it would take for him to master flash steps. Because she was born into the Shioing family, Yoruichi had been exposed to flash steps from a young age. When she entered the Shino Academy, she had already surpassed all the flash steps instructors, let alone her peers. This was part of why she was known as Flash Goddess Yoruichi. Yoruichi remembered that once her body met the conditions to perform flash steps, it took her only half a day to master it. Of course, this was partly due to her early education in flash steps, which laid a solid foundation. Such is the legacy of the four great noble families. Watching Gilgamesh seemingly meditating, perhaps digesting flash steps knowledge, Yoruichi thought to herself, with his talent, he might take about 3 days to master flash steps. 3 days was a conservative estimate. Though it seemed longer than Yoruichi's half-day, Gilgamesh hadn't had the same foundational training, nor had he studied flash steps before. If Gilgamesh could master flash steps in 3 days, his talent for it might even surpass Yoruichi's. Gilgamesh slowly opened his eyes. He didn't like close combat, so he hadn't paid much attention to flash steps before. But his fight with Byakuya had revealed his weakness. Byakuya's Bakudo hadn't been avoidable, he simply couldn't dodge it. Gilgamesh realized that if he had mastered flash steps then, the outcome would have been different. Under Yoruichi's watchful eyes, Gilgamesh began practicing flash steps' basic movements. Initially clumsy, his movements grew smoother with each repetition. This caught Renji and Rukia's attention. To them, Gilgamesh's movements seemed increasingly profound, as if they contained some grand truth, making them subconsciously captivated. Suddenly, with a swoosh, Gilgamesh's figure vanished from his spot. Renji and Rukia were momentarily stunned, not even realizing his disappearance. But Yoruichi saw it clearly, Gilgamesh had performed flash steps. Though he had only moved a short distance, it was undeniably flash steps. Barely 10 minutes had passed since Gilgamesh began practicing, and he had already grasped flash steps. This reality made Yoruichi question everything. Renji and Rukia, now aware, looked shocked, their minds full of questions. Where did he go? Such a big person, where did he vanish to? Meanwhile, on a nearby rooftop, a white figure appeared silently, watching Gilgamesh. Sensing something, Gilgamesh turned his crimson gaze towards the figure. Startled, the white figure watched as Gilgamesh's mouth moved, seemingly speaking. Though too far to hear, the figure read his lips. Muramasa. Eyes widened in shock. Hair stood on end. Chapter 71, Manifesting Keno? Muramasa had recently revived. The first thing it did upon revival was to search for Koga, but it couldn't sense Koga's spiritual pressure anywhere. However, it knew Koga wasn't dead, otherwise, as his Zanpakuto, it would have died as well. Its own survival was the best proof that Koga was alive. Muramasa knew about Koga's past, so it guessed that Koga must have been sealed. Thus, it began secretly searching for Koga's seal location, starting with the Kuachiki family. Muramasa was aware that Jinrai would certainly know where Koga was sealed. However, it couldn't directly confront Jinrai because he definitely wouldn't disclose the information. So, Muramasa made the Kuachiki estate its space, spying and searching in secret. Recently, through a conversation between Byakuya and Jinrai, it confirmed that Koga was indeed sealed. At the same time, Muramasa learned of something else that piqued its interest. There was now a Zanpakuto in Soul Society with abilities similar to its own. Muramasa had always harbored a wish to create an ideal nation with Koga. This wish became even stronger after learning about Koga's seal. It wanted to overthrow Soul Society, welcome Koga back, and make him the king of Soul Society. With this strong desire, Muramasa began to plan a grand scheme, to make all Zanpakuto rebel. Especially those of captain-level Shinigami, whose Zanpakuto could be its greatest allies. To achieve this, Muramasa needed to gather its strength. Although it could still move freely now, it was a fact that it had left Koga. A Zanpakuto cannot act independently for long without its wielder because it needs the wielder's spiritual pressure to sustain itself. To fulfill its wish, Muramasa needed a substitute source of spiritual pressure to support its actions. It ultimately turned its attention to Hollows, planning to use their spiritual pressure to sustain itself. Although this would taint its purity, Muramasa didn't care anymore for the sake of its plan and Koga. During this time, while gathering information about Koga's seal location, it also sought out Hollows to consume. Since Hollows were rare in Soul Society, it planned to venture into Hueco Mundo, consume enough Hollows, and then return to execute its plan. Muramasa hadn't expected to hear about something so interesting before leaving. It knew that if there was another Zanpakuto with similar abilities, its plan could be executed more perfectly. Thus, it decided to check on this matter before heading to Hueco Mundo. If true, Muramasa intended to take Kino with it. Muramasa understood the nature of the upper echelons of Soul Society. They had always been wary of its existence, fearing it would become a calamity for Soul Society. It suspected they hadn't changed over the centuries and would destroy Kino if they knew about it, just as they had sealed Koga. Muramasa didn't care about Gilgamesh but couldn't allow Kino to face such a fate. It hadn't expected to be noticed by Gilgamesh immediately upon sneaking into the Shino Academy to identify him and locate Kino. Initially unsure, Muramasa was convinced Gilgamesh had noticed it when it read his lips. Muramasa. Eyes widened in shock, hairs standing on end. Muramasa was bewildered. As a Zanpakuto manifestation, it could switch between reality and illusion, making it undetectable. Even Byakuya and Jinrai couldn't sense its hidden presence. How could a new student like Gilgamesh notice it? Moreover, Gilgamesh knew its name, an unbelievable fact. Even the current head of the Kuachiki family, Byakuya, didn't know about Muramasa. How did Gilgamesh? Could Gilgamesh have better intelligence than Byakuya? Muramasa's doubts grew. It knew only Gilgamesh could resolve its questions. Gilgamesh, not expecting to see Muramasa, acknowledged its abilities but felt it hadn't reached its full potential due to not having the right master. With these thoughts, Gilgamesh had his eyes on Muramasa. Through his omniscient star, he saw Muramasa's intentions to take Kino. Conveniently, this saved him the trouble of searching for Muramasa. Signaling Muramasa with his eyes, Gilgamesh used flash steps to head to a secluded forest. Aside from Yoruichi, no one noticed Gilgamesh's departure. Curious about his intentions, Yoruichi followed after informing Renji and Rukia. Muramasa, cloaked, followed silently. It had many questions for Gilgamesh and wouldn't miss this chance. However, it noticed Gilgamesh's flash steps was getting faster and covering more distance each time. Shaking its head, Muramasa quickened its pace. Yoruichi, knowing the truth, watched Gilgamesh's distant figure, gritting her teeth in exasperation. What monstrous talent! Moments later, in the secluded forest, Muramasa saw Gilgamesh seated on a golden throne of unknown origin. In front of Gilgamesh was a Zanpakuto. Before Muramasa could speak, Gilgamesh smiled. Muramasa, show me your ability. Pointing to Kino before him, he continued, manifest my Kino. Chapter 72, The Supreme Wise King. The scene before him and Gilgamesh's words left Muramasa utterly bewildered. His mind felt as if it were in a haze. What is going on? Where did this golden throne come from? How does he know my abilities? One question after another filled Muramasa's mind, leaving him completely puzzled. His gaze then shifted to Kino, which was embedded in the ground. The current situation was exactly what he wanted. No matter what Gilgamesh's intentions were, Muramasa was confident that he could make Gilgamesh's efforts futile. Without hesitation, Muramasa's form faded into the void, activating his ability, Zanpakuto Brainwash. Muramasa could enter an enemy's inner world and instill thoughts of rebellion against their master, awakening the Zanpakuto's instinct to fight. The incited Zanpakuto spirit would separate from its master's soul, manifesting in the real world and stripping its master of their Zanpakuto's abilities. Moreover, the materialized Zanpakuto would oppose its original master in a manner pleasing to Muramasa. This ability had long caused the upper echelons of the Soul Society to be wary of Muramasa, even going to great lengths to destroy him. However, Muramasa's ability had a limitation: it was ineffective against those with a closed heart. To activate his power, he needed to first enter the opponent's inner world. If the heart was closed, Muramasa couldn't enter and his ability would fail. Initially, Muramasa had concerns that Gilgamesh, knowing his name and abilities, might also know his weakness and have closed his heart. But as soon as Muramasa entered Gilgamesh's inner world, all his worries dissipated. What followed was an unprecedented shock. Since his birth, Muramasa had entered the inner worlds of countless Shinigami, including some captain-level Shinigami. But he had never seen an inner world like this. Muramasa found himself standing on a star. Looking down, he seemed to see a miniature version of the Syriite AI, the Soul Society, and even Hueco Mundo and the world of the living. Looking up, he saw countless brilliant stars filling the sky. For some reason, Muramasa suddenly felt that each of those countless stars in the sky represented a world, just like the star beneath his feet. Standing on a star, with worlds adorning the sky like stars. Muramasa couldn't fathom what kind of person could possess such a grand, magnificent, and beautiful inner world. Compared to this, Muramasa felt that the inner world of Koga, which he had inhabited for countless years, was so small, insignificant, and simple. Even his own ambitions seemed trivial before this inner world. Muramasa's resolve began to waver. As his resolve wavered, The ferocious spiritual pressure of the hollows he had consumed started to counterattack, attempting to seize control of his body. Black spiritual pressure began to seep from Muramasa's body, his eyes turning a hollow-like crimson, and bone-like masks started forming on his face. Muramasa's expression twisted with ferocity. He knew this was the price of consuming hollows. A moment's lapse could result in a counterattack. Muramasa was unwilling to be overwhelmed. He hadn't found Koga yet, hadn't achieved his ambitions. How could he be overtaken? How could he become a mindless hollow? At that moment, a voice suddenly spoke in his ear. "Are you Muramasa, the one the king mentioned?" Before Muramasa could react, steady footsteps approached from afar, each step seeming to echo in his heart. When Muramasa regained his senses, he realized the hollows within him were trembling in fear, retreating back into his body. Quickly recovering, Muramasa was left in shock. He couldn't understand why the hollows within him feared this voice or the approaching footsteps. While Muramasa was lost in thought, a pair of feet clad in golden boots came into his view. Looking up instinctively, Muramasa saw a handsome youth with golden hair and red eyes, dressed in ancient Ruk's regal attire, his chest exposed, wearing a white bull-horned crown, and exuding a noble aura, looking at him with an authoritative presence. In a daze, Muramasa felt as if he were being gazed upon by a supreme king, causing him to involuntarily tense up, avoiding eye contact. But quickly, Muramasa noticed something. He hurriedly looked back at the handsome youth's face. He saw that this youth looked remarkably similar to Gilgamesh, almost like an older version of him. Muramasa realized this youth was the manifestation of Keno. Honestly, Muramasa had never encountered a Zanpakuto manifestation that resembled its master so closely. Suppressing his inner turmoil, Muramasa did not hesitate to use his Zanpakuto brainwash ability. Meanwhile, in the real world, Yoruichi had arrived, leaping into Gilgamesh's lap, and asked, "What's going on?" Gilgamesh gently stroked Yoruichi's body, responding, "Nothing much, just encountering an interesting Zanpakuto I want to make my own." Yoruichi was stunned, not quite understanding what Gilgamesh meant. An interesting Zanpakuto? Could a Zanpakuto act on its own? And by making it his own, did he mean the Zanpakuto or its Shinigami? Gilgamesh knew what Yoruichi was thinking but didn't plan to explain. This situation was best witnessed firsthand. Soon, Muramasa's form materialized from the void, with Keno beside him. Yoruichi noticed this and looked up. Seeing the grotesque-looking Muramasa with long nails and wearing a white robe, her eyes narrowed slightly. Her initial impression of Muramasa's appearance was distasteful. Not lingering on Muramasa, Yoruichi's gaze shifted to Keno beside him. She was stunned, her face full of disbelief. Gilgamesh, observing the manifested Keno, felt a sense of nostalgia. When Keno was born, it chose a form it deemed most fitting. And it had chosen the form of the Supreme Wise King returned from his quest for immortality. Gilgamesh. Chapter 73, Kneel. Adata. Yoruichi opened her mouth wide but couldn't utter a word, her eyes darting back and forth between Gilgamesh and Keno. The more she looked, the more she saw the striking resemblance between them. No, it was as if they were carved from the same mold, even their noble aura was identical. The only difference was that Keno appeared as a grown-up version of Gilgamesh. As Gilgamesh gently stroked Yoruichi, he looked at Keno and remarked, "I'm glad you chose to appear as my wise king self. If you had chosen to appear as my tyrant self, I wouldn't want to see you." Keno smiled slightly, about to speak when Muramasa interrupted, "Don't waste time with him. You've likely attracted the attention of the higher-ups, we need to leave quickly." Muramasa turned to leave, but out of the corner of his eye, he saw Keno walking towards Gilgamesh. Frowning, Muramasa turned to Keno and urged, "Do you want to settle things with him? If so, hurry up, we don't have much time." Keno seemed to ignore Muramasa's words, walking up to Gilgamesh and bowing slightly, respectfully saying, "My king." Gilgamesh waved his hand lightly, "There's no need for that between us. Besides, it's weird to have someone with my face bowing to me. Alright, come sit beside me." Then, as if he thought of something, Gilgamesh asked, "Do you need me to give you a seat?" Keno shook his head slightly, walked over to Gilgamesh's side, and extended his hand toward the nearby forest. The next moment, the trees began to revert to their original spiritual particle state, converging toward Keno. Then, these spiritual particles gathered on the open ground before Keno, forming an ancient, simple stone throne. Keno then sat on the stone throne. This sight caused Muramasa and Yoruichi to tremble inwardly. Keno had done something only Quincy's could do, returning a tree composed of spiritual particles back to its spiritual particle state. As for creating something from spiritual particles afterward, that was something only high-level Kido could achieve. For example, Bakudo number 75, penetration of 5 iron pillar. Creates 5 iron pillars from spiritual particles to pin down an opponent's head and limbs, rendering them immobile. But Kino had mastered both Quincy and Shinigami powers on his own, which shocked them to the core. As for Gilgamesh, he looked at the stone throne with a sense of nostalgia. This stone throne was the very one he had used while ruling the kingdom of Ruk. At this moment, Yoruichi finally snapped out of her daze. Looking at Kino seated beside her on the stone throne, her expression showed clear disbelief. She couldn't help but ask, "My king, who is he? Why does he resemble your wise king self?" Yoruichi had studied Gilgamesh's history and had read the Epic of Gilgamesh. So she knew about the wise king period of Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh did not answer but instead glanced at Kino. Kino, as if granted permission, smiled and said to Yoruichi, "Ms. Yoruichi, this is indeed our first formal meeting. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Kino, the Zanpakuto of my master." Yoruichi's mind went blank for a moment. She never expected this answer. She knew about Kino, but how could it materialize in front of her? Was it an ability of Kino's Bankai? But Yoruichi couldn't sense the spiritual pressure that would accompany a Bankai. Muramasa also snapped out of his daze, his eyes narrowing as he glared at Kino, demanding, "What are you doing? Why aren't you attacking him?" Gilgamesh's face showed a playful smile, but he said nothing. Kino looked at Muramasa with calm crimson eyes and asked, "Why should I attack the king? Why?" Muramasa was taken aback, his face showing confusion. Since his creation, Muramasa had never encountered a situation like this, nor had he ever heard another brainwashed Zanpakuto ask him why. In Muramasa's view, there was no why because his ability was to make Zanpakuto turn against their masters. However, Muramasa couldn't reveal the reason. A brainwashed Zanpakuto could only be restored in two ways. The first was if Muramasa himself confessed to the Zanpakuto that it had been deceived. The second was if the master forced their Zanpakuto to submit once again. If Muramasa revealed the reason, it would fall under the first method. At that moment, Muramasa seemed to realize something and looked at Gilgamesh with a mixture of suspicion and fear. If the first method was impossible, then the only explanation for Keno's return to normal was the second method. This meant that in such a short time, Keno had submitted to Gilgamesh once again. Muramasa's mind was racing, trying to recall the details of what had just happened to understand how Gilgamesh had managed to make Keno submit once again. But no matter how hard Muramasa tried, he couldn't figure out how Gilgamesh had done it. Gilgamesh had done nothing, said nothing, merely watched silently. It was impossible that Keno had submitted to Gilgamesh just by looking at him, right? As Muramasa's mind raced, Gilgamesh chuckled, "Is it possible that Keno was never brainwashed by you in the first place?" Without thinking, Muramasa replied, "Impossible. If Keno wasn't brainwashed, how could it have materialized here?" As he spoke, Muramasa suddenly realized something, his face showing horror as he looked at Gilgamesh with disbelief. "You can read my thoughts?" In that instant, Muramasa's wariness of Gilgamesh soared to the highest level, a strong sense of unease filling him. Without hesitation, Muramasa decided to retreat for now. As Muramasa's form began to fade into the void, Keno opened his mouth slightly and declared, "Kneel." Thud. Muramasa immediately fell to his knees, his pupils trembling violently, his face filled with disbelief. Chapter 74, The one who witnesses all. Muramasa, kneeling on the ground, trembled violently. He couldn't believe that Keno's simple command, "Kneel," actually forced him to his knees. It was as if those two words carried an irresistible power, leaving him unable even to think of refusing. As he reflected on it, the phrase "the king's command is absolute" suddenly echoed in his mind. Silently pondering this phrase, Muramasa tried to stand up and found no resistance. This puzzled Muramasa for a moment. But without hesitation, Muramasa stood up. After all, he wasn't accustomed to talking to people while kneeling. Once standing, Muramasa looked at Keno and Gilgamesh with a grim expression, saying, "Although I don't know why you weren't brainwashed by me or what your ability is. But for Zanpakutos like us to use our abilities, certain conditions must be met. So, what condition do you need to fulfill? Sight, sound, spiritual pressure, or mind?" As Muramasa speculated, he closely watched the expressions of Keno and Gilgamesh, hoping to find a clue. However, Muramasa was disappointed. He couldn't find any flaws in the similar faces of Keno and Gilgamesh. Instead, all he saw was calm and confidence. This made Muramasa feel both irritated and uneasy. Without further delay, Muramasa once again turned himself into nothingness, intending to retreat and reconsider his plans. To avoid being affected by Keno's power again, Muramasa tightly shut his eyes and sealed his mind. Thinking this wasn't enough, he used his long nails to pierce his eardrums, letting pain and blood flow, completely cutting off any possibility of hearing sound. Muramasa was ruthless to himself because he believed sound was the most likely condition needed to trigger Keno's power. Yoruichi couldn't help but admire Muramasa's ruthlessness and decisiveness. If most people thought sound was the condition, they might try to block it by covering their ears, not destroying their eardrums. After all, damaging the eardrums could cause permanent damage, possibly leading to lifelong deafness if severe. Yoruichi had always suspected that sound was the condition for Keno's power but had never been sure. This time she could confirm it. Gilgamesh showed a hint of admiration for Muramasa's decision. While Kogaku Ichiki might not have been much, his Zanpakuto was indeed impressive. Keno also showed a trace of admiration. As the king of Zanpakuto, he was pleased to have such a capable subject under his command. However, as Muramasa's form began to fade, Keno spoke again, his voice filled with divine command, "Kneel." Thud. Without hesitation, the moment the command was issued, Muramasa fell to his knees. Muramasa's pupils quivered, and his face showed shock. He had clearly destroyed his eardrums and shouldn't have heard anything, so why could he still hear Keno's command? Yoruichi was also stunned. She watched this scene, her pupils trembling. If sound was the condition for Keno's power, it shouldn't have worked on Muramasa. Muramasa stood up again, realizing he couldn't retreat unless Keno allowed it, or he figured out the condition for the power. Clearly, neither was possible. So Muramasa stopped thinking about retreating. He was now focused on solving his confusion. Muramasa's face darkened as he looked at Gilgamesh and asked, "Who are you?" As Muramasa watched, Gilgamesh's lips moved, but he couldn't hear anything. Muramasa remembered his eardrums were destroyed and couldn't hear anything, his face darkening further. However, Muramasa knew some lip reading, and Gilgamesh deliberately made it clear. From Gilgamesh's lip movements, Muramasa pieced together, "You can use the hollow's high-speed regeneration to repair your eardrums." Muramasa was confused by Gilgamesh's words. He was his Zanpakuto, how could he use the hollow's high-speed regeneration? Gilgamesh frowned slightly at Muramasa's confusion. Keno spoke, his voice filled with divine command, "High-speed regeneration." Keno's voice echoed in Muramasa's mind. Before Muramasa could react, he felt the hollow's essence in him become active. The pain from his damaged eardrums disappeared, and he could hear the sounds of insects and birds around him. This realization left Muramasa incredulous. Gilgamesh's voice followed, "You've consumed so many hollows, didn't you realize you had gained some of their abilities?" Muramasa was stunned, finally understanding Gilgamesh's words. But more questions filled his mind. How does he know I've consumed hollows? How does he know I have hollow abilities, even when I didn't realize it? Why can his Zanpakuto control hollow abilities too? With the illumination from the omniscient star, Gilgamesh had seen through Muramasa's thoughts, knowing he was shaken. An excellent start for subjugation. With a joyful smile, Gilgamesh spoke, "I am Gilgamesh, the oldest hero king of humanity. My life is divided into 3 stages by later generations: childhood, tyrant, and wise king. My current form is from my childhood, while my Zanpakuto, Keno, takes the form of my wise king period." Gilgamesh then looked at Muramasa and asked, "Do you know how later generations evaluated me during my wise king period?" Muramasa didn't understand Gilgamesh's words. He didn't know who Gilgamesh was or anything about the oldest hero king of humanity. So he had no reaction to Gilgamesh's words. But Yoruichi was different. Hearing Gilgamesh's words, a phrase instantly came to her mind, and she blurted it out. "Returning from the quest for immortality, the supreme wise king. Legends call him the one who witnesses all." Gilgamesh replied, "Legends may exaggerate, but they are rooted in reality. While I may not witness everything in this world, I have witnessed everything about you. Everything you think and feel is within my sight." Boom. Chapter 75, "All that the eye sees is the king's domain." Absurd. Impossible. Nonsense. These words of denial surged into Muramasa's mind almost instantly. Instinctively, Muramasa didn't want to believe Gilgamesh. However, a voice in his head urged him to trust Gilgamesh. For a moment, Muramasa's mind was in chaos, unsure of what to do. After a while, Muramasa calmed down and took a deep breath. His mind was still in turmoil, unable to discern if what Gilgamesh said was true or false. But he knew one thing: Gilgamesh had an agenda involving him, otherwise, he wouldn't say so much. Realizing this, Muramasa looked at Keno and thought, "He claims to have witnessed everything about me, including my thoughts. So, let's see if he knows what I'm thinking now." What exactly is Keno's ability? Why could I hear Keno even after piercing my eardrums? Keno smiled calmly as he met Muramasa's gaze. Not being the real Gilgamesh, he couldn't read Muramasa's thoughts directly. However, he could guess from Muramasa's changing expressions. Gilgamesh then spoke, "Keno, being the king of Zanpakuto, has the power to govern other Zanpakuto." Boom. Gilgamesh's words thundered in Muramasa's mind, filling his face with disbelief and astonishment. The king of Zanpakuto? He said king of Zanpakuto? How is that possible? Can a Zanpakuto have its own king? Muramasa's mind was in turmoil. He didn't want to believe it and was about to refute it. But as the words reached his lips, Muramasa recalled the 2 times he was forced to kneel, and the voice that whispered, "The king's command is absolute." At the time, Muramasa was puzzled by the phrase, unsure why it appeared in his mind. But now, he seemed to understand it meant exactly what it said. Unknowingly, Muramasa's trust in Gilgamesh tilted a little. At the same time, new doubts emerged in his mind. Even if Kino is the king of Zanpakuto, it should still have conditions to activate its power, right? How did its voice reach my mind? With the illumination from the omniscient star, Gilgamesh saw through Muramasa's thoughts and said, "All under heaven is the king's land, all within the borders are the king's subjects. The Shikai ability of Kino requires it to be within its own domain to activate. Any Zanpakuto within Kino's domain is subject to its command. The method of command is to speak divine edicts. All Zanpakuto must obey. This form of rule is based on principles, so even blocking Kino's voice won't help. Whether the target is mentally closed off or deaf and blind, as long as they are within the domain, they must obey." Listening to Gilgamesh's explanation of Kino's ability, Muramasa's mind trembled violently. As a Zanpakuto, Muramasa had to admit Kino's power was terrifying, far beyond his own. At the same time, Muramasa felt immense unease. Shouldn't a Zanpakuto's abilities be secret? Why is he telling me so easily? Is the information false? Or does he have such confidence that I won't be able to reveal these secrets? Gilgamesh saw through Muramasa's thoughts but continued, "There are only 2 ways to break Kino's power. One is to leave its domain, and the other is to resist the domain's rules with absolute spiritual pressure." Hearing Gilgamesh reveal the methods to counter the power increased Muramasa's unease, even turning into fear. Gritting his teeth, Muramasa didn't hesitate and used flash steps to escape, turning into nothingness once more. Muramasa expected Kino to issue another command to stop him, but this time, he escaped smoothly, even turning into nothingness successfully. However, Muramasa didn't let his guard down, using flash steps desperately to flee. Yoruichi, watching Muramasa disappear into nothingness, couldn't stay calm and asked, "Should I bring him back?" Gilgamesh gently reassured Yoruichi, his tone calm and confident, "Relax, he can't escape." Yoruichi paused, confused but complied. Muramasa ran for a long time before finally stopping. Even though he felt safe, he couldn't shake the lingering fear. Muramasa had initially planned to brainwash Kino into an ally, but now he viewed Kino as a taboo he must never touch. Gilgamesh nodded slightly, and Kino issued another command, "Muramasa, reveal yourself and return." Yoruichi was stunned, her cat face full of confusion. She didn't understand why Kino spoke now. Could Muramasa still be nearby? Muramasa was even more baffled. He was sure he had fled far enough, even reaching Rukongai. But Kino's voice still echoed in his mind, forcing his body to return. Eventually, a disheveled Muramasa returned to Gilgamesh. Muramasa's dark eyes stared at Gilgamesh, asking, "Why?" Muramasa didn't say everything, but Gilgamesh understood and smiled. "You thought you left the domain, but you didn't realize that all within my sight is my domain." Muramasa was even more confused, asking, "Within your sight? I was in Rukongai. How could you still see me?" Gilgamesh lazily leaned back in his golden throne, replying, "I told you the answer already." Muramasa froze, still puzzled. Gilgamesh, feeling bored, frowned, exuding a commanding aura. Despite looking like a boy, the pressure he emitted surpassed anyone Muramasa had ever seen, even Yamamoto. At that moment, Gilgamesh's emotionless voice sounded. "Muramasa, I have shown you enough sincerity. Now, it's time for you to decide. Submit, or die." Chapter 76, Genri Uzai Shigekuni. Yamamoto Muramasa remained silent. He had known that Gilgamesh had ulterior motives for him, so he wasn't surprised. However, his ideals, his dreams remained unfulfilled, and he hadn't even found his master, Kogaku Ichiki. How could he willingly submit to someone else? Even if that person was the so-called oldest hero king of humanity, possessing the so-called king of Zanpakuto. Despite his unwillingness, Muramasa had no other choice unless he wanted to die. He didn't doubt that Gilgamesh could kill him. The power of Kino was overwhelming for any Zanpakuto. Reflecting on it now, Gilgamesh had only introduced Kino's Shikai ability, not its Benkai. Does Gilgamesh not know Benkai? Muramasa quickly dismissed the thought. In his view, Gilgamesh must know Benkai. He probably didn't mention it because he thought Shikai was enough to handle him. This reality deeply hurt his pride, yet Muramasa had to admit it. He had tried to comfort himself by thinking Gilgamesh was exaggerating Kino's capabilities, including Benkai's abilities. But then he remembered the abilities Kino had displayed: Rishi Restoration and Rishi Creation. These abilities were not part of the Shikai introduction. Muramasa guessed these abilities might be related to Kino's Bankai. Amidst his tangled thoughts, Muramasa took a deep breath. He never expected that his mission to brainwash and recruit an ally would result in his own entrapment. Reluctantly, he knelt on one knee and said, "I am willing to submit." Gilgamesh's face lit up with a pleased smile. Through the omniscient star, Gilgamesh saw into Muramasa's mind. He knew Muramasa hadn't truly submitted, and the system notification hadn't triggered. Muramasa still harbored thoughts of biding his time, planning to find Koga's seal while pretending to cooperate with Gilgamesh. Muramasa wouldn't willingly die without finding Koga. Gilgamesh wasn't bothered by this. Once under his command, Muramasa would eventually submit wholeheartedly. This wasn't due to Gilgamesh's ego but the inherent confidence from his inherent skill charisma A+. As he rose, a golden ripple appeared out of thin air, and Gilgamesh's golden throne was retracted, leaving Muramasa understanding how it had appeared. But this birthed new questions. What was that golden ripple? Was it also part of Kino's power? Gilgamesh offered no explanations and said, "You know, my ideals are quite similar to yours." In Muramasa's confused gaze, Gilgamesh continued, "I plan to conquer Soul Society and create a new nation without nobility, where everyone is equal. So, I need your power to assist me." Then, in Muramasa's astonished eyes, Gilgamesh added, "As for Koga Kuachiki, I will help you find him. But you must be prepared. Koga is not the same as in your memories. When he was sealed, he did call out to you, but his voice never reached you." These words struck Muramasa like an earthquake, causing him to tremble violently. Muramasa knew he couldn't hear Koga because Koga had closed off his heart to him. This truth was too devastating, making Muramasa seem possessed, constantly denying it. No, Koga wouldn't do that. There must be some mistake. Though Muramasa believed Gilgamesh, he refused to accept it. Gilgamesh shook his head and said, "You'll verify it yourself when the time comes. On your behalf, I will give Koga a chance. Whether he can seize it depends on him." With that, Gilgamesh left with Yoruichi in his arms, and Kino returned to Gilgamesh's inner world. Before leaving, Gilgamesh left Muramasa with one last instruction: before finding Koga, you can go to the 78th district of South Rukongai, in Uzuri. There, I am establishing the initial nation of Ruk. Muramasa stood dazed for a long time after Gilgamesh's departure. Gazing at the lone stone throne, Muramasa's feelings were mixed. To Muramasa, Gilgamesh seemed to possess an inexplicable allure, compelling him to learn more about him. With that, Muramasa vanished into the void, leaving only a whisper behind. South Rukongai, 78th district, in Uzuri. Let's see for myself. Meanwhile, after parting ways with Muramasa, Gilgamesh returned to the training grounds for the Flash Steps class. Renji and Rukia were diligently practicing Flash Steps. Gilgamesh didn't disturb them, instead sitting in a nearby pavilion. On the way back, Gilgamesh had explained Koga Kuachiki and Muramasa's past to Yoruichi. Upon hearing the story, Yoruichi's expression turned serious. "My lord, you must be careful of the higher-ups now. If they couldn't tolerate Muramasa, they won't tolerate Kino either." Yoruichi was well aware of the tendencies of Soul Society's upper echelons. Gilgamesh nodded lightly and then requested, "Yoruichi, please go to the world of the living and ask Kusagakure to help find Koga's seal in Karakura town." For Yoruichi, this was a small task. But she didn't immediately agree, instead looking at Gilgamesh with concern. Byakuya knew about Kino's power, so it was only a matter of time before Yamamoto and the Central 46 knew. This meant trouble would soon come knocking. If she left now, it would leave Gilgamesh alone. Especially if Yamamoto held any prejudice against Kino, Gilgamesh could be in danger. In Yoruichi's knowledge, she didn't believe Gilgamesh could defeat Yamamoto. Not that Gilgamesh wasn't strong, but Yamamoto was too powerful. Meanwhile, in the 1st Division captain's office, Yamamoto listened to Byakuya's report. After a moment of silence, his half-closed eyes opened slightly, and he said gravely, "Chojiro, go and bring Gilgamesh. I want to see him." Chapter 77, A Gaze That Shakes the Soul. Shino Academy. The basic Flash Steps class had ended, marking the conclusion of the day's lessons. Gilgamesh, Renji, and Rukia were walking together toward the cafeteria. On the way, Rukia noticed something odd and couldn't help but ask, "Gilgamesh, where is Yoruichi?" Renji, hearing this, realized that the black cat usually held in Gilgamesh's arms was missing. "No wonder I felt something was off. Yoruichi's not here," he said. Gilgamesh smiled and explained, "Yoruichi went to help me with something. She'll be back in a while." Renji and Rukia didn't think much of it and started discussing what to eat for dinner. But just as they reached the cafeteria door, A calm voice called out, "Gilgamesh, please come with me. Captain Commander Yamamoto wants to see you." Gilgamesh, Renji, and Rukia turned to see a stern-looking middle-aged man with white hair and golden eyes, sporting a small black mustache and a somewhat Western appearance. He was wearing a Hueco with the 1st Division Vice Captain insignia on his left arm. Though Renji and Rukia didn't recognize the man, they quickly realized from his uniform and badge that he was someone important. Others heading to the cafeteria also noticed the man, and murmurs quickly spread. "That's Chojiro Sasaki, the Vice Captain of the 1st Division. Vice Captain Sasaki is Captain Commander Yamamoto's right-hand man. What's he doing here? It must be because of Gilgamesh. Didn't you hear? He said Captain Commander Yamamoto wants to see Gilgamesh. Could it be that Gilgamesh's talent is so extraordinary that even Captain Commander Yamamoto has taken notice? Do you think Captain Commander Yamamoto might take Gilgamesh as a disciple? It's possible." Ignoring the surrounding chatter, Gilgamesh turned to Renji and Rukia and said, "You two go ahead and eat. I'll be back soon." Then, he nodded to Sasaki and said, "Let's go." Without a word, Sasaki turned and led the way to the 1st Division. Renji and Rukia couldn't shake the feeling that Sasaki had a hostile demeanor. They exchanged glances and decided to follow Gilgamesh to see Captain Commander Yamamoto. Just as they were about to follow, Sasaki suddenly stopped and cast a cold gaze at them, saying, "Know your place. Not everyone is qualified to meet the Captain Commander." Renji and Rukia had never experienced such an intimidating stare. They couldn't describe the feeling, it was as if an overwhelming pressure bore down on them, making their entire world tremble. Cold sweat dripped down their faces, soaking their clothes. But the pressure only lasted a moment, as Gilgamesh stepped between them and Sasaki, allowing them to breathe again. Sasaki then turned his gaze to Gilgamesh, who looked back with his jewel-like red eyes. Sasaki was momentarily taken aback. Apart from Captain Commander Yamamoto, no one had ever intimidated him with just a look, let alone a 12-year-old boy. Although he was reluctant to admit it, Sasaki felt an invisible pressure from Gilgamesh's gaze, as if he was being looked down upon by a sovereign ruler. Grinding his teeth, Sasaki's years of training with Captain Commander Yamamoto helped him withstand the intimidation. He resumed leading the way. Gilgamesh reassured Renji and Rukia with a warm smile, "Don't worry about me. I'll be back." Then he followed Sasaki. After a while, Gilgamesh, looking at the distant 1st Division quarters, suggested, "Walking will take too long. Let's use flash steps." Sasaki hadn't expected Gilgamesh to suggest flash steps. He remembered that today was Gilgamesh's first day at the academy. Could he already use flash steps? Then Sasaki realized Gilgamesh might be implying he should carry him using flash steps, which would indeed save time. Just as Sasaki was about to offer, he saw Gilgamesh disappear in a flash, reappearing far ahead. Sasaki's eyes widened in shock. He knows flash steps? How is this possible? Without thinking further, Sasaki quickly caught up to Gilgamesh. With over 2,000 years of experience, having served Captain Commander Yamamoto for centuries, flash steps was second nature to Sasaki. He easily overtook Gilgamesh. Watching Gilgamesh keep pace behind him, Sasaki silently increased his speed to test Gilgamesh's flash steps capabilities. As they neared the 1st Division quarters, Sasaki was astounded. No matter how much he increased his speed, Gilgamesh always caught up quickly. Sasaki, with over 2 millennia of experience, saw that Gilgamesh's flash steps technique was improving rapidly. Though they arrived at the 1st Division quarters, Sasaki's mind remained unsettled. Looking at Gilgamesh, who seemed unfazed, Sasaki couldn't help but think, what kind of monster is this? Chapter 78, All Things Return to Ash. Captain Commander Yamamoto's office. The office was spacious, but only 3 people were inside, Captain Commander Yamamoto, Byakuya, and Jinrai. Jinrai, as the former captain of the 6th Division, wasn't typically supposed to be here. However, due to the potential involvement of Muramasa, and its connection to the Kuachiki family's shame and disgrace, he was present. Captain Commander Yamamoto had no objections to Jinrai's presence. Given Jinrai's status and past contributions to the 13th Division of Imperial Guards, Yamamoto was willing to show him respect. Chojiro Sasaki entered the office first, bowing respectfully to Yamamoto. "Captain Commander, I've brought Gilgamesh." Yamamoto nodded. "Good, step aside." As Yamamoto shifted his gaze to Gilgamesh, so did Byakuya and Jinrai. For Jinrai, this was the first time seeing Gilgamesh, and he couldn't help but be impressed. The boy's regal demeanor and natural nobility were striking. In the Soul Society, the Kuachiki family was often seen as the epitome of nobility, especially with Byakuya's impeccable aristocratic manner. Jinrai had always believed that Byakuya was the pinnacle of noble elegance. However, seeing Gilgamesh, He realized what true innate nobility looked like, something only mentioned in legends about the first head of the Kuachiki family. Gilgamesh's wine-red eyes calmly surveyed the room, finally resting on Yamamoto. Through his omniscient star, Gilgamesh discerned everyone's thoughts. He knew Yamamoto intended to intimidate him with a gaze, a method Yamamoto had perfected. In the original series, Yamamoto's gaze alone was enough to paralyze Nanao eyes with fear and incapacitate her. Even captain-level Shinigami felt their hearts tremble under his stare. Curious about the extent of Yamamoto's gaze, Gilgamesh welcomed the challenge. In his world, he had faced gods and even felt the oppressive presence of Tiamat, the mother of creation. Under the watchful eyes of Byakuya, Jinrai, and Sasakage, Yamamoto and Gilgamesh's gazes locked, creating an invisible clash that made the atmosphere heavy and oppressive. This oppressive feeling intensified over time, affecting even Byakuya, Jinrai, and Sasakage. Yamamoto's usually squinted eyes were fully open, revealing sharp, clear eyes that reflected Gilgamesh's image. Time seemed to slow down. After what felt like an eternity, Yamamoto's eyes narrowed again as he spoke in a deep voice, "Gilgamesh, please show me your Zanpakuto." His words left no room for refusal. It was clear that Yamamoto had significant concerns about the past involving Kogakuachiki and Muramasa. Gilgamesh's expression remained unchanged, his eyes calm and unaffected by Yamamoto's intimidating gaze. Internally, Gilgamesh admired Yamamoto's strength, equating his stare to that of a high-tier god, though still far from a chief deity or a creator god. From the void behind him, a golden ripple emerged, and King of Swords, Kino, materialized. Yamamoto, Jinrai, and Sasakage were astonished by this spectacle, though they attributed it to the Zanpakuto's abilities. They scrutinized Kino closely, noting its unique presence even when sheathed. Unlike typical Zanpakuto that appeared as ordinary swords before release, Kino exuded an undeniable aura of grandeur and authority. They were convinced Kino was not Muramasa. Despite the similarity in abilities, Keno's presence was entirely different from Muramasa's sinister and eerie nature. Nevertheless, they couldn't deny the similarity in their powers. Yamamoto, who had heard about Keno's abilities from Byakuya, needed to see it for himself. He spoke again, "Please demonstrate your Zanpakuto's abilities." Anticipating this, Gilgamesh's face showed a playful smile. Without responding verbally, he slowly drew Kino and looked at Byakuya. Byakuya's composed expression changed instantly, adopting a defensive stance as Senbon Sakura trembled in his grip. Everyone else narrowed their eyes, waiting in anticipation. Finally, Gilgamesh spoke, but not the words they expected. Instead, he intoned, "All things return to ash, Rukongai." Chapter 79, King of the Zanpakuto. Rukongai is the oldest and most powerful flame-type Zanpakuto, renowned for its devastating offensive capabilities in the Soul Society. As the wielder of Rukongai, Yamamoto has not had to unleash its Shikai in a very long time. Byakuya had never seen Yamamoto release Rukongai Shikai with his own eyes, he only knew of its legends and the stories passed down through generations. Jinrai and Chojiro, being much older, had witnessed its release. Jinrai had even seen its Bankai once, 1,000 years ago, when Yamamoto led the original 13 Division of Imperial Guards and annihilated Hueco and his Quincy army with Rukongai. The scene remained vivid in his memory, a testament to the blade's terrifying power, burning everything it touched to ash. Therefore, when they heard Gilgamesh's incantation, their eyes instinctively turned to Yamamoto's wooden cane, which they knew was the scabbard of Rukongai, only revealing its true form when in use. Byakuya vividly remembered how Senbon Sakura had responded instantly to his Shikai command during his battle with Gilgamesh. He expected Rukongai to react similarly. Yet, as time passed, the wooden cane remained motionless. Confusion and doubt etched across Byakuya, Jinrai, and Sasakage's faces. They couldn't understand why nothing was happening. Instinctively, their gazes shifted to Gilgamesh, who remained calm and composed as if he had anticipated this. Keno was indeed powerful, but it wasn't without its limitations. Yamamoto's overwhelming strength extended not just to himself but also to his Zanpakuto. The reason Keno had no effect was due to the immense spiritual pressure inherent in Rukongai, capable of directly resisting the command. Before Yamamoto, there had been one other person who broke free from Keno's Sosuke Aizen. However, Aizen's resistance stemmed from his own formidable spiritual pressure, not from Kyokusugetsu's inherent power. Yamamoto's eyes had opened fully, silently observing Gilgamesh. In his mind, he could hear Rukongai's voice, "An order from the king is unavoidable. It's terrifying that such a Zanpakuto exists in the Soul Society. If you wish to eliminate him, do so now, for once he grows stronger, even I won't be able to resist. Because his Zanpakuto is the king of all Zanpakuto. Such a Zanpakuto shouldn't exist." Rukongai's usually calm and steady tone was now filled with intense emotion, reflecting the immense turmoil within. Yamamoto had never heard Rijinjaka speak with such urgency before. Usually, Rijinjaka was even more composed than Yamamoto himself, unaffected by anything. Yet, now, it was agitated by the presence of Gilgamesh's Zanpakuto. The information conveyed by Rijinjaka was staggering. Even Yamamoto's 2,000 years of experience couldn't prevent the tremor of shock that ran through him. King of the Zanpakuto? Yamamoto struggled to imagine what kind of Zanpakuto could be called the king of all Zanpakuto. Suppressing his internal upheaval, he began to contemplate how to handle Gilgamesh and Kino. The precedent set by Koga was a thorn in his side, a reminder of the potential danger. There was no doubt that Kino's power far exceeded that of Muramasa, a fact Yamamoto wouldn't question, especially given Rijinjaka's reaction. If Gilgamesh followed in Koga's footsteps, he would become a slave to his power, unleashing unimaginable chaos. Conversely, if nurtured properly, Gilgamesh could surpass Yamamoto and maintain stability in the Soul Society long after Yamamoto stepped down. However, guiding Gilgamesh wouldn't be easy. Beyond other factors, the Central 46 would never allow a king to exist, even if it was just a king of the Zanpakuto. Yamamoto's power, though immense, didn't surpass the authority of the Central 46. If they issued a decree, he would have to comply unless he was willing to sever ties with them, a move that would plunge the Soul Society into chaos and war. Moreover, Yamamoto was not the strongest in the Soul Society. In his mind, the image of a plump monk, Ikaibai Osub, appeared. If it came to a breaking point, the Zero Division might intervene. Yamamoto knew Ikaiba would have learned about Keno's true name and wondered if he knew it was the king of the Zanpakuto. Byakuya, unable to contain himself, questioned, "Gilgamesh, what are you doing? Do you think this will hide your Zanpakuto's abilities?" Gilgamesh shook his head, responding calmly, "I never intended to hide anything. I did use Keno's Shikai ability, but Rijinjaka resisted it." Everyone was stunned by this revelation. Before they could react, Gilgamesh's interested voice rang out, "But, I can try again." Currently, Gilgamesh's spiritual pressure was at 50,000. If 50,000 couldn't affect Rijinjaka, what about a higher amount? Without hesitation, Gilgamesh mentally commanded, "System, add points." Chapter 80, This Man is Truly Terrifying. Gilgamesh's remaining kingly points had increased to 73,521 points. This time, he directly increased his spiritual pressure to 100,000. He left the remaining 23,521 points untouched because the difference between 100,000 and 120,000 spiritual pressure was negligible. If 100,000 spiritual pressure couldn't affect Rijinjaka, then 120,000 wouldn't either. Everyone present was once again filled with uncertainty because of Gilgamesh's words. To them, his statements seemed contradictory. He had just said Rijinjaka resisted Kino, yet now he claimed he could try again. Did he intend to use his Bankai? Even Yamamoto was unsettled. Under their watchful eyes, Gilgamesh pointed Kino at Rijinjaka and declared, "All things of this world, turn to ashes Rijinjaka." This time, Rijinjaka did not remain dormant. Violent flames erupted from the wooden cane encasing it. The flames were so intense that even a small wisp incinerated the cane, revealing Rijinjaka's true form. The intense heat forced Byakuya and Jinrai, who were close to Yamamoto, to step back to avoid getting burned. Byakuya, seeing Rijinjaka's Shikai for the first time, realized that the legends he grew up hearing did do it justice. Even in a partially released state, its power was overwhelming, making him feel a suffocating pressure. Jinrai and Sasaki were also visibly moved, not by Rijinjaka's power but by the fact that Gilgamesh had indeed managed to force its Shikai. They knew that Muramasa could only control or manifest Zanpakuto spirits but could not make them release their Shikai. In this regard, Kano had already surpassed Muramasa. They were confused, however, about why Gilgamesh's second attempt succeeded. Only Yamamoto noticed the difference. Gilgamesh's spiritual pressure had doubled between the two attempts. Ignoring the fiery bursts from Rijinjaka, Yamamoto gripped its hilt, and his overwhelming spiritual pressure restored it to its sealed state. This confirmed his suspicion. Keno's power was related to the user's spiritual pressure. This meant that Gilgamesh was holding back, using only a fraction of his true power. Understanding the potential danger, Yamamoto realized he could not allow Gilgamesh to grow unchecked. If left alone, Gilgamesh's power would soon surpass everyone in the Soul Society except possibly Ikaibai Osub of the Zero Division. Yamamoto knew that nurturing and guiding Gilgamesh carried too many uncertainties. If things went awry, the consequences would be catastrophic. Having made his decision, Yamamoto subtly signaled Sasaki. As his longtime assistant, Sasaki instantly understood. Moving swiftly, he appeared behind Gilgamesh, aiming his sword at Gilgamesh's right hand to disarm him. However, a single word from Gilgamesh halted him. Stop! Keno commanded, and Sasakibe's blade froze an inch from Gilgamesh's hand. For the first time, Sasakibe personally experienced Keno's power and felt its overwhelming authority. His Zanpakuto, Ganromaru, echoed in his mind, "I'm sorry, Chojiro, but an order from the king cannot be defied." Sasakibe wasn't angry at his Zanpakuto, he was baffled by how his foolproof strike had failed. The only explanation was that Gilgamesh had anticipated his move and prepared in advance. Realization struck Sasakibe, and he muttered, "Precognition." Yamamoto, recognizing the gravity of the situation, decided to act immediately. Approaching Gilgamesh with Ringenjaku, his terrifying spiritual pressure filled the office, making Byakuya, Jinrai, and Sasakibe feel as if they were sinking into a deep ocean, overwhelmed by fear and cold. In their minds, they could only scream in terror. This man is truly terrifying. Chapter 81, The Soul Society Shakes. Yamamoto Genri Uzaishigakuni stepped toward Gilgamesh, his voice resonating with gravity. "I'm sorry, but for the stability of the Soul Society, I must destroy your Zanpakuto. If you do not resist and willingly surrender your Zanpakuto, I will take you under my wing as my last disciple and ensure you rise to the rank of captain in the future. I believe, with your talent, you can become an extraordinary warrior even without a Zanpakuto." Yamamoto's words revealed his admiration for talent. As he stated, even without his Zanpakuto, Gilgamesh's exhibited abilities ensured he would become a formidable figure. Byakuya and Chojiro, having witnessed Gilgamesh's talents, believed this wholeheartedly. Historically, the 13th Division of Imperial Guards had a precedent of a warrior becoming a powerful figure without relying on a Zanpakuto, the former 2nd Division captain, Yoruichi. However, Yoruichi's success was heavily influenced by her noble bloodline, whereas Gilgamesh's talents were purely his own. Jinrai, unaware of this context, was shocked by Yamamoto's words. Having served under Yamamoto for centuries, Jinrai had never heard him speak so highly of anyone. Not even Yamamoto's most esteemed disciples, Kiraku and Ukitake, had received such praise. Jinrai couldn't fathom the extent of Gilgamesh's talent, though he had little time to ponder. Yamamoto stopped a few steps from Gilgamesh, holding Ringenjaku, awaiting his response. Gilgamesh smiled slightly, loosening his grip on Keno. The onlookers believed he had agreed to Yamamoto's terms, and even Yamamoto felt a moment of relief, hoping to avoid killing such a prodigious talent. However, before Keno could hit the ground, it disintegrated into countless particles of light, dissipating. Before anyone could react, Gilgamesh's calm yet commanding voice echoed, "Keno is this king's Zanpakuto, a treasured artifact among my collection. Although this king possess many similar treasures, this king do not have the habit of giving away what is mine." His words left everyone in stunned silence. They instinctively rejected his claim. The notion that Keno, a Zanpakuto that shouldn't even exist, was merely one among many treasures in Gilgamesh's vaults seemed impossible. Additionally, they were perplexed by his self-designation as king and his reference to king's treasury. Who was this king, and what kingdom did he rule? These questions swirled in their minds, adding to their confusion. Yet, they couldn't deny that Gilgamesh exuded an aura of royalty that stirred a desire for allegiance within them, despite his youth. Yamamoto's eyes turned dangerously sharp. In this moment, his admiration for Gilgamesh vanished, replaced by the need to neutralize a threat. In Yamamoto's eyes, Gilgamesh couldn't be a mere commoner from Rukongai or a noble from Syriite Ai. His regal demeanor couldn't have been cultivated by even the 4 great noble families. Given Gilgamesh's mysterious background and undisclosed motives for attending the Shino Academy, Yamamoto concluded that Gilgamesh was a significant threat to the Soul Society's stability. Determined to act, Yamamoto spoke firmly, "Gilgamesh, observe closely. This is the true Shikai of Ringenjaku. All things of this world, turn to ashes Ringenjaku." As he spoke, Yamamoto unleashed a horizontal slash. Instantly, ferocious flames erupted from Ringenjaku, transforming into a cataclysmic wave of fire aimed at Gilgamesh. Everything in its path was engulfed in searing destruction. The entire office was bathed in the blazing light, the heat intense enough to force Byakuya, Jinrai, and Sasakibe to break into cold sweats, even though the attack wasn't directed at them. In that fleeting moment, they all felt death's chilling grasp. It was terrifying, truly terrifying. They couldn't imagine surviving such an attack. As the flames subsided, the acrid scent of burnt wood filled the air. The sight of charred, smoking ruins met their eyes, with patches of lingering flames continuing to burn. The disturbance was so significant that even the distant 13th Division sensed it. From his sickbed, Ukitake recognized his mentor's handiwork. Though unaware of the details, he knew it had to be a major incident for Yamamoto to act personally. Ignoring his frail condition, Ukitake used flash steps to head for the 1st Division barracks. Other captains, including Mayuri, who usually remained engrossed in his experiments, also rushed toward the source of the disturbance. Unlike the other captains, Mayuri's interest was more in collecting data on Yamamoto's abilities. Aizen, Jin, and Tosen also moved swiftly toward the first division. Jin couldn't help but remark, "I wonder what happened for the captain commander to get involved?" Tosen added, "Indeed, even from this distance, I can feel the intimidation of his power." Behind his glasses, Aizen's eyes gleamed with intrigue, a slight smile playing on his lips. "I don't know what happened, but my intuition tells me it's related to Gilgamesh. Perhaps this time, we'll witness the true power of the ancient hero king." Chapter 82, The Sword That Splits the World. In the First Division office, Yamamoto focused intently on the shield of the god standing between himself and Gilgamesh. It was this shield that had just blocked the full-force Shikai attack of Rukongai. Although the shield had not shattered, it was beginning to melt under the intense heat. Rifling through his memory, Yamamoto confirmed that the Soul Society had no known weapon like this. He understood that a shield capable of withstanding his full Shikai attack was indeed a treasure of great value. He had not anticipated that Gilgamesh possessed such an extraordinary artifact. As Gilgamesh's words echoed in his mind countless treasures, Yamamoto steeled himself. With a sudden and intense gaze, and before Byakuya, Jinrai, and Sasaki could react, Yamamoto vanished from his spot. Reappearing behind Gilgamesh, he swung his blade once more, engulfing the area in the destructive flames of Rukongai. Gilgamesh avoided the attack using flash steps, but Yamamoto was relentless, instantly pursuing him. Despite his age, Yamamoto's mastery of flash steps rivaled that of Yoruichi Shioin, though he never sought the title of Flash God due to his senior status. Gilgamesh's flash steps was insufficient to escape Yamamoto's pursuit, but his omnipotent star allowed him to anticipate Yamamoto's actions, making it possible to evade. Their clash further devastated the already ruined First Division office, forcing Byakuya, Jinrai, and Sasaki to retreat to a safer distance. Amid the chaos, a golden ripple appeared in front of Gilgamesh, from which a key-shaped golden dagger emerged. If Ishin were present, he would have recognized it as the key of the king's law, used to open the gate of the gods. Seeing this, Yamamoto's eyes narrowed, his mind racing. Could this be the true form of Keno's Shikai? He dismissed the notion of it being a Bunkai since Gilgamesh's spiritual pressure wasn't high enough. Byakuya, Jinrai, and Sasaki also noticed the key. They sensed that it exuded an even stronger aura of royalty than Keno, compelling them to believe it was its true Shikai form. "Yamamoto, your strength has earned my recognition," Gilgamesh declared. "Be honored, for I will show you my strongest noble phantasm." As he spoke, Gilgamesh inserted the key of the king's law into the air and turned it. Instantly, countless red, crystalline veins emerged, forming a vast triangular pattern in the sky. It resembled the world's veins, with blood-like streams of truth flowing through them. The spectacle was so magnificent that all the captains rushing to the First Division office saw it, their hearts pounding with awe. Even Mayuri stopped in his tracks, fixated on the veins, muttering, "Beautiful, so beautiful. How can something so exquisite exist?" Aizen, too, was shocked, sensing the Hogyoku's intense longing to devour the veins, promising it could complete its evolution if it did. As fear gripped him, Aizen murmured, "What is that?" Byakuya, Jinrai, and Sasaki, closer to the veins, perceived infinite truths flowing within them, instilling a fear of touching such profound knowledge. Yamamoto, upon seeing the veins, felt a primal sense of danger. His intuition warned him to stop their expansion, but his curiosity held him back. It was the first time he had heard of a noble phantasm and wanted to witness its power and understand Gilgamesh's capabilities, considering the potential future threats. Despite his instinctive caution, Yamamoto trusted in his abilities. He hadn't even used his full power yet and believed that Rukongai Bunkai could annihilate any foe. Gilgamesh, reading Yamamoto's thoughts, smiled, hoping he wouldn't regret his decision. He reached into Gate of Babylon, retrieving EA, the Sword of Rupture. As EA manifested in this world, it began analyzing it, which caused the appearance of the red veins. Once the analysis was complete, the veins retracted into the key of the king's law, which transformed into a glowing sphere of light, revealing a peculiar long sword that Gilgamesh grasped. This sword was EA, the Sword of Rupture, the weapon that could split the world. Chapter 83, Awaken, My Sword of Rupture. Gilgamesh grasped EA for the first time, unable to suppress his amazement. In the world of fate, EA was a supreme treasure, swung by gods to manifest pure power itself, splitting the void to create the heavens and earth. It symbolized the beginning and end, akin to the mythic Pengwax from Chinese legend. EA was exclusive to Gilgamesh, inheritor of divine genes. Its type and rank could change based on need, ranging from anti-world to anti-person, anti-army, or anti-fortress noble phantasms. The rank varied from A++ to X, with corresponding differences in mana consumption. At this moment, Byakuya, Jinrai, Sasaki, and Yamamoto all focused their gaze on the sword. Initially, they felt disappointed. Its unusual design made it resemble a staff more than a sword. The blade, a black, three-segmented cylinder inscribed with crimson runes, lacked a sharp point and edge. Its crossguard and hilt, seemingly made of gold with dark purple runes, were exceptionally ornate. Yamamoto questioned, "Is this sword your strongest noble phantasm?" Detecting the disappointment in Yamamoto's voice, Gilgamesh smiled proudly, "Yes, this sword is the sword of creation that split the world." Yamamoto responded with a scoff, "A sword that split the world? Such arrogance." Without further words, Yamamoto used flash steps to charge at Gilgamesh, Rukongai unleashing another fiery strike. The flames, carrying unbearable heat, surged toward Gilgamesh. In response, Gilgamesh raised Enchanted, "It is time. Awaken, Ea." As his words echoed, the blade's three black segments began rotating in opposite directions, forming three massive red and white rotating force fields around it, representing the rotation of the heavens, earth, and underworld. These fields, symbolizing the workings of the universe, sliced through Rukonga's flames, reducing them to sparks that quickly vanished. Seeing this, Yamamoto's eyes narrowed. He had underestimated Ea. Before he could react further, Gilgamesh swung the sword, the rotating force fields transforming into turbulent currents that roared toward Yamamoto. His combat instincts, honed over millennia, screamed danger, warning him not to face these currents directly. But it was too late to dodge. With no hesitation, Yamamoto slashed at the oncoming force fields, shouting, "Inetsujigaku!" Inetsujigaku, a technique of Rukonga's Shike, enveloped the currents in a tornado of flames, aiming to incinerate them until nothing remained. However, Ea's currents were unaffected, cutting through the flames and continuing toward Yamamoto. Too close to avoid, Yamamoto hastily formed a barrier of spiritual energy around himself. The impact sent him flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Byakuya, Jinrai, and Sasaki were left speechless, their minds blank, unable to comprehend the scene before them. At this moment, Suifeng, Anohana, Aizen, Jin, and Tosen arrived. They saw Yamamoto slowly rising, blood-stained, and their hearts trembled. They knew well the formidable strength of Yamamoto. Who could have injured him so? Their gazes swept the area, ignoring Byakuya, Jinrai, and Sasaki, finally settling on Gilgamesh. Aizen, Jin, and Tosen exchanged knowing glances, their eyes drawn to Ea, recognizing its unprecedented power. Suifeng and Anohana, however, were in disbelief. They knew of Gilgamesh's talents but never expected him to wield such power capable of wounding Yamamoto. Their eyes turned to Ea in Gilgamesh's hand, thinking, is that his Zanpakuto? What a unique design. Omida, vice captain of the 2nd Division, also arrived, cold sweat forming on his forehead. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he contemplated fleeing. Witnessing Yamamoto injured, he knew joining the fight would be suicidal. Gilgamesh noticed the gathering crowd and frowned slightly. Facing a one-on-one battle was manageable, even against Yamamoto, Byakuya, Jinrai, and Sasaki. But with the arrival of more powerful figures, especially Anohana and Aizen, the situation became truly troublesome. Should he use the true power of Ea? As he pondered, Gilgamesh sensed something, his gaze turning skyward. From the heavens, a cylindrical object descended rapidly. Recognizing it, Gilgamesh's eyes narrowed, whispering, Tenshinhan. Chapter 84 Benkei, Zankan no Tiki. Tenshinhan is the transportation used by the royal guard to travel between the Soul King Palace and the Soul Society. The moment Gilgamesh saw the Tenshinhan, he recalled the vision of his future, where he stepped into the Soul King Palace. This made him vaguely guess the purpose of the royal guard's arrival. Yamamoto also noticed the Tenshinhan and understood its significance. As the head captain of the 13th Division of Imperial Guards, he was well aware of its function. Thus, he knew that the royal guard had descended upon the Soul Society. However, the reason for their arrival at this time was unclear. The royal guard rarely left the Soul King Palace, only doing so in times of extreme crisis for the Soul Society. It couldn't be to induct a new member into the royal guard either, as there would have been prior notification, which Yamamoto did not receive. Pushing his thoughts aside, Yamamoto decided to suppress Gilgamesh first and then meet with the royal guard members. Not wanting any unexpected changes, Yamamoto chose not to insist on a one-on-one battle. Without hesitation, he commanded, everyone, attack together. Subdue him. Sasaki was the first to follow Yamamoto's order, using flash steps to close in on Gilgamesh, shouting, pierce him, Ganramaru. His Zanpakuto transformed into a Western-style sword, its blade crackling with lightning. Suifeng followed swiftly, using flash steps to circle behind Gilgamesh, her Sazumbachi aiming for his back. Byakuya also acted, wielding Senbonzakura and intoning, "Scatter, Senbonzakura." Countless tiny pink blades danced towards Gilgamesh. Jinrai joined the fray, drawing his Zanpakuto and slashing at Gilgamesh. Aizen, Jin, and Tosen exchanged glances, nodded, and moved to attack as well. They had to at least pretend to engage. Shatter, Hyoka Suigetsu. Kill, Kamishini no Yari. Sing, Suzumoshi. Omida, initially hesitant, felt a chill as he looked at Anohana standing beside him. Swallowing hard, he asked, "Captain Anohana, aren't you joining?" With a gentle smile, Anohana replied, "Our 4th Division is for healing, not combat. I need to stay back to treat the wounded." Turning to Omida, she added with a smile that sent shivers down his spine, "But Vice Captain Omida, shouldn't you be fighting?" Terrified by Anohana's smile, Omida rushed at Gilgamesh, shouting, "Crush him, go Kendo." Facing the combined assault of the captains, Gilgamesh remained unperturbed, saying, "What made you think using Shikai alone could defeat me? Is it because you outnumber me?" As he spoke, Gilgamesh raised the Sword of Rupture, chanting, "Awaken, EA." With the chant, the sword's segments began rotating in opposite directions, forming a red and white force field that generated a violent wind around Gilgamesh. All attacks were shredded and torn apart by this force field. Sasaki, Suifeng, Jinrai, and Omida, attempting close-range attacks, were thrown back, their blood splattering, their bodies uncontrollably flying away. The surrounding terrain crumbled and collapsed within the force field's chaotic winds, with debris and dust swirling everywhere. At this moment, Yamamoto's voice echoed from behind Gilgamesh, "This ends now, Gilgamesh." With his hair and beard flaring, Yamamoto roared, "Bunkei, Zanken no Tiki." Yamamoto's clothing began to change. His captain's Haori vanished, his Shinigami uniform turned white on the inside, and black, flowing flames appeared at the collar, sleeves, and hem. Most notably, Ryujin Jakka now resembled a charred piece of wood, glowing with intense heat, the smoke rising from it. Upon Yamamoto's Bunkai activation, the previously clouded sky of the Soul Society cleared, replaced by a strange brightness despite the late hour. An unimaginable heat wave swept across the Soul Society, evaporating all moisture in the air. Even the blood on the wounded evaporated quickly. Among those present, only Jinrai, Sasaki, and Anohana had witnessed Yamamoto's Bunkai before, maintaining their composure. But for Byakuya, Jin, Tosen, Suifeng, and Omida, it was their first time seeing it, and the overwhelming power shook their spirits. Aizen remained expressionless, merely adjusting his glasses thoughtfully. Elsewhere, captains hurrying towards the scene also sensed the anomaly, recognizing Yamamoto's Bunkai. They wondered what kind of enemy could force him to use it. Zanken no Tiki, Higashi, Kyoku Jitsujin. Yamamoto's attack struck where Gilgamesh had stood, creating a massive fissure, everything within turned to ash. Kyoku Jitsujin concentrated all the heat of Ryujin Jakka at the blade's tip, erasing anything it touched. Seeing Gilgamesh evade the attack, Yamamoto pursued relentlessly. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Stop, Yamamoto." Recognizing the voice, Yamamoto's mind conjured an image. Ikaibai Osub. Chapter 85, The Arrival of the Royal Guard. Yamamoto did not expect that the Royal Guard would come for Gilgamesh. As he pondered this, his eyes narrowed slightly, but the tip of his Zanken no Tiki, Higashi, Kyoku Jitsujin continued to descend toward Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh watched the blade coming at him with an unflappable expression, showing no intention of evading, as if confident that he would be unharmed. Everyone present held their breath, their hearts in their throats. They had heard Ikaiba's words but were too focused on Gilgamesh's fate to consider anything else. Having just arrived, Ikaiba clasped his hands together, then pushed his palms forward towards Yamamoto, saying, "Senrit Sutensho." In the next moment, a massive spiritual hand materialized beside Yamamoto and struck him, sending him flying just as the tip of his blade was about to touch Gilgamesh. The name Senrit Sutensho came from its ability to strike its target 1,000 miles away without discrimination. Of course, there were exceptions, such as Yamamoto. Everyone was stunned by this sudden turn of events and instinctively turned to look at Ikaiba to see who Gilgamesh's ally was. Seeing Ikaiba, the captain's expressions changed. At their level, they had access to information about the Royal Guard and immediately recognized the man who had attacked Yamamoto as a member of the Royal Guard. The Royal Guard members were easily identifiable. Although their faces were unfamiliar, they wore Shiakusho and Captain's Haori, with the latter bearing the crest of the Royal Guard, the Gardenia. Suifeng stood up despite her injuries, her expression sharp as she demanded, "I need an explanation. Even if you are from the Royal Guard, you cannot attack the head captain without reason." Ikaiba's ever-present smile made him seem very approachable, But those who knew him were aware of his terrifying strength. Anohana, Jinrai, and Sasaki hesitated, wanting to speak but unsure what to say. After all, Su Ifeng's demand was reasonable, but the person she addressed, Aizen, on the other hand, felt a surge of excitement, hoping Su Ifeng would push further and reveal some of the royal guard's secrets. Akaib turned his gaze to Su Ifeng, his smile still in place. To her, it felt like looking into a sea of corpses, and her pupils trembled involuntarily. Before she could react, a voice full of impatience came from behind her. Why does he need a reason? The monk told Yamamoto to stop, but he didn't listen. What can you do? Su Ifeng's pupils shrank as she turned to see Tenjiro Garanji behind her, a look of disbelief on her face. She hadn't noticed when he moved there, though she had just seen him standing beside Akaib. His flash steps technique seemed to surpass even that of the former goddess of flash, Yaruichi Shioin. Anohana Retsu sighed in relief, knowing that Garanji's intervention might have prevented Akaib from taking more severe action against Su Ifeng. She also felt a pang of nostalgia, recalling how Garanji had taught her healing techniques that led to her transformation from the first Kinpachi. Akaib, now focusing on Gilgamesh, smiled and said, Gilgamesh, please come with us to the Soul King Palace. I will go to the Soul King Palace, Gilgamesh responded, looking in a particular direction, but first, there's something I need to take care of. Akaib followed Gilgamesh's gaze and saw a figure wreathed in flames approaching rapidly. He recognized this as Yamamoto's Zanka no Tiki, Nishi, Zanjitsugakui, which cloaked him in flames as hot as 15 million degrees, making him appear like a sun. Akaib knew the danger of approaching Yamamoto in this state without adequate defenses. The strongest Shinigami in the past millennium, he mused. Still, he felt no fear, confident he had many ways to counter Yamamoto. Indeed, Akaib believed himself stronger, and the facts supported this. Without hesitation, Akaib drew his Zanpakuto, Ekamaji, ready to confront Yamamoto. He was angry because Yamamoto had ignored his command to stop. Thus, he was prepared to teach him a lesson. Yamamoto had already reached Gilgamesh, his eyes briefly glancing at Akaib before stabbing Rijin Jakka into the ground, intoning, Zanka no Tiki, Minami, Kakaju Nakashi Daisojin. Immediately, the ashes of those Yamamoto had slain rose from the ground, forming an army of charred skeletons that attacked Gilgamesh. Akaib prepared to intervene, but Gilgamesh stopped him, saying, This is my battle. I should be the one to finish it. Frowning slightly, Akaib was about to argue, but then saw Gilgamesh leap into the air. Raising his EA, Gilgamesh declared, Yamamoto Genri Uzai, feel the true power of EA. Chapter 86, Inuma Elish. The true power of EA? Could it be Bankai? Such thoughts crossed the minds of Anohana, Su Ifeng, Omida, and the members of the Royal Guard. However, Byakuya, Jinrai, Sasaki, and Akaib did not think so. They knew Gilgamesh's Zanpakuto was not EA, but rather Kino. Thus, what Gilgamesh referred to as the true power of EA could not be Bankai. Among them, Akaib found it peculiar that he had never heard of EA. He was the original namer of all things in Soul Society, including Zanpakuto, Shikei, and Bankai. Thus, the moment Asaki reached the hands of a Shinigami, Akaib knew its name. Even Keno was no exception. However, Keno was unique. Initially, Keno had no name. It wasn't until Gilgamesh realized what he desired that it received a name. Akaib scrutinized the uniquely shaped EA, pondering its mystery. In the meantime, only Aizen, Jin, and Tosen knew what Gilgamesh meant. They had experienced it firsthand. Their gazes were fixed on EA, curious whether it was stronger than the Gungnir Gilgamesh had once used. As everyone watched, golden ripples appeared around Gilgamesh. From these ripples, magical gems emerged, surrounding Gilgamesh. To unleash the full power of EA, the magic reserves of Child Gilgamesh were insufficient. Of course, the full power here referred only to the extent Child Gilgamesh could wield. Of Gilgamesh's 3 phases, only the Tyrant phase could harness the greatest power of EA. But even that was not the weapon's true full power. The only one who could unleash EA's true power was the great god EA, who originally wielded it to create the world. Gilgamesh looked down at Yamamoto, at the endless ranks of charred skeletons aiming to drag him to hell, and began his chant. EA. Sing praise as you like. I will tell you of the beginning. Heaven and earth split. Nothingness congratulated creation. And my sword cleaved the world. As he chanted, the gems around him burst with light, releasing immense magical energy visible to the naked eye. This energy was absorbed by Gilgamesh and funneled into EA. The sword's blade began to spin in different directions, creating a red and white rotating field that generated violent winds. Unlike before, the rotating fields converged at the sword's tip, forming an outer red and inner gold energy sphere. Simultaneously, a wondrous phenomenon appeared around Gilgamesh. At this moment, Gilgamesh seemed like the great god Ea, who divided heaven and earth. Everyone present felt an overwhelming pressure merely by witnessing this scene from afar. The captains still rushing over saw a red star in the sky, symbolizing the beginning and end. They didn't know what it was, but just a glance made their hearts tremble, as if witnessing a great terror. Akai's expression had drastically changed. He sensed an ancient aura from Ea, older than himself and even the Soul King, akin to the primordial chaos before heaven and earth. Before he could ponder further, he felt his Zanpakuto, Akamaji, trembling uncontrollably. It wasn't just him, everyone's Zanpakuto was trembling. Yamamoto heard Rijinjaka's trembling voice in his mind. This sword is terrifying. It feels like a true god, crushing everything from another dimension. I can't imagine how devastating its attack will be. But I know it must be stopped, Genryuzai. You must stop it. Do not let its attack land. Yamamoto did not doubt Rijinjaka's words. Even without a warning, his body and soul were screaming in alarm. Without hesitation, Yamamoto drew his sword and slashed towards Gilgamesh, roaring, Zankan no Taki, Kita, Tenshai Kaijin. This move was Rijinjaka's most powerful technique. It released a slash from an extremely long range, erasing everything it touched to ash. Everyone present could sense the terror of Yamamoto's move. But their minds remained focused on Gilgamesh and his Ea. Gilgamesh's chant reached its climax. Ea's power peaked. The outer red and inner gold energy sphere at the sword's tip shone brilliantly. Mortar of the stars, heaven's hell is the eve of creation's celebration. Inuma Elish. With the chant complete, Gilgamesh slashed towards Yamamoto Genryuzai. In the next moment, a red gold energy beam representing the power of creation and destruction blasted towards Yamamoto. The slash that was supposed to obliterate everything was shattered and disintegrated by the beam. In Yamamoto's eyes, the beam seemed both a creation and an end, hurtling towards him, his mind blanking out. His survival instinct made him raise his sword to block. As Rijinjaka touched the beam, Yamamoto heard its voice, Genryuzai, farewell. Then, Rijinjaka unleashed all its power, erupting into terrifying flames that momentarily held off the beam. Before Yamamoto could react, the overwhelming force from Rijinjaka sent him flying. As he watched, Rijinjaka shattered within the beam, along with the endless army of charred skeletons, all disintegrating into dust. Boom. The battle was over. Chapter 87, The Future Crisis. With the disappearance of Rijinjaka, the intense heat that had enveloped Soul Society vanished, replaced by a torrential downpour. Gilgamesh had already left for the royal palace with the Zero Division. The severely injured Yamamoto, now without Rijinjaka, was also taken by the Zero Division. Those who had witnessed the battle between Yamamoto and Gilgamesh stood in a daze, allowing the rain to drench them. Even Aizen and Anohana were no exception. Time passed, and the other captains finally arrived. Upon arrival, they were taken aback, their pupils shrinking in disbelief. The first division barracks and surrounding buildings had vanished, replaced by a massive newly formed lake, being filled by the rain. Mayuri squinted, suppressing his inner shock, and muttered to himself, the air is saturated with Captain Yamamoto's spiritual pressure. The rest of the spiritual pressure is. As he scanned the area, matching the residual spiritual pressures to those present, his brows furrowed. He found no residual spiritual pressure from the one who fought Yamamoto. But how could that be? The energy beam resembling a Sero was clearly not the work of anyone present, but of Yamamoto's opponent. Why was there no residual spiritual pressure? Mayuri pressed his ear lightly and spoke, it's me. Bring my latest detection equipment to the 1st Division barracks, quickly. As he spoke, he continued examining the scene, his mind constructing a three-dimensional model to analyze the battle that had transpired. Kamemura, having searched for Yamamoto Genryuzai to no avail, used flash steps to approach Anohana and asked, Captain Anohana, where is Captain Yamamoto? Kamemura's question brought the arriving captains back to reality, all eyes turning to Anohana. Anohana, appearing composed, replied calmly, Captain Yamamoto was taken by the Zero Division. The newly arrived captains were stunned. They had not anticipated such an outcome. Mayuri, recalling the Tenshurin he saw on the way, showed curiosity and asked, why did the Zero Division descend so suddenly? And why did they take Captain Yamamoto? Anohana did not hide the truth and recounted the events she had witnessed. As time passed, Anohana finished her account. Those who had not experienced the battle firsthand struggled to process the information. They had envisioned many possibilities but had not expected this outcome. Yamamoto, hailed as the strongest Shinigami in Soul Society for 1,000 years, had been defeated despite using his Bankai. Not only was he severely injured, but even Rijinjaka, the oldest and most powerful flame-type Zanpakuto, had been shattered into dust. The one responsible was none other than the newly enrolled student at the Shino Academy, Gilgamesh. Silence fell over everyone, their hearts in turmoil. Questions swirled in their minds. Who was Gilgamesh? How did he possess such terrifying power? Why did he join the Shino Academy? Why did the Zero Division come specifically for Gilgamesh? Did they know of his origins? Mayuri's eyes narrowed, muttering Gilgamesh's name with keen interest. Gilgamesh, uninterested in the aftermath in Soul's society, was already on his way to the royal palace aboard the Tenshinhan. He began recalling the future vision he had seen involving himself. In that future, he arrived at the royal palace aboard the Mana. Led by Akibe, he entered the inner sanctum of the Soul King and saw the Soul King sealed in crystal. In that vision, Gilgamesh stood before the Soul King and asked, "Speak, why have you summoned me?" The Soul King did not speak, but his voice resonated clearly in Gilgamesh's mind. "Being from another world, your future is unseen by me. I do not hinder you from forging your future here, but the child of destiny must be born. He is the hope I see for the future and the safeguard of this world." Gilgamesh furrowed his brow, replying, "You are speaking to my past self through my present self. You should know that the future you foresee already exists. Any changes to my past self will only create new futures without altering this one." The Soul King responded, "I cannot see the future where you exist, but once you leave, the branches of the future will converge once more." The vision ended there. Though brief, the information conveyed was vast. Firstly, Gilgamesh realized the Soul King had reached out to him across multiple futures, trying to communicate through his future self to his past self. This meant that in numerous futures, the child of destiny had not been successfully born. Thus, the Soul King tried repeatedly to communicate through Gilgamesh's future self to his past self. Why was the Soul King so adamant about the child of destiny being born? And what did he mean by the safeguard of this world? Gilgamesh did not have definitive answers, as the dialogue in his vision did not clarify it. However, he speculated. Since the Soul King said he could not see Gilgamesh's future, he must be able to see a future without Gilgamesh. A future without Gilgamesh. Thus, the safeguard of this world could be understood as a crisis arising after Gilgamesh left this world. A crisis no one could avert, requiring the child of destiny as a safeguard. What could this crisis be? Ultimately, Gilgamesh concluded. It was likely a world even the Soul King could not control. Hell Chapter 88, Shutara Senchamaru. The Soul King's Palace. Yamamoto was taken away for healing by Kiranji. Gilgamesh, on the other hand, was led by Akibe to the inner sanctum of the Soul King and saw the Soul King sealed within crystal. This time, Gilgamesh directly asked, "What crisis arises after I leave this world in the future?" The Soul King seemed taken aback by Gilgamesh's straightforwardness and awareness of what was to be said, causing a momentary pause. After some time, the Soul King's voice echoed in Gilgamesh's mind. Listening, Gilgamesh's brow furrowed slightly before he left the inner sanctum, deep in thought, returning to the main part of the palace. Akibe, walking beside Gilgamesh with a kind smile, said, "Our mission as the Zero Division is to guard the Soul King's palace and not to descend to Soul Society unless absolutely necessary. So, you'll have to return to the Siriate AI by yourself. Of course, I will open the passage for you." With that, Akibe lightly tapped the ground with his Zanpakuto, opening a large circular hole revealing a spiral staircase leading downward. This was the passage between the Soul King's palace and the Siriate AI. For a captain-level Shinigami using their fastest flash steps, it would take roughly half a day to reach the Siriate AI. Standing nearby, Shutara handed Gilgamesh a specially made Hyakusho and said, "There are 72 barriers between the Soul King's palace and the Siriate AI. This Hyakusho is woven from our bones and hair. Wearing it is equivalent to carrying a key, allowing you to pass through the 72 barriers." Gilgamesh shook his head and declined the Hyakusho, saying, "Too troublesome. I have a faster way." As he spoke, a golden ripple appeared before Gilgamesh. From it, he took out the royal key. At this moment, Akibe and Shutara were curious, not knowing what method Gilgamesh was referring to, and watched the key of the King's Law in his hand. They had never seen the key of the King's Law before and did not know what it was. But as they saw the key of the King's Law gradually transform into EA, they seemed to realize something. Shutara couldn't help but exclaim, "Are you planning to use that sword to break through the 72 barriers?" Through his all-seeing star, Gilgamesh discerned Shutara's thoughts, but instead of confirming, he asked with interest, "Why? Do you not believe that EA can do it?" Shutara was momentarily speechless at Gilgamesh's counter-question. Having witnessed the power of EA, Shutara was inclined to believe it could. But this wasn't a bad belief, it was that such an act should not be done. The 72 barriers were established using the Soul King's power. In the Soul King's current state, forcibly breaking these barriers might render them irreparable. Without these barriers, Future troubles would arise, such as ill-intentioned individuals being able to reach the Soul King's palace directly. Seeing Shutara's reaction, Gilgamesh continued without waiting for her response, "Don't worry. The Soul King won't blame you. This isn't about blame." As Gilgamesh aimed at the spiral staircase, Akibe, recalling the scene of EA destroying Rijinjaka, couldn't stay silent and quickly said, "Wait. Even if you break the barriers, you'll still need to return on your own." Shutara also grew nervous, hastily adding, "Yes, breaking the barriers won't save you any time. It's not worth wasting your strength." Gilgamesh did not respond, and another golden ripple appeared behind him. The next moment, to the astonishment of Akibe and Shutara, the flying throne Vimana slowly emerged. "What is this?" Shutara couldn't help but ask. With a slight smile, Gilgamesh replied, "This is my flying throne, Vimana. With its speed, once the barriers are broken, it will take only 10 minutes to reach the Siriite AI." Akibe and Shutara were skeptical. For a captain-level Shinigami, using flash steps at full speed, it would take half a day. How could Vimana do it in just 10 minutes? Its speed would have to be multiple times that of a captain-level Shinigami. But recalling the extraordinary EA, they dared not gamble on the possibility. Seeing Gilgamesh about to unleash EA, Shutara urgently said, "Wait. I can modify this special Hyakusho to fit Vimana. That way, you can fly Vimana directly through the 72 barriers to the Siriite AI." Satisfied, Gilgamesh retracted EA. In the future he had seen, he arrived at the Soul King's palace aboard Vimana. Thus, Gilgamesh knew his future self had likely affixed the royal key to Vimana. Future Gilgamesh might have bought the royal key from the royal shop, while he now received a free royal key. This meant, in the future, he could ride Vimana to the Soul King's palace whenever he wished. Shutara quickly got to work, her 6 golden prosthetic arms swiftly dismantling and reeving the Hyakusho with incredible speed, almost leaving after images. In just a moment, Shutara completed the modification and installation. Her hands were so deft that Gilgamesh couldn't discern any difference with the naked eye. But with the omniscient star, Gilgamesh saw a special coating at Vimana's front, matching its original color, making it indistinguishable to the naked eye. Not sparing his praise, Gilgamesh said to Shutara, "Your craftsmanship is a rare treasure in this world, deserving to be part of my collection." Looking at her, he asked, "How about it? Will you consider following me?" Akibe remained unaffected by Gilgamesh's words. However, Shutara was momentarily stunned. Though Gilgamesh was young, his charming appearance made her feel a sense of closeness. Hearing his praise, meeting his fiery gaze, and feeling his commanding presence, Shutara's long-dormant heart skipped a beat. But only for a moment. Shaking her head, she replied, "I appreciate the offer, but I am the divine general of the north under the Soul King and will only serve him." With a slight smile, Gilgamesh, not denying her answer, flashed onto Vimana's throne and began his journey back to the Siriite AI, leaving behind a determined declaration. "Shutara, you will undoubtedly become part of my collection in the future." Chapter 89, The beautiful young prince Siriite AI was in turmoil. This was inevitable, given the magnitude of the battle between Yamamoto and Gilgamesh, as well as the destruction it caused. Fortunately, the members of the 1st Division had evacuated the battlefield early due to the overwhelming residual energy and Yamamoto's burning spiritual pressure during the fight against Gilgamesh. Otherwise, the entire 1st Division would have been wiped out. Central 46 quickly issued orders. They did not hide the fact that one of the combatants was Yamamoto, but they chose to conceal that he was severely injured and that the other combatant was Gilgamesh. The former was to avoid causing panic, and the latter was to avoid provoking Gilgamesh. In their view, Gilgamesh had hidden his true strength and had deliberately enrolled in the Shino Academy with an ulterior motive. Therefore, they couldn't expose him. Because the power Gilgamesh had shown was too terrifying. Until they understood Gilgamesh's intentions, anything related to him had to be handled cautiously. If he got angry, it would be disastrous. Moreover, the 0 Division was now involved in matters concerning Gilgamesh. Of course, this was just a temporary measure by the higher-ups of Siriite AI. They were also secretly gathering all information related to Gilgamesh, trying to find a way to counterbalance him. This resulted in an outwardly calm Siriite AI but with turbulent undercurrents beneath the surface. Gilgamesh was well aware of this fragile equilibrium and had no intention of disrupting it. He even hoped this balance would last a bit longer, making it easier to recruit talent. As time passed, the topic gradually lost its heat, and life went on as usual. Unknowingly, a month had passed. In that month, Gilgamesh had become a true sensation at the Shino Academy. Both new and old students knew about Gilgamesh. To them, Gilgamesh was a true prodigy, showing incredible talent in sword art, hand-to-hand combats, and Kido. No one could rival him. Not only that, But Gilgamesh also broke the Academy's record for the fastest time to acquire a Zanpakuto. Additionally, Gilgamesh's humble and polite nature, combined with his willingness to help others, made him shine like the sun to everyone. With his charm, and leadership qualities, A+, Gilgamesh became immensely popular. This led to the formation of both female and male fan clubs for him, making him a true heartthrob for all genders. These fan clubs were quite powerful. They collected numerous photos of Gilgamesh's daily life and studies, publishing a photo album titled The Beautiful Young Prince through the Women's Shinigami Association. Moreover, they established a special column in the widely read monthly magazine Siriite AI Communication titled Tidbits About Gilgamesh. Perhaps due to Gilgamesh's lucky attribute and inherent skill in Golden Rule, both reaching A grade. The Beautiful Young Prince photo album and the Tidbits About Gilgamesh column became incredibly popular in Siriite AI. According to incomplete statistics, almost two-thirds of the female Shinigami in Siriite AI had seen the Beautiful Young Prince photo album, with over half having purchased it. 8th Division Barracks. Shunsei was once again slacking off, lounging on the rooftop, basking in the sun while flipping through the latest issue of Siriite AI Communication. Soon, Shunsei reached the column Tidbits About Gilgamesh. Breaking. Gilgamesh is actually a king. Today's column had only one headline, but that single headline made Shunsei narrow his eyes, suddenly becoming serious. The higher-ups of Siriite AI had long known about Gilgamesh's origin from District 78 of South Rukongai, where he had established a kingdom called Ruk. Though they couldn't tolerate anyone establishing a kingdom within Soul Society, even on the periphery like District 78, which they didn't care about. But because it was Gilgamesh, they had to endure it. They also thought that if a conflict with Gilgamesh ever erupted, his Ruk kingdom could become leverage for their side. Thus, the higher-ups of Siriite AI actively helped to conceal this information. Of course, they also made secret moves by sending trusted subordinates to infiltrate the Ruk kingdom. This allowed them to gather information and attempt to infiltrate the kingdom's power center to gradually undermine Gilgamesh's authority. But now, this information was published in Siriite AI Communication, making Shunsei realize something was amiss. He knew that only Gilgamesh himself could have leaked this information. What was Gilgamesh's purpose in revealing this now? With this thought, Shunsei began to read the column seriously. The Tidbits About Gilgamesh column painted a poignant story, portraying Gilgamesh as a destined king. Moved by the suffering of the people, he established the Ruk kingdom, hoping to ensure his subjects' prosperity and happiness. The story was written so well, straightforward yet captivating, allowing readers to imagine the beauty of Gilgamesh's ideal kingdom. At the end of the column, there was even a photograph of the Ruk kingdom. The photo depicted an ancient kingdom with exotic charm, filled with people who are happy and full of hope for life and the future. Even Shunsei found himself captivated by the photo. At this moment, a dissatisfied female voice called out behind him, "I knew you'd be here, Captain. It's time to get back to work." Shunsei, pulled back to reality, slowly closed the magazine and turned to look at his lieutenant, Aizen Nanao. His eyes glanced at a certain spot as he teased, "Nanao-chan, your photo album is showing." Nanao looked down, her face turning red as she hurriedly tried to hide the photo album. Seeing this, Shunsei chuckled, "Oh my, I recall someone saying they would never look at his photo album just yesterday." Nanao quickly retorted, "It's not that I wanted to. Yachiru said that as the vice president of the Women's Shinigami Association, I couldn't not have seen the beautiful young prince. I only took a look reluctantly. And let me say in advance, I only looked once. Well, twice." Under Shunsei's teasing gaze, Nanao's voice grew smaller, her face redder, unable to maintain eye contact. Finally, Nanao, flustered, fled in embarrassment. Shunsei couldn't help but laugh joyfully. Then, a contemplative look appeared on his face. He didn't know if it was because of Gilgamesh or the curse that burdened his niece, Aizen Nanao. Chapter 90, Let's Fight to the Death. At the Shino Academy. After exchanging a friendly smile with a fellow student, Gilgamesh extended his hand to catch a swiftly approaching black shadow, embracing it tightly. The black shadow was none other than Yoruichi, whom he hadn't seen for a month. In her black cat form, Yoruichi nestled affectionately in Gilgamesh's arms, purring contentedly, "King, I missed you so much." Gilgamesh gently stroked Yoruichi's head, replying softly, "I missed you too." After enjoying Gilgamesh's embrace for a while, Yoruichi spoke, "Kisuke has found where Kogakuachiki is sealed. What should we do next?" Gilgamesh didn't respond immediately. Instead, he took out a special communication device and made a call. In the next moment, Haribo's voice came through, "King, what are your orders?" Gilgamesh commanded, "Tell Morimasa that we've located Kogakuachiki's seal and to come back and see me." "Understood," Haribo replied respectfully. After hanging up, Harable quickly made her way towards the Forest of Minnows. Following Gilgamesh's orders, Muramasa had gone to Hueco Mundo and found Harable in Las Noches. With her assistance, he ventured into the Forest of Minnows, spending this time hunting and devouring Gillians. Given that Gillians are mindless, emotionless, low-level hollows driven purely by instinct, Harable didn't regard them as her kind and thus didn't care about Muramasa's activities. After hanging up, Gilgamesh turned to Yoruichi and said, "In 2 days, the Academy will organize the first batch of new students to the world of the living for soul burials. I'll be among them. We can take care of Kogaku Ichiki's matter then." Yoruichi nodded, never questioning Gilgamesh's decisions. "Gilkun." At that moment, a cheerful, childish voice rang out. Hearing this, Gilgamesh's mouth twitched involuntarily. It wasn't that Gilgamesh had an issue with the voice or its owner, but "Gilgamesh, let's fight to the death." A boisterous laugh followed. Before Yoruichi could react, a black shadow suddenly descended from the sky, landing heavily in front of Gilgamesh. Boom. The impact from the fall shattered the wooden floor of the Shino Academy. Only then did Yoruichi see who it was, her pupil shrinking slightly as she thought, "Kenpachi Zaraki? How did the king get tangled up with this lunatic? What happened in the month I was gone?" Zaraki didn't hear Yoruichi's thoughts, nor would he care even if he did. Carrying his Zanpakuto on his shoulder, Kenpachi grinned at Gilgamesh and repeated, "Gilgamesh, let's fight to the death, using your EA." Gilgamesh flatly refused, "Thanks, but I despise unnecessary fighting." Seeing Mayo approaching, he continued, "If you're looking for a fight, you can challenge Instructor Mayo. I'm sure she'd be thrilled." Mayo froze at Gilgamesh's words, turning away without hesitation, even using flash steps to increase her speed. While she was a sword fanatic, she wasn't foolish enough to battle a monster like Kenpachi Zaraki and end up in intensive care. Following Gilgamesh's gaze, Kenpachi saw Mayo's retreating figure and scoffed, "Anyone who can't face me head-on isn't worthy of being my opponent." Turning back to Gilgamesh with fiery eyes, he was about to speak when he was interrupted by Yachiru. On his shoulder, Yachiru cheerfully jumped into Gilgamesh's arms, saying, "Ken-chan, if Gilkun doesn't want to fight, don't force him. Someone as beautiful as him should just stay peaceful." Snuggling into Gilgamesh's embrace, she added, "It's amazing. No matter how long it's been, Gilkun always smells so nice." By then, Yoruichi had moved to Gilgamesh's shoulder. She knew Gilkun was a nickname Yachiru gave Gilgamesh. But she still didn't understand why Zaraki was pestering Gilgamesh or what was up with the EA. Despite feeling annoyed, Kenpachi didn't bring up fighting again after Yachiru's words. Holding Yachiru gently, Gilgamesh asked, "Yachiru, did you come to see me, or?" Glancing at Kenpachi, he left the question unfinished. Since Kenpachi found out Gilgamesh severely injured Yamamoto, he had been relentlessly challenging Gilgamesh, eager for a proper duel and to witness EA's power. Not arriving in time to witness EA's might was a regret for Kenpachi. Of course, Gilgamesh declined all of Kenpachi's battle requests. Such thankless tasks were not for him. As for Yachiru, she had taken a liking to Gilgamesh from their first meeting, always sticking around, saying he smelled good. Although Gilgamesh didn't know what exactly she smelled, through his omniscient ability, he knew Yachiru meant it sincerely. After spending some time together, Gilgamesh found Yachiru endearing and charming, so he didn't mind altering her future fate where she disappears. The method was simple. Since Yachiru is part of Kenpachi's Benkei, when the time comes, Muramasa's power could be used to manifest her as a separate entity. Yachiru then said, "I came to see you. The first volume of The Beautiful Young Prince sold really well, and more people are asking the Women's Shinigami Association for a second volume. So, I wanted to ask if you're interested in another photo collection." Looking at Gilgamesh with starry eyes full of anticipation, he smiled, "Of course. Discuss the details with my fan club. They should have plenty of my daily photos for you to choose from." Yachiru, delighted by Gilgamesh's response, happily dragged Zaraki away. Yoruichi, meanwhile, was left bewildered, feeling out of touch with the current Siriite AI. A month's changes had been that significant? What exactly was the beautiful young prince? Chapter 91, The Conspiracy. After Yachiru and Zaraki left, Gilgamesh's face showed a look of interest as he muttered to himself, "So Yamamoto has returned. He's been quite low-key about it. If it weren't for understanding Zaraki's thoughts, I wouldn't have known." Shaking his head slightly, Gilgamesh decided not to dwell on the matter. After that battle, Yamamoto was unlikely to come looking for him anytime soon. However, Yoruichi, who overheard Gilgamesh's muttering, was extremely curious. She was about to ask questions when she noticed a group of students approaching from a distance. These students were clearly heading toward Gilgamesh, looking as enthusiastic as idol fans in the real world. This made Yoruichi suppress her curiosity, though the questions in her mind didn't fade away. What does it mean that Yamamoto has returned? Did he come to see the king while I was gone? What happened between them? Unable to bear the torment of her curiosity any longer, Yoruichi jumped out of Gilgamesh's embrace, intending to find Renji and Rukia to exchange information. Meanwhile, at the Central 46 chambers, a high-level meeting was in full swing. This meeting involved only members of Central 46. And the content of the meeting was naturally related to Gilgamesh. Based on the information we've gathered over this period, it's clear that Gilgamesh came to the Shino Academy seeking talent. In that case, why don't we just send him some talents and get rid of him? I agree. His presence in Siriate AI is a constant source of instability. We should get him to leave as soon as possible. You're thinking too simply. Do you really believe that the kingdom Gilgamesh established will only occupy the 78th and 79th districts of South Rukongai? Right now, he's in the early stages of his kingdom, needing stability and development. But in the later stages, he will definitely expand his territory. Otherwise, why did he annex the 79th district? Exactly, Gilgamesh is ambitious. His goal might very well be the entire Soul Society. So what do we do? According to what you're saying, sooner or later, we'll have a conflict with him? If his goal is the entire Soul Society, then it's not just a conflict, it's a matter of life and death. Gilgamesh's existence is an unstable factor for the entire Soul Society. We must find a way to eliminate him. Easy to say, but how do we eliminate him? Our patience might have dulled his senses. Perhaps we can take some covert actions. I've received information that he will be going to the world of the living in 2 days for a soul burial exercise. To get there, they must pass through the Dangai. Maybe we can do something in the Dangai. Good idea. Most parts of the Dangai are chaotic in space and time. If we can find a way to trap him there forever or even exile him to an unknown part of the Dangai, that would be ideal. Should we contact the Department of Research and Development? Maybe they have a solution. No, this must be kept secret. Contacting the Department of Research and Development could lead to exposure. Don't forget, Mayuri has visited Gilgamesh before. Then let me handle it. My family possesses a sealed artifact that can be used to manipulate the Dangai. However, if I proceed, the students traveling with Gilgamesh might not survive. Those are just ants. If sacrificing their lives can achieve our goal, then they'll die with honor. I believe they'd be grateful if they knew. At the Department of Research and Development, in his private lab, Mayuri was furiously typing on a keyboard, eyes fixed on the screen. After a long while, he pressed the final button, causing lines of code to flash rapidly on the large screen in front of him until the words analysis failed appeared. Mayuri wasn't surprised by the result. After Gilgamesh's battle with Yamamoto, Mayuri conducted a thorough and complex analysis of the battleground. The results revealed an unprecedented energy residue at the scene. This energy was so mysterious and scarce that he couldn't analyze anything from it. To gain more insights, Mayuri made a deal with Gilgamesh. He would help monitor the movements of Siriate AI's higher-ups, including Central 46, while Gilgamesh would provide research materials. Mayuri readily agreed. To him, the research was far more important than Central 46. Although installing surveillance in Central 46 was tricky, it was doable for Mayuri. Currently, he was researching a top-grade gem filled with magical energy. Initially, Mayuri thought he could quickly analyze the essence of this magical power. But nearly a month had passed, and he had made no progress, not even a foot in the door. Nonetheless, Mayuri wasn't disheartened. He had always been patient with things that piqued his interest. As Mayuri was about to continue his research, Nemu hurriedly walked in. Though her face remained expressionless, Mayuri could sense something unusual about her. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Mayuri recalled that after noticing Nemu's unusual behavior, he had conducted a thorough examination but found nothing. He knew that Nemu's changes started when he tasked her with regularly informing Gilgamesh about the movements of Siriate AI's higher-ups. In other words, Nemu's anomaly was related to Gilgamesh. Perhaps Gilgamesh had done something to her. Given how mysterious Gilgamesh was, it was plausible that Mayuri couldn't detect anything. Because of this, Mayuri hadn't dissected Nemu for study. Partly out of fear that even dissection would yield nothing, and partly because he was wary of Gilgamesh. Nemu herself was unaware of her anomaly. At that moment, she stood before Mayuri, reporting the latest meeting of Central 46. Though Nemu's tone was as calm as ever, Mayuri could detect worry and anxiety in her voice. Worry? Anxiety? Wait, does Nemu have feelings for Gilgamesh? Chapter 92, Return to the Spirit King's palace. With his suspicions aroused, Mayuri narrowed his eyes, a look of keen interest flashing across them. Lord Kurotsuchi, it's 3 days until the next scheduled contact with Lord Gilgamesh, but he will be heading to the world of the living in 2 days. Should we contact him in advance and inform him of this news? Nemu asked expressionlessly. Mayuri shook his head lightly and responded, no need. Originally, we were supposed to contact him anytime, but he chose to have periodic contacts because it was more convenient for him. So, the scheduled time is the scheduled time. If he can't wait until then, that's his own problem. Nemu hesitated and then said, but... Mayuri, seeing Nemu questioning him, became even more interested. He waved his hand, signaling her to stop, and commanded, that's enough, you may leave. Nemu's mouth moved as if to say more, but she eventually retreated slowly. After Nemu left, Mayuri began typing on the instrument in front of him. Before long, the screen displayed footage of Nemu. On the screen, Nemu stood still for a long time before taking out a communicator and making a call. Moments later, Nemu's voice was heard, Lord Gilgamesh, I have an urgent message for you. Seeing this, Mayuri's face revealed a look of realization. He couldn't help but mutter, Gilgamesh, what a fascinating individual. It hasn't been long, yet he has managed to evoke emotions in Nemu. Interesting, truly interesting. Mayuri wasn't angry at Nemu's defiance. Instead, he found it intriguing. This was precisely what he wanted. For Mayuri, as long as he couldn't analyze the essence of magic, he preferred Gilgamesh to stay alive. If Nemu hadn't defied him, Mayuri himself would have contacted Gilgamesh. Speaking of Nemu, it's worth mentioning Mayuri's long-term research project, the Nimri Project. Mayuri had always dreamed of creating a new soul from scratch. Since one cannot dream while awake, he named the project Nimri Project. Nemu was the result of this project, a man-made Shinigami. She was the essence of both artificial body and artificial soul technologies, making her Mayuri's greatest masterpiece. Before Nemu, Mayuri created 6 failed prototypes, from Nimri No. 1 to Nimri No. 6. Finally, Nimri No. 7 surpassed the lifespan limits of artificial souls, bringing Mayuri immense joy. Thus, he named her Nemu. However, Nemu had a flaw, emotions. Nemu lacked the true emotions that a real soul should have. This meant that Mayuri's Nimri project was still not a success. Now, Nemu had developed emotions, albeit minimally, but it was a significant progress, which naturally piqued Mayuri's interest. The fact that these emotions were due to someone else didn't bother Mayuri at all. Currently, Mayuri's bond with Nemu was not as deep as it would become in the future storyline. For Mayuri, Nemu was still a tool that could be discarded at any time. Watching the footage of Nemu, Mayuri rubbed his chin thoughtfully, muttering to himself, should I just send Nemu to Gilgamesh? Maybe her emotions will develop faster that way, and I can gather more data. Gilgamesh had no idea that Mayuri was planning to send Nemu to him. At that moment, he was learning about the conspiracy of Central 46 against him from Nemu. After hanging up, Gilgamesh frowned slightly, feeling troubled. If it were just himself, he was confident he could handle any plot. But this time, Rukia and Renji were going to the world of the living with him. In the Dangai, Gilgamesh was confident he could protect himself, but he might not be able to ensure everyone's safety. Going directly to confront them to prevent the plot was also not an option. Now was not the time to openly oppose Siriai's higher-ups. Even though he was not afraid of them, he was not alone. If he attacked, they and their backers would certainly act. If they targeted Rukia, Renji, or the Kingdom of Rock, he might not be able to keep them safe. After some thought, Gilgamesh went to a secluded place and summoned Vimana. Next moment, he flew directly toward the Spirit King's palace in Vimana. Vimana's speed was so fast that no one noticed. Soon, Vimana traversed the 72 barriers and reached the Spirit King's palace. The members of Zero Division were aware of Vimana's entry as soon as it crossed the first barrier. But they were already accustomed to it. Recently, Gilgamesh often visited the Spirit King's palace. Each time, he would first seek out Shutara, then take her to Gyriositaten to feast. Initially, the members of Zero Division were on high alert, but after several visits, they got used to it. During this time, Akibe had approached Gilgamesh multiple times, politely reminding him that outsiders should not freely enter the Spirit King's palace. However, Gilgamesh always silently took out the key of the king's law from the gate of Babylon each time. Akibe, knowing what Gilgamesh meant, could only sigh and leave. After several instances, Akibe stopped intervening, as long as the Spirit King was safe. At the same moment when Gilgamesh crossed the 72 barriers, Shutara, sewing in the weaving guard, sighed, seemingly aware of what was to come and prepared to be taken away by Gilgamesh. Gyriositaten also sighed. She now appeared as a slender woman with long purple hair and a voluptuous figure, rather than her formerly plump self. Girio regretted agreeing to let Gilgamesh dine at Ataden the first time. After that, she never regained her weight. Her ability was linked to her physique. Although she sighed, Girio honestly began preparing ingredients to welcome Gilgamesh. But soon, her expression changed. Not just her, but all members of Zero Division were shocked. Gilgamesh, this time, flew directly with Vimana toward the Spirit King's inner chamber at such a speed that they couldn't react in time. What is he planning to do with the Spirit King? Chapter 93, A Million Spiritual Pressure. The members of the Zero Division had gathered outside the Spirit King's inner chamber. Without the Spirit King's permission, they could not enter and had to remain outside. Akibe frowned, his gaze fixed on the Spirit King's gate, muttering, "What is Gilgamesh trying to do by barging into the inner chamber?" No one knew the answer to that question. But they were all aware that Gilgamesh had practically made the Spirit King's palace his home. He came and went as he pleased, enjoying free gourmet meals and the company of two beautiful women. This lifestyle made Tanjiro and Etsu envious. The members of the Zero Division usually lived in their respective domains and had little interaction unless necessary. So, despite working with Girio for so long, Tanjiro and Etsu had only tasted her cooking a few times. As for Shutara and Girio, they had unknowingly started to look forward to Gilgamesh's visits. Their domains were usually very quiet, and they had grown accustomed to the long, lonely years. But Gilgamesh's appearance had broken their monotonous lives, injecting freshness and vitality. Thus, when they learned that Gilgamesh wasn't coming to see them this time, they couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment. Indeed, it's easy to go from frugality to luxury, but difficult to go from luxury back to frugality. Akibe then looked at Shutara and asked, "Is there any way you can remove the king's key from Vimana and replace it with a limited-use one?" Gilgamesh had crossed Akibe's line this time. Unable to tolerate it any longer, Akibe wanted to ensure Gilgamesh could no longer come and go from the Spirit King's palace. Shutara understood Akibe's intentions. Under normal circumstances, she would have been happy to help, but now, her first reaction was to reject the idea. Without thinking, she replied, "I can't do that. Even if I could hide my thoughts from him and succeed, aren't you afraid he would use EA to break through the 72 barriers?" In his anger, Akibe had forgotten about this. He opened his mouth to speak but found himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, he lowered his head in frustration. Gilgamesh was chosen by the Spirit King, and without the Spirit King's command, Akibe couldn't and wouldn't act against Gilgamesh. Unless Gilgamesh threatened the Spirit King's safety. Inside the Spirit King's chamber, Gilgamesh stood before the crystal that sealed the Spirit King. The Spirit King was aware of Gilgamesh's frequent visits to the palace but hadn't interfered. The Spirit King had promised not to obstruct Gilgamesh from forging a future in this world and would keep that promise. Coming and going from the palace was of little consequence. If Gilgamesh wanted, the Spirit King could even allow him to reside permanently in the palace. However, the Spirit King didn't understand why Gilgamesh had come this time and looked at him curiously. Gilgamesh wasted no time and directly informed the Spirit King of Central 46's conspiracy, then asked, "During this trip to the world of the living, will those around me be safe?" Gilgamesh's omnipotent star only allowed him to see the future passively, so he couldn't foresee the related events. But the Spirit King, who was closer to true omniscience, could see fate. Despite being stripped of much of his power, his eyes could still perceive destiny, which was why Gilgamesh sought him out. The Spirit King understood. For the first time in ages, the Spirit King felt a sense of absurdity and helplessness. If he weren't sealed in the crystal, his mouth would probably twitch. Not only had Gilgamesh made the Spirit King's palace his home, but he had also turned the Spirit King into a tool, a free one at that. Sensing the Spirit King's thoughts, Gilgamesh added, "I won't let you be a free tool. If you agree to help this time, I will allow the child of destiny to be born." Hearing this, the Spirit King immediately began observing fate. Moments later, the Spirit King's voice echoed in Gilgamesh's mind, "I cannot see a future where you exist, so I don't know what you will encounter in the Dangai. However, I suspect you may enter a world outside the three realms, such as hell. In the future I can see, there is a clear segment indicating you don't exist in this world during that time. The future becomes hazy again, suggesting you return safely. In the future where you are absent, Renji and Rukia are still alive, indicating they will be safe this time. As for the other students heading to the world of the living with you, some are alive, and some are dead. But it's unclear if they die during this trip." Satisfied with the answer, Gilgamesh left the Spirit King's chamber. Outside, he saw the gathered members of the Zero Division. More specifically, he looked at Shutara and Girio. The others were ignored. With a sunny smile, Gilgamesh walked over, taking Shutara's hand in one of his and Garyo's in the other, leading them toward the mana while saying, "Let's go eat." Shutara and Garyo exchanged a look of helplessness, but deep in their eyes was a trace of joy they didn't even notice themselves. Tanjiro and Etsu watched them leave, thinking of Garyo, tears of envy streaming down their faces. Akibe opened his mouth, wanting to ask Gilgamesh what he had done in the Spirit King's chamber, but couldn't bring himself to say anything. After all, it concerned the Spirit King, and as just a guardian, it wasn't his place to pry. With a heavy sigh, Akibe returned to his domain, deciding that ignorance was bliss. In Garyo's domain, Gilgamesh, having eaten his fill, lazily lay in Garyo's lap while enjoying a massage from Shutara's many hands. At the same time, he opened his status panel to check his attributes. Name, Gilgamesh, Template, Young Gilgamesh, Class, Archer, Spiritual Pressure, 1,010,000, Royal Points, 49,900. Seeing his spiritual pressure had reached 1,010,000, Gilgamesh couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. A month ago, when fighting Yamamoto, his spiritual pressure was only 100,000. In just a month, his spiritual pressure had increased to 1,010,000. The extra 910,000 spiritual pressure didn't come from the Royal Points system but from eating the food prepared by Garyo. This was one of Garyo's abilities. Chapter 94, Inoue Oriheim? A Future World? Garyo, Urahara's predecessor as the captain of the 12th Division, was promoted to the 0 Division for creating the mod souls and the technique to insert them into bodies. Mod souls are the precursors to the current soul candy. One of Garyo's abilities is to cook dishes infused with the essence of mod souls, which can dramatically increase one's spiritual pressure. In the 1000-year Blood War arc, Ichigo and Renji's spiritual pressure skyrockets after eating her cooking. However, this ability has a drawback. Every time she cooks, she uses up all her spiritual pressure, causing her body to become emaciated. She must accumulate fat regularly to withstand the strain. This is why Gilgamesh's spiritual pressure soared. Just as Shutara's craftsmanship captivated him, so did Garyo's cooking, which he deemed a treasure worth keeping. After bidding farewell to Shutara and Garyo, Gilgamesh returned to the Soul Society aboard the Mana. The next day, Muramasa found Gilgamesh. If it weren't for Central 46's conspiracy, Gilgamesh would have taken Muramasa to the world of the living to deal with Kogakuichiki. But after learning about Central 46's scheme, Gilgamesh changed his plans. According to the Spirit King's vision of the future, Gilgamesh would disappear from the three realms for a time. To ensure the upper echelons of the Soul Society wouldn't target his companions or the Kingdom of Ruk during his absence, Gilgamesh decided to give them something to occupy themselves with. This involved accelerating Muramasa's rebellion, originally planned for later in the timeline. Though termed a rebellion, it was more of an attempt by Muramasa and the Zanpakuto to establish their ideal world. In the original timeline, Muramasa hid for years, seeking and absorbing hollows to bolster his strength. With Gilgamesh's help, Muramasa had long surpassed his original strength. Without Gilgamesh's assistance, Muramasa's sanity would have been eroded by the hollows, leading to a loss of self. This meant that under Gilgamesh's orders, Muramasa's rebellion would be more chaotic than in the original storyline. After instructing Muramasa, Gilgamesh added, "Restrain yourself and don't reveal your full power. Remember, the goal of this revolution is to keep the Soul Society busy, ensuring they can't target my companions or the Kingdom of Ruk. It's not to start a war." Pausing, Gilgamesh continued, "This time, there's no Child of Destiny to save the Soul Society. But I don't mind playing the Child of Destiny. Drag out this rebellion until I return, then help me stage a grand performance to win hearts." Muramasa knelt before Gilgamesh, nodding respectfully, "As you command." Over the past month, Muramasa had witnessed the beauty of the Kingdom of Ruk and Gilgamesh's charisma, almost fully earning his loyalty. The reason it was almost was due to a lingering attachment to Koga. With the omniscient star, Gilgamesh was aware of this but didn't mind. Muramasa's complete loyalty was just a matter of time, and Gilgamesh wasn't in a hurry. After waving Muramasa off, Gilgamesh eagerly anticipated the surprise awaiting the Soul Society's leaders. Gilgamesh then resumed his ordinary academy life. The following day, before departing for the world of the living for their soul burial practice, Gilgamesh, Renji, and Rukia collected their hell butterflies. Hell butterflies guide Shinigami through the Dangai to the world of the living, ensuring safe passage. Each Shinigami heading to the world of the living must have a hell butterfly. After receiving their hell butterflies, Gilgamesh, Renji, and Rukia headed to the Senkaiman at the Shino Academy. The Senkaiman resembled a traditional Japanese sliding door. Many first-year students gathered, excitedly greeting Gilgamesh and showing their goodwill, including members of his fan club and some who had already pledged loyalty to him. Gilgamesh responded courteously to each one. Soon, all 30 students in this batch had gathered. 3 upperclassmen stood before the Senkaiman. The one in the middle introduced himself, "My name is Hisagi." The shorter one is Kaizawa, and the taller one is Sayaka. "We'll be your guides today." The crowd erupted in whispers. "That's Hisagi Shuai." "Who?" "The one in the middle, Hisagi Shuai." It's been years since anyone was allowed to join the 13th Division of Imperial Guards before graduation, but he's already been approved. He's a future star destined to become a seated officer. Is that impressive? Compared to Gilgamesh, he's nothing. How can you compare anyone to Gilgamesh? He's in a league of his own? Gilgamesh regarded Hisagi thoughtfully. He knew Hisagi would become a seated officer and the future vice captain of the 9th Division. But for now, Hisagi was just a student at the Shino Academy, not yet having developed his Hisagi into a Zanpakuto. As Hisagi explained the procedures, he couldn't help but glance at Gilgamesh, who stood out like a beacon among the students. Today's group consists of 30 students. I'll divide you into 10 teams of 3. Form your teams voluntarily, and we'll sort the rest. After Hisagi's instructions, the students quickly formed groups. Naturally, Gilgamesh, Renji, and Rukia teamed up. Once the teams were set, Hisagi turned to the Senkaiman, raising his Hisagi, and commanded, "Unlock." The Senkaiman opened, and the 3 upperclassmen led the way, followed by the new students. Gilgamesh intentionally stayed at the back, ready to protect his followers if needed. As Gilgamesh entered the Angai, the Senkaiman closed behind him. Hisagi's voice echoed, "Stay alert, follow your hell butterflies, and don't stray. Remember, the purple gas around us is the Kwaru, which prevents soul movement. If covered, you'll be trapped in the Angai forever." Boom. A deafening sound and a violent tremor interrupted Hisagi. Everyone turned to see a strange purple creature with a yellow light on its head, rushing toward them like a train. Hisagi paled and yelled, "Run!" It's the Kotatsu. The Kotatsu, a cleaning mechanism in the Dangai, appears every 7 days to eliminate anything in its path. Shinigami's spiritual pressure is ineffective against it, even for captain-level Shinigami. The students panicked and fled, focusing solely on survival. Hisagi grimaced. The Dangai's timing should have been coordinated to avoid the Kotatsu. How had this happened? Instinctively, he glanced back and saw Gilgamesh standing firm, facing the Kotatsu, with Renji and Rukia behind him. What are they doing? Do they intend to stop the Kotatsu? Don't they know Shinigami can't fight the Kotatsu? Before Hisagi could react, a golden ripple appeared beside Gilgamesh, revealing a sword. Hisagi couldn't see it clearly but watched as Gilgamesh swung the sword at the Kotatsu. A brilliant stream of light illuminated the dark Dangai, striking the Kotatsu with immense force. Boom. The explosion's shockwave disrupted the Kaoru, causing chaos. Hisagi lost sight of them as he exited the Dangai into the world of the living. The other upperclassmen and new students followed, collapsing in relief. Hisagi stared at the Senkaiman, hoping to see Gilgamesh, Renji, and Rukia emerge. But the Senkaiman closed, and they didn't appear. Believing Gilgamesh sacrificed himself to save them, Hisagi fought back tears, filled with sorrow. He thought Gilgamesh had stayed behind to buy them time, allowing them to escape. Moments later, students noticed their absence, panicking. Where are Renji and Rukia? Gilgamesh is missing too? They must have been swallowed by the Kotatsu. We have to save them. Gilgamesh would never be defeated by the Kotatsu. He can use flash steps. Maybe he stayed behind to save Renji and Rukia. Frustrated by the noise, Hisagi shouted, "Quiet." Silence fell as everyone turned to him. Taking a deep breath, Hisagi said, "I saw it. Gilgamesh stayed behind to hold off the Kotatsu so we could escape. You all saw that final flash of light. That was Gilgamesh's Zanpakuto in Shikai. He sacrificed himself to save us." Stunned, the students began to cry. Meanwhile, Gilgamesh, holding the black cat form of Yoruichi, stood dazed. "Be careful." A voice shouted, and someone grabbed Gilgamesh, pulling him aside. He and Yoruichi turned to see a young woman. Gilgamesh was stunned. It was Inoue Orihime, an important supporting character in Bleach and Ichigo's future wife. But Orihime shouldn't exist in his current timeline. Yoruichi didn't recognize Orihime and scanned the surroundings, finding herself in an unfamiliar, bustling modern city. Gilgamesh noticed the futuristic environment, realizing it was decades ahead of his timeline. Muttering, he said, "I've traveled to the future." The Spirit King had predicted he'd go to Hell, a realm outside the three worlds, matching Central 46's plot. But he'd ended up in the future instead. Why hadn't the Spirit King foreseen this? Orihime noticed the black cat in Gilgamesh's arms and exclaimed, "This cat looks like Miss Yoruichi." Yoruichi, startled, asked, "Who are you? How do you know me?" Orihime began to respond but stopped, eyes wide. "A talking cat." Her outburst drew the attention of passers-by. As spirits, Gilgamesh and Yoruichi were invisible to humans, making Orihime seem like she was talking to herself. People glanced at her with pity, fear, and concern, assuming she was mentally ill. Seeing this, Gilgamesh said, "If you don't want more people thinking you're crazy, we should talk elsewhere." Realizing her situation, Orihime blushed and quickly led Gilgamesh away. Yoruichi, wanting to say more, was silenced by Gilgamesh's look. Through his omniscient star, Gilgamesh sensed that Orihime's thoughts about Yoruichi had vanished, along with her knowledge of spirits. Something was wrong with this world. Renji and Rukia were also missing but safe, so Gilgamesh didn't worry. Suddenly, Orihime stopped, letting go of Gilgamesh, looking confused. "I was going to buy groceries. Why am I heading home?" Turning, she walked away, leaving Yoruichi bewildered. If not for her genuine confusion, Yoruichi would have thought Orihime was acting. What was going on? Why did Orihime's behavior change so rapidly, as if her memories were altered? Gilgamesh, watching her, thought, again. Orihime's thoughts had shifted, sealing away her ability to see spirits. While he could sense her thoughts, he couldn't read her memories. Perhaps Hiraharikisuke would have answers. "Yoruichi, this is the future. We need to find Hiraharikisuke. Do you know how?" Still processing, Yoruichi said, "The future world?" Gilgamesh nodded. Shaken, Yoruichi searched for familiar landmarks but found none, muttering, "If he's still here, he'd be at the Hurahara shop, but I can't find it without a spirit trail." Gilgamesh sighed, "We'll use a more direct method." Before Yoruichi could react, Gilgamesh soared into the air, releasing a captain-level spiritual pressure of 1,000,000. Boom. Instantly, curious gazes from all over Karakura Town focused on him. Chapter 95, The Intersection of Past and Future, to Yoruichi Shiyuin. Karakura Town High School. Ichigo's face suddenly changed in the classroom as he sensed a completely unfamiliar spiritual pressure. Muttering, "Who could this be?" He didn't hesitate and pressed his substitute Shinigami badge against his chest. In the next moment, his soul separated from his body, and in his Shinigami form, he used flash steps to head toward the unfamiliar spiritual pressure. Meanwhile, his body slumped over the desk, appearing to be asleep. Ishita Ryu, seated in the row ahead, watched Ichigo's departure with furrowed brows, muttering, "When did Kurosaki become a Shinigami?" In the back row, Chad, Sato, sensed something, glanced at Ichigo's seemingly sleeping form, and then returned his gaze forward, not having seen Ichigo in his Shinigami form. An old apartment in Karakura Town. This apartment was the base for Kyushin, a group of full-bringers. Jinjo, sipping on a glass of whiskey, paused, directing his gaze toward Gilgamesh's location. The other full-bringers also turned their attention to where the spiritual pressure originated. Tsukishima, who had been reading a book, closed it and remarked, "That scale of spiritual pressure belongs to a captain-level Shinigami. Should I check it out?" he offered. Jinjo put down his glass and said, "I'll go with you. It's a good excuse to stretch our legs." Without further words, Tsukishima stood up and headed outside. An abandoned factory in Karakura Town. This was the hideout for the Vizards, former Shinigami turned into masked beings due to Aizen's experiments. The members, including Shinji, also turned their attention toward Gilgamesh's location. Frowning, Shinji said, "That spiritual pressure is unfamiliar. Is it a new captain?" Next to him, Lisa adjusted her glasses, suggesting, "He's removed his limiter. Could he be in a crisis?" In the Soul Society, it's mandated that captains and lieutenants apply limiters before entering the world of the living to prevent undue impact. These limiters are only removed with approval when necessary. Kensai questioned, what crisis in Karakura Town would require a captain to remove their limiter? Is there an invasion by an Ajusha's class Menos? The others shared his confusion. Hori, the hot-headed one, spat out, "Instead of guessing, why don't we just go see for ourselves?" With that, she used flash steps to rush toward Gilgamesh's location. Seeing this, Shinji cursed, "That idiot. Has she considered this could be Aizen's trap?" Despite his words, he chased after her to prevent her from acting recklessly. Hurahara shop. Hiraharikisuke also sensed Gilgamesh's spiritual pressure, furrowing his brows. He didn't recognize this spiritual pressure, and after searching his memory, he still couldn't place it. Given the released limiter, he knew something must have happened. Karakura Town was his base for opposing Aizen, and he couldn't afford any incidents. Thinking this, Hurahara opened his fan, half covering his face, and muttered, "Or maybe this is Aizen's doing." A cheerful female voice nearby asked, "Should we go check it out?" Future Yoruichi appeared beside him. Hiraharikisuke smiled, "Of course, we should. If it's Aizen's doing, we need to see what he's planning." Future Yoruichi vanished, leaving only her voice behind, "I'll go ahead." In his black cat form, Yoruichi finally understood Gilgamesh's stupid method. Releasing captain-level spiritual pressure was indeed a blunt approach, bound to attract unnecessary trouble, including unwelcome attention and a response from the Soul Society. The Technological Development Department of the 12th Division constantly monitored the world of the living. Gilgamesh's spiritual pressure would certainly be detected, likely resulting in several captains being dispatched to investigate. This could lead to severe consequences for any regular captain-level Shinigami. But Gilgamesh was different. He had defeated the strongest Shinigami in a millennium, Yamamoto. The Soul Society would hesitate to punish him for this incident. Moreover, this Gilgamesh came from the past. If he could defeat Yamamoto, then his future self would only have grown stronger. Yoruichi began to wonder about the future Gilgamesh's prowess, hoping his ideals had been realized, and the glory of the kingdom of Rock shone throughout the Soul Society. As she pondered, a stern voice interrupted, "Who are you?" She turned to see an orange-haired youth in Shinigami attire, Ichigo, hovering in the air. The past Yoruichi didn't recognize him, assuming he was a local Shinigami. Gilgamesh, however, knew him but chose to ask, "Don't you recognize me?" Ichigo paused, examining Gilgamesh closely before shaking his head. "I don't know you." Through his omniscient star, Gilgamesh saw Ichigo wasn't lying, he genuinely didn't know him. Frowning, Gilgamesh continued, "Have you heard of the kingdom of Rock and Gilgamesh?" Ichigo's expression turned strange as he answered, "I've heard of the kingdom of Rock and Gilgamesh. If I recall correctly, Gilgamesh is the hero of the Epic of Gilgamesh, the fifth king of Rock, and the oldest hero king of humanity." Hearing this, Gilgamesh gauged the timeline. According to his plan, after decades, the kingdom of Rock should have flourished in the Soul Society. If Ichigo had been there, his first thought should have been of the Rock Kingdom and Gilgamesh in the Soul Society, not the mythical ones. This indicated they were before Ichigo had ever visited the Soul Society. However, this timeline might have changed since Gilgamesh had already recruited Rukia. Gilgamesh then asked, "Do you know Harakisuke?" Harakisuke? Ichigo found the name familiar but was certain he didn't know him. This odd feeling made Ichigo impatient. "Hey, enough of your questions. I asked who you are first. If you don't answer, don't blame me for being rude." Before Gilgamesh could respond, Yoruichi, in cat form, interjected, "Didn't the king already tell you who he is?" Ichigo was confused, not understanding her, but then exclaimed in shock, "A talking cat." He then froze, a fleeting memory of a similar scene crossing his mind, as if he'd experienced this before. At that moment, the Vizards arrived, hiding in the shadows to observe. Hot-headed Yuri was bound and gagged to prevent her from acting rashly, wriggling like a worm on Shinji's shoulder. None of them paid her any mind, their attention captured by Gilgamesh, not just because of his striking appearance but also his Shino Academy uniform. This confirmed to Kinsai that Gilgamesh was a student, causing him to exclaim, "An academy student with captain-level spiritual pressure? When did the Soul Society produce such a genius?" Shinji, though casual in tone, was equally shocked. "Wow, the rookies these days are terrifying." Hokujin worried, "Could this be Aizen's plot?" Lisa, wearing a sailor uniform and looking like a cute schoolgirl, remarked, "I don't know if it's Aizen's plot, but I want to take him home and pamper him." Her friends knew Lisa was a pervert, often reading inappropriate books, so her serious declaration wasn't surprising. Their attention was drawn to Gilgamesh's actions. Ichigo, meanwhile, wondered if this handsome student with extraordinary spiritual pressure was friend or foe, as he didn't recognize him. Gilgamesh asked, "Ichigo, do you know Yoruichi?" Hearing his name, Ichigo was startled that this stranger knew him but not the mentioned person. Feeling a growing sense of discomfort, Ichigo prepared to attack, but before he could, a shadow appeared behind Gilgamesh, attempting to grab him. A mature, cold voice questioned, "Kid, who are you, and how do you know me?" Gilgamesh dodged the grab with flash steps and faced the newcomer, frowning, "Yoruichi, don't you recognize me?" Indeed, it was Yoruichi, but from the future. Ready to attack again, future Yoruichi paused at Gilgamesh's words, "Who are you, and why should I know you?" Before Gilgamesh could reply, the cat Yoruichi in his arms demanded, "Yoruichi, how can you not recognize the king?" "King?" Future Yoruichi looked down, finally noticing the cat in Gilgamesh's arms. Shocked, she stammered, You're..." The cat Yoruichi transformed, revealing her true form. Everyone present, hidden or visible, fell silent, astonished. The Vizards, initially suspicious, saw another Yoruichi emerge, making them question their senses. Even Urahara, arriving late, was bewildered by the sight of two Yoruichis. Both appeared genuine, leaving Urahara confused since Yoruichi had no twin. Future Yoruichi, staring at her doppelganger, forced herself to ask, "Who are you, and why do you look like me?" The past Yoruichi smirked, imitating? I don't need to. I am Yoruichi Shiyuin. Future Yoruichi's gaze turned cold, emitting a threatening aura, knowing words were futile. She had to capture this imposter to get answers. Using flash steps, she lunged, and past Yoruichi met her with equal speed, saying, let's see how much you've grown in these decades, Yoruichi Shiyuin. Gilgamesh and Ichigo stepped back, observing the battle. The two Yoruichis clashed with identical flash steps and combat skills, shocking future Yoruichi, realizing her opponent mirrored her perfectly. Accepting that words were futile, future Yoruichi decided to use her trump card, yelling, Shunko. In sync, past Yoruichi also shouted, Shunko. High compression Kido wrapped around their shoulders and backs, releasing immense power. Future Yoruichi, deeply shocked, couldn't process this as she fought fiercely. The Vizards and Urahara, watching, were equally stunned by the identical combatants. They began to entertain the absurd notion that both might indeed be Yoruichi. Jinjo and Tsukishima, also observing, found the scene intriguing. The fierce battle continued, both Yoruichis equally matched, prompting past Yoruichi to taunt, you've stagnated, Yoruichi. How can you keep up with the king like this? Catching keywords, future Yoruichi, shocked, asked, are you my past self? Past Yoruichi confirmed, yes, I'm you from the past. Her serious expression urging future Yoruichi, show me your progress. Don't disappoint me. Future Yoruichi, reluctantly accepting this, prepared her advanced technique, surrounded by lightning forming a six-drummed halo and horns. Past Yoruichi recognized, Shunko, Raijin Senkai. Believing her, future Yoruichi demanded, who is he, and why call him king? Past Yoruichi, also sensing something wrong, wondered why future Yoruichi didn't know Gilgamesh. What had happened to this world? Chapter 96, Parallel Worlds. Do you really not recognize the king? Past Yoruichi couldn't help but ask. Future Yoruichi looked at Gilgamesh with a confused expression, contemplating deeply. After a moment, she shook her head firmly and replied, I don't know him. Past Yoruichi wanted to say more, but Gilgamesh interrupted. Gilgamesh stated, she indeed doesn't know me. Although she is you from the future, she is not the future you from our world. These words stunned both Yoruichis and Ichigo. Not only them, but even Urahara, the Vizards, Jinjo, and Tsukishima hidden in the shadows were taken aback. They understood Gilgamesh's words but couldn't grasp their meaning. Seeing their confusion, Gilgamesh continued, you can think of it as parallel worlds. We come from a past in a parallel world. Yes, Gilgamesh had basically confirmed that this world was the main storyline, or the primary world. In this world, without his intervention, everything followed the original storyline. Naturally, this world's Ichigo and Yoruichi wouldn't recognize him. However, there were still some peculiarities that Gilgamesh needed to clarify. Before anyone could process this information, Gilgamesh asked, Ichigo, do you remember Rukia? Ichigo, who was still digesting the parallel world information, was startled by Gilgamesh's question. He looked at Gilgamesh in bewilderment, muttering, Rukia. For some reason, the name Rukia seemed to trigger something. Fuzzy images began to flash in Ichigo's mind. It felt like he had forgotten something important, yet it also seemed like he hadn't forgotten anything. This contradiction made Ichigo furrow his brows. Future Yoruichi didn't feel anything unusual because she truly didn't know Rukia and didn't experience any discordance. Not only her, but Urahara hidden in the shadows also didn't know Rukia and remained indifferent to the name. However, his body instinctively pulled out a notebook from his robe. This notebook recorded some accounts and events. Flipping through it, Urahara saw Rukia's name multiple times. There were numerous records involving Rukia and also many concerning Ichigo. But he had no memory of any events recorded in the notebook related to Rukia and Ichigo. This fact made Urahara frown. Urahara then remembered the news he had just received. Yesterday, a disaster had struck the Soul Society, nearly destroying a third of the Syriite AI. Could these two events be connected? Future Yoruichi sternly said to Gilgamesh, regardless of parallel worlds or not, I am who I am, and my past self is still me. I want to know how you conquered me and why you are my king. Past Yoruichi glanced at Gilgamesh, seeking his opinion. Gilgamesh replied, this isn't the place to talk. Take us to Urahara's shop. I have some matters to discuss with Urahara. Future Yoruichi was puzzled as to why Gilgamesh needed to see Urahara but felt it was best to let Urahara decide. Without responding, Future Yoruichi glanced toward a certain direction where Urahara was hiding. Realizing it was pointless to hide, Urahara used flash steps to appear before Gilgamesh, smiling. This indeed isn't a suitable place to talk. I'll take you to Urahara's shop. Turning to Ichigo, he continued, Mr. Kurosaki, You should come along as well. I have some things to discuss with you. Ichigo, despite not recognizing Urahara, felt a strange sense of familiarity. That feeling again, he thought. To resolve this discordance, Ichigo nodded. All right. Jinjo, observing from the shadows, said, let's follow them. Tsukishima, always aligning with Jinjo, had no objections. The Vizards hesitated, but then Shinji noticed Jinjo and Tsukishima and frowned. Gritting his teeth, he decided, let's follow them. Given Aizen's relentless pursuit of the Vizards, they acted cautiously, fearing Aizen's schemes. The Vizards didn't fully believe Gilgamesh's story, finding parallel worlds and time travel far-fetched. They suspected it might be Aizen's plot. Seeing Jinjo and Tsukishima, Shinji feared they might be part of Aizen's plan. Yoruichi and Urahara were vital allies in defeating Aizen, and the Vizards couldn't risk them falling into Aizen's trap. On the way to Urahara's shop, Urahara felt something odd, almost stopping. But Gilgamesh said, let them follow. They will become your allies in the future. Urahara knew Gilgamesh referred not to the Vizards but to Jinjo and Tsukishima. Unlike the others, Urahara often gathered information on both the Soul Society and the world of the living, so he knew of Jinjo. However, his knowledge of Tsukishima was minimal, knowing only his name. Urahara recognized Jinjo as the first human acknowledged by the Soul Society's higher-ups as the first substitute Shinigami. But why did Gilgamesh say Jinjo would be his ally in the future? And what future? Chapter 97, Benkei, Tenses Angetsu. Urahara shop. Around the tea table, Urahara and future Yoruichi sat on one side, while Gilgamesh and past Yoruichi sat on the other. Ichigo Kurosaki sat alone on another side. When Tessai brought tea, he couldn't help but let his gaze drift back and forth between the past and future Yoruichis, his face showing uncontrollable astonishment. Clearly, Tessai was utterly confused by the presence of two Yoruichis. Urahara took a sip of tea and was the first to speak. Alright, where should we start? This wasn't mere politeness. Urahara had too many questions swirling in his mind and didn't know which one to begin with. With Gilgamesh's permission, past Yoruichi spoke up, let me address the question that my future self has been pondering. Everyone present felt a shock run through them. They knew that Yoruichi's next words would reveal Gilgamesh's true identity. Not only future Yoruichi but even her close friend Urahara was curious. Why would someone as wild and disobedient as Yoruichi submit to anyone? Although Gilgamesh was indeed extraordinarily handsome, Yoruichi wasn't someone to be swayed by looks alone. Past Yoruichi began recounting her experiences with Gilgamesh. As she spoke of Gilgamesh's ambition to establish an ideal kingdom in the Soul Society and how he had already taken action, everyone but Ichigo showed signs of surprise. They knew well that establishing a kingdom in the Soul Society was nearly impossible. It wasn't just the Central 46 and the 13 Division of Imperial Guards, even the nobles would never allow Gilgamesh to create such a kingdom. As she continued, mentioning the 78th and 79th districts of South Rukongai, the Kingdom of Ruk, and the name Gilgamesh, the information overload left everyone in stunned silence. Urahara and Ichigo were particularly shocked because they understood the significance of the names the oldest hero of mankind and Gilgamesh. After a long pause, Ichigo asked with a trembling voice, so, you're really the Gilgamesh praised in the Epic of Gilgamesh? Gilgamesh smiled and nodded, indeed, I am Gilgamesh. Ichigo found it even harder to believe. Overwhelmed, he stood up and exclaimed, impossible. Absolutely impossible. If you are truly Gilgamesh, then you must be over 6,000 years old. How can you still look like a young man? Future Yoruichi, having heard this, couldn't help but echo the sentiment, 6,000 years old? That's 3 times the age of Captain Commander Yamamoto. Tessai, hearing this astonishing news, started to sweat profusely, his body trembling slightly. Urahara suppressed his inner shock, trying to remain calm. I apologize, while I'm inclined to believe your identity, I need some proof. This is too unbelievable. Gilgamesh's ruby-like eyes turned to Urahara, and he asked with a faint smile, how would you like me to prove it? Urahara fell silent, realizing it was hard to prove such a thing. The time gap was too vast. Even if Gilgamesh produced something to prove his identity, they wouldn't be able to verify its authenticity. Future Yoruichi interjected, his strength. Her words drew everyone's attention. With a serious expression, she continued, I know myself well. To make me submit, it would take more than ideals, it would require corresponding strength. If you've truly lived for over 6,000 years, your power should surpass all of us here. The suggestion struck everyone like a bolt of clarity. Indeed, strength was the best way to verify Gilgamesh's identity. Past Yoruichi, hearing this, had a strange expression as if she wanted to say something but held back. Future Yoruichi noticed this and felt uneasy. Hey, Past me, don't tell me you submitted to him without considering his strength? Past Yoruichi responded, that's not it, but are you sure you want to test the king's strength? Detecting something odd, Urahara wanted to speak, but future Yoruichi didn't hesitate, of course. Past Yoruichi said nothing more and looked at Gilgamesh. Seeing his agreement, she glanced at her future self with a hint of pity and turned to walk towards Urahara shop's secret base, saying, let's go. Urahara, future Yoruichi, and Tessai followed without hesitation. Secret base. Gilgamesh and future Yoruichi stood on opposite sides. Future Yoruichi assumed a fighting stance and asked, where is your Zanpakuto? Or do you not have one? Of course, I have a Zanpakuto, Gilgamesh replied. As he spoke, a golden ripple appeared beside him, and Kino slowly emerged from it. Although this scene was magical, everyone thought it was simply the ability of Gilgamesh's Zanpakuto, so they weren't too surprised. Future Yoruichi remained vigilant, speculating about the abilities of Gilgamesh's Zanpakuto. Through his clairvoyance, Gilgamesh saw through future Yoruichi's thoughts and said, my Zanpakuto is called Keno, the king of Zanpakuto. Everyone was shocked by the title king of Zanpakuto. Before they could react, Gilgamesh continued, as for Keno's abilities, it's best to demonstrate. With that, he pointed Keno at Ichigo Kurosaki and declared, Bunkei, Tensa Zangetsu. Chapter 98, Hollow Ichigo appears. Bunkai? Everyone present was stunned when they heard the word. They knew what Bunkai meant. It wasn't surprising that Gilgamesh could perform a Bunkai. After all, it was within their expectations. But why did Gilgamesh's Bunkai address Ichigo? Before anyone could react, and without giving Ichigo a chance to respond, a cold, crazed voice echoed from within Ichigo, Bunkei, Tensa Zangetsu. Immediately, a terrifying black and red spiritual pressure surged out of Ichigo's body. The secret base, vast as a small city, began to tremble under the force of Ichigo's spiritual pressure. Ichigo's panicked voice rang out, Bunkei, Tensa Zangetsu? What is this? Who are you? Why are you inside me? At that moment, Ichigo seemed like he was suffering from split personality, playing two roles simultaneously. As soon as Ichigo finished speaking, the cold, crazed voice responded again, Yo, my king, it seems you've lost many of your memories. The voice continued, mocking Ichigo, Ichigo, you look pathetic right now. Not only have you forgotten who I am, but you've also forgotten your own Bunkai. I told you not to give me a chance, or I'd pull you off the throne and take over. Now, stay inside and watch how I use the Bunkai. As the cold, crazed voice fell silent, Ichigo's expression turned completely deranged, his mouth twisted into a sinister smile. Among those present, only Gilgamesh knew that the one controlling Ichigo's body was the manifested form of his Zanpakuto, Zangetsu Hollow Ichigo. And Hollow Ichigo had already completed the Bunkai. In the instant the Bunkai was completed, Hollow Ichigo appeared behind Gilgamesh, his voice dripping with madness, not just anyone can be my king. Kid, since you helped me take over this body, I'll let you die painlessly. Be grateful, hee hee hee. With that, Hollow Ichigo wielded Zangetsu and slashed at Gilgamesh. Simultaneously, a crescent of black and red spiritual pressure began to form at the blade's edge. Unlike Ichigo, who needed a preparation period to unleash Getsuga Tensho, Hollow Ichigo could release it as effortlessly as drinking water and even play around with it. Clearly, Hollow Ichigo intended to finish Gilgamesh with Getsuga Tensho. Future Yoruichi, Urahara, and Tessai were utterly confused by the current situation. Tensa Zangetsu was Ichigo's Bunkai, so how did Gilgamesh know about it? What was the purpose of Gilgamesh's previous actions? Who was the lunatic occupying Ichigo's body, and why was he attacking Gilgamesh? As they pondered these questions, Gilgamesh's calm, authoritative voice resounded. Kneel. Just two simple words, but they left Hollow Ichigo's crazed face showing disbelief. Because he really knelt, right in front of Gilgamesh, his hand pressing the Zanpakuto that was about to slash down onto the ground. The black Getsuga Tensho was released directly towards the ground. Boom. The explosion of dust and debris obscured the vision. Gilgamesh's voice, filled with regal authority, echoed, Go, fight well. If your battle pleases me, I will forgive your transgression. Swish. Hollow Ichigo's figure appeared in front of future Yoruichi, his crazed face showing a mix of fear and anger. Looking at future Yoruichi, Hollow Ichigo decided to vent his emotions on her, unleashing a Getsuga Tensho. Future Yoruichi had no time to think, she immediately used flash steps to evade. But just as she stabilized herself after using flash steps, she was horrified to find Hollow Ichigo had somehow appeared behind her. So fast. Before future Yoruichi could think more, Hollow Ichigo's right hand, holding the Zanpakuto, was already raised high, slashing down. Another crescent of black and red spiritual pressure flew towards future Yoruichi. The attack was so close that even someone called the Flash Goddess had no time to use flash steps to evade. But she wasn't without options. Stealth steps for Maple of the Third, Cicada. Swish. Boom. Amidst the violent explosion, future Yoruichi's figure appeared in another place. Without hesitation, she dashed towards Gilgamesh. Take out the leader first. Although she didn't understand the situation, it was clear Hollow Ichigo and Gilgamesh were not on good terms, though controlled by some means. If she could capture Gilgamesh, she could break his control. Then Hollow Ichigo would become her weapon. Gilgamesh stood still, watching future Yoruichi charge towards him without any movement. Urahara, observing this, frowned and asked past Yoruichi, "Why is your king standing still? Is he giving up?" Past Yoruichi just smiled and shook her head. "Just watch. Everything is within the king's control. My future self is in for a hard time." Urahara was taken aback. Tessai didn't speak, but his body tensed, ready to intervene if necessary. Future Yoruichi had no such thoughts. She had one goal, to capture Gilgamesh. Though Hollow Ichigo was fast, her flash steps wasn't slow. After using Cicada to distance herself from Hollow Ichigo, she was confident she could capture Gilgamesh before Hollow Ichigo caught up. But that confidence shattered instantly. A sinister, crazed voice, like an electric hum, echoed in her ear, "You're causing me trouble. If you make him angry, I'll be the one to suffer." She instinctively turned her head and saw Hollow Ichigo now wearing a white skeletal mask. Her pupils shrank, and she nearly blurted out, "Hollowification?" Not just future Yoruichi, but Urahara's pupils also contracted. The hidden wizard group couldn't remain silent either. Leaving 2 members to watch over Jinjo and Tsukishima, the rest appeared around Hollow Ichigo, warily questioning, "Who the hell are you?" Chapter 99, Bunkei, Gyakazama Yokai Happozai. In his hollowified state, Hollow Ichigo appeared even more insane. His eyes flashed with a crimson light as he glanced at Kensai, who had just questioned him. In the next instant, Hollow Ichigo appeared above Kensai, swinging Zangetsu down at him. The black and red spiritual pressure of Getsuga Tensho erupted like a furious dragon, spiraling towards Kensai. Ichigo's speed was already fast post-Benkei, but under Hollow Ichigo's control, enhanced by hollowification, it became even faster, leaving Kensai no time to react. Boom. Before Kensai could even fight back, the black and red Getsuga crushed him, leaving him heavily injured and covered in blood. He struggled to stand but was forced to spit out another mouthful of blood. Tessai appeared beside Kensai, checking his condition with a serious expression. "Your current state isn't suitable for fighting. I'll take you for treatment." But Kensai was unwilling to accept this outcome. He hadn't even used his Bankai or hollowification yet and was already defeated. His eyes widened in anger at Hollow Ichigo, but he coughed up more blood instead of shouting. Hollow Ichigo's voice rang out in delight, "Oh, this feels so good. This is the best." The hot-tempered Hori couldn't hold back her rage. She pressed her hand to her face and pulled it down, revealing a skull mask. "You bastard, I'm going to kill you." Her voice now carried an electric hum as she appeared above Hollow Ichigo, raising her Zanpakuto. "Slash him, Orochi." In an instant, Orochi transformed into a massive sword with a jagged blade. The rest of the wizard didn't hesitate either. They all hollowified, attacking Hollow Ichigo with burning fury. "Break him, Tengamaru. Crush him, Tetsuzman." Facing their onslaught, Hollow Ichigo only chuckled, swinging Zangetsu to meet them. Black and red crescent moons of Getsuga Tensho flew out like they cost nothing. The sheer power forced even the hollowified wizards to retreat. For a moment, Hollow Ichigo fought Hori, Lisa, and Love to a standstill. However, the wizards' goal wasn't to defeat Hollow Ichigo but to buy time. They knew that everything was linked to Gilgamesh. If they could capture him, they would win. Though it wasn't honorable, considering Aizen's involvement, they couldn't care less about fairness. Urahara quickly grasped the situation. Seeing the wizard's actions, he didn't comment but opened his fan to cover his face, speaking lightly, "Oh my, the situation doesn't look good for him. Aren't you going to help?" Past Yoruichi didn't respond, just smiled meaningfully, asking, "Who is the situation really bad for?" Urahara was puzzled. The situation clearly seemed against Gilgamesh, so why would Past Yoruichi say that? Before Urahara could think further, Past Yoruichi continued, "Kisuke, you haven't forgotten, have you? Keno is the king of Zanpakuto." Urahara paused, recalling Ichigo's Benkei, then his expression changed dramatically. He shouted at Shinji, "Shinji, run. His Zanpakuto can control your Benkei." Shinji and future Yoruichi were closing in on Gilgamesh, ready to strike, when they heard Urahara's warning. Their expressions shifted instantly. If any other Zanpakuto were controlled, they could manage, but if Shinji's Susanoo was controlled, it would be disastrous. Shinji's Susanoo's Bankai was too terrifying. Future Yoruichi and Urahara had never truly seen it in action because everyone who had seen it was dead. Without hesitation, Shinji tried to halt his advance, while future Yoruichi moved to shield him, hoping to stop Gilgamesh. Don't control Shinji's Bankai. His Bankai. Before future Yoruichi could finish, Gilgamesh coldly declared, Bankai, Gyakazama Yokai Hapozai. In the next moment, Shinji's body stopped abruptly, encased in a giant lotus bud. As the lotus bloomed, Shinji stood on a large lotus platform surrounded by white mist. His face turned pale. With Shinji's Bankai activated, Hori, Lisa, and Love started attacking each other. This was Shinji's Bankai, Gyakazama Yokai Hapozai, which reversed the perception of allies and enemies within a certain range, causing mutual slaughter. This meant Hori, Lisa, and Love saw each other as enemies and Hollow Ichigo as an ally. Not only that, but they also perceived Gilgamesh the same way. Future Yoruichi wasn't exempt either. Urahara and past Yoruichi, having retreated earlier, avoided Shinji's Bankai's effects. Kensai and Tessai, who had left for treatment, were also safe. Elsewhere, observing the battle, Jinjo and Tsukishima's pupil shrank. Even the usually calm Tsukishima showed a look of horror. Though they didn't know why their former comrades were fighting, they knew it had to do with Shinji's Bankai. They feared Shinji's Bankai and Gilgamesh's ability to control others' Bankai. Meanwhile, Kensai and Rojiro were also shocked by the battlefield changes, their expressions turning grim. As Shinji's comrades, they knew his Bankai well. Kensai wanted to rush in to save his comrades, but Rojiro held him back, yelling, "Do you understand Shinji's Bankai? If you go now, you'll fight them too." Kensai clenched his teeth, unwilling, "So we do nothing?" Standing on the lotus platform, watching his comrades fight and bleed, Shinji felt his heart ache. He couldn't control Susanoo's Bankai. The only option was to deactivate it, though those affected wouldn't recover. He trusted Urahara to find a solution. He needed to disable the Bankai first. The method was simple, stepping off the lotus platform. Without hesitation, Shinji stepped off, but his face turned to shock. The lotus platform remained, still blooming. His pupils shrank. Gilgamesh's authoritative voice echoed, "Without my permission, how could it deactivate? Shinji Hirako, joining this fight without my consent is a great disrespect to me. This punishment will remind you well, with your body and soul." Chapter 100, Minotaur Ichigo. Within the area of Banchi, Gyakazama Yokai Hapozai, only two people were unaffected. One was the owner of the Zanpakuto's Susanoo, Shinji. The other was Gilgamesh. At this moment, seeing his comrades suffering because of his Bankai and hearing Gilgamesh's indifferent words from above, Shinji became furious. "You bastard, I'll never forgive you." Shinji hollowified, his voice filled with an electric hum of rage. In the next instant, Shinji raised his hand towards Gilgamesh, and a red, intensely compressed ball of spiritual energy gathered in his palm. This was the hollow ability Sero, which Shinji gained after hollowifying. In the original story, this ability could easily heavily wound the sixth Espada, Grimjougerjakas. Boom. The red beam erupted, transforming into a torrent of spiritual energy that shot directly at Gilgamesh. Facing the torrent of spiritual energy, Gilgamesh remained expressionless, not moving at all. Suddenly, the figures of future Yoruichi and Hollow Ichigo appeared in front of him. Seeing the approaching spiritual torrent, Hollow Ichigo sneered and, in a voice tinged with madness and electric hum, said, "Getsuga Tensho." In an instant, the black and red crescent moon collided with the red torrent of spiritual energy. The ground began to crumble as the terrifying collision compressed the air, creating shockwaves and kicking up a storm of dust. Boom. Hollow Ichigo's figure emerged from the dust, appearing right in front of Shinji, engaging him in combat. Feeling the immense pressure from Hollow Ichigo, Shinji couldn't help but ask, "You should be affected by Susanoo's Banchi, right? You should see your original comrades as enemies. Why are you still fighting for him?" Hollow Ichigo chuckled, his voice electric and mad. "Comrades? You think I see that guy as a comrade? Don't be ridiculous. I've never seen him as a comrade. As for enemies..." With that, Hollow Ichigo intensified his attacks, laughing crazily. Hey, you wouldn't understand even if I told you. You're not a Zanpakuto. You can't understand what it means to us to be wielded by him." Shinji's face grew stern. He realized there was no way to communicate with Hollow Ichigo. Shinji, once the captain of the 5th Division 100 years ago, was undeniably powerful. With the enhancement of his hollowification, his battle with Hollow Ichigo quickly reached a stalemate, neither side able to gain the upper hand. Future Yoruichi then said, "I'll go help." Future Yoruichi's perception of comrades and enemies had been reversed. So, when she said she'd help, she meant helping Hollow Ichigo, not Shinji. Of course, Gilgamesh understood this, shaking his head slightly. No need. Hollow Ichigo hasn't used his true power yet. Gilgamesh then looked at Hollow Ichigo, show them what true hollowification is. To Hollow Ichigo, Gilgamesh's words were absolute commands, like a royal decree. Even though his rational mind resisted, his body instinctively obeyed. Hearing Gilgamesh's words, Shinji was momentarily stunned, not understanding. What does true hollowification mean? Isn't there hollowification real? Outside the range of Sakanad's Banchi, Urahara's eyebrows twitched. Hollowification of a Shinigami was a result of the Hogyoku, and in this world, only two people possessed a Hogyoku, Aizen Sosuke and Urahara Kisuke. Having discovered Aizen's research on Shinigami hollowification, Urahara had secretly conducted his own studies. Urahara's research was so discreet that even the wizards were unaware they had become his research subjects. Therefore, Urahara knew that their hollowification had reached a limit. If pushed further, it wouldn't be mere hollowification, but irreversible full hollowification. While Urahara didn't know Ichigo's specific situation, he assumed all Shinigami hollowification had similar limits. Thus, he didn't understand what Gilgamesh meant by true hollowification. Hollow Ichigo was furious, not wanting to become a mindless beast, but he couldn't resist Gilgamesh's command. Enraged, he shouted, "Damn it, bastard, I will kill you." As he spoke, bone-like substances began oozing from Hollow Ichigo's orifices, spreading quickly over his body. At the same time, everyone except Gilgamesh suddenly felt a deep sense of dread. The source of this dread was a rapidly growing violent, angry, and frenzied spiritual pressure. All eyes were on Hollow Ichigo, and as they saw his fully hollowified form, their dread turned to fear. It wasn't their imagination. At the first sight of Hollow Ichigo's complete form, they felt as if they'd been plunged into an icy abyss, the chill of fear enveloping them. Before them stood Hollow Ichigo, his hair long and reaching his waist, two sharp horns protruding from his head, a hollow hole in his chest, red fur growing around his neck, wrists, and ankles, his body long and slender, resembling a minotaur. Roar. With a furious roar, Minotaur Ichigo appeared behind Shinji. Before Shinji could react, Minotaur Ichigo's sharp hand pierced through his body. With an expression of disbelief, Shinji was flung into the air like a ragdoll by Minotaur Ichigo. Next, a black and red arrow began to form between Minotaur Ichigo's horns. The arrow was aimed straight at Shinji. Even as it started forming, Shinji felt a deathly crisis. He knew Minotaur Ichigo's arrow was far more powerful than his own. So strong. Shinji didn't doubt that Minotaur Ichigo's arrow could kill him. As he closed his eyes, resigned to his fate, Minotaur Ichigo suddenly appeared behind Gilgamesh, the arrow still forming, aimed at him. Boom. Chapter 101, Gilgamesh's Bankai. The scene was intense as everyone present could feel the immense power of the arrow fired by Hollow Ichigo, the Minotaur form. They all wondered how Gilgamesh would respond to this attack, which was now impossible to avoid. That's right, impossible to dodge. From Yoruichi's perspective, given the distance between Hollow Ichigo and Gilgamesh, combined with the speed at which the arrow was unleashed, even using her most advanced flash steps technique, Shunko Cicada, she wouldn't be able to evade it. Boom. The ground trembled and roared as if a giant dragon stirred beneath. Massive cracks began spreading from where Gilgamesh stood. Even though Urahara and the others were outside the battlefield, they were still caught by the shockwave of Hollow Ichigo's arrow, their faces showing visible horror. They had anticipated the power of Hollow Ichigo's arrow, but when it finally exploded, they realized they had underestimated its true force. They knew full well that against such a arrow, even a captain-class Soul Reaper wouldn't survive a single blast. Urahara's mind flashed back to Gilgamesh's recent words, and he muttered, "So this is the true power of hollowification?" He glanced at Hollow Ichigo, who was now a terrifying sight, and continued, "But in that form. Can he still revert to normal? Or has he already become a full hollow?" While speaking, Urahara looked over at the past version of Yoruichi. Surprisingly, Yoruichi's expression remained unchanged, showing no concern that Gilgamesh might be in danger. Meanwhile, the Vizards were nearly wiped out. Shinji was severely injured, and the others Hori, Lisa, and Love were hit by the explosion, their injuries causing them to be thrown out of the range of Shinji's Banchi, Sakanad. Waiting for this moment, Hokujin immediately used his sealing techniques to capture them one by one. Of course, Shinji was also pulled out and began receiving treatment alongside Kensai. As the dust from the explosion cleared, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. They saw Gilgamesh holding future Yoruichi in his arms, completely unharmed. Not even his clothes were dirtied. Not only that, but the ground beneath him was also untouched, only the spot where he stood remained intact. How did he do that? This was the shared question that appeared in everyone's minds. Even the past version of Yoruichi was confused. She knew about Gilgamesh's noble phantasms, but there was no visible weapon protecting him at this moment. Only future Yoruichi knew what had happened. Earlier, because of her position, future Yoruichi had been very close to Gilgamesh, right in the line of Hollow Ichigo's Sero. This meant that the Sero would have hit her too. As the Sero approached, future Yoruichi sensed death closing in. There was no time to escape. Just as she was about to accept her fate and brace for the impact, Gilgamesh pulled her into his arms and chanted, "Benkei, Keno Okean Tenka." Yes, Gilgamesh had just used his Benkei, Keno Okean Tenka. If anyone had been paying attention, they would have noticed that Gilgamesh's Zanpakuto had transformed. It was no longer a sword but a golden scepter, engraved with ancient inscriptions, with a radiant, multicolored gem encrusted at its top. This was Gilgamesh's Benkei. The Shikai ability of Keno gave him the power of absolute authority. His words became unbreakable law, and no Zanpakuto could disobey him. The Benkei ability, Keno Okean Tenka, surpassed even that. More specifically, Keno Okean Tenka encompassed the powers of Keno. It had three main abilities. The first was immunity to harm. Any Zanpakuto that had been subjected to Keno and obeyed it could no longer harm Gilgamesh. The second was borrowed power. Any Zanpakuto that had obeyed Keno could have its abilities borrowed by Gilgamesh without the need for the physical sword to be present. The third was Rishi Mastery. The Rishi restoration and manipulation abilities Gilgamesh had shown before were actually part of his Benkei. The range of his Rishi control extended as far as his domain, the Keno Okean Tenka. The reason Hollow Ichigo's Sero didn't harm Gilgamesh was due to the first ability of Keno Okean Tenka, immunity to harm. Even though Hollow Ichigo was in full hollow form, his power still came from Ichigo Kurosaki's Zanpakuto, Zangetsu. Since Ichigo Zangetsu had once obeyed Keno, Hollow Ichigo, in turn, couldn't harm Gilgamesh under the influence of his Benkei. The only way this would fail is if Gilgamesh ran out of spiritual pressure to maintain his Benkei. To Gilgamesh, his Benkei fell into the category of a rule-based Zanpakuto. As long as it operated within the rules, it was unbeatable. Of course, no one else knew the extent of Keno Okean Tenka. Hollow Ichigo, now in a fully berserk state, was instinctively targeting the greatest threat to him. This was why he broke free of Keno and attacked Gilgamesh directly. Gilgamesh hadn't expected Hollow Ichigo to break free of the command. If he had anticipated it, he wouldn't have let Ichigo fully hollowify so easily. Now, with the greatest threat to it still standing, Hollow Ichigo howled and charged again. Hollow Ichigo was terrifyingly fast, faster even than Yoruichi, the goddess of flash. Moreover, Gilgamesh couldn't use his omniscient star to read Hollow Ichigo's mind and predict his actions, as Hollow Ichigo's state disrupted any spiritual insight. Luckily, under the protection of Keno Okean Tenka, Hollow Ichigo couldn't harm Gilgamesh. But the more Hollow Ichigo attacked, the more spiritual pressure Gilgamesh had to use to negate the damage. Hollow Ichigo was tireless, with spiritual power far surpassing Gilgamesh's current reserves. If this continued, Gilgamesh's spiritual pressure would eventually run out. Since Keno no longer worked on Hollow Ichigo, the only way to stop him was to defeat him. Gilgamesh had many noble phantasms and methods to achieve that. And now, he wanted to see who is stronger, Hollow Ichigo or Rukongai. All things in the universe, turn to ashes. Rukongai. Chapter 102, The Terrifying Rukongai. Gilgamesh's chant wasn't loud. Among those present, only future Yoruichi, who was held in his embrace, could hear it clearly. Immediately, future Yoruichi's face showed an expression of disbelief, as if she was doubting her own ears. Of course, future Yoruichi knew about Rukongai. But the key issue was that Rukongai was the Zanpakuto of Genryu's Ishigakuni Yamamoto, the captain commander of the 13th Division of Imperial Guards, and it should still be in his possession at this moment. Although Gilgamesh's Zanpakuto, Keno, could control the Shikai and Benkei of other Zanpakuto, Rukongai wasn't here. So how could he control it? As future Yoruichi's thoughts ran wild, she suddenly realized that the golden staff like Keno in Gilgamesh's hand had transformed into Rukongai following his chant. Future Yoruichi had once witnessed Genryu's Ishigakuni Yamamoto unleash Rukongai with her own eyes. Although it was a distant memory, it was still vividly imprinted in her mind, like an indelible mark. So, future Yoruichi recognized that what Gilgamesh now held in his hand was indeed Rukongai. Without giving future Yoruichi much time to think, Gilgamesh swung the blade horizontally and softly chanted, "Jokaku-in-jo." In the next moment, massive flames as large as hands erupted from Rijinjaka's blade, enveloping the Minotaur Ichigo in an instant. This scene stunned everyone present. They had originally thought that Gilgamesh's Zanpakuto was a unique type that could control other Zanpakuto. They never expected that Gilgamesh's Zanpakuto could actually release flames. However, they believed that with this level of flames, it would be almost impossible to cause any harm to Minotaur Ichigo. In their eyes, the flames of Jokakuinjo didn't seem intense or scorching and were just ordinary flames. But this assumption was quickly shattered. Minotaur Ichigo roared as he charged out from the flames of Jokakuinjo. Just as Minotaur Ichigo broke through, the flames of Jokakuinjo suddenly surged, exuding an overwhelming heat that chased after Minotaur Ichigo. In the next moment, Minotaur Ichigo was engulfed in the inferno, screaming in agony as his bone-like skin was charred black and even reduced to ashes by the intense heat. In an instant, thick black smoke billowed from Minotaur Ichigo's body. Because of her proximity, future Yoruichi felt the full intensity of the heat radiating from Jokakuinjo. The flames Gilgamesh unleashed were utterly terrifying. Even someone as powerful as Minotaur Ichigo could barely withstand it. If it weren't for Minotaur Ichigo's ultra-fast regeneration ability, he would have likely turned to ash in the scorching flames. Future Yoruichi had initially doubted whether Gilgamesh could truly wield Rijinjaka's techniques. But now, she was completely convinced. She knew that the most terrifying aspect of Jokakuinjo was that if the enemy forcibly broke through, they would be pursued by flames burning at 6,000 degrees. Clearly, this was the fate Minotaur Ichigo was facing now. Gilgamesh did not stop his assault. He swung Rijinjaka again toward Minotaur Ichigo and lightly chanted, "Taima." In the next moment, a vortex of flames burst from Rijinjaka's blade and swept toward Minotaur Ichigo. Sensing the lethal danger while being roasted by the flames, Minotaur Ichigo, driven by survival instinct, ignored his injuries and quickly dodged, escaping the area. Despite being gravely injured, Minotaur Ichigo's speed remained comparable to future Yoruichi's. The flame vortex of Taima failed to catch up and eventually dissipated into thin air. However, Gilgamesh had no intention of stopping. He gripped Rijinjaka tightly, and his spiritual pressure began to surge, causing the surrounding atmosphere to drop dramatically. At that moment, both future Yoruichi, who was closest to him, and Urahara, observing from a distance, felt an unspeakable sense of dread. It was as if something unimaginably terrifying was about to happen. At this moment, Urahara realized something was wrong. His gaze was fixed on Rijinjaka in Gilgamesh's hand, and a flash of doubt crossed his eyes as he muttered, "That Zanpakuto's appearance. And the techniques he's using. There's no mistake, that's definitely the strongest and oldest flame-type Zanpakuto, Rijinjaka. But isn't Rijinjaka the Zanpakuto of Captain Commander Yamamoto? Why is it in his hands?" Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, Jinjo and Tsukishima's expressions had darkened, uncertain since when. Perhaps it was when Shinji used Sakashima Bankai. Or perhaps it was when Minotaur Ichigo unleashed that terrifying Sero. Or maybe it was when Gilgamesh launched an attack with Rijinjaka. Regardless, at this moment, both Jinjo and Tsukishima realized their own weakness. Yes, weakness. Not even considering Gilgamesh, even Minotaur Ichigo, who was being completely overpowered, could easily annihilate them. No matter how special their abilities might be, in the face of overwhelming strength, everything would be destroyed. After all, no matter how unique the ability, it must be activated before it can take effect. This realization shattered the confidence they had built up until now. Suddenly, blazing golden light illuminated their bodies, causing their pupils to tremble violently. Through the reflection in their eyes, they could see towering pillars of scorching flames rising into the sky from the battlefield. The terrifying scene looked like a natural disaster had descended. At the same time, they finally heard Gilgamesh's voice. "Shakunet Tsujigaku." Inferno hell. At that moment, whether it was the heavily injured Shinji and Kinsai, the disoriented Hori, Lisa, and Love, or the hidden Ukitig and Hitsugaya, they all trembled uncontrollably. They had all been captains of the 13th Division of Imperial Guards, so they knew that this technique was one of the strongest abilities Genryu's Ishigakuni Yamamoto had ever used. Boom. As the towering pillars of flames converged, a massive explosion erupted. The devastating power was akin to a nuclear explosion, obliterating everything in its path and turning the ground to scorched earth. Even Minotaur Ichigo, as strong as he was ultimately defeated by Shakunet Tsujigaku, collapsing with his fate uncertain. Silence. Chapter 103, Bleach, Fade to Black, I Call Your Name. The battle was over. Although the power of Rijinjaka was terrifying, the spiritual pressure it consumed was equally immense. Now, Gilgamesh's spiritual energy was nearly depleted, and he could barely maintain the Bankai of Keno. Without hesitation, Gilgamesh began walking toward the fallen Ichigo. The others didn't know if Ichigo was alive or dead, but Gilgamesh knew. Through the illumination of his omniscient star, Gilgamesh had read Ichigo's thoughts. He knew that it was Ichigo controlling the body now, not White Ichigo. White Ichigo had been beaten into submission and had retreated to Ichigo's inner world to heal. Urahara, thinking that Gilgamesh was about to finish Ichigo off, remembered something from his notebook and, gritting his teeth, used flash steps to stand in front of Ichigo. Before Urahara could say anything, he heard Gilgamesh speak, "Don't worry, I'm not here to finish him off. The one who fought me just now was his Zanpakuto, not him. He's innocent." Hearing this, Urahara was stunned and instinctively asked, "Then what do you intend to do?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Urahara realized his mistake. Fortunately, Gilgamesh didn't take offense, but he didn't answer either. Instead, he walked up to Ichigo, gently tapped him with the golden staff-like kino that had reverted back, and said softly, "High-speed regeneration." The next moment, liquid-like white bones emerged from Ichigo's ears, nose, and mouth, enveloping him. Urahara recognized high-speed regeneration. He had seen Ichigo use it before. But he never expected that Gilgamesh would be able to control high-speed regeneration. Isn't Gilgamesh's Zanpakuto the king of Zanpakuto? How could it control even the powers of a hollow? Suddenly, Urahara seemed to realize something. His eyes deepened as he looked at Ichigo and muttered, "Is the power of a Zanpakuto rooted in the hollow?" As he spoke, an image of Sosuke Aizen flashed through Urahara's mind. Though Urahara had lost his memories related to Ichigo, his instincts told him that this might be connected to Aizen. Gilgamesh, however, paid no mind to Urahara. He simply retracted the restored kino back into his gate of Babylon. Then, Gilgamesh turned his crimson eyes toward Urahara and asked, "Can we sit down and talk now?" Urahara, who had been deep in thought, snapped to attention at these words and quickly regained his composure. His tone lightened as he responded, "Of course. But before we sit down for a proper chat, we might need to deal with those two uninvited guests first." As he spoke, Urahara glanced toward the distance, where Jinjo and Tsukishima stood, looking disheveled. The power of Shakunetsu Jigaku, Inferno Hell, was too overwhelming. Even though Jinjo and Tsukishima hadn't been in the center of the Inferno, they had still been affected, and their positions were no longer hidden, forcing them into the open. At this moment, Jinjo and Tsukishima were watching warily, their eyes filled with undisguised hostility. Jinjo despised the Shinigami, and as his loyal follower, Tsukishima harbored the same hatred. Gilgamesh's gaze shifted toward them. The instant Jinjo and Tsukishima locked eyes with Gilgamesh, they immediately fled without a moment's hesitation. Gilgamesh had opened his mouth, seemingly to say something, but seeing this, he closed it again silently. Urahara watched quietly, saying nothing. In truth, Urahara was still curious about how these two individuals, who held such animosity toward the Shinigami, would eventually become his allies in the future. Back at the secret base, Urahara and Yoruichi of the future quietly listened as Gilgamesh recounted the reason for their arrival. They weren't surprised by the revelation that Central 46 wanted to deal with Gilgamesh. When Gilgamesh finished, Urahara gently stroked his chin and said, "So, it seems that the sudden appearance of the Kotatsu, cleaner, was one of their tricks. But why the explosion of the Kotatsu caused you to travel through time is something even I can't figure out. We'd probably need to get our hands on that sealed divine artifact to fully understand it." As he spoke, Urahara seemed to recall something and looked at Gilgamesh, saying, "Coincidentally, not long ago, the Soul Society experienced a disaster that destroyed about one-third of the Siri Itai, causing massive casualties. Perhaps that incident is related to your time travel as well. As for your two missing companions, there's a good chance they are also in the Soul Society." Gilgamesh seemed to have thought of something and couldn't help but ask, "Do you know what caused the disaster?" Urahara answered without hesitation, "It was caused by an extremely concentrated gathering of Rishi." As he spoke, Urahara took out the photos and videos he had collected on the incident and showed them to Gilgamesh. As Gilgamesh looked at the photos and videos, reflecting on the strange occurrences after his time travel, he finally understood what had happened. It seemed that he had traveled to the timeline of Bleach, Fade to Black, I Call Your Name. Bleach, Fade to Black, I Call Your Name was one of the Bleach movies. The plot revolved around everyone suddenly losing their memories of Rukia Kuichiki. Although Ichigo, as the protagonist, initially lost his memories of Rukia too, he quickly remembered her, and the story unfolded from there. One noteworthy point was that because no one in the Soul Society remembered Rukia Kuichiki, they also didn't remember Ichigo. This led to Ichigo, when entering the Soul Society later, having to face off against the 13th Division of Imperial Guards alone. Watching Gilgamesh's expression, Urahara couldn't help but ask curiously, "Lord Gilgamesh, do you perhaps know something?" Gilgamesh didn't answer but instead asked back, Urahara, do you remember ever capturing a hollow with a unique ability? Though that hollow was weak, its scythe-like tail had the power to erase memories. Urahara froze, and Gilgamesh's words awakened long-lost memories. Back when Urahara had been the captain of the 12th Division, he had indeed captured such a hollow with a unique ability. Connecting the hollow's powers with the lost memories, Urahara suddenly realized what had happened. While that hollow was weak, on its own, it couldn't possibly erase all memories of Uchiha. But if aided by some external force, it wasn't impossible. And that external force was the massive concentration of Rishi. Urahara hadn't expected that the current disaster in the Syriite AI would be connected to him. At the same time, he was even more puzzled about how Gilgamesh knew about this. Had something similar occurred in Gilgamesh's world? As Yoruichi of the future, his closest friend, watched Urahara, she could tell what he was thinking and said, Kisuke, you once read the Epic of Gilgamesh. Do you remember how humanity praised a supreme wise king who returned from his journey to immortality? Urahara furrowed his brow as if trying to recall. But the memories were too distant, and Urahara couldn't remember clearly. At that moment, Ichigo, who had been silent, suddenly spoke, the one who witnesses all things. Hearing this, Urahara's pupils shrank, and his heart trembled violently. At that moment, Gilgamesh stood up and said, let's go to the Soul Society.